Everybody, welcome here to Call of Duty Challenges, not Elite, no, we're in the Champs LCQ portion of the 2023 season. The year is almost over, and we need to get some teams today into Champs. We've already talked about how basically almost all of the spots are filled. We've just got 4 more to go. Now just 3, because 1 team has qualified in APAC.
Yep, APAC had just concluded, I want to say about like maybe 3 hours ago. I'm not too sure. I was sound asleep, preparing myself for this EU banger of a day because, as you say, Brody, 3 more spots are available. There can only be 1 per each region here. That's how the LCQ works. Congratulations to Orgless, where they were able to win out in the APAC LCQ. Seeing you in Vegas.
Yeah, and that's Restalling, Zephyr, Immense, and Crimson, or Durdev. I never know which one it is, to be fair. His Twitter's still Immense. It's one of those two. He's got like, he's like Moon Knight of APAC. That's the team that have qualified from the APAC region, so congratulations to them. They'll be joining Mindfreak from APAC, competing in the Call of Duty Challenges Championships. We've already kind of talked at length about what the 12 teams that had already qualified looked like previous to that from, of course, the 4 respective regions here in Challenges. We know it's going to be a great event. We know that it's going to be a real fun time seeing all those regions interact once again for the final time this year, and all those storylines kind of formulated over the last few events to see which regions come out on top, because we just don't know. It's going to be a fun time. What we do know is we've got to get 3 spots given away here by the end of today. So let's talk about Europe. Let's talk about which team is going to make it out of Europe. Again, yesterday we didn't really know. I think we could identify 5 or 6 teams that we thought were going to be like, hey, these are probably going to be one of these 6 teams that make it in towards Champs. We've whittled that down to just 4 now. We've got Strays and Clutch Rain sitting in the upper bracket. Now we've got some lower bracket actions to talk about first.
Yeah, Knocked 'em White versus Falcons. You can see it right underneath our beautiful faces here. And honestly speaking, for this rematch all the way back in Winners Round 2, went the distance all the way to a map 5, back and forth as the series may have went. Knocked 'em White, though, throughout the entirety of their lower bracket run, looking quite abominable. I will say that much. Falcons, though, they definitely got put to the brink. This is going to be their biggest test, I truly will say. What do both of these teams honestly look like here on what is technically a championship Sunday? Qualify for Champs. Again, a date with destiny, perhaps, for either of these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It almost feels like a Challengers Cup in a way, right? And it's just like one of those Challengers Cups where the elite teams cannot compete for whatever region, for whatever reason, excuse me, because then they're in elite. Like, it feels like one of those where you just don't have the top teams to go head-to-head against. So yeah, these guys experiencing a championship Sunday in a tournament setting. Let's talk about the team on the left then. This is Knocked 'em White, Aroma, F. Chunk, and Maestro. And I know for a lot of people, they might initially gravitate towards the players in Aroma and F. that people might know a lot more about, either due to early season performances or, in Aroma's case, seasons past performances. But honestly, for me, a lot of the conversation around this team comes between Chunk and Maestro, right? These kind of new kids on the block, as it were, that have been doing a lot of damage since they entered Elite in Season 3.
I mean, it's interesting to say that you just want to take a focus on Chunk and Maestro. Let's not forget that this is also Felix's rookie season as far as challenges are concerned. Young 18-year-old phenom is what we coined him at the beginning of the year. Roma surrounding himself with the young bucks of F. Chunk, and Maestro. And I got to take a big focus on a Maestro because it's interesting to always have the conversation gravitate towards some of these young players. What are their avenues looking like going in towards a full-on stint? You have 3 different game modes. It's either they're good at respawns or they're good at search and destroy. It feels like that Maestro can deliver the goods no matter the game mode and the map that he's on.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of talent on this roster. Again, you go back to Season 4 of Challengers Elite, they surprised a lot of people by making it all the way to top 6, and that puts them in a really good stead for potentially being the 1 team to qualify from European Challengers. But they go up against a formidable roster in the form of the Falcons, flying high over the last couple of days of action here, and honestly, here in this stage, that is not Roxas. By the way, that is definitely not Roxas. Hey, Mark, how you doing, bud? Falcons, they've been looking pretty good, mate. This is arguably the best they have looked all season long. They've always been that kind of threat that can do some damage, but they've really taken out some big teams over the last day.
Hawk jumping shit, man. Like, what happened? What happened with that hot roster in the past 24 hours? That's crazy. Falcons, though, look, when it comes down to it, this is a team with a lot of ups and downs, mostly lows when it comes down to it. And honestly speaking, I think that this is probably going to be the best look when it comes down to the Falcons roster. You know, you go all the way back to what this 4-player roster did all the way back in Raleigh for the season opener. Was it like top 56? They go through an abundance of roster changes throughout the entirety of the year. Whether it's playing with Pac, now Roxas is back into the mix, not really getting the job done across a multitude of different opens that we've had across the Modern Warfare 2 year. Online, they have been in elites. They've also been out of elites. Did not qualify, I want to say, for the past 2 seasons. Right, but now they have a chance to be able to make it to Vegas. They look pretty good in their matchup versus eFuse just yesterday. Some shaky moments for sure. This team of Roxas, Xnit, King of Body, and Vampire can definitely hang with some of the best.
Yeah, for sure. And Falcons, as we said, they beat down eFuse yesterday. They've been looking pretty good. We did not see them in Season 4 of Challengers Elite, but previous to that, they have disappointed in the past. They want to have a good go of things here. Big matchup versus Nocturne White. Big rematch, we should say. Let's talk about the map set to see kind of what's similar to the last set that we saw between these two teams. Andy, last time around, it went to a Game 5 in which Falcons are able to take it. What do we have repeating here in this go?
Well, you're going to have quite a decent amount of repeats, actually. This time around, you're not going to have that El Asilo search and destroy for that map number 2 where Falcons won 6-1, which is surprising to me, considering that it was still open. Mercado and Fortress were the 2 vetoes of choices in between both Noctum White as well as Falcons getting rid of the Fortress. But the Hotel map number 1, that's another reprise. The Expo control got vetoed by Noctum White, and they're going to take that Tango over towards El Asilo to Falcons pick. We'll also have the same map 4 and 5 if it comes down to it, if it goes the distance. Both search and destroys yesterday, Brody, went the way of the Falcons. Both respawns went the way of Noctum White. A very quick turnover in between these two teams. What have you learned in such a short time?
Yeah, I think the key thing to me, and you mentioned it there in the middle, is the fact that they are not playing Expo Control. Now, it is worth saying that Nocturne White have had their fair share of success on Expo Control. I'm pretty sure most of their control that we've seen this weekend in Europe has been on that map. But Falcons yesterday, they looked so solid on Expo Control. Like it looked like their map time and time again. You could argue yesterday's control between them and Nocturne White should have been a 3-0. So I think to see kind of the change in decision making there for Nocturne White to be like, let's just get rid of Expo. We're not playing again. That is the right decision to make. Also worth noting again that El Asilo Search and Destroy not being here means that a map in which they lost that one 6-1, they will not have to play again. They're instead going to play that hotel for the map number 2. So all in all, I would say this is a pretty positive map set for the Nocturne White roster. As far as winning the veto process is concerned, you've got all the same maps that you won yesterday. We'll say all the same maps, the 2 maps that you won yesterday. And then you're going to go head-to-head with Falcons on different maps in a couple of the maps that you lost. So I'd be feeling pretty happy. If you're Nocturne White here, played the veto process pretty well. Now it's about going into map number 1, the hard point, and winning that one in much the same fashion that you did yesterday. And I do want to transition the conversation here into that conversation around Hardpoint, Andy, because it's been a big talking point for Falcons, right? In the past, they've been terrible at it. Hardpoint has absolutely been their Achilles heel. Here in LC Fuse, they seem to have figured it somewhat out. It still seems to be their weakest game mode.
I mean, that's putting it lightly, right? Because, I mean, even the last time that we saw them just last evening was against eFuse, and they were able to win that map number 4 by a whole 2 points, and funny enough, it was on an Embassy hardpoint nonetheless. It just comes down to what they're going to be able to capitalize on. There's so many different opportunities for Falcons to be able to get themselves in the right positions, but they always find themselves doing this, not only just in the hardpoint, but really seemingly across all 3 game modes, where they continuously isolate themselves, put themselves in a lose condition form. That just simply cannot happen. If you're going to be able to make your way towards champs, if you want to be a top team across all 4 regions, you're going to have to be able to make sure that that is squeaky clean. I mean, you're going to have to really lean towards Luti to make sure that those 4 players are at least making sure that when it comes down to the respawns, they can always be able to sniff out what is going to be the best opportunity for them to turn it into a money hill, to get those ARs into a power position. Because I don't think that anybody's questioning that this Falcons roster can slay. Xnit is always dropping numbers. King of Body is always on the flank. But they have to be very careful with where they are on the map. A team like Nocturne White, especially with the Roma, not necessarily, I want to say he's the commander-in-chief. I know that he's doing a lot of IGLing. But with the 3 young bucks on this roster as well, they have been showcasing across this entire year how much prowess they have in a game mode like Hardpoint. So I think it's just one of those things for Falcons that you can lean on 2-3-5, that's fine. But if you come out absolutely flat in this map number 1 on this championship Sunday, I think that things are going to look continuously dire.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a good start, I think, for Nocturne White. As you say, this hardpoint is going to be a big map to kick off this series. While we've got time, though, we'll wait for Nocturne White and Team Falcons to get underway in towards that hotel hardpoint. I think we should take a moment here to talk about what the bracket looks like overall, give you a little bit of a refresher if you guys hadn't paid attention to it as of yesterday, because we talked about it a little bit. Team Strays and Clutch Rain waiting in that upper bracket final. And I think that's really important. I think for Strays to be there after their performances over towards Toronto and for Clutch Rain to be here after Season 4, I think is probably the best marker of a Clutch Rain performance that we've got right now. I think, to me at least, Andy, this is not a surprise to see these two teams be the teams that currently sit in the upper bracket final.
No, absolutely not. I mean, specifically for Strays, right? I mean, when you look at what Strays were producing throughout the entirety of Challengers Elite Season 4, making the playoffs, they unfortunately kind of fall a little bit short. Continuously got a lot better as far as that season is concerned. Then these guys show up to Toronto, and they absolutely wreak havoc across the entirety of not only the upper bracket, but then also in the lower bracket as well, beating teams like Notorious on LAN, and also beating teams like Anarchy as well. This team, Strays, honestly is the real deal. I think that Clutch Rain are going to have their work cut out for them. Well, funnily enough, the conversation can also be tour guided towards how good Clutch Rain have looked. Yeah, they didn't exactly showcase what they were able to offer on Toronto, getting absolutely blown out of the water by what is TGE, now We Out Here, that's Gunless & Co. On LAN. Things did not look too close there. But they were at one point the #1 control team on Season 4 of the Elite Four European Challengers. And I think that that's something you can truly lean on. That if Clutch Rain want to really make a headway in towards Vegas, they're going to have to take down a very slay-heavy team of Team Strays.
And worth saying, we really do not know how that upper bracket final is going to go. It's going to be an insane one to watch right after this. First, though, the right order, I think that the winners bracket final and the lower bracket semi-final should go in. We have that lower bracket semi-final to talk about with Nocturne White going head-to-head with Falcons, and we can see their kind of lower bracket runs as they have gone through. And I think the biggest thing for me here for Nocturne White is the fact they did get that 3-0 yesterday versus Nocturne Black in the fashion that they did. I thought that series was going to be a lot closer than it ended up being. So for Nocturne White, that was a huge confidence booster, beating out what I think we both said was like the main team, in air quotes. We'll say the main team in air quotes.
Who honestly knows?
Yeah, Nocturne White now, I mean, if they weren't the bigger brother before, they most certainly are now.
Yeah, they definitely yoinked that controller from Nocturne Black and said, it's my turn to play Call of Duty Esports, as they just completely blew Nocturne Black out of the water again. It wasn't close. I mean, 250 to 148 on the Fortress Hardpoint, 6-2 on the LSE Low Search, 3-1 on the Expo Control. Nocturne White were a different level of a beast whenever they hit that lower bracket after losing that map 5 to the Falcons. Falcons on the other side, they got knocked down to the lower bracket. They were going up against a very testy eFuse roster that were not playing with their usual fourth that they saw in Season 4 of the Elite, as well as the Toronto Open. The Polish Dashi, unfortunately, was not with us through this entirety of the weekend. eFuse fell short, but Falcons were able to capitalize on that again, winning that map number 4 by a whole whopping 2 points. It was just mere moments away from getting to that map number 5. It's all about consistency on this Sunday. Just because these teams were able to bounce back later on in the evening yesterday, as far as Saturday is concerned, it's a brand new day, baby. The sun is on the rise. You really got to showcase what you got if you want to punch that ticket to Vegas.
Oh boy, it's going to be a big ask here for Nocturne White and Falcons. A big matchup on the card as we get into our lower bracket semifinals very, very soon. As we said, we do not know how this one is going to go. A reminder, there's only one spot here in Europe to give away. 4 teams fighting tooth and nail for that final spot. And it's been a weird season, I think, just generally speaking, for Europe, right, Andy? Because we've known for a very long time, we've been talking about it throughout every single Elite season, who these top 4, top 5, if you include the Atlas Lions, which, I mean, let's be honest, my British is going to come out here for a second, Andy. I don't know if they're even in that conversation after Toronto, but they did qualify due to their early season performances. Nonetheless, you've kind of always had this established top 4 teams in European challengers. There's always been these kind of challenger teams, if you will, right? The teams just on the bubble, like challenging them for a top 4, top 6. And these 4 teams remaining in this competition have pretty much been those teams in a variety of different situations. Again, a reminder that Team Falcons early on in the year were, I mean, what would they get, like top 6, top 8, right at the end of Siege 1 or something like that? Like, they were a real challenger for that top 4 spot, going back as far as the very earliest Challengers Cups of the 2023 season. Then, of course, Nocturne White as well for top 6. So, like, I don't know, man. These rosters, I don't think people should really underestimate them, even though the European region, again, we've already got the kind of that established top 4, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, look, as it may be, it's online Call of Duty, and all of those land placements get thrown out the window when you're looking at Falcons, where they're able to be a top dog as far as European Challengers Elite is concerned, mostly at the beginning of the year. I mean, it's just one of those things that, as far as Falcons are concerned, better late than never to make sure that you can get that last little resurgence going for yourself. Nocturne White is not necessarily like the newest kid on the block as far as players are concerned, but it's for a team they formulated inside of Season 4. Enough of the podcast. Let's get things underway here in lower semifinals for European Challengers LCQ. Nocturne White versus Team Falcons, Hotel Hardpoint.
Let's get it on. Let's see here who can take away that map number 1. Again, a reminder that we did see a hotel hardpoint yesterday between Nocturne White and Team Falcons, and it was Nocturne White who came out on top. A marginal victory for them. So Team Falcons could absolutely learn from that and come out better here in this go-around. For the moment, though, things aren't exactly going as splendidly as they would like. The ARs winning out the early battles here. Nocturne White already on the rotation towards New, making sure they're on the right side of that map. Big
shots there from King of Body. Well, at least make sure that he has an avenue over towards this bar side. This is almost rinse, wash, repeat of what we actually got yesterday as far as the opening break is concerned. Nocturne White able to walk away with the majority of time here inside of P1, holding the rotation over towards P2, but things are still scrappy. Rox is still trying to threaten over by the spa, but he's the only player here for the Falcons trying to do so.
Yeah, you gotta wait. Aroma on this head heap, so frustrating. Yeah, Roxas and Vampire have already got past, but Aroma can do some serious damage here, and he's gonna do exactly that. 5 in a row now for Aroma. And now Falcons players have managed to get past that line, though. Do they know about it? It's the question. Well, now they most certainly will. Vampire will make his presence known. Players now spawning up in and around Spa. Got to be careful if you're a Nocturne White, because Vampire is doing that damage around the backline. Still, Purple Arrows in and around this hard point. They're still looking to hold on for the back 30 seconds. Aroma will continue his spree as well. That's number 6. Will be denied number 7. But regardless, you cannot deny, Andy, that was a hugely successful hard point for Nocturne White. And now they get a good look at the rotation as well. Chunk is over here, but he is alone.
Got to showcase some patience if you are Chunk. Again, his teammates just got eviscerated. Exiting over by the statue. Vampire's going to find a crucial 2 pieces to see it pop up right there in winners round 2. Nocturne White were able to beat Falcons on this very map mode combination, 250 to 218, and the 70-point lead off of P1 to P2 might suggest that it could be a little bit of a steeper score line, but Team Falcons in for the time right now. All turn it up around the kitchen. Now for Nocturne White, mostly just trying to maneuver across the parking lot side, taking a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, I respect Chunk's position here, to be honest, mate. Just waiting for his teammates. He didn't get Tetchy at all, didn't go. Now just going to have to wait for the teammates to come and help him out. Fortunately, does lose the initials. Lovely nade from Roxas to pick up 1. King of Body with not just 1, but a 2nd as well on the form of F. And now it is just Maestro around the backline. He'll pick up 1. Vampire, if he doesn't go for the trade, well, Exted will pick things up. So Falcons, they hold on for Chunk, for all his patience there, waiting for a very long time. Does not manage to get on through, but close spawns towards the restaurant. Perhaps they can get on through. Nope. Chunk, unfortunately, will team kill F. And Roxas to take down Chunk himself. That is a great hold from Falcons.
Something about kitchen on hotel and those dang fire extinguishers, man. You gotta be careful of them. Combined 5 spree in between Exnid and Roxas. That was the answer that you needed for Team Falcons. They get up to 69 points. Nocturne White, though, kind of gifted this free rotation. 3 kills will be coming their way. They got themselves a pretty comfortable setup here as far as P4 is concerned. And FDOT's going to take that as an opportunity to create some more space. Top end.
In control for this moment in time. If you're seeing Falcons, you surely know that somebody's going to be hanging around bedroom. It's just where they are. That's the problem. And you haven't located F-Doc. He's already picked up 2. F-Doc for 3. That's 5 in a row now for Kim. A spree around the bedroom. And this is just going to continue to turn the heads of Falcons as they know they need to clear bedroom side. They know that's problem number 1 before they even move forward. And to be honest, Vampire and King of Body, they just run straight past him for the hard point. It doesn't work. That is a back 15 and a full hold for Nocturne White.
I mean, that is an unfortunate amount of time. FDOT looking for kill number 6. Won't be able to find it. Denied by King of Body over inside a kitchen. The Falcons forced to chalk the old scrap time there at P4. Go in for the full rotation over by P5. Again, mostly turn it up around the hard point. Vampire's going to lose his life on the cross, trying to set themselves up for a pinch. Nocturne White trying to do this at least through the line. And 1 player on the flank.
F-Dot already doubling. F-Dot again! How many times is he going to get a triple here in this one? Surely not number 4 as well. Those are convincing shots against Vampire to get it done. Unfortunately, no trophy system close by to prevent that nade from taking him out. But nonetheless, F-Dot does enough to give Nocturne White a real good shake at this hard point. And if you're Falcons, you have to find a way through right now. Aroma streaking out once again. Will be denied a 6 spree. So that will be yet another cruise missile that will be off the board. But nonetheless, for Nocturne White here in this position, I mean, they're in the best position you could possibly be in to win this game.
I mean, you have a combined 27 kills for Nocturne White in between F-Dot and Aroma going in towards the final hard point here in the first set. And to be completely candid with you, the setup is really good. This is about to be a massive 1v1. Maestro, surely going to be able to hear at least King of Body down low. He's at least thinking about it. King of Body up through the stairs, finds the kill. So that's going to be the initial time here, at least for King of Body, but he is all by his lonesome here, Brody. His teammates still trying to at least get past this Jacuzzi side. Roma's going to call in that streak.
Here we go. Does it do anything? That's the question. Yeah, it's going to alleviate some pressure, maybe give some information his way to Maestro. Has to act on it now. Needs to win at least one gunfight here, waste some time for the rest of the team. Roxas is jumping up. He's not actually getting anything for it. He's really reliant on King of Body winning the gunfight, and oh no! Maestro will decimate him. King of Body down for the count. Roxas, can you produce anything either? No, is the answer. And Noctum White now starting to really convincingly run away with this game.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, they're about to be over 200 points at the end of the first set. Team Falcons just at the 100. King of Body trying to at least keep this contested. The nades being thrown over the top. The contest does not matter. Noctum White. It's going to be about 210 to 100 going in towards the second set. 19 and 11 for F. 15 and 6 for Aroma. Maestro streaking out now as well at 13 and 7. It's a combined 9 spree between all 4 players of Noctum White. They can do no wrong.
That's the ARs, man. It is just so indomitable. It's not even just like the main ARs that Noctum White have. They're pulling out a third one in a multitude of different situations, and it is working out so perfectly. Aroma's lining so many different players up as well. And if that remaining player next to it doesn't go down by way of Aroma, they will go down by way of Chunk. Just the team shots at this point are impeccable. Noctum White looking to close things here on P1. An unusual set of circumstances for a hotel hardpoint to close, but the way they're getting these kills, it looks like it's going to happen.
Oh, it's surely going to close it out right here. I mean, you can just turtle up around the hardpoint if you're Noctum White. Players from Team Falcons trying to at least funnel their way through the front, and F. He is just cutting you down as you may attempt to try to contest. Noctum White, my God, did they show up in a wonderful fashion here in map number 1.
I think that might be the most dominant hotel hardpoint scoreline we've seen in a long time. Like, it might not seem that domineering. Like, 100 points, yeah, they just about got out of the 100-point club. But, like, still, the hotel hardpoint offers you a lot of ways back in towards the game. And Team Noctum White just shut the door on Team Falcons in pretty much every single case they could possibly find a way in towards that hotel hardpoint. They were in full control pretty much every single kill. Man, that's a stomping. That is very different from yesterday's series.
It's stomping. It's a bloodbath. It is a massacre across Greenberg Hotel for that map number 1. Goodness me. I mean, it started off with what? Roma went on that massive 6 spree where he was just snaking his butt off over by the check-in desk. These replays will basically be the Noctum White showcase. This is that 6 spree that I was talking about from Aroma. I mean, the simple fact remains, when Noctum White are able to get, what was it, like 35 points off of P1, they get the setup over by P2, Aroma gets a streak in his second life. He doesn't even, I don't even think he reached double-digit deaths, for crying out loud. I'm sure that those comps must have been electric, not only in between Aroma, but also for F. You could just see that just the score lines just continuously get bigger and bigger and bigger. The KD ratio is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Even Maestro having himself a crazy end of that first set, going up to like 13, 14, and 8 at the very end. I want to say that it was the F. show, but this Noctum White roster was just playing with a certain amount of heat. Their discipline was being exemplified to such a high degree. Definitely got a shout out to how well this team can play. Not only can they slay, but damn, are their fundamentals really, really good. 20 and 7 for Aroma. 2,200 damage with a minute 30 of OBJ time. And it's funny because it's just like F. He was like just about everywhere. He had 1 traded kill, 22 out of 23 non-traded kills, 2,500 damage, 26. You can get bumped up for me, Felix, because you just had yourself a whale of a game with a minute of OBJ time as well. And 14 of those 23 kills were when he was inside the hard point. Like, what?
I gotta call up Easy Mac. I gotta ask him a couple of crucial questions here. First of all, was this the most dominant hotel hardpoint we've seen all year in European Challenges? And then secondly, is that the highest NTK percentage we've seen out of a player this year? Like 22 out of 23 kills? That's insane. That is just insane. What a performance from Noctum White, mate. Coming out of the gate swinging in map number 1. A real way to set the tone here against the Team Falcons roster that looked hot yesterday. Very, very different to last series between these two teams, and also different again is that search and destroy. We spoke about it. We talked about how, at least in my opinion, and I think you agree with me as well, Noctum White won the veto process here. Like, they did exactly what they needed to do. They got the search and destroy, in which they got dominated out of the VAP set in the LSCLO search and destroy, and of course that Expo control that will also be coming up, that is gone as well. It's a hotel search and destroy that is next up here for map number 2. And again, it is the difference. It is going to be an entirely different battleground here. We'll see whether or not that is a better battleground for Nocturne White.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you for a certain extent, which doesn't happen all too often. So go ahead and just count your blessings on that one, y'all. But nonetheless, I think that it's very surprising that the El Asilo Search and Destroy was still available. You saw there in the vetoes that the Mercado Search and Destroy, that was taken away by Nocturne White. And if you're looking at it from Falcon's perspective, they got rid of the Fortress Search and Destroy. So why isn't El Asilo being played? Because that worked out, I would say, quite well for Falcons yesterday, where they beat Nocturne White in that map number 2. 6-1 was the final scoreline. But why aren't we playing it? We're going over towards this hotel again. The second night stay for Breenberg, this time for Search.
We'll see if they get any momentum off the back of that map number 1 victory. Very often that does happen as teams transition from hardpoint to search and destroy. And for a team like Nocturne White, you've got to imagine they'll be feeling pretty high on the comms. Falcons on the offense want to try and assert their dominance early on towards this search and destroy. Right now, it's a case of slowly but surely garnering real estate across hotel. Just waiting for somebody from Nocturne White to make that first move.
That's just going to hold this. You don't have to give them anything. You could just see that Chunk wants to maybe try to contest it, but he's just holding that really tight angle. Team Falcons expecting for an unforced error. Nocturne White not giving them a single thing.
You can just feel the tension in this round number 1. Team Falcons, they really want it to turn the tides of their fortune. That nade's going to land a little bit short. If they would have landed it, it would have been nice to take down Xnid. The shots that he landed afterwards, it certainly would have been a kill, but nonetheless, a nade over the top from Maestro. A perfect call being made there by the former rookie. Chunk and Maestro sitting around this bedroom, and as the bomb is now going to be put down here, King of Body going to have to move forward towards bedroom.
Running out of time, bomb being planted here at A. King of Body up top, Maestro Chunk able to find 2 quick kills. Roxas now 1v2 for the post.
He's in the right position to maybe catch these guys off guard. Nocturne White, they've got time to play with here. Roxas now going to reposition. The bomb is planted perfectly for him to watch it from this bar. Up their side. Nocturne White, they're going to know as soon as they see where that bomb is planted for exactly where Roxas is going to be. But Roxas taking some shots there a little bit prematurely. Maestro's just seen him, but again, time really not on their side. The only play in this situation is for Maestro to just cover while Chunk hops the bomb, but Maestro gets decimated. Chunk has no choice but to hop off. And despite that kill coming through from Roxas again, Chunk and Maestro could not find the time to make the 2v1 happen.
Yeah, albeit premature shots coming out from Roxas, he did a bang-up job at least making sure that he utilized that last little ditch Semtex to clear over by the L desk. Got that one player weak over by the stairs. Found the kill, and then he knew that time was on his side. So that is just a wonderful round 1, whether you love it or hate it for Team Falcons. Roxas able to find 3 of the 4 kills required. With that bomb being planted, that's a win condition set. I don't care how many numbers you get in your favor. If you are Nocturne White, does not help out the cause when time is running out.
All right, well, that's the start that Falcons wanted. They want to come into this with a huge win. Now want to follow up with another round, and Vampire with a sniper rifle gets a tasty shot off the top on towards Maestro. That is going to slow things up ever so slightly, but Nocturne White, their response is to get the bomb down.
Vampire was so good with this SPX 80 yesterday. I'm still playing it here. 3v4, player number 3, King of Body, looking to make a route happen. He's already passed the double arches. Good trade to find for Roxas, 3v3.
Players are scattered here for Team Falcons. If anything, I think King of Body just being so far removed from this play might well work in their favor. Xnid actually going to take some shots there into his own teammate. As they look to try and locate these players, and yeah, I said about it, I don't think they're ever going to expect King of Body to come from that position yet. Still, they've got to locate F-Dot, and F-Dot going to get the first kill there. Now a matter of just got to jump on this bomb for the defuse. F-Dot goes down. The coverage from Vampire is good enough. Team Falcons with the retake.
Vampire. Snappy. Witchy almost. Reading the round, though. Is that all with the sniper, too? Finds first blood. Gets the second. Okay, no, the third was a Vaznev. All right. I mean, nonetheless, like, it's just the pressure that you have to respect. I talked about this yesterday when Falcons were facing E-Views on the Embassy Search and Destroy. It's the continuation of the story that we got from this guy all the way back in, what, Season 1 of Challengers Elite? Pulls out the boomstick. You just kind of have to respect it. It's either you take out a sniper rifle yourself if you're F-Dot, you just see that glint, and you don't think twice about challenging it again. 2 rounds in a row for Falcons as we go 2 rounds deep. Another offense on the board. Knocked him white, hovering through the middle of the map.
Knocked him white going for a change of the strategy here, hoping they can win the initials, and indeed they will. Chunk goes for the drop shot. It's a big first blood, but not getting overreactive as a player such as Roxas. Just going to wait to Knocked white to make their move forward. Never mind. Snipe battle in the middle of the map. F-Dot this time will have the better of Vampire.
Saw another player cross, and you just cannot give F-Dot these free snipes. Roxas, pop Dead Silence. He thinks that this is winnable. Let's find one on a Chunk. Dead Silence will reset. The biggest issue for him is that bomb is in no man's land at this moment.
Yeah, they probably heard him slap those doors open as well. Yeah, Maestro just pre-aiming. Roxas about to run out of Dead Silence here. Would have been nice if he could get the reset off onto that kill. That's not going to happen. Now this situation becomes infinitely tougher for him. 30 seconds on clock. Has to make a marathon sprint towards the other side of the map, mate. This would be ridiculous if Roxas could somehow pull this one out of his butt cheeks. But with those shots from Maestro, it's going to be tough. Go on, you can do it. No, we can't.
No, there's no shot. 1v4, Knocked him white, just hiding in corners. Gonna start getting chased out a little bit right now. Can't even find the final kill. And it's just one of those things, again, that the round gets settled. Because you saw the moment that F-Dot finds that one snipe across the L desk on a Vampire, why dive across? Like, you're a solo player. Why try to dive across over by the luggage stairs? What are you expecting to do? To, like, John Wick, ex-Batman, Machina his butt, like, over on the fountain side? Like,
all the characters.
It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Like, he's hard ADS'd on it. Was gifting this guy some kills in a row, and you know that F-Dot's just gonna gobble that up and feel himself off of it. Big round to find for yourself if you are. Knocked him white. Now over towards the offense, looking for a quick execute towards that.
Second one. F-Dot will definitely be feeling himself with the snipes. Now it's another one. Xnid might be it. Oh, just gonna pre-snipe the top. Thinking that Xnid has already transitioned towards the bed. He has not. However, there has been space created by Chunk here. Has to be careful about the Vampire coming around on a very late flank. Elsewhere, Xnid is finally going to pick up F-Dot as well. But the bomb has gone down here, so this is okay for Aroma and Maestro in this situation. They've got to be wary about players encroaching on all sides. And, well, I was going to say, you got to be wary. Now you don't even have a choice. You're out of the round.
And King of Body, I mean, whether he used Dead Silence to get across the map or regardless of the matter, that is now 2 defenses in a row where King of Body has been able to run these routes, whether he starts over by the B-bomb site, pushes across from rugs, wine, whatever you decide to call it. He gets behind enemy lines. I mean, Knocked him white. The execute was to get the bomb quickly planted at A. You can get a player over by luggage, up through the stairs. Exit was that player top bedroom that they were trying to really deal with. And then the help arrives in such a quick succession for Team Falcons. The response was immediate. Once they ended up seeing a handful of players off of Exnit's shoulder being thrown top lights, you just saw all of the white arrows on the minimap just collapse on the play. That was that quick A execute. So just as soon as Knocked and White get themselves on the board, Team Falcons take a 2-round lead again.
Falcons extending their lead once again. White now. Aggressive hit towards A on the defense. Player pushed all the way forward here. It's actually going to be Chunk. He picks up the first blood. And a second comes through from F-Dot as well. Look how domineering this is. Oh my god. On the defense, they just fly. And Knocked and White, oppressive as ever.
Yeah, that's a good feel back on round. I mean, a couple Dead Silences being utilized. Chunk just runs at you. F-Dot for the opposite side. And, yeah. I mean, that's almost like shades of what we got at the hard point, wasn't it? Knocked and White just running at the Falcons. Resources soon to follow. Chunk finds 3 in the round. F-Dot for the 4th. Double positive now for Chunk. Again, this is why we talked about some of these young players. Chunk has been showing up or Knocked him light in the search and destroys. What can he do off of this 3 spree? Splitting the map offensively are Knocked him white.
Been very back and forth search and destroy thus far. White initially off the back of those initial shots coming out from King of Body. Now going to have to hold off here momentarily. So they'll have not got the map control they desire yet to move this bomb to either site. They finally have picked one, at least we believe. You never know with these search and destroy rounds whether or not they'll fully commit. But it's a big first engagement here. King of Body in wait. How much can he get? Gets the first, sends F dot away. The stun will connect, but King of Body finds a second. That is a good trade for King of Body there. Now makes it a 3v2.
I mean, the fact that he goes 1 for 2 there is just insane. The stun comes in, he jump chows it. Players over inside of the pantry just not ready for it, apparently. F dot now with the bomb in hand. 27 seconds remain in this 3v2. Has to favor towards the plant. Maestro needs to overwatch him. A lot of angles to be watching for as Team Falcons are about to be on the retake.
Yeah, you have no choice but to play this individually if you're Nocturne White. And F dot with the sniper rifle inside the site. Not the best weapon to have. Just gotta hope that somebody comes across his scope. We'll switch over towards attack. Yeah, that's a much better weapon to have in this situation, to be honest. Elsewhere, Xnid has been taken off on the flank now, so this saw up the immediacy. F dot finds one around the backline, switches to Roxas for the kill, and the 2v3 works out superbly. F dot switches over to the attack at the perfect time.
That's just snappy. F dot is just playing with a certain amount of fuego. I mean, the sniper rifle, yeah, it's able to find a certain amount of value, but I mean, that is just shades of what we got from Felix in that opening hardpoint. Finds 3 within that round. And that's all off of King of Body going 1 for 2 over inside the freezer, which is, again, something that Nocturne White should never allow to have happen. But it's still a round win nonetheless. Into round 7. Looks like Nocturne White have the read. Team Falcons trying to get their way over towards A. Did Vampire just kill F dot through his teammate? Yeah, he did.
He just skewered somebody.
That's crazy.
I mean, you're not too upset, are you? If you're Nocturne White in this situation.
Good 1 for 1, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't even have to do anything. Vitality Falcons need to push the advantage, not able to do so as King of Body gets shut down on his attempt to get control of bottom bedroom. Team Falcons now, and in this situation, you really want to urge yourselves to get the bomb down. It's the only real way to kind of even the odds, because Team Nocturne White, they're not stupid. They're not going to give anything away for free.
No. Also, just relying on Chunk. I mean, he is holding this cross. Maestro, who was inside of luggage previously, is actually going to concede that space, expecting for the flank to come all the way through. The only player that's really going to do that would be King of Body. He's dead. Chunk now holding this 1-for-1 angle. A lot of players throwing shoulders towards him. It's a lot of damage. No kills to speak of. Running out of time, though.
Yeah, Chunk is wasting enough time here in this situation, to be honest, again, for Aroma and Maestro to come and help out. But Vampire getting up close and personal will take Chunk down. And now Roxas has him lined up as well. We'll tick down Aroma. Now it's just Maestro for the 1v1. And for Vampire, the play call has been made here. A transition over towards B. Can he perhaps catch Maestro on it? I don't think he's seen him. Yeah, and Maestro has just heard him as well. He's going to have to go straight for the plant on the other side of the bomb. That should be an easy kill from Maestro. Perfectly played there in the 3v2.
Yeah, no, it was wonderfully executed again. That round just started off in such a strange way. I mean, Vampire just completely eviscerates F dot through his teammate. We've seen at least one collad all the way up to the CDL. That one is right there with it of just collateral damage, but also just a collateral shot nonetheless. But even in that moment, like we were talking about, Chunk was wasting so much time bottom bedroom. Even the damage that was able to be found allowed for one player for Falcons to be able to cross, but the positional advantage did not garner them the round when Nocturne White flipped the lead.
How aggressive King of Body's getting now. They know off the back of the last 3 rounds in the bounce from Nocturne White that you need to find an answer pretty quickly, and they're going to try and find it via way of aggression. King of Body's initial push into the middle map does not work. The question I have here is, you can see Xnid pushed all the way up towards that box. Does Maestro know? The way he's acting, I don't think he does.
No, there's no way that you would ever expect it. Xnid encroaching a little bit further forward. Nobody's in a position to be able to help Maestro for this trade, and Xnid is just hearing him jump up and down from this display case. I'm going to wait for the reload and then maybe try to pounce for the kill. Gonna expect for player number 4, Vampire, just to bait it out, and, well, Xnid almost got gunned. That's a big kill to find for yourself, and now he's on the flank.
Yeah. Xnid gonna even the odds here in this round. Elsewhere, Roxas 1v1 against F-Dot. Gotta be careful now because it's a 1v2. Chunk gonna come and help out, and yep, really wanted cleaner shots than that initial to make it a more feasible round. Now, elsewhere, it is Xnid. He had already picked up the first in the round off the back of his all sneaky plays. Pull off a 1v3. It's a lot to ask for because now he's got entry in towards this site with attack. No dead silence to speak of. Chunk will kick him. Oh boy. Nocturne White now. 4 rounds in a row.
I mean, he pops that silence after getting that initial kill, right? But then he slow rolls his way all the way across statue. I mean, can't really blame the guy. You don't really know what's going on over by the back lobby staircase, and the only time when you get that information is when you have two players just completely run at you over by kitchen. But as far as an execute is concerned, that's the response that you need for Noctum White offensively. You have to play for King of Body every single time if you are on defense for Noctum White. The reason being is because King of Body on defense just loves to run all the way through statue to get that free first pick, and now Noctum White find themselves up on that point.
Man, what a crazy last few rounds it has been for Noctum White. Great adaptations coming through here in the Search and Destroy. Now we face ourselves in a situation that's not that dissimilar to a round we've had previously. This time around it's Aroma on the defense in a 1v3 potentially over towards B. Team Falcons though do have some real estate in the middle of the map. So maybe they can just transition to A if they too so desire. That might be the play call of how they're currently situated around Connector.
Chunk has to play in this 1-for-1 position. Has F-Dot overwatching at top lights. There's only one player over here. And unbeknownst to Noctum White off of their very passive setup, Team Falcons are still trying to figure out where they want to execute this bomb to. It's in the hands of Exnid. Both Roxas and King of Body are tasked to try to clear all of Freezer. Maybe try to get inside this B bomb where Aroma is waiting for the chow.
Went for it. There's the first. King of Body goes out a little bit prematurely. Exnid and Rockstead, they don't respond. Aroma's on his own. Of course, they don't know that. They don't know how many players are back here. But in hesitating, now they find themselves absolutely with not numbers in the situation. Vampire from afar has to save the round, and indeed he will just absolutely not. Now the players isolated inside one by one. They are falling apart here. Roxas gonna go down. Aroma closes the door on Falcons with 5 rounds on the bounce. They win this Hotel Search and Destroy.
I mean, as steady as ever, Aroma just completely locks down this bomb site. There was some assistance to come through off of the response, but the passive setup works again. If there's one thing you gotta know about this Falcons roster, especially in Search and Destroy, is that they love their egregious pushes to be able to isolate themselves and be able to make plays happen out of thin air. King of Body was that player defensively, was getting away with highway robbery through, I want to say, like 2, maybe 3 offenses in a row for Noctum White. He just continues to push through all the way through statue. But as you were talking about there, Brody, the adaptations were absolutely sublime from Noctum White. They're able to exemplify how well they're able to read their opponents of Falcons. And soon after that, they answer back on defense as well. No more push forwards coming through from F-Dot, expecting for the challenges to come through from Vampire, who was just absolutely electric with the sniper rifle yet again. He finishes 6 and 7. F-Dot, though, finishes double positive. Aroma's that player that is just waiting for the B-bomb push to come all the way through. You can trust that because you always have Chunk defensively. He's in bottom bed. He can watch the cross over towards that A-bomb. And so long as he doesn't see anything, and the player playing Jacuzzi doesn't see anything in the middle of the map, it's surely going to be coming over towards B. Noctum White able to hang with the best, and they take this Search and Destroy in a convincing fashion. 5 rounds in a row with a 2-0 lead to boot.
And that Search and Destroy was insane from Noctum White. Those back 5 rounds, which they managed to take away from Falcons. I mean, again, it feels like one of those Search and Destroys where it's a story of 2 halves, right? Early on the first 4 rounds, Team Falcons, they'd had everything figured out with the aggression, with the team plays that they were making. And then, as you said, those adaptations from Noctum White, they're looking like a really hot, good Search and Destroy team at this point. And we talk about the wider context of the series here, Andy. Again, they don't play the LSELO Search and Destroy, where yesterday they got Kentucky fried. No Expo Control up next. It is going to be a big talking point. We're not going to see that, and that's where Falcons have been strong in the past. Will they continue that strength over into a different map on LSELO? Find out after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to this Call of Duty Challengers LCQ series in which Nox and White now 2-0 up. They've been pretty dominant in this series so far. I think it's fair to say after the 100-point club on the hotel hardpoint, we went back to a hotel search and destroy in which Nox and White were able to win the back 5 rounds for the victory. Next up, a change in setting for control for, again, I don't know if this is actually the first time here in European Challengers this weekend. Certainly feels like it. We're going to an LSELO instead of an Expo, and that is very important because Falcons on Expo, mate, they've been pretty good.
Nox and White played African Heritage on LSELO Control yesterday. It went to a round 5. Been a lot of Expo and Hotel. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's just interesting, again, as far as vetoes are concerned, as this push over towards 8 is well underway for Nox and White. You got F. Dot up towards the top tower. Chunk just playing close over towards the lockers door. Got a lot of players nearby as far as trades are concerned for Nox and White. But nobody on the zone quite yet. It's going to mean that F. Dot has to give up this tower position and maybe try to get back on towards the zone for the second segment.
Yep, sure. Nox and White here. Already starting to make this capture around a Hatton Rock. Sass, though, running straight towards the point. Almost finds that second kill. The first is egregious enough, but the trade is looking pretty good. And now nobody up tower to contend with here. All on Maestro inside the point. Has to back away momentarily. Goes straight for the second challenge against Xnid. Might win this gunfight, but Xnid finally outplays him around the terrain. So Nox and White finally removed from A. They get the second tick of aggression through. The problem for Team Falcons, they put so much into that defense. They've got nobody around green. Nox and White have free reign of the football field.
F. Dot looking to cause more ruckus around the backside of Garage. Roman's going to find one on a Vampire. That's a massive kill for yourself. I mean, you got Xnid. He's hot on the flank over by House. He finds at least one. But this is a chess match now. The map has completely flipped on its head. F. Dot is towards this top side rock area. He's going to watch a lot of players spawn up. Nice shots at range. Runs out of bullets, though. It's either going to be him or Roxas on the flank. But that second segment looking to be locked here at B.
Yeah, and they're going to have to give this a go again. It's not even one of those situations where you can play passively and just let Falcons set themselves up for the rotation towards A. This B point is absolutely donezo. And again, the problem is with making that transition happen, Nox and White have already got players over towards this A zone. Chunk is here. What can he achieve? Apparently not a lot. Xnid able to pick up not just one, actually finds that second kill versus Aroma. So this is okay. Xnid turns around and beams F. Dot as well. Falcons, they stabilized here, but it is still a very tenuous spot to be in.
Oh, Xnid has the reads as well. He knows damn well that so long as this position is being held for Falcons, everybody from Nox and White, they're going to spawn parallel over towards the already captured B control zone. That's a big trade to find for Maestro. That means that your flank more or less is secured. Your next focus has to come down to Chunk, who just eviscerates King of Body in the corner, and now he's on the zone.
Yeah, here we go. Gabe off the back of that two-piece. That should be it. Yeah, that's done. So Vampire was the only one in any position to do anything of note. Up top on that red tower. As soon as he goes down, Nox and White, they get that one done. And again, it's just a masterclass and just making sure a control round goes in your way. An offensive control round, I should say. Just getting the 2 ticks early on towards A makes the transition to B a little bit easier. I will say the one mistake, the one slip-up that Falcons made there, Randy, was putting as much into that B defense when it was pretty much already gone as they did. Because even that allowed Nox and White just a little bit more map control than maybe they should have had on that transition towards A. No matter, though, it's a round for Nox and White. Falcons got to put that to the back of their minds.
I mean, talk about just good understanding of the map for Nox and White. Completely assault the A zone, recognize that the defense was faltering, get that B zone captured, get that last segment over at the opening rip. Looking like Chunk just flying across the catwalk. Will at least find Roxas. That's a 1-for-1 trade as things will start. Team Falcons, though, do have players bottom lockers.
Falcons, they've not got anybody to contend with up top in the red tower. That's the big thing here. Chunk going to try and get himself in a position where maybe he could cause some carnage, but does get shut down. F. Dot, there he goes as well. And the only hope for the defense here is number 1 on the minimap, Aroma, making a slow but steady push up top. He takes some shots. You can see him in towards Vampire. Now Vampire knows, hey guys, somebody's coming on the flank here. Can we go and deal with him? That is exactly what happens. F. Dot now on the other side, maybe the only player that could do something here. And on a late push towards A, Nox and White get full white, but fortunately for them, Falcons do not just send one player on the A zone and everyone else towards B. They wait.
I mean, that's just incredible reads coming through from Team Falcons. Nox and White were setting themselves up for a couple of exits after Aroma unfortunately falls short on the flank and that A zone gets captured. It's a 5-life lead for the Falcons. They are here. You got players in and around bottom green now trying to at least force their way towards the flank, but losing Vampire means that King of Body needs to hold their life. Rest of his teammates try to walk out of spawn.
We talk about the difference in setups here of defense for Nocturne White and Team Falcons from the prior round. This is exactly what Falcons did want previously. Players push all the way up and towards green. Maestro just sitting here and bringing that trophy system down means that they've made a little bit of noise. Falcons have heard him. They know that he's chilling around here, and he's fine in this position, right? Just chilling, just drawing the attention of these guys, wasting time away off the clock. Nocturne White, they're just happy to sit on the point, and he's doing more damage as well. Somehow wins that 1v1 against Vampire, and he's not going to challenge. There's literally no reason for him to do anything other than just sit here and wait for Falcons to come to him.
No. I literally don't have to do a single thing. I mean, Roxas is at least playing for it. He's on top of the boxes. But the longer you hold that angle, the longer that the clock gets drawn out. 2 kills do come through. Roxas is now on the B zone. Maestro is conveying that information to his team. Exits the next player to try to step up over by the football field. Get some shots into Maestro. Still can't find the kill. Still got players around the B zone. And so long as, again, Maestro is in this position, top house, Team Falcons have to deal with it.
Yeah, again, I mean, initially I think they made the right decision there just to ignore him and just go for the players on the point, but as Nocturne White regained control, now once again you do have to deal with Maestro, Q so frustratingly closes the door quite literally on the face of King of Body here. He's wasted so much time on the clock, he's played his position perfectly. King of Body going for the chout. Maestro will take him down. Nocturne White now, once again, I mean, I'm going to keep on saying it, they've been in full control of the map for the last minute and a half of this round. Nocturne White have not given anything away for 3. 10 seconds left now. Can Falcons potentially touch? Can they get past the ARs? In the middle of the map, Exton will get a slash up on towards Roma, so this will up the urgency for a player like F.Q's on the point. Maestro able to get one from afar, but F. does go down. So now 2 players on the point, just Roxas and Vampire. Chunk will find 3, and Nocturne White. That is a great defensive setup. They held it for about 2 minutes or so around that football field.
I mean, just can't let him stay alive in the house. Like, like Maestro was there for what, like a minute 30 straight. And although like he went on like a 4 spree when he was up there, you got a couple players trying to at least challenge him, and by the time that I want to say King of Body tried it the second time, I mean, it was already like 40 seconds past. You had Exnit at least attempt for some team shots through the football field, but Maestro just had so much space. And when those shots come through from Exnit over by the football field, that's when King of Body needed a push. This is what we're talking about for Team Falcons. They can slay, but sometimes they falter as far as teamwork is concerned. Doesn't exactly help things out when Vampire is only at 3 and 9. Nocturne White looking to call game as they have a 2-0 lead here in the control.
And they want to have just as good of an offensive start as they did in that prior round. This time, it's straight towards B instead of A. They're already winning all of these crucial engagements as well. They've got themselves swarming around the B point. They haven't quite cleared the back space, though, and that's good for Team Falcons here as Roxas is causing quite a lot of havoc. For F. and Aroma looking to get these kills. Aroma going to get the team shots on towards Roxas alongside F. And F. managing to find the route around Bricks as well. Exton not quite ready for that gunfight, and in doing so, the duo here, they have managed to clear the space on B. Nocturne White now slowly but surely making this progress, making the ticks happen, and F. just continues to shred. Now on 4 in a row.
Dude.
Looking for number 5. Surely not number 6. Does get taken down shy of a cruise missile.
I mean, Felix is feeling himself in these respawns, man. 11 and 12. Nice shots out of Maestro again, just continuing on, which is the enforcing ways that he had at the end of the previous round, now up to 11 and 5. Some trades still coming through. Vampire, King of Body at least able to combine for 2. Now, that'll cause the clock to go just under 30 seconds. Nocturne White off the respawn, starting to reel. Vampire knows that Chunk is in here, flushes him out. Nocturne White, desperation setting in. They have to gung-ho their way towards A.
Yeah. I'll get the easier point of the 2. The problem is that, again, with how much time they spent on towards B, they don't have any players in the power positions. As a matter of fact, they've got to contend with all the players in the power positions that Team Falcons have. For Nocturne White here in this scenario, still a die time. Vampire just hanging around inside. Checkers, Chunk, maybe the last player to touch the point. Somebody touch it inside? No, they're not going to be able to. Great coverage from Falcons there. I don't believe they gave a single tick of progression away towards Nocturne White. So 1 at B. I mean, still, that's a pretty good defense from Team Falcons. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, considering that you had a 3-for-1 trade that ended up getting Nocturne White over by the B controls, and you got a player that got all the way inside of the garage. But Falcons, they just completely recapture it by coming back through tools over towards top kitchen window to make Nocturne White feel so trapped that if Chunk was able to produce anything inside of the garage, that maybe Nocturne White might have been able to get themselves back over towards B, but Team Falcons already had 2 players over towards A, so that desperation push under 30 seconds was going to amount to nothing. Team Falcons, now an opportunity to fully work their way back inside of this control. It all comes down to this opening rip. Their previous offense was very, very good, and Exit will open up with the first.
Much better from Team Falcons here. Maestro, next player to contend with inside the window, or rather Aroma, excuse me, is that guy that you need to take down. Falcon X-Nid gonna go around the back line to surprise him. He will pick up that frag, and everything's looking pretty good here for Falcons off the start of this one. Only really got a player to contend with inside your own window. That's gonna be Maestro pushed all the way through, and he is continuing to do damage. And again, Maestro just being in that position distracts Roxas, distracts X-Nid for long enough that F-Dot can clear that space. They do not lose that tick on B.
Yeah, what was a very good opening. Rift gets answered back with trades of their own. 25 plays up against 25. Chunk now playing this head glitch over by the A control zone. Nobody top tower. And F-Dot was trying to cause a little bit more ruckus bottom billiards. 3 for 1. Goes the trades. Maestro's trying to battle for this top tower position versus Roxas. Would be a massive kill to find for yourself, but just overwhelmed. Presence here at A for Falcons.
Yeah, and again, it's this top tower position from Roxas, right? Nocturne and White don't have any way to contend with it. So you have to make that decision of going all the way through the middle of the map. The only way you're going to clear this point is via lockers or checkers. Vampire knows it as well. The reposition here to outplay Chunk. Yep, that's a great read. The headshot on towards Chunk will ensure that this point is absolutely theirs. Unless Nocturne White can make some crazy solo high happen. If you're F-Dot in this situation, I wouldn't bother. I would just set yourselves up for B, and yeah, that's the right play call here. A is already gone. The shot's in towards X-Nid at the very least. That is information, but you really need this frag. And X-Nid, he's just toying with the moment. This is a game of cat and mouse, and F-Dot will eventually win it.
Well, Vampire trying to get back inside of lockers. Can't get there in time. Maestro is inside of the garage top AC. Almost not actually inside the house, though. Let's remember on the previous defense for Nocturne White, it was Maestro inside top house that Team Falcon struggled to deal with. This time it's going to be Aroma in that position, but not actually inside the house. Team Falcons trying to flip the map. A lot of presence on Nocturne White's side of the map to try to assault this B zone from behind.
Now here we go. All the purple arrows. They're ready for it. Roxas pushing forward. Gonna get shut down. X-Nid around party here. He's having a good time. Picking up that 1 kill. Now just F-Dot on the point. Aroma has to sit inside house, has to sit around green. He cannot push forward to help out F-Dot in this situation. He knows he needs to hold that position. And F-Dot, I mean, he's done enough. He's picked up the first kill. Now just Vampire and Roxas left to deal with in the middle of the map. That should be Chunk's responsibility here. All the arrows in the right position. Vampire gonna go down. Now for Falcons, just looking to continue and install themselves. Chunk finds another one too. All the important gunfights being won. That is 3 down. And Falcons sent back towards the respawn point with 30 seconds left.
For you at Falcons, Aroma still playing in that position. Is going to find 1 kill off of spawn. Just under 24 seconds now. Team Falcons need to go. And all the kills are still going Nocturne White's way.
Now Roxas going to go down. Would have been nice if he could trade things off. Perhaps there's one last chance here from Falcons. You got to go now. Aroma. Still a problem inside house as well. King of Body gonna have some shots peppered into him from the back line. Aroma's not actually gonna land those shots here. So King of Body gonna have to go towards the boxes. And that is not a position in which you're covered from house side. The ARs, once again, too potent, too powerful as the wings of the Falcons have truly been clipped. They are done.
Team Falcons, they are not here. They are not going to be in Vegas. Nocturne White will continue on with their winning ways down here in the lower bracket ever since losing that winner's round 2 match versus Falcons. It went the distance for a map number 5. Not this time around. Nocturne White send them packing, wings clipped and all, in a 3-0 fashion. And how good, honestly speaking, was Aroma in this series? Yes, Aroma's had some really good highs and some lows across the entirety of the Modern Warfare 2 year. But yesterday, we didn't get this Aroma. When Aroma is on like this, I mean, everybody's job, you almost feel like becomes seemingly easier for F-Dot. You saw there in the hard point. For Chunk and Maestro in the search and destroy and the control as well. It's just something to absolutely behold. When you have your main AR just beaming and piecing players left, right, and center like that, the recipe for success becomes so short. Nocturne White absolutely let Team Falcons have it. And honestly speaking, it started in the veto process, but they delivered just so wonderfully in the gameplay.
Yeah, we'll talk about the veto process and again, kind of how they won out the series in that particular section when we come to the best of 5 map set at the end. But when we talk about this control specifically, mate, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, man. Aroma, I'm pretty happy to say, I know it sounds cliche at this point because we do say it quite often, but I'm pretty happy to say that Aroma is the best he has ever looked. I don't think we've ever seen Aroma look this good on any game of Call of Duty ever. Maybe he'll disagree. Maybe like Cold War comes to mind for me for Aroma, but beyond that, like, he's looking so good at the moment. He looks so comfortable in this team. And again, it's not just him, it's the supporting cast as well. Like F-Dot's out there, kind of coming back towards the early MW2 F-Dot that we've seen in the past. For Chunk and Meister, again, we've already talked about kind of what those young guns are able to do for the roster, how good they've been over the couple of last seasons of Challengers Elite. from Nocturne White, the composition that this team have on side at this point in time, they're looking good. And I think it's worth saying as well, Andy, that they beat Falcons, the team that put them into the lower bracket here in LCQ. So you really don't know where their ceiling is at this point in time. What will they look like when they go head-to-head with a team like Strays? What will they look like when they go head-to-head with a team like Clutch Rain?
I don't know, man, but all I gotta say is they gotta stay hot because their gunnies were looking pretty damn good throughout the entirety of this best-of-5 series. It only took 3 maps. It only took 4 rounds in the control here for Elosilo, but talk about Gabe. 3,000 damage? 21 and 17? What? Guy was on one through the entirety of the series, and that continued and truly started all the way back in the hardpoint where him and FDOT were just having their way. Search and Destroy was also that steady mid AR. Look at the way that this series completely unfolded and flipped on its head. 5 rounds in a row. 5 in the Hotel Search and Destroy. 250 to 100 in the Hotel Hardpoint and a crazy Elosilo control. It was all Nocturne White here in the best-of-5 series. And honestly, I'll wag my finger at you, Falcons. That Elosilo Search and Destroy was open. You chose to bring Nocturne White to one of their more comfortable Search and Destroy maps on Hotel. And instead of going to Hotel after the Expo control was vetoed, you wanted to go to Elosilo. You kind of sealed your own fate with this best-of-5. I'll keep it a buck.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. I think the right decision was made there by Nocturne White in the Elosilo control not to play Expo. That is absolutely the right ban to make in that scenario. We've seen Falcons on it. They were looking hot. And as you said, the Hotel Search and Destroy, maybe a little bit of a slip up. Who knows? Sometimes those things can happen here, even at the highest level of Challengers Elite. I mean, mate, we've spent all season criticizing veto processes. We spent a lot of time talking about the veto processes between teams, so it doesn't exactly work out kindly there for Falcons as they are going to lose 3-0. That is back-to-back 3-0s now for Nocturne White. They've only lost 1 map in the last 3 series. They are on 1 at this point, mate. They go into a lower bracket finals. Now they await the loser of our next matchup, Strays versus Clutch Rain.
That one's gonna be a banger, man. Strays versus Clutch. Talk about Strays on the come-up throughout the entirety of Season 4 of the Elite. Clutch Rain at one point were what? A number 1, number 2 team in their group, respectively. We're always arguing to be the number 1 control team in Challengers Elite Season 4. Kind of fell short when it came down to Toronto Strays, the opposite. That match is slated to be an absolute banger and a half. The date with Destiny, one team making it to grand finals. One team has to go down to lower finals to face a very white-hot Nocturne White. And honestly speaking, I honestly don't know in between these 3 teams because there can only be one, Brody, at the end of the day for LCQs. Who's making it to Vegas? I don't know. I'm just here for the ride.
That's the thing. I mentioned it just now, but that's the thing that's playing at my mind here. We haven't seen this Nocturne White play against Strays. We haven't seen this Nocturne White play against Clutch Rain. I do believe, if we go back to Season 4, I think Clutch Rain did end up losing to this Nocturne White roster in, like, winners round 1. I think it was the team that they managed to beat to make it into the top 6. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of questions I have here for sure. I have no idea whether or not which of these 3 teams is going to take it. All I know, mate, is that this winners bracket final is going to be great. We've got so many storylines to talk about between Strays, between their performance at Toronto, making it all the way towards the top 8, between Clutch Rain, what they managed to achieve in Season 4. I feel like I'd be a bit of an ass if I was to ask you for your predictions at this point, Andy.
Brody, I just told you in between the 3 teams, I don't know who to pick.
You should know.
No, I honestly don't. I honestly don't. I'm an unbiased caster, although I'm a big Dizzy fan. It's just one of those things that you just don't really know. Because I already talked about the consistency that needs to be exemplified in between all these teams across the entirety of the weekend. As you talked about, it almost does feel like a cup. It almost does feel like it is, in fact, a championship Sunday. Some teams showed up wonderfully yesterday on Saturday. But can that continue on over in towards Sunday? We saw Clutch Rain kind of falter a little bit short when it came down to playoffs, albeit looking very good in Season 4 of the Elite. Team Strays were able to show up when it came down to Toronto. That's on land. Now back in the online environment, and Nocturne White are looking very good on the day, and also a continuance of what they looked like at the end of last night. So no, Brody, you will not get a prediction out of me. I'm sorry. I don't know what it's going to be. All I'm here for is some good Call of Duty.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get that as well. We've got that winners bracket final coming after this break, guys. Clutch Rain going head-to-head with Strays. Only one of them to make it to the LCQ Grand Final. Which will it be?
Good morning, COD fans. Woo, buddy. We already started off our day here in Europe. Now down to our final 3 squads. Again, only one team will be able to make it into champs. Only one team will get those tickets to Vegas. And now we jump up to the winners finals. This should be a pretty classic one here for us, Austin. We've got Clutch, we got Team Strays. Both teams were looking real strong yesterday. Now it's time to put up or shut up.
I like that right there. Time to put up or shut up, and we've seen, quite a bit from these guys over the last elite, from Toronto. Strays going on a bit of a run, finishing top 8, as Brody was alluding to. So there has been a lot of reps for these guys as of late, but it all builds up to what happens today. It doesn't matter what you did the rest of the year. It just matters what happens here on Sunday.
Yeah, it definitely does, man. And look, the thing with Team Strays, they didn't really show up for Sunday at Toronto, but at least they made it to Sunday. Clutch Rain can't say the same thing. So there is at least that going on as far as recency bias is concerned. But let's take a look at both of our rosters, both of our teams, get ourselves familiar with it here in case you've missed it, which, where have you been if you've missed it? This Team Strays squad really has come through and proved a lot of people wrong, right? I mean, I think the biggest thing about this team was, Rafi and those guys, I think a lot of people looked at them and said they were kind of saved by Furious coming in, kind of near the end of the year and all that, but not the case here. Pac jumps in, and he's actually been playing super, super well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great shout. I think Pac's been playing really, really well. I think you have Henry on this roster who is going to almost always do that dirty work that we talk about. But I think really the big standout has been Dizzy for me, right? I think this has been his breakout year. This is one of the better teams he's been on. I talked about that a little bit yesterday and how he's had just such an impact and his ability to be able to slay, pop off, but also play really smart Call of Duty, I feel like, has been, really high value. So I'm excited for this roster. I think that they have a lot of potential, and they've been getting better and better. And again, coming off a pretty solid placement on Toronto, I have to imagine they're feeling pretty good going into this winners final.
Yeah, not bad at all, considering that, again, half this team was put together pretty recently, so to speak. On the other side, though, we cannot say the same thing about this Clutch Rain team because they have stuck together throughout the majority of the last couple of seasons of Challengers Elite. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Season 3, Season 4, both were great for them in the group stage. Season 3, not so much for playoffs. Season 4, just a touch better. But, still kind of waiting for them maybe to hit their full stride, right? It just still feels like there's something missing. Maybe this is the tournament where it all comes together.
Yeah, you know what? I like that call right there. It feels like they've been building up to it. They had an incredible run, knocked out a lot of great teams, in the last elite when they made it all the way to top 3. So it feels like this is a squad that has that ability to slay, like you said, take over. And I think there's some clear standouts here too, right? We talked about Cruz. I think he's been kind of that guy to maybe match Dizzy coming into this series, so to speak, for as far as that SMG pressure, both having takeover games throughout yesterday. That's going to be a great head-to-head matchup as well.
Absolutely the case. So with that in mind, let's take a look to see where exactly this winners finals will take place at. Best of 5 series. Of course, the grand finals will go back to that normal best of 7, but to start us off, we'll have a Fortress Hardpoint, Hotel Search, El Asilo Control. We've had a lot of El Asilo Control, you and I. It's been interesting, I think, just to kind of see how the teams have change things up when it comes to how they're playing around the control in particular. But we start things off with this Fortress, as this is going to set the tone, I think, for both these two squads. We've seen both play it over the course of the last, 24 hours and beyond that, and it feels like it's going to be pretty level footing, I would say, just based on how both teams looked yesterday in particular.
Yeah, I think there's been some improvements. This was a map that Clutch Rain was playing a little bit, but it felt like they weren't always able to secure the win, losing by, I think, maybe roughly around about 50, 60 points or so. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bring what they were bringing yesterday. And I think that's kind of the interesting part as well, is there was a lot of learning, I think, from Toronto when you're playing a lot of those really good squads. So it feels like maybe that's tightened up a lot of their gameplay coming into this LCQ.
Yeah.
So I really, really like what we've been seeing as of late, especially as of yesterday. And then we get ourselves into, like you said, another El Asilo, and then we get a little double dose of Mercado at the end, which I'm here for, man. If we go the distance for another Mercado S&D, it feels like that might be the case for these two squads. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's one of those that, man, it's hard to find edges in this series, doesn't it? I mean, both teams have kind of shared similar pros and cons, I would say, over the course of the final elite that they just played in Season 4. I mean, a little bit tougher for us to fully track what happened in Toronto outside of just the results themselves because, a lot of games going on at one time. But I think the biggest thing about it is, again, what did you learn at Toronto? Because both these two teams are going to think they're going to come away from that event saying, we could have placed better. If not, probably should have placed better. Team Strays were real hot on Saturday, and they really stood out. It's like, okay, these guys are for real. They're figuring it out. The new group of 4, two duos kind of coming together. They're really starting to put it together. Yeah. Saturday night, they kind of overheat. They didn't quite have the same performance at the final matchup that they did at the beginning of the day, and then they didn't really quite show up on Sunday morning either. Whereas for Clutch Rain, their tournament was cut shorter than I think they would have expected just based on the results they found online. Yeah. So there are, I think, instances of do or die. I mean, not just because it's an LCQ, but hey, we know what our mistakes should be by this point. Now it's just down to fix it, correct it, play the best COD we possibly can to finish off the year.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams, at least got out like decently early yesterday too, to probably review each other, go into this matchup, and it might very well be the rematch as well, going down into the losers final. It very well could be our grand final that we get again with our seed 1 and seed 2, pending what happens, of course, with Noctum White after their big win. But it feels like just matching up against one another. There's been a lot of reps. I'm sure there's also been a lot of scrims over the last little bit, leading up to at least the LCQ too. So, you're very familiar with these guys. You're watching these guys. You're VOD reviewing. Now it's about, setting up those hard counters, those plans that you're trying to put in place. Are they going to work? Are they going to come to life? I mean, who's going to have a better read? We're going to have to see, man. But this grand final, I think, is everything we shaped up yesterday when we were kind of framing up these two seeds going head to head and going through this upper bracket.
And I think the thing, too, is I thought Noctum White had a slow start to yesterday, but based on what we just saw versus that Team Falcon squad, they're looking very good as well. So they're probably avidly watching, trying to take whatever notes they possibly can for whoever drops down into that lower final. But here we go. Fortress Hardpoint, map number 1, winners finals action, Team Strays, Clutch Rain. Let's get it on.
Oh, I'm so ready again. Keep a lot of eyes on Dizzy. Keep a lot of eyes on Cruz. I think these are the two SMGs, and they have a map like Fortress where they can really thrive and find a lot of value. Henry, though, he's finding value already. Finds himself a double. Only one player is going to be able to slip through. That will be Genesis. He'll play for the spawn flip.
Wow.
No one else just trying to get out of spawn right now. Henry's on three.
Yeah, Henry flew through the maps yesterday when we were watching him. Not a great start here from Twiz. Self-nade followed up by just a very poor break attempt. And how about this for Clutch Rain? One frag does keep things just a little bit interesting here. Team Strays trying to get out of this little spawn trap from the right side of the map. But boy, I'll tell you, that is a very punishing opening to this map. Rafi trying to do some collection over the backside of the P2 hard point. And as it is opened up, spawns will, not be good. Team Strays will spawn all the way out before the second hard point activates. Clutch Rain looking to get away with this one really quickly.
A lot of responsibility for Dizzy to at least stay alive. Doesn't have to find a whole lot of kills. Just needs to try to play his life. Wait for his teammates to get here. And now they have. Kills coming through. Dizzy's in the back. Have to assume the break is good unless Nile can do something absolutely amazing. And, well, the teamwork again. There to keep Dizzy up and alive. Still on 3 in a row.
A big little start here from Team Strays. Clutch Rain not quite able to get across the map. Dizzy on 4. Looking for 5. He knows that there's going to be a threat from the back staircase. Semtexes are out. Nades coming through. Here's the double chow. Ooh, Pack actually takes him down. Still collects the double, though, so Team Strays will hold on to the hard point. Genesis, last one left. He takes a couple of shots and actually predicts Henry pretty nicely, but Pack will shut him down, and Team Strays will hold on to the hard point.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome when Pack starts playing like this, right? When he's piecing you up in and around the hill, having a good start, it can get scary, but everyone getting to the back. It will be Clutch Rain. I managed to get some numbers back here, and now everyone for Team Stray is just going to have to soak up some of that scrap time. They will have about a 45-point lead, but where are they going to choose to hit? That's a great entry kill. Can they flood through the gate?
They're going to try for it. Genesis watching. Help from Twiz right on top. A couple of opening kills good for Team Strays. Genesis still holding, though. AR doing the job. But top maps, now vulnerable. Spawns not fully in here for Clutch Rain. Trying to get themselves back in towards the hard point. Twiz on the cross getting one. Nile, well picked up for the second, but not going to be good enough. Henry, once again, the playmaker, gets the double. Has a chance for Rafi to jump into the hard point here. Still 30 seconds to fight for. Clutch Rain on their re-break attempt. Nades now coming through. No trophy system down here for Team Strays, but the ARs continue to find the kills. Last 1v1 for the scrap time. Rafi stepping away, but Cruz surprises. That will force Team Strays to come back to the play. Cruz just avoids them for a little while longer. So mostly, this hard point will stay neutral. Not bad at all for that opening break attempt, largely hold.
Yeah, I think all things considered, Team Strays do enough, right? That's a hill where we see full 60s get locked in all the time. That's what we love to preach here on Fortress. So the fact that they're able to maybe limit it to about 30, 35 seconds, I think that's not the worst case scenario whatsoever. But can they capitalize now across the map? They're going to give a lot of room for Cruz to start moving all the way up, and he's going to find a pretty easy kill on the Dizzy. And he's now threatening the back as well. Wow. Cruz has just pieced them up, but that's a fast break.
Yeah, this has been really nice from Clutch Rain, kind of recovering off of the poor start to the first 2 hard points. Kind of concatenating the hills back together. Not on top of that, the kills are also all streaked together too, so it's really a lot of fire coming out, and nice little patience here from Genesis. Swaps over to the tech, nearly gets 3. Still though, Strays, a chance to threaten. They're gonna get a couple of spawners near the back. Nile picks it up though, well won. Great awareness from Clutch Rain. Still trying to lock things in on the hard point itself, though that becomes a little bit more deadly as Henry continues to just dominate. I mean, Rafi has not been in this game really outside of just sitting in the hard point, and Team Stray still enjoying a small lead thanks to Henry.
Yeah, it has been Henry, surprisingly enough. The man that isn't maybe always slaying or top fragging in the lobby, but Maybe he's having one of those days, and that's good news for Team Strays. Here we go for a little bit of scrap time, as well as some map positioning. Twiz going to delay things a little bit here for Team Strays. So more pressure on Rafi to come up big, and while he does, he's able to get two. Genesis does find the initial trade, but Blacksmith is open. Clutch Train on the time.
Yeah, Genesis still holding things down. Good support from Nile. So we get a lead swap here. Clutch Train still looking for the back 40 seconds of this hard point. Team Strays trying to hit this from the front. A couple of kills turn out pretty darn nice. Cruz, Twiz, last one's left. Now it's just Cruz. He's stuck over towards stable side. And he's not going to have a great angle. Or does he? Hold on. Stun comes over the top. That helps Cruz get an easy second. And he's got the reload off. So Team Strays, they neutralize, but they don't actually get in for much time whatsoever. Semtex does hinder Cruz from being able to challenge further, but he's still alive and well, and Clutch Train are back in the hill.
Yeah, Cruz is getting so much work done inside of stables at the moment. 3 kills for him. Looking for 4. He chows out on the pack. And he is ready for anyone else. He's taking just blind shots, just ready for the next chow. But Twiz going to help and support just a tad bit more. And now Team Strays going to have to try to battle out of P3 and try to push through P1. And while they've done that pretty successfully, they'll get on the early time. They do break out and make sure they're not trapped in just yet.
Yeah, this Team Strays squad has been real stubborn, I'll tell you that much. Again, a lot of it coming out of Henry. It feels like right when things start to get dire, someone comes to save, and how about Rafi? Right back into the game.
Yeah.
Slow start, but now on 5 in a row, gets the 13 and 13. Team Strays on the hard point. And boy, I'll tell you, it's just, how do you deal with Henry? He pushes forward, he flips the spawns while all this is happening over the top of the hill. And Team Strays grow their lead back again once more.
And they keep them pinned in. Still lots of time to gather on P1, and they've just been collecting just about all of it. Dizzy will lose the second battle here versus Nile. Henry ready to pick up the trade, and the trade is good. So they're really limiting Clutch Train at the moment. They're giving them no breathing room. Still stuck at the back, trying to push through P1. It's coming one by one right now, and they have to be a little bit careful. They need to take a second, wait for each other, because Henry's now on 5. And there's the streak. Cruise missile secured.
Not looking good right now for Clutch Train. Stuck once again over on the right side of the minimap. Henry, does get turned on a little bit there by Cruz, but like you mentioned, damage had been dealt. Cruise missile already earned. Gallows opens up. Team Strays very comfortably in position with now Rafi watching the cross. So Clutch Train are going to be pretty labored trying to get into this hard point. Twiz from the open side. Dizzy, good win as Clutch Train started to grow some ground here to work with. And how about it? Wow, just right from the front, they get their break, and it comes very convincingly. Pack around the back. Neutralizes for now. Way more to deal with, though. And he's going to wait just a moment for a little bit of help. So 27 seconds to fight for. Clutch Train would need this badly to get back into the game. It would take a little bit of stress off the rotation, and it looks like they will get the scrap, but Team Strays will be set up over for Fountain.
And Twiz is the one that actually rotates about 35 seconds ago. Actually has himself in a good spot, but they have to all back up, deal with him. No one was with Twiz. Now it's going to slow down just a tad bit. Everyone going to wait and get ready. You saw last time how scrappy it was, but this time it's Team Strays that are in control. They're in the back first. Shot's going to come through right away from Rafi. He is locking things down. Genesis just trying to look for an angle to get in.
Gets his regen off. Joining him is Cruz. Now Twiz also stacking. It's a full hit through. There's the shoulder. Dizzy, Semtex out. Oh, wow, well won. Trophy System deals with the Semtex, but he doesn't need the Semtex. Dizzy's just getting it all done by himself. The thing about it is on the opposite side. Oh, Henry gets tested. And Clutch Train will see that little 3-2-1 split work out pretty darn nicely. Cruz, not the greatest Semtex ever, but Clutch Train still holding out of the hard point. 167 plays 152. Team Strays just left to Rafi over the top. He wins the first, but not the second. Still 20 seconds to fight for, but Clutch Train are spawning on the cross. And it looks like that is enough to dissuade Team Strays from trying to hit this again.
These P3s have been wild, haven't they? I mean, typically it just feels like it's a lot more lockdown, but there's chances, a lot of opportunities for Team Strays to try to get through. They're able to hold on off the back end of a couple key plays coming through for the sub players for Clutch Train, and they are now in control. They're going to grab a slight lead. Cruz again. Remember last time, he was the one that broke open P4 with a fast rotation. Here he is doing it again, finds himself on 2 in a row, looking for the third, but they finally deal with him. And that should allow Team Strays to set up for some time.
Yeah, big setup here for Team Strays, although look at Clutch Train. They kind of have split spawn situations, some from the top, some from the bottom. Well, but look at the reception. Team Strays deal with it perfectly. Cruz tried to get on and make a menace of the hard point, but not going to work out. And once again, the lead will swap sides to Team Strays. Henry still holding out of the Cruz missile. tested over here through Art. Cruz will finally put him down. Clutch Rain looking for their next break attempt. Rafi, talk about again the bounce back from him.
Yes.
From 3-12 to 24-20. Unbelievable bounce back. Pack still trying to keep this hardpoint neutral. Trophy system down. Gets one. Pack with another. And streaks maybe earned for him if he can find one more. Oh, Pack takes down Nile. And Team Strays will finish off the hardpoint to get to 200 points.
Oh, Pack's got to be feeling a little saucy after that. That is a great moment to be able to just put them down, secure some scrap time, and Henry able to even add a little salt in the wound there. So 200 to 183, still a very close game. Clutch Rain will get themselves over to Blacksmith again. The AR set up, but Pack, he is now firing on all cylinders. Finds a great kill, bottom maps, ready to try to set up and collapse through mid. His teammates also there with them, but the kills are pretty solid here for Clutch Rain. They're handling it well. They're going to find 3, and that should slow things down a bit.
Clutch Rain in the hard point. And look at the spawns for Strays. They're going to use the cruise missile just to get out. Wait a second. Dizzy spawns out from the actual trap that's being set, but he does get taken down. Genesis just gets away from the cruise missile, then hops right back into the hard point. Now it's just down to the 1v1 with Pack. Wins it cleanly. Team Strays in a little bit of trouble here, and their spawns are still really poor. Oh, not good news. Clutch Rain starting to grow some daylight here, late stages of this fortress.
Oh, and they're forced to start to rotate and look over to P1. Last time they were able to battle themselves out pretty quickly. We'll see if that's going to be the same story. Genesis on 5. That will be one off the streak. Does he get it right here, right now? No, he does not. Dizzy will shut him down, but you take a look at P1. You take a look at the spawns. It's still Team Strays that are mainly across the map, but Rafi gets a god spawn, and he can maybe break things open.
He has to. He has to win this 1v1. Henry's going to call in a cruise missile. This should allow Rafi a chance, but the cruise missile doesn't quite get there. Clutch Rain will also win the elimination, and that will likely do it. Man, tough straights here at the end for Team Strays. I felt like, I'm sure for them, about a year that they were stuck on the right side of the minimap. Just could not work out. Lots of credit to Clutch Rain for locking things down on that right side of the map, keeping the spawn trap in place, not just for the final hardpoint, but also, again, as we head back over to 1, Clutch Rain take the opener.
Yeah, that was clinical. I mean, there were 3 streaks available for Team Strays, and even that wasn't enough to fully flip them out. We saw what happened through the first set. It felt like they were able to, get themselves out of the back spawn trap pretty quickly, and then they head right into P1. They start collecting time. They push through. They flip things out. That time, Clutch Rain obviously fixing some of the mistakes through the first set of rotations. They hold them in the back. They even get the read on Rafi saying, hey, listen, we weren't blocking fully. There could have been one person that spawned out.
Yeah,
they do their due diligence. They back all the way up. They find that great kill. I mean, that was heads-up play at the end there for Clutch Rain to get control of that game and bring it back.
A number of great awareness moments, I think, across the board for Clutch Rain, but in particular, it was Nile, the one that's kind of trusted to anchor and block. He's the one that realizes, I might not be in the best spot ever. Let me just double check and make sure. And I think, 3 different times he was able to get a read that, yep, there are players that are behind us, and he ended up providing the majority of the kills to kind of regain control of these really, really nice setups, largely told. I got to give a lot of credit to Rafi. He had a very slow start, and for him to bounce back into the game, that had been one of the main reasons why Team Strays found themselves not just a couple of different leads, but more so just kept it tight as we got to the late stretches of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was 4-10, brought it all the way back, and, was top fragging when we were kind of calling on it again. So enough to get Team Strays at least deep into the map and have a good chance of being able to close it out. But I really think the difference maker is those P5s, and even go back to the very first P1 that we had, right? Like, Clutch Rain were able to get a good 25, 30 seconds off of it.
Yeah.
So you really got to add up, a lot of that P1 time and really count it towards the success that we saw. And while you take a look at that scoreboard, and yeah, you can see it, Rafi brings it all the way back, but it is just better trades, better impactful kills. I mean, really outslayed a little bit here from Team Strays. It's just that spawn trap blender they put them in at the end.
Yeah, I think that spawn trap at the end was probably the biggest of difference makers. When you talk about a 50-point game, you probably could attribute the majority of those 50 seconds to that last rotation between Anvil and P1 again. You also got to give a lot of credit to the fact that everyone was in the hard point, essentially, maybe except for Henry. He was just kind of getting it done around the hard point. 26 and 19 for him, but everybody else on the map nearly at, if not already over, the minute inside the hill with a lot of objective kills across the board, too. Very tight game here, but Clutch Rain still take the edge. And with that, now we take our focus over to Search and Destroy. And I think the thing about this is both teams have trusted the Search and Destroy to kind of get them through what I guess previously we would call like upsets, right? Like, the first season 3 that Clutch Rain started to pop off, they largely were getting it done, like you mentioned, like later in series, map 4s, map 5s. Same thing could be said about this Team Stray squad when they were running through Toronto as well. I mean, that was kind of the biggest point was, you know, they had a map 5 win versus Notorious, a map 5 win versus NRK. So both teams are looking at the Search and Destroys here saying, these are kind of our must wins if you want to try to take a convincing edge in this series overall.
You want to talk about must wins? I mean, this has been one of the map mode combinations for Clutch Rain. They've relied on this quite a bit, even through their lower bracket run during Elite Four. This was something that they were throwing in the mix quite often, or was often banned against them just to not deal with it. So you have to imagine there's a bit of comfort here, but at the same note, you said it on the other side. Like, this is probably like one of the better matchups that we have here for as far as the LCQ, at least on paper, when it comes to S&D, right? Just based off of the names that you have. I always allude to the fact that almost everybody on this Team Strays roster, you know, well, at least half of them, you know, coming from the S&D scene, you know, very, very young. So, you know, there's a lot of raw talent. It's trying to piece it together, I guess, you know, coming together as a team. But overall, this should be a good one, I think, on the hotel. 3-1 during the Elite for Clutch Rain. Again, something they relied on quite a bit.
Yeah, 100% the case. I mean, like you mentioned, I think you win this map, and we have either a very, very easy series for Clutch Rain in front of them, or we're right back to level footing again. And I'll say the LCLO control is not going to, I think, lean one direction or the other, especially compared to how both these two teams played at Toronto and how they played yesterday. So
fair.
We'll see. Both teams looked good on it is what I'm trying to get at here. So we'll jump on in. Hotel Search and Destroy. Opening a couple of nades, pushes Pack off the cross. Cruz does get to the staircase, but Dizzy is aware of this, and the offense for Clutch Rain still kind of hold their ground, waiting for next contact.
And Cruz is able to at least slowly slip through. Might be one of the playmakers to open something up, or at least give them a chance to drop the bomb. That will be the case. Rafi going to give it a chow. The comm is there, and it's going to be a nice one-for-one trade. Rafi looking for the second, but Genesis over the top with the scope, finds the kill, and now Henry, last one left alive for a 1v3.
Tough position to be in, to be sure. Knows he's going to have a battle here with Twiz. Tries to bait out the gunshot, see if he can get the intel. There's the info on the cross, and yeah. Not much you can do besides try to full send it. Well patiently played, though, I would say, from Clutch Rain. I mean, really good opportunity, I would say, for them to kind of get one across in towards stairs and then realize that, okay, hold on a second. We need to make sure that we clean this up before we actually execute, and they do it nicely. Yeah,
pretty standard play, right? You have a scope watching over top of you, you get one across on the stairs, and as long as you go 1-for-1 on the stairs and get the bomb down, like, your job is accomplished. And, I mean, you even like the play from Twiz, who can threaten any kind of a late flank in case things do go wrong. He has an opportunity to pinch up mid, so love the setup. Great first round here for Clutch Rain. A lot of reps on it, as I said, shows in the round number 1. Team Stray's going to have an opportunity now to bounce back. Bomb's coming over to B. We're looking to get a little mixy, as it's going to be a mid setup for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, that's a really good comm. Cruz going to be tested here. Throws both of his nades out. Does see one player on the cross. Look how fast Clutch Rain are to rotate. 3 members trying to make their way in. Dizzy has not committed yet, but is trying to set things up. Semtex goes over the top. This should isolate Cruz towards the left, but he actually gets pretty far forward. Cruz gets one, but not the second. Whoa, hell of a try. Genesis now watching from the doorway. He was seen, and he will not be able to stop the plant. Semtex also not getting in makes this a very difficult 2v3, especially with Pack on the rotation through Catwalk.
Yeah, it's a tough read. Pack should be able to get here, come behind. You have to imagine he gets a kill, but Twiz reads it. And now it's all down to Dizzy. It's gone all wrong, but Dizzy's able to go one, and Twiz gets another one. Are you kidding me?
That is unreal from Twiz. The first was well dissected. Genesis watches the corner with the scope. Twiz knows he just needs to pop to the door, look right. He gets the win, but then he goes prone and spins and deals with a very quick pinch from Pack. And then, of course, I think, yeah, we're going to see it. The Semtex actually sticks him in the leg, so Genesis is just calm to say, hey, just stay there for a second. We got this. And says, all right, bud, thanks very much. I'll take the free defuse.
Wow. Man, didn't see that from Twiz's POV, but he must have just predicted that Pack was hitting this from behind. I don't know. I mean, I have to imagine Pack did that with dead silence. But man, oh man, that's a dagger round right there, you feel like, right there for Team Strays, right? Like,
oh, absolutely.
I mean, you had full control of Kitchen, 3 versus 2. And Twiz just blows it open with the 3-piece. Have to regain, have to reset. 2-2 split defensively for Team Strays. Ready for this A play. This time, it will be brought over to B, though, as you just have Genesis kind of making noise.
It's working. I mean, Henry's tossing all of his utility. Twiz also here to create a little bit more chaos. It's going to rotate Pack over towards mid, so now it's just Dizzy watching over towards A. He's got a lot of tools available, though, if he does feel like he's going to get pressured out. Just comes down to, do Clutch Rain have nades of their own to still throw here? Pack rotating back. Raffi also getting a bit of cold feet, sitting over towards B. Nile does get the first blood, though. Wait a second. That's all the way down through luggage. Dizzy, clean shots, though. Finishes off Nile. We stay 3v3. Bomb still collected and looking for a plant.
That was great trigger discipline out of Dizzy. Doesn't shoot at the first one. Knows he's going to dolphin dive across. Twiz looking to make plays again. He's challenged early from Raffi. And that's actually going to be maybe a second, but no, Genesis. As he finessed like this. Oh,
wow.
My goodness. Talk about the movement. Talk about buying time. Clutch Rain, I mean, they are just edging out in every single round.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple of different moments now in the first 3 rounds where buying time, it feels like it's on sale right now. It's like a little BOGO, like you're saying from yesterday. little buy one, get one here. You kill 10 seconds, we give you 10 free. I don't know. It's wild signs here for Clutch Rain, up 3-0 early in 3 rounds that honestly could have gone either way, flat out. It's just special moments from Twiz, a little bit of, again, baiting out the clock, and Team Strays find themselves all of a sudden down pretty big. And let's be candid, just need to see Pack and Henry get on the board here if we want to start seeing the search get collected back to normal terms.
Definitely need more involvement. Pack will draw first blood yet again. Oh, Pack draws a second blood on the Nile, and well, that's going to completely open the A site. Genesis and Cruz still stuck in mid, have not rotated over, just maybe trying to catch someone. See if they can turn it into a 3v2, but Bomb will go down, Team Strays are set up, and you feel like this should be their round finally.
It better be. I mean, yeah, especially now with Cruz dropping on this cross. It's just out at Genesis with a scope. Tries for it, not going to hit, and that will be it. Okay, much better here from Team Strays. Yeah. Everyone gets involved, and, well, I won't say that patience is a virtue here, but they did at least kind of execute correctly together, and that did require them waiting for one another a little bit more than we had seen previously.
Oh, yeah. Much better. Pack, I mean, this guy, we just don't have enough good things to say about him, do we? Like, it just feels like he's always that playmaker, always the impactful player, opens up both kills on the A site and just removes all the defenders and says, well, the site's open now, boys. Come on over. Let's get ourselves a free plant. Now, 3 kills in a row for Pack after that. Trophies, dead silences, have to imagine they're going to be available, and well, going to be a little bit of a tempo play coming through for Clutch Rain, trying to fly across, but Cruz is cut down. That is a huge kill.
Yeah, and I don't think Clutch Rain fully realized that this is a 3-man stack at mid. Those nades connect, and Cruz says, all right, they're stunned, they're naded, I can get across, but hold on. 3 members here. Nile, wait, good recovery kill. He gets one, gets away. Pack, I'm sure, is wondering, how did I not even get any damage right there? Looked like he had a good look at him. Dizzy thinking about shouldering. He'd be watched by Genesis, while Nile, who's collected the bomb, will actually make a play for the plant. Pack, once again, feeling nervy about mid, throws a shoulder, no one shoots at him, and that frag will be eat up by a trophy.
All 3 players going to play post-plant on their side of the map. Team Strays might be unsure on whether or not one person did also get across, especially after the bomb plant. No one was fully watching it through mid. Pack a little bit worried about that, but man, he has opened up yet another kill. 5 in a row now for Pack. Challenge comes through. Pack looking for another one, but no, it's a team kill, and now it's all down to a 1v1.
And they have no idea where Twiz is. He has not been a part of this play yet. So as he checks, he realizes, I've got it, 1. Oh, man. How disastrous that Team Semtex ends up being. I mean, you can't fault it. It's all about trying to clear out that back bar position, and I imagine the comm was, I've naded bar, but he naded exactly where his teammate was already committed to hitting. And if that doesn't happen, that 1v2, you definitely push somebody to scout out Spa, and Twiz likely gets seen, but he just stays concealed for too long.
That, and you probably earned the streak as well, right? That's, man, 5 in a row. Certainly an unfortunate moment. I mean, it feels like there's been a lot of unfortunate moments maybe for Team Strays throughout this search and destroy where they just have not been able to clutch the 1v1, have not been able to stay alive. That one's going to hurt. Sure, Henry frustrated, but have to regain, have to reset. Clutch Rain, man. It's not even coming by just one person. It's just great team play, great trades, working the map well. Genesis looking to do that again, right through couches with the scope.
Shot lands, Pack falls. Still, though, Dizzy creates space through bedroom. Problem here is, what do you do to keep Henry safe? And it looks like Henry's just going to commit to this. That was a bold call. But said no one's watching over the top of him. There's a flank through mid. You've got players down on the cross on the turn. But sometimes desperate straits call for desperate measures. Rafi does take it to a 2v2, but the problem here is how do you get this bomb back?
Yeah. A lot to clear for Rafi. Does still have the dead silence active, so we'll do a lot of this silently. But with the 1-on-1 split on either side, I mean, Cruz is just in the position to end the round. Dizzy's going to have to find Niall in this corner, and well,
Wow.
Niall is ready for it. Now all down to Rafi. They knew where he was. You can find Cruz. There's certainly a chance, but the read on Cruz is so difficult.
Yeah, it's not just the read on Cruz. It's they got a crossfire set up too as soon as contact's made. This has been really an intriguing search and destroy. The scoreboard, you're probably sitting there saying, all right, Caster, stop over embellishing. But look, the thing about it is Clutch Rain have gotten away with a couple of moments that very well could have gone opposite. And I think a lot of it has just been off the simple fact that, yeah, a couple of, great moments have come through thanks to how they're executing. But on top of that, there have been a couple of small timing miscues for Team Strays where if they just a little bit more coordinated, some of those trades come through quickly if they even need the trades, and this very well could be like a 3-3 game. But not to happen. The edge starts to grow into a major lead now. Needs to be 5 in a row for Team Strays. Stretching their defense. 2-2 split. Cruz and Restaurant. Has he seen the barrel of Henry's gun or not? That's the only real question here. Rafi's also trying to flush out the snake pit. Cruz pops, finds the shots, and he gets baited. Well done. First blood tallied.
Yeah, that's a pretty common spot at this point in time. We saw Scrap use it way back in Major 1, so gonna just kind of slowly play it. Rafi doesn't commit to the gunfight, waits for Henry to collapse. Clean stuff for Team Strays. Should be a second, and yeah, Henry says, come into my web as he finds number 3. Looking for 4. Doesn't fully commit to the challenge, but the trade is there. Well done for Team Strays.
And that's exactly what I mean of kind of going back to our previous point here. Like, a couple of timing things go the way of Team Strays, and they don't even need the trades. They just clean things up. Both of their round ones have been really, really polished. Right there, it's just, again, hey, look at me. I'm, a gopher behind the restaurant booths, and it leads to free kills on the other side. So definitely still plausible to think that Team Strays could put together a couple of rounds in a row. It's just, do they have what it takes to put together a total of 5? First one off the board, 4 more to go, and it's going to be a 3-1 split here. Bomb focused towards A with Henry lurking.
Henry can stay active like this. Have to imagine the chances. Could be good, but now you're going to lose Dizzy. Bomb is going to be inside of mid, so no commitment to either side. Henry's looking to make a play here. Cruz is also going to back up, and he is ready for this push through on B. But Henry doesn't have to commit through B. He can hit Catwalk, he can hit Connector. There's a lot of options available for him, but it really does feel like it might be on him to try to open something up.
And that felt like the first time we've seen the square peg forced into the round hole. I mean, as soon as you get Henry stunned up, he can't help you through mid. And wouldn't you know it, Niall on the mid cross is the one to take down Dizzy. And this is where Clutch Rain do not make mistakes. You're going to give us numbers defensively. Yeah, you're not going to come back through this. Wait, how does Genesis with that gunfight? Looked like he was still mid-mantle. Pac does at least get one back, but this would have to be a technical 1v4 for him. And with 30 seconds on the clock, and no dead silence, and no bomb, well, feels like it's only a matter of time here. Cruz will scout him out through mid. There's the bomb collected. Pac stays alive. Tries to catch someone by surprise, but that will not happen in Clutch Rain. Too good when they hold numbers. I mean, we'll see it when the first blood tally comes out here. I don't think that they, well, I imagine they probably got 6 first bloods, and I think all of them turned into round wins.
Yeah, a lot of first bloods, and I mean, even when you just take a look at the scoreboard, period, like, it's an interesting scoreboard, because, like, everyone has, like, 5 and 6 kills, right? Like, I guess Genesis has 7, but as he gets the last one, it feels like it's just through teamwork, and it's just through, really critical plays just happening at the end of some of these rounds where they are clutching them up. They're finding a big play. You go back to what we saw from Twiz, where he finds that 3-piece, a round that should have been locked up for Team Strays, was completely stolen away from them. So many of those rounds that get away from them that really, really hurts. And I think you go down, 3-0, 4-0, and you're thinking, this could easily be 3-0, 4-0, like the other way.
Other way.
A little bit frustrating, right? It's definitely frustrating, especially for a team like Team Strays that is known to be really good in search and destroy.
Yeah, it's one of those things in, let's take a look at it here. Okay, so they get 4 first bloods. It's not as egregious as I thought it was going to be. But still, it's one of those that you look at and say, I don't know. It's hard to put a finger on it. I think for me, what I'm looking at here for Team Strays is offensively what they're doing to the middle of the map. It felt like that's where they were kind of missing out on a number of moments. And some of it's timing-wise, some of it's just getting intel and actually using it to your advantage. Because, like, the prime example, this is just a small thing, but, like, Henry getting stunned out on that previous offense through mid-arches, you don't know how many members are watching that mid-cross, but Dizzy still pushes through into staircase, and he gets cut because 2 ARs are looking at him. Like, I'm just going to put my little coaching hat on right now. Like, you have to know what you're getting yourself into, I think. And that was, I think, the biggest problem for Team Strays. This is my coaching hat. This is me being
This is your
cool,
coaching
man.
hat?
Yeah, it's me being... you probably heard me. I was getting ready for my microphone. I was looking for my pirate hat. I've got one here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. I'm breaking immersion right here. You like that? But it's one of those things that I think for Team Strays, that's what you look at. On this particular map, what are you guys doing in the middle? Because that's where it felt like things were kind of getting a little bit out of hand for him. So,
got you.
Coaching hat now off.
Coaching hat off? Okay, yeah. Roger that.
Roger that, Captain.
Yeah.
Captain, obviously.
I like it. But, man,
fair enough.
Now Team Strays have went through a couple maps now where they were in control, like, through the hard point. They get put in the blender at the very end. And then, a similar story in the Search and Destroy where there's a lot of winnable rounds. It's a winnable map. And it's kind of taken away from them again here. So they now have to rebound extremely hard in a control, Allen. It's tough scenes at the moment here for this Team Strays roster, just not getting over the edge.
Tight series, though. 250, 200, 6-2. Not as close as it looked on the scoreboard, maybe. But we've got LC Look Control coming up. We'll step away for just a brief break. I'm going to go find my pirate hat in case I got to do more coaching sessions. So be right back after that. And welcome back, straight into the action. It's a 2-0 map count to Clutch Rain as we jump into the LC Low Control. And, oh, not a good start here. Cruz gets the first 2 kills defensively. Team Strays already kind of being pressured back into their spawn here, Austin.
Yeah, Clutch Rain, I think, really known for what they brought in their control throughout the last Elite. And, well, this hasn't been a game mode that we've seen Team Strays always be able to rely on consistently. We'll see if that changes, but Twiz, he's dancing around the stairwell, able to put together a couple kills. Now has a chance to really start to spawn trap Team Strays as they're starting to get that spawn back soccer.
Wow, okay. Chance here for Team Strays maybe to start working over towards B, but it feels a little bit needed. And whoa, Twiz. A little late to the gunfight, still wins it versus Pack. Not good news here. Team Stray still finding kills, though. Does allow him to get back on towards the B zone. And to be frank, it is only just a 1 life differential at the moment. Henry trying to get up top towards top party. Does see one, but Cruz puts him down. Nades over the top, now starting to litter as Cruz and Twiz combine. That will clear out the B point. Tick and a half of progress has been earned, but man, I'll tell you, Team Strays are still in a really tough spot here.
Yeah, they are. They have to figure out where they want to go. Do they want to go back over to B, or will they just kind of come over to A? You can see Clutch Rain, they have set up for that A push. Some players lingering from behind, and Cruz can also attack this from the front. Genesis and Cruz now responsible for putting it together and trying to lock down the defense. Henry, though, finds the entry, and Genesis is also dealt with from the back. So now Team Strays have numbers. They might be good for a full capture.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you start to think you get the extra 60 seconds. You've got the one tick over towards B. All it takes is one good transition. And Austin, you and I saw some weird things on this map yesterday. It almost feels par for the course. Let's see how it goes. First kill good. Henry still working up top. Dizzy there trying to join him. But Team Strays kind of holding passively, trying to feel out where exactly this clutch rain defense is. And they're going to be, I think, well, not really all that happy about where exactly players like Cruz is, but also Genesis. Wait, actually, Genesis does get isolated. Hold on a second. You get one kill here, you can start to flood if your team strays. And
oh no.
Well, there we go.
Back
at it.
Okay.
This is why we have 2 observers.
This is why we have 2 observers. Let's go. Still in the action, and well, Team Strays, they are on B. They will get themselves the touch. We'll see shots come over the top here. Well, not sure who it is, but able to at least find some trades. As Genesis is working from the back, Team Strays now doing whatever they possibly can to get back onto the point, now down to about 30 seconds.
Well, kills starting to come through. 28 seconds on the clock. Team Strays are going to have to make the play here sooner rather than later. Dizzy over the top side. Shots come through. Finds one. An opportunity to actually jump onto the point here. Rafi's going to be on. He stops the clock at least 18 seconds for now. On the way back in, Genesis almost gets the second, but not quite. Hold on. That's the second tick of progress now. Surely locked, but last player nearby is Henry. He's going to have to try to hold this for as long as humanly possible. Help is on the way, but nades over the top are connecting. No trophy system down. And with that, Clutch Rain start to gain the ground needed to lock in this defense, and that will indeed occur.
Yeah, no time. Very low on lives, so won't even have an opportunity to get there. But that defense was locked down from Clutch Rain. I think they did a really good job of making sure whenever someone from Team Strays got pushed up past the zone, they were dealt with. Just never really, allowed to have an opportunity to try to make a play in the back, open up with a multi-kill, and then play for the stack. But all things considered, still 5-6, right? You'll be very happy with that going forward as long as you can try to respond with a defense similar like that yourself.
All right, things starting to come learned here. There's our scoreboard. Everything looking good. Back at it. Team Strays. It just feels like based on the small miscues on the search, followed up now by missed chances, maybe you want to call it that. It's just down to, can you find a way here to actually get some momentum built? Henry, dead silence out, looking to make a play. And, he gets contact with one. Doesn't quite finish off the kill. He does get stunned. And, caught on the cross here. Tries the pre-fire, but not going to work out. Not great news here. Clutch Rain already on for a little bit of stall of the clock here at A, with now numbers starting to come back through, but a chance for Team Strays to still lock down these high ground positions. They will battle back, and it will not be fully completed. The first tick getting depleted now.
Yeah, Cruz ready to pounce out. There's the first one for him. Has to get a read on one more up top. Well, it's more or less just trying to play your life at the moment. Will he decide to throw himself on the zone? He will. His teammates slowly getting here as he gets a read through the outskirts. We'll find another. Cruz now starting to piece them up. 2 in a row. Shots on the third. Good information here. And, well, they are starting to clear out all of the defenders for Team Stray. Second tick now well on the way.
Yeah. Shots out. Okay, second tick looking like it's going to get locked here. Defense conceding. It looks like for the time being, maybe one chance to play for exits. A couple of the kills come through on the middle part of the map, but it's just not good enough. And the extra 60 does get put together. 1:50 now on the clock. Lives dead even. Team Strays need to start finding some ground here.
Yeah, they do. Playing your life just on the other side of the map right now. Threatening a flank from behind really is everything. Oh my, Cruz has been allowed to get all the way to this forward position. Will be dealt with, though, and make sure he does not stay alive. And now Rafi, ready to anchor the back. We always talk about how crucial it is to at least have one AR player here to just know the back is safe and no one's pushing through and starting to set up some kind of a spawn trap.
Yeah.
So trophies down. Everyone very patient for Team Strays, but they are being dealt with through the middle of the map. But you can just see Clutch Rain. They are very wary about more players being in their spawn right now, and it's slowing them down.
Yeah, and the thing about it, though, is they are at least giving themselves stable ground to work with. Although trades do not come out. Hold on, Dizzy's on 5. And that could lead to Team Strays earning some streaks here. Pack still watching this cross. Clutch Rain still trying to flush out Dizzy in towards the middle of the map. Long-range battle ensues. Genesis the one trying to give some consideration at range to Pack. And as they do shut down Dizzy, Now Clutch Rain can start making their move forward, but only 40 seconds on the clock, and the life count isn't getting any better, I'll tell you that much, but the trophy system getting down allows Clutch Rain to start to threaten.
Now they get forward, but again, Dizzy's been a bit of a problem through mid. See if he decides to hit that again. Genesis to the back. Big battle up against Rafi there, who's been playing the trucks and holding on to his life. There will be a touch. They stop the clock for a moment at 30 seconds, but kills need to come through, and now the attacker is starting to piece it together. First kill is there. 3 players gonna drop. Last one up is gonna be Pack. He's got so much work to do, and Clutch Rain got multiple members on the zone.
Oh, and this trophy system is not going to be in a great spot for the rest of the defenders to actually get here. This just keeps Pack safe, and he drops. So now it's onto the stack. 3 members are in. Anyone going to be able to take down any members on the point? Not going to happen. And it's one of those things, man. You know, you got to give a lot of credit, I think, to Clutch Rain. Taking their time, minute 50 on the clock. They don't even get a chance to execute onto B until there's only 40 seconds left. But they're so disciplined and cool and controlled about what they need before they can actually get onto the zone. And once they hit those conditions, whoa, did the flood ever come through? And that leads to a 2-0 count here in the control. Clutch Rain looking to 3-0 sweep this.
You gotta give a lot of credit to Nile and Genesis there as well. I mean, they found the key gunfights. You want to try to get on that zone, you need to remove the AR players. That's exactly what they do to open up the point. And oh no, Team Strays gonna be running right through mid here, trying to see if they can get something going now. Forced to try to make something happen in round 3 on the attack. They got 5 ticks previously, but this time they are starting to lose numbers very quickly. Last one up is Henry. He's gonna have to try to push through and see if he can maybe create some kind of noise, or at least try to look over at the A point. They will get 2 members on it, but up top's Nile.
Yeah, and Nile's going to feel very comfortable in this position. You can see Pack still holding on, but one player for Team Strays was trying to work around the back. That will not work out. It does kind of change the focus of Nile, though, so he does get eliminated. First tick not fully locked in, though. Pack still holding his life. Up top, Clutch Rain still holding on to control of the second floor. And now here comes the hit. Oh, shots not quite clean here from Pack. He gets tagged up super low, and the follow-up will be good. Nice double in the mix. Clutch Rain will use that as a chance to reestablish their defense.
I mean, Team Strays really need Pack more than ever at the moment. We've praised him quite a bit throughout yesterday, well, coming into this series, but 8-17. Need a little bit more help, and, well, time's starting to dwindle away. 30 seconds left on the clock. You still got defenders up close. Cruz able to find another one, put him 6 feet under, and now you are very low on time. Forced to just make a play, and Cruz is just shooting. That's going to be 6 in a row. Cruise missile is secured.
Yeah, Team Strays just kind of feels like Sunday at Toronto, doesn't it? Just not quite able to click at the level they need to. Tough opponents on the other side. I was going to say on the stage, but not quite the stage here. Last attempt, Dizzy turned away, and yeah, Team Strays, they're not going to have a lot of time here to turn around and talk about it. They have to go straight to the lower final. No chance to hold. It's just down to this last desperate attempt with 0.1 seconds on the clock. And, well, you just don't feel good about your chances of doing this, but we've seen wilder things. Shoutouts Garrison Control, Mind Freak at 0.0. Remember that?
That's a throwback. Oh, my
Wait,
God.
hold on a second. This is
They're
done.
doing it. They got this, by the way. Nobody gets here in time, so they do get the extra minute, but the big problem is the lives. They have to try to exit cleanly here without giving a whole lot over to Clutch Rain. 17 playing up against 11. Team Strays trying to keep themselves in the game as they're going to start to move through top party, but they get right over to the zone right away. Contention does come through. We'll see a challenge on from Henry. Is he going to be able to piece it together? I mean, he's still got numbers here. They're putting together the ticks. They're going to grab the first one.
First tick good. Defense getting numbers together, though. A couple of members will fall. And okay, there we go. Right back into it. Still 45 seconds remaining, but Team Strays are down to their final 6 lives. Whatever this is right here has to be clean.
Yeah. Not afford to give over too many lives, but you also have to try to make it happen quickly. So, once again, cards stacked up against Team Strays. Through the top will be Henry. Has to get a read on one. He does. Stun's going to follow, but that's a huge gun battle. Now, no lives remaining. This is the final push for Team Strays with 15 seconds on the clock.
Not looking good. Last 2 lives. Rafi, Henry. It'd be one for the history books. And nope, not going to happen. Last one up will drop. No worries there. Clutch Rain. Woo-wee. First 2 maps, pretty darn close. This one, anything but. So it's a 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series. Oh, my. And boy, I'll tell you, we're in a position here where I don't even know what you do to regain as you have to go right back into the lower finals.
Yeah, you got to bounce back quick, right? You got maybe time for a little walk around the house, maybe go get some fresh air real quick, and then boom, you're jumping into Vito. So feels like there isn't a lot of time to reset, and I mean, you really have to kind of think back to just how those first 2 maps played out. I think that the control is probably going to be favored in Clutch Reigns, more often than not, just based off of what we've seen in recent history. But you look back at the hard point, they had control. It looked like they were going to win it. They had 3 streaks while the game was tied, and they ended up losing that one. They go to the S&D, they lose just so many heartbreaker rounds. So I feel like you got to reset. You can reset based off of what you know. It's like, listen, we play those maps back. I mean, there's a really good chance that we actually win them. But it's a lot easier to say that for us, right? To say, I mean, you had a really good chance. You just have to reset. Very, very difficult to have to rebound, have to do it, knowing what's on the line and the pressure here from the LCQ. But either way, I think that you're looking at Clutch Reign as a very, very promising squad on this Sunday, as they put it together quite nicely, and everybody stepped up at a different point through this series as well.
Yeah, I'll say. So there's that final scoreboard. Oh boy. Okay, Clutch Reign make it to the grand finals of the LCQ. They are 1 best of 7 away from earning their spot at Vegas and Challengers Finals. For Team Strays, we've already said it, but whew, you better, I don't know what, crack open a monster, something, get ready to go, because you've got a tough Noctem White team who I'm sure at the moment it's like, get us into this series.
Oh,
After seeing that, like, oh, we got these guys, no worries. Let's load up. Let's do these vetoes real quick, like.
Yeah, they want to jump into the match ASAP for sure, because they were playing some very polished Call of Duty up against the Falcons, right? I mean, they were making minimal mistakes. And again, a very similar story where it feels like a lot of players were stepping up in a big way, Aroma being one of them, right? So have to see what happens, but very clinical out of Clutch Reign as they get the job done. 3-0. They are now chilling in that grand final. And you can take a look at the bracket there, as they're going to be patiently waiting. Remember, anyone that's just tuning in, it's just one team that gets through. So Clutch Reign still need to win 1 more best of 7 before they're going to see Challenger Champs.
Wow. Okay. So there's a look at it, and now it's down to what happens in the lower finals. Noctem White, after their 3-0, very quick 3-0 over Falcons, like we mentioned, are probably ready to go here, trying to get this match started as soon as possible against a Team Stray squad that's looking pretty vulnerable right now. But it's a totally different affair.
Yep.
We'll see how things go between the two of them. It's just down to, I think, overall, you can't lose composure if you're Team Strays. It's, I think, very easy to fall into this kind of hogwash, this, rinse, wash, repeat type situation where you're just, oh, God, here we go again. Like, just one thing starts to go wrong and it all starts to kind of compound on you mentally. So that's definitely got to be something that needs to start to clear up the air here. We'll stop over to a break. We'll have the vetoes process going on in the background. We'll be back in about probably 5 to 10 minutes or so, hopefully, with the setup for our lower final matchup in the EULCQ. We'll be right back after this. Well, apologies for me. I think the 10-minute estimate for vetoes was a little generous, considering the circumstances. Yeah. We know Challengers players. They like to take their sweet time. But we are ready to go here for our lower finals. Here's the biggest thing. We asked the question, are Team Strays going to have enough time to regain? They have enough time to regain. We literally watched half the F1 race. It's already gone through since the last map had finished. So, yeah, it's going to be enough time here for Team Strays to get themselves back together. Just comes down to, is their gameplay going to follow their mental suit of trying to regain?
That's it. I think that's the big question, right? And I think their competitors, they should be able to. Like you said, there's been a lot of time, so I expect to bounce back. Again, a team that they've had a lot of history as well against, over the course of the season, especially as of late. So, have to imagine they've hit the regain. They're good to go. I hope so, because we know that Team Strays that we just saw is a lot better than what they just showed.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest point, is racing it for the memory. What do they call it? Memory of an elephant? Just forget about it. Memory of a goldfish?
Wait, I was going to say, elephants got good memories, don't they?
It's one of the two. I don't know. Eyes like an eagle. I don't know. Some animal reference about their memory. Here's the roster, though, just in case you forgot. Rafi, Dizzy, Henry, and Pac. And I think the biggest thing about this team is that they've got the potential to be great. Just comes down to actually the execution, because, we saw that kind of falter them in Toronto. And, well, it was a slow start for them. They did pick things up in the map number 1 in the winners finals, but like we mentioned, they've got to come out hot, because Noctum White proved themselves, I think, in the opening of their matchup in the lower semis.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, one of the standouts was Henry. Henry played really well. He was actually slaying out, quite a bit. Even in the S&Ds, we were seeing a lot of production from him. So I feel like if you're getting that out of Henry, it feels like this should be a team that can hit that level that we've seen, from the elite, when they were making that run with Rafi and Henry on the roster. So, they can certainly hit that level. It's a matter of putting it together here, and everyone else stepping up. There's a couple slow starts, out of maybe Rafi. Pac, I think, also had a bit of a tough map number 3. So everyone needs to be firing here. Everyone needs to step up.
On the other side, Noctum White, as we kind of talked about, they've already proved a very tough opponent. A little bit of a slow start yesterday, but no worries here early, as they were able to TRIO Team Falcons without too much cause for concern. And, as much as we talk about Aroma, F-Dot, Maestro, how about Chunk? This has been his first major year competing, it looks like, and, well, the success has come pretty swiftly here at the end of the year.
Well, especially the improvements of Chunk, right? I think we've talked even a little bit about this in Toronto, and how Chunk was probably struggling a little bit with S&D. He was running the bomb, and there was times where he was going through a series, literally only picking up 1 or 2 kills, right? But that has drastically changed. I think Chunk has turned himself into a bit of a playmaker. I think oftentimes he's not always carrying the bomb now, so it feels like he's a little bit more loose, and he can be just a little bit more up into the faces of his opponents, especially in that game mode. So I think the improvements have been great, but as much as we, love to talk about Aroma also dropped a 1.6 in his previous series. So this guy's been shooting pretty straight on the day as well, which means that you're also going to need the firepower on the other end to match what we're getting out of the ARs and the submachine guns.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the small breakdown of the roster. Let's take a look and see what the map set will look like for this best of 5. Again, winner makes their way into the grand finals. Only one team, though, will make it to Vegas. And, well, how about this? Fortress Hardpoint to start us off again. So Team Strays going right back to where they just previously missed out in their winners final matchup. Hotel Surge, El Asilo Control still in the mix, as we have a back and forth between Hotel and Asilo to finish off the series.
Yeah, a lot of Hotel and El Asilo, which is like the flavor of this weekend for us, at least, Alan. We've been getting a lot of it, so we'll get a little bit more, at least in the losers final. But there's a chance for a lot of redemption, I would say. And it's interesting because you had an opportunity. That Noctum was probably watching over all of those matches that we just had in the winners final, and they have an opportunity to maybe pick them apart a little bit when it comes down to the S&Ds, or maybe figure out some of those common spots they'd like to go to in the Fortress. But the Fortress was mainly controlled by Team Strays in the winners final. It's just those final moments, which is something that's actually plagued them quite a bit as of late.
Yeah. Okay, well, here we go. Jumping right on into the action. Fortress Hardpoint for map number 1. Team Strays, they had a solid start here against Clutch Rain, just could not quite get over to the finish line. Looking to repeat that early success. But Chunk already kind of made his way through. Does get one. That could flip the status of the spawns around. And, oh, not quite. Not yet. Hardpoint still active and being held by Team Strays. They'll spawn relatively close. Felix on the way to recover, and while he does so, it's Noctum White who gets into the hard point and at least push Team Strays further out.
Oh, but how about Dizzy? Dizzy just combines for 2. Don't think that's going to fully flip it out just yet, but he's at least getting some good work in to try to draw some of these members away from the middle of the map. F-Dot, stun's not going to connect. Nade's going to follow it up, and Dizzy's going to hit the go button. Was even get around the back, and oh my, Dizzy's just basically finessed this entire play. He is still buying a lot of time, but his teammates are still not with him.
Yeah. That is the big part about it, but Dizzy does get one. Not enough to change the status of the spawns, but now Team Strays finding some success, trying to hit from the front quickly. For Noctum White, they will have Maestro spawning out, but Pack was also way on the outside of this play. So it's a tough battle around the back, but ultimately it does not lead to early success. Have to get follow-up eliminations here if you are Team Strays, and so far they're grabbing them, but Chunk on 7 in a row will hold on, not just for spawns, he also has a chance to influence the hard point itself, but as his streak ends, down the rest of his teammates to pick up where he left off, and well, they're good for it, or are they? Rafi gets an impressive double. He's still healthy enough to take more if he wants to, but then the pitch comes out, and Noctum White will eventually work their way back in for the back 20.
That's right, but they've already made the move over to New. Pack has been just sitting back there anchoring for the last 15 seconds, so Team Stray is going to be in position to try to lock things up at P3. A lot of time will be gifted over to Noctum White, but if you can get yourself a good 40-50 points, you are right back in the game and some. Dizzy, chance to really punish anyone trying to make the rotation right through mid. F-Dot not going to get a read on it whatsoever. Dizzy will be red, but he still comes up with a gunfight, and now we'll get a read on where they're looking to attack.
Yeah, just a little bit of a kill of time, plus also just short-changing how this approach will come through mid. F-Dot looking for an angle in the pack. He's not getting anything. Nades are being thrown out, but all of it being denied by Trophy, and it will be eventually a cruise missile called in, but no, not going to find the full attempt here. Chunk doesn't get much success off this. Rafi now for 3. Hot start for Rafi, but F-Dot does at least neutralize the hard point, plus take another member outside of the hill. Henry jumping in. No Trophy to keep him safe, and well, there is a threat all over the place, but can Henry hold? Back and forth goes the kill feed. For the moment, F-Dot onto the hill for now. Pack looking to challenge. There'll be a 1v1 for the scrap.
And today we've just been filled with so many scrappy P3s. We're not used to seeing anything like it, it feels like, but it will be a chance for Noctum White to get in there, or they make sure it isn't a full 60 that's locked in for Team Strays to keep it very competitive. The streak obviously giving them an angle to really get through the front of the gate. But now have to look to New. Team Strays in position to maybe lock up some time. It's a good position from Chunk. They have not read it, and he will find that first kill. He's now up to 12 and 5.
Yeah.
Ready to try to find Dizzy as well. Support on the way. F-Dot will clean it up, and that is, again, a very fast break out of Noctum White.
Yeah, and they've got to read that. Okay, hold on a second. Rafi's still behind us. So now it's about just receiving this push and trying to do it cleanly. Almost. Pack gets a little turn on to Chunk, finishes off the kill, leaving F-Dot by himself, and F-Dot gets a double. Help from Maestro allows the trade to come out. Hardpoint neutral for now. Henry in trouble, but gets a solid read. Exchanges back over towards the hill, has Maestro in his eyes, and that's enough for Team Strays to win the kills, and with that also earn the majority of the scrap.
Yeah, there will be one more hit, though. Henry still got more work to do. Deals with Chunk, and they do deal with a player from behind. So more kills coming on through. Team Strays maybe starting to find that flow here on Fortress Hardpoint. Chunk going to be a little bit delayed to the hill, and all of a sudden, now Noctum White on the back foot. Spawning at the back of P3 should be where they're going to be located at. They will get the first touch, but they have no map control, and Henry's now up to 5.
Wow, this has been a big little resurgence here from Team Strays. String together scrap to initial. Possibility of kill streaks now on the way. Henry gets the 6. That's the cruise missile earned, and he gets number 7. Oh, mercy. Team Strays coming back with the Fury. Chance for them to regain the lead. Hit from Noctum White coming around through Fountainside. Henry on 7 gets number 8, which is a single bullet. Now has Maestro for number 9. How about it? Henry on a rampage, and Team Strays take the lead.
I mean, I said it coming into this series. Henry is playing like one of the best slayers right now in Europe. My goodness. 9 in a row, looking for double digits. Under fire, under threat. Finally will be dealt with, as it looks like a moment to reprieve for Noctum White, but they were pinned to the back for quite a bit. I mean, they had about a 40-point lead heading into P5. That was a much better hill. Team Strays really struggled with the P5s and P1s last time around, but you can see some slight improvements as we got ourselves a 1-point differential back into the resets.
Yeah, here we go. Aroma holding on to the time for now. Going to be pressured. Good read on the first. Kill comes out, but he's by himself. Trophy to try to keep him safe. Next hit for Team Strays. Trying to come through mid. Hold on a second. Dizzy, who I thought was going to be a part of this play, was holding on for a moment, and now Team Strays are going to hit this from one side. 3 for Dizzy. Here comes the pinch play. Chunk receives the first. Maestro working with him, but a little pinch comes out, and with that, Team Strays will win the kills. Chance for them to jump on. 30 seconds to fight, but Noctum White, split spawn situation. They've got 2 members on the left side of the map, and Team Strays do not expect that whatsoever. Henry trying to regain ground. Takes down 2. Up top, Henry! Shot through the wall. Doesn't quite finish off the kill, but he's done enough to keep Team Strays in the hard point.
I don't think I've ever seen Henry play this good this year. Like, this is Henry hitting form right now. Piecing them up, trying to keep his team alive in the LCQ. And he is off to a terrific start at the moment. But through the back, Henry must go. He will get up to 3 in a row before FDOT finally takes him out of the picture. Noctum White now are soaking up some time, but don't have full control of the spawns in the back just yet.
Rafi trying to hold on. Help from Pack nearby. FDOT takes down one, but does not expect the second. Problem is, Noctum White are still winning kills from the front. So, hold on a second. Rafi, Pack, both in the back now. All of a sudden, Noctum White thought that they were going to be good. Now it's on to FDOT to try to hold. He bounces out of the hard point, values his life. Help on the way from the front. Pack trying to get in. Tries to get across, but the timing not great. Maestro getting 1. Henry does take down 2 over towards New, but this is some valuable time here from Noctum White. 20 seconds, and now they've got numbers on rotation. Team Strays are giving up the scrap time, and this could lead to a very difficult 50-50 battle over the fountain.
Yeah, they need to find these kills in and around maps, or things could go horribly wrong, and it looks like that will be the case. Not only that, but they even have Rafi, who can maybe threaten again through mid. We saw it last time from Dizzy. He was able to come up with 1 and just get a read on where they were looking to attack from. This time, I believe no streaks are going to be in play for Noctum White. And FDOT, he's also maybe looking to actually get himself a streak. 1 more kill through the front. He will come. And, well, Pack's going to drop. FDOT breaks his way through. He has score streaks on, so he has not earned the cruise missile. And, well, it's still going to be Team Strays that managed to hold on to the back.
What a costly decision score streaks versus kill streaks continues to make for us. And it just, why? Like, freaking why? There's not a single person in the CDL that uses score streaks that we know of. So another possible small missed chance here for Team Strays. Noctum White from the front. Getting pushed back, though. Maestro, no, nothing there.
Well done.
Wow, okay. Back to another tie game. 20 seconds on the clock, and Noctum White will not have a chance to break through this scrap time, so Team Strays will take about a 15-point lead as we rotate over to New.
The difference maker there was Team Strays had a lot of members, just in and around maps, doing a really good job of just kind of cutting up a lot of the reinforcements coming off of spawn. So finally a strong hill, and well, they are transitioning quite well right into the next one. Couple kills come through for Pack. He's able to buy a little space through the street side, and that's also going to open up the right side for Rafi. Start to pressure through P2. Maestro responsible for watching the back, but you take a look at where Henry is, and oh man, Henry has been a problem, especially in these areas. We'll see if he can break it open again as members start to drop for Noctum White, and he's now on the time.
Big battle coming forward here. If Team Strays can hold this, they'll be really close to putting together a W. Noctum White, they break. We're back to a tie game. Here comes the play. 2 for 1, the opening exchange. Chunk around the back does not get blocked whatsoever. FDOT finishes it off, and it's a very polished break. Still 30 seconds to fight for. Noctum White also trying to extend their reach outside the hill. Stop this Team Strays hit before it can really even build much of a mass. But the problem is, kills are not here at the moment for Noctum White. Team Strays looking for the re-break. Looking good for the moment as Chunk gets completely bamboozled. There's only going to be 2 kills in the mix here. Maestro still holding on, though, and Noctum White are having it.
Noctum White regained the lead. They will hit 200 points first, but Team Strays are allowed to set up first at Blacksmith. Are they going to be able to find clean transitional kills tucked away in a lot of corners? And again, you get a double that ends up coming through. Pack putting it together. He actually finds 3, and Rafi gets the 4th, and that will also be a spawn flip here for at least the majority of the Noctum White members. A good moment maybe for Team Strays to hold on.
205, 202. Chunk trying to break. Oh my goodness, big gunfight win, but Dizzy gets the double, expects a roam, but doesn't get the 3rd. Okay, hold on here, friends. We've got another tight finish on Fortress. Noctum White from the front. Team Strays trying to play this from arch side. Henry, Chunk exchanging each other out. Chunk gets the double. Maestro there for support. Still neutral goes the hard point. 18 seconds to fight for, and how critical these final seconds could be on this hill. Still neutral, the hard point stays. Noctum White looking to hold off the rotation to New, but does forfeit some time here to Team Strays at the end.
Yeah, there's a chance to try to push through, but you're going to have to push through cleanly because it's going to give a lot of chances for Noctum White to maybe set up at P1, and while the kills also are coming through pretty clean, some P2 spawns coming in for the members on Team Strays to maybe wrap around the back or play through ammunitions, but you got FDOT, who's going to be lingering down low inside of maps. He has a lot of opportunities he's going to read on this play, and that will be the case. Pack will drop, but Pack does a good job of at least getting 1 off of the time, so no more points coming on through for now, but FDOT just trying to keep them pinned in P3.
Dead tie game. FDOT tested. Pac wants the gunfight, wins it. That could provide an exit here for Team Strays. Maestro thinking about guarding this from topside boat window. But it's actually Dizzy who gets the elimination. Now all of a sudden, Pac can take his focus towards the front. Cruise missile not going to land. FDOT though, big gunfight win. Noctum White in the hard point for now. Still holding onto the P2 sides. Still tight. Back and forth we go. But look at the spawns. Team Strays are
Yeah.
going to get a split. Maestro does get taken down, and now Noctum might have to deal with this.
It's going to pull some members away from the middle of the map, too, so they can actually push through P1. The old hill is still active. But oh
Whoa.
my F-Dot! How has he just come up with that double? 31 kills for him, silently slaying out here in Fortress Hardpoint. Knocked him later here, but are they going to be able to hold? Team Strays wrapping around the back are being shut down.
Oh, but there is still a lifeline here. Oh, Henry shut down from the front. Now it's just down to Dizzy. He's looking for the trade into F-Dot. A couple of tags come out, but he's stuck in the corner. Chunk trying to chase him down. Knocked him. White get the kills, and with that, they will lock in the time needed to win the map. Another tight one, but another heartbreak for Team Strays, who had win condition in front of them right at the end of the map and still cannot find a way to get it done. Knocked him. White take the opener.
Wow, they take the opener, and it feels like there were so many opportunities where they were in the driver's seat. They were dictating the pace. They had the control. And Henry has, I mean, a map and a half. Pack also is right there with them. But you're thinking with the amount of pressure you're getting out of a sub, you know, the streaks coming into play, the sprees that we saw, he went up to 9 at one point in time. You thought that would maybe be enough. But it's those P1 to P2s, you know what I mean? It happened in the exact same last game. Maybe Blacksmith, you know, wasn't as favored for them compared to last time, but it felt like overall, like it's the same story. They even get some of those blessed spawns as well at P2. It's just not enough to fully flip it out and gain control at P2.
Those critical gunfights kind of, again, come through it right at the end, and what was a very tight game from start to finish, and 1v1 doesn't go your way, and what a difference maker it ends up being. I mean, so many moments between both of these two squads where you thought, okay, that may be enough, but the re-breaks on these hard points continue to come quickly and furiously. Wow. Tough map number one here for Strays, especially, again, considering the success that Henry had at the start of it. I mean, you feel like your SMGs are flying and frying like that. There's no way you lose a map like Fortress Hardpoint, but you got to give a lot of credit to Noctum White. I think in particular, Maestro really kind of stepped back in at the end of this game. You know, not a greatest game overall, but he had a couple of the key wins that allowed Noctum White, like you mentioned, just to hold on to some critical positions. And that allows the rest of Noctum White to eventually clean up and win the map, as F-Dot just took over at the very end of it.
Yeah, F-Dot, I think, was the reason that Noctum White came out with that dub. They almost did a little bit of a tag team between him and Chunk, right? Like, Chunk started 12-5. He went on that great little 6 spree right away, earned himself a streak, and then Chunk slowed down just a tad bit, maybe started playing on the time a bit more, and then little tag team on F-Dot to get the job done and get them over the top. And 32-26 there to match a lot of the pressure that we were seeing from Henry. But man, again, like you said, Alan, you framed it up. It's a heartbreak back to back here. They decide to do, you know, what is essentially the salty run back, saying, listen, you know, they beat us on it, but let's just run it back again. Let's see if we can try to smoke them. We're comfortable. We know what we need to do, but it doesn't happen, doesn't work out. Map one good for Noctum White.
Yep. And now you start to, again, talk about this best of 5. Have to have the hotel search, right? I mean, it's just both these teams. I'm telling you, the last 3 teams that are alive here for EU all share similar pros and cons. I mean, a lot of the wins that we saw during the Elite, and I think in particular for these squads at Toronto, it came by way of extending the series into a map 4, and in particular, a lot of map 5s. So the search and destroy is a critical condition, I think, for all of these final 3 teams. In particular here, especially considering the packs are a little against the wall, Team Strays have to find a way to correct their mistakes that we were talking about in their previous series on the same map mode combination, Hotel Search. They were not being all that well received through the middle of the map, and that's what I'm really going to keep my eye on here, is to see if Team Strays have kind of learned their lesson and are going to be a little bit more cohesive on how they want to approach the middle map on both sides of the bomb, not just from the offensive, but also what they want to do on the defensive side.
Yeah, we'll see what happens this time around. There was a lot of unfortunate rounds that came through in the last Hotel Search. A lot of rounds that, you know, we had framed up saying that could have went 3-4-0 the other way. But it felt like it was just a lot of clutch plays. We saw Twiz kind of piece them up in Kitchen. So have to regain from that. And I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher because they haven't got a map win on the day now, right? Like, that's also something you have to consider, is that it's just not working out for them. We saw the exact same thing almost happen in Toronto, where it felt like they were just no longer putting it together on Sunday. So, you know, are these championship Sundays just too much pressure for some of these members on this Team Strays roster that are really struggling? Because you look back to what we were seeing yesterday, Alan, and it felt like this was, you know, a team that was by far like a cut above the rest, you know, right here with Clutch Rain from what we saw in the grand or in the winners final. Just hasn't happened so far, and it's got to happen now, man. If you lose this and then you go into a control again versus Noctum White, I mean, I don't want to frame it up like it's not going to be comebackable or they can't get back into the series, but it just doesn't look good when you just haven't won a map up to this point. That's what I'm getting at.
And especially considering that it's another map 3 that we saw Noctum White dominate on and Team Strays kind of fall apart on. So yeah, this is one of those that, again, the cycle feels like it's kind of just becoming, you're kind of a slave to the cycle, I guess is kind of what I'm saying here. So yeah, you have to break the mold here for Team Strays. Let's see how they do it. It's going to be, again, the Hotel Search and Destroy. Noctum White cooking with some gas today, looking real tight, looking real good. Can't say the same yet for Team Strays. They've been close, but still find themselves down in a major way. Have to have it right here, right now. And I think, depending on what side of the map they start on, I need to start seeing some nades being used through mid for Team Strays just to get some intel. And then, hopefully, if they do connect, use it to your advantage. Team Strays will be on the defense, and they are stacked up over towards mid. You've got Pack in a very far forward position, actually. Hold on. And, oh, gosh, the nades are perfect. Not to White get first blood.
What does Pack do almost every round through mid? He sits on that close wall where there's no trophies round 1. So, yeah, Noctum White. A little bit of homework done through that winner's final. They'll deal with Pack, who's responsible for watching that A cross. Just going to put a little bit more pressure on Dizzy to at least throw some shoulders in here. And just going to read on if this play is actually unfolding at A. So lots of opportunities to try to work the map. You take a look at Henry. And, well, he is in a great position to maybe surprise Chunk up top.
Henry looking for the contact. Almost trying to force the gunfight, actually. But look at the information gain. Noctum White. Know they've got Dizzy over towards restaurant side. Still waiting to see if they can isolate him. F-Dot gives it a go. Not going to quite find the gunfight he wants, though. Now the focus goes back over towards A. Dizzy. Oh, actually, I don't know if he saw how much was actually coming that direction, but changes his position. 20 seconds on the clock here, and Noctum White need to make a decision. I mean, they're still split 2-2 looking for Henry. You got to get on and plant the bomb, and as Aroma drops, hold on. Miscue Central for Noctum White, and Team Strays may be able to win this by the clock.
Oh, they're going to win this, it feels like, for sure. Someone's got to plant the bomb. As Dizzy can just take him off the bomb, they should be good. Chunk has to play protection, and, well, no time for the 1v1. I mean, they didn't start making a play for the bomb until 18 seconds. I don't know if they're trying to get a read on, like, a full push through. They're trying to maybe attack mid through late. But what are we doing when we got a kill 40 seconds ago and A is completely open and the only one defending it is a submachine gun up top?
Thank you. I was just about to say, there's a Vaznev in top side bedroom. Like, just get away from mid, stack up at bar, have someone watch the flank instead of trying to isolate the player at rugs, and just get the freaking bomb down. Wow, too cute right there for Noctum White, and Team Strays will punish. That's huge considering that Pack literally watched that entire round from his death screen. But now you have a 1-0 count. Bomb will be left over towards mid. F-Dot sniping up top. Not quite in an angle to see Dizzy, but the shot onto Pack lands. And, oh, God, Pack has spent more time with his controller in his lap than he has in his hands.
That's a funny stat, but it checks out, doesn't it? F-Dot piecing him up. The nades connecting, the sniper shots connecting, but they do get a trade. Dizzy, down low behind the desk, will be able to respond. That takes the scope out of the picture. And that's going to also shift some of the defenders around a little bit. You'll see Aroma pick up mid, and you're going to see support end up coming through here from Chunk and Maestro. Now side by side, watching the cross on the bomb. Bomb still positioned to go towards A, but another play could maybe unfold from Henry over by B to open up something or cut through mid.
Maestro cooking up a frag. Timing of this actually could be pretty darn good. Chunk also stunned, but the cross still not earned. Team Strays having a tough time getting it out. Chunk actually kind of pushes himself out. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Henry gets a kill into Aroma. But the clock, again, is going to be an issue here. They realize they're playing Search and Destroy, right? Like, that's still map 2. And Team Strays are finding a couple of kills, but Chunk, all he needs to do is get a kill on the player on the bomb, and that wins the game. Does get one, gets away, but the bomb gets planted. From a 1v3 to a 1v2, dead silence pop, Chunk off the regen. Are we going to use the dead silence or... Okay.
There's a lot of pressure on these players right now, and it's showing, isn't it? Holy. Chunk's got a lot to do here, and I think it's tough to get a read on a double stack down low in luggage. Might be able to find one. Oh, he does actually read both. Hold on a second. Is there time? I don't think there will be. Should be able to play your life, and Dizzy's just going to finesse the clock. Chunk might be good for kill 4, but no, streak also comes to an end, but Tell you what, Alan, these rounds are getting a little too close for comfort. That's another, like, last-second win at 8 seconds.
Brother. Look, after yesterday, I was expecting, like, real... I mean, I went out there on Twitter and said, this is some high-level COD that's being played with these final teams in EU and NA. And I'm kind of eating my words right now. These first 2 rounds of Surge. Some sloppy stuff coming up, and Team Strays work through the muck. That's 2 3v4s that come out when the first blood is tallied in the first 10 seconds of either round. So knocked them white. Back to their offense. A little bit of noise created by Aroma, but it's a 3-man hit through Rugs and in towards Kitchen. No defenders here to deal with this.
Yeah, this is completely open. And they're going to find out quick. Only one that's going to really get any insight on this is going to be Henry, but going to open the doors. Going to start to just kind of look inside, see if he can come up with a kill. Bomb will go down safely. There's a full collapse happening. All players going to be stacked up. We'll see if they can try to hold on here. Full-on 4v4 still.
First blood good. And this pinch is going to be hard to read here for Noctum. You have to get something out of Rummy. He gets stunned out. Here comes the challenge. No one's watching the front door. Puzzling to say the least. Chunk just kind of snaking around the prep lines. Semtex out. Oh, Chunk nearly gets a transfer for a second. Now it's just down to F dot. 1v2 situation. Time is on his side, though. Just comes out of the timing of it. Semtex goes out. And, well, nice collection. Okay, Team Strays overwhelmed. Get back. No problem for the defuse. It'll be a 3-0 count.
Yeah, I like that from Team Strays. They have just one player just lingering outside, the back, just opening doors, just creating a bit of noise, just trying to draw attention to him. But meanwhile, the whole retake is happening through the back of restaurant. 3 members all hold on to their Semtexes too. And that's the key thing when you talk about retaking this site, right? You need to hold on to your stuns and Semtexes. You can't afford to just throw them away at the beginning of the round. And that's why you don't see maybe some of those set nades come through mid or over by the other site. Because if they do decide to come right into kitchen, that is almost your only way you're going to retake it. They do a great job of it. A couple kills do come through for Chunk, not enough to get the round secured. But now it's Dizzy up to 5 and 2, putting in some good work.
I need to start to see, I think, something from Noctum White in these first blood.
Oh, that's a first blood for you.
Okay. What?
Dude. Okay, how does that ever happen, by the way? Because the only time that ever does happen is when you're resetting your sprint. You're not going to reset your sprint 5 seconds in.
That's unreal. Loss of words. And now Team Strays had to be kind of smirky to themselves here. A very early 4v3. Chunk trying to collect an opportunity here over on the restaurant side. He's looking to force the play. Dead Silence is out. Nice shots at range, but doesn't finish the kill. Turning. Oh, how about that for Chunk? Okay. No trade out. And that starts to turn into now a 3v2. Bomb in the hand of Pack. And with this, Henry's kind of on the chase here for these defenders.
Oh, they're looking for Henry, and Henry just doing a little ring around the rosy with both of them. And, well, there's one, there's two. Henry here's the entire play. Well, this is a much different story. I think we said last time when Team Strays were playing this that, hey, it could be 3-4-0 in their favor. And, well, it is right now. 4-0 up, nothing going right. I mean, team kills coming through 5 seconds in the round. I don't even know what to say.
Complete loss of words, flat out. 4-0 tally. Team Strays just sneaking away with the opening 2 rounds, but round 3, round 4, just as convincing as you'd like to see, especially considering what happened in the winners finals on this map mode combo. So here we go. Chance for Noctum White trying to get back into this game. You've got Team Strays hard focused over mid. The nades are going to start to land. Pre-fire comes through. Pack is looking for more, and he does chase down Aroma, so we'll stay with numbers on the defense. Bomb still up and in hand for F dot as Noctum White go to a 2v3.
Need this round if you're Noctum White. And oh, F dot just barely gets back around the block. Will hold on to his life. Dizzy is going to keep firm line of sight on the cross. Try to stop them from getting through. But you're forced to try to get through A. You have to brute force it or maybe take a route through mid. There is an option maybe. Get through couches, and I think F dot's looking for that. But Pack, he is ready to potentially shut this down. Flying around the corners. F dot bomb is now down. And it's up the Maestro for what would be a 1v3.
First shot clean. Wow. Okay, absolutely obliterates Dizzy. Problem here is, how do you get into position to actually collect this bomb? There is a lot in front of him. Dead Silence used, trying to clear out topside bedroom. The contestant nearby is Henry down low. Here comes the play. Henry, gets beat down just a touch there. Now it's down to the 1v1, and okay, well played. Team Strays move forward, get the topside bar, and that's enough for them to get to now 5-0 up. I mean, what a weird search and destroy this has been. I know that we saw some weird searches yesterday across EU, but it was mostly the controls, but this one, I think, may take the cake.
Yeah. I think it might. A lot of wild things happening so far. And Team Strays, I mean, they might just cleanly 6-0 this. We wanted to see them press that regain button there. Well, it's been pressed in. They might just get the job done right here in round number 6. We'll be on the attack. They're going to drop the bomb, which probably tells you there's going to be some tempo thrown into round 6 here.
Yeah, I'll say. Or maybe not. Just a little bit of pre-fire coming out. Bomb still left over towards the backside of the offensive spawn. Henry still working in towards Restaurant. And F-Dot with a sniper rifle out does connect on the Pack, who was just trying to find some connection up top. Little push through. There goes Dizzy. And, well, there goes Dizzy. Maestro ready for it the whole way through. Received nicely. And Team Strays now stuck in the 2v4 as Rafi collects the bomb.
Yeah, and Henry's done this almost every single round. He's been the isolated player over towards B, sitting in the restaurant, clears out a bit of space for Rafi to grab that bomb and try to see if they can break on in. And, well, no one's going to be in the site, so there's a chance to get a free plant. I think the interesting point here is, do we have dead silence on Henry? Because he's almost going to be have to be the one to kind of go around the site, maybe take an alternative route and see if he can find a kill. But nades and stuns all coming through. Aroma now onto the play. Can he rip Rafi off the bomb?
Oh, first shot's nice onto Henry. Rafi tagged up, will be off the regen, but this is a 1v4 where he's not going to be allowed to plant. First shot's decent. Aroma still holding on the staircase side. And wait, he hasn't played for the trade. They're just going to play the clock. Good discipline here. And Rafi eventually still does get taken down. So knocked him white on the board, but it's one of what would have to be 6 total for a full sale. Team Strays have so many rounds to work with to do weird stuff and just try to catch this knocked him white team off guard.
And what do they do on the attack? Because they've struggled to try to get the bomb down cleanly. I wonder if they'll try to do it with more speed, because the only person that's really been going over to the side has been Dizzy throwing shoulders, and Dizzy's had a Vaznef in hands, right? So if you can get info on Dizzy and try to get some stuns and nades maybe down low in bottom bedroom just to get the info on if there's someone else watching the cross, you feel like there's an opportunity to maybe look for a plant. The bomb will make its way over to A, but a 2-and-2 split, throwing some stuns and nades out through mid as well.
Double stack on the corner. It's Dizzy and Pack high-low set up. Rafi looking to kind of flex around the map just a touch. Helping out towards mid. The defense playing a very reserved setup here where you're just looking for point of contact on either side of the map before Rafi commits to one side or the other. And Knocked 'em White haven't really given them much to look at the moment. Double focus here offensively over towards mid. There could be long-range contact here onto Rafi. If they see him kind of going back and forth between sites, that may be enough for them to commit to one side or the other.
Yeah, that could be the case. Dizzy also pulls out an AR this round. They're going to stay stacked bottom bedroom, so huge opportunity to try to break open B. Stuns and nades are going to start pouring on through, and that's going to start to make some of the rotators come on off the other site. Shots come in, and you're released good for one. Henry going to slow things down just a tad bit, but now into the site. Here comes Knocked 'em White looking for the plant.
That's perfectly fine for Henry. All you needed to get was one, and then get the information to commit to your teammates. Nades out. Rafi down to 20 HP. F-Dot looking for the trade. Does get the second. That's 3 in a row for F-Dot. The bomb will have plenty of space to plant. Dizzy looking to try to challenge this. Lots of damage through the door. Dizzy gets the first. Pops up. Looks for Maestro over the top, but no, not going to happen. And with that, Knocked 'em White will win their second round in a row.
Yeah, that's a great play from F-Dot. F-Dot's playing great today in general. That's just a good moment. He knows Rafi's pinned in the corner at the back, and he's got to hit it. I mean, again, it's low on time. It feels like Knocked 'em White doing a lot of their offensive executes, just about 25, 30 seconds left, roughly around there. And, well, F-Dot comes around the outside, doubles up, allows a safe plan to come through, and then a clutch 1v1 from Maestro. But this thing gives it a great look. He gets there and gets some clean shots in, just not enough for the full elimination.
All right, what's next? Team Strays, once again, leave bomb behind. Oh, look at this from Knocked 'em White. Full flood over through A. They can try to go around the world here. And yeah, they're going to take over bar position. This is your bomb carrier. Pack is in trouble. He needs to get out of here. There's no one backing up to help him. Finally, Rafi will start to try to assist over through the shop side, but Pack is very lucky to be alive. And with this map control, Noctum White will surely know this has to be a B hit.
Yeah, I mean, you've lost everything through the back here. Junk is still throwing shoulders, and oh my, we do not see this happen too often. But it's all about what Aroma can do from the front. Problem is that a lot of your numbers are on the opposite side of the map, so as long as you can trade in, or maybe even find a clean kill on Aroma, you're going to grab full control of the site, get the bomb down safely. Aroma's going to take some shots. Nade probably going to follow. Will be the case. Trophy out, just trying to play his life through the back.
Roma has to stay alive here. You cannot fall if you're Gabe. Chunk from the flank gets dealt with. Here comes the rest of Noctum White, trying to find the retake from the front side of this site. Roma still getting lots of damage. Oh, it's a huge frag from Maestro. Perfectly cooked. F-Dot trying to push forward. The bomb still planted. Holdable in this 2v3. Flank from Henry. Dead silence is part of the play. Maestro's going to get completely surprised and suppressed, and that will do it. Proactive play from Henry works out. And Team Strays will take map 2 at pretty convincing form.
Yeah, they do. You see Noctum White work back into it a little bit late into the search and destroy. As he starts to piece up some rounds, a nice double from Maestro. You're thinking that's maybe enough, but Henry seals the deal, wraps all the way around the back with the dead silence, and puts it away. Boy, oh boy, those rounds. Very interesting from start to finish, weren't they? Feels like we got a lot of sloppy play, maybe a lot of nerves again coming into this championship Sunday for some of these guys, you know, knowing that this could be their very last match of the entire Modern Warfare 2 season.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's planned in effect, clearly, but still enough for Team Strays to get their first map win. They're on the board. That's got to feel great to at least build off of.
I mean, the first 3 rounds were just as weird as we've seen all weekend long. 2 really sloppy openers, followed up by a team knife off the rip in the third. I'm sure Team Strays are sitting here like, oh, we got this. We're right back in this series. Okay. Let's see exactly how things unfold, though, again, as we look back over some of the highlights from the map. I mean, it's just so strange. I mean, the clock literally getting exhausted on the first 2 rounds after what was 10-second first bloods from Noctum White. Just couldn't quite turn it into the round success that they were looking for. And then Henry's little pinch play. I mean, a couple of different times Henry was able to just completely surprise Noctum White. Big difference maker for him. Yeah, there's that Maestro look at the frag. And the look at the final scoreboard. 3 first bloods for the side of Noctum White, but that was mostly all in the first 3 rounds. They weren't able to even tally into any of their round wins, which is surprising to say the least.
Man, Henry's playing so well. 1,300 damage with the Vaznev on Hotel. Like, are you kidding me? That's pretty wild. That's a pretty wild stat, man. This guy's absolutely flying. 5 of the 8 non-traded. It feels like he was piecing up quite a bit of Noctum White through a multitude of rounds to get the job done. Team Stray is back on form when it comes to their search and destroy. You expect it to be good here. And, well, salty run back here with all the maps through the first 3 will be good to get some revenge, at least in the hotel search.
Indeed the case. So we tie up the series at 1 map apiece. Control, going to be a huge swing map for both of these 2 teams here in the lower finals. Clutch Rain waiting in the grands. 1 spot up for grabs here in Europe. We'll step away for just a brief break. We come back, the Control, right after this. Welcome back, everybody. 1-1 count here in the lower finals as we start to get ready for control. Both teams having kind of opposite results in their first matches today on the map mode combination we have in front of us. Noctum White looking really good in their opening control versus Falcons, where Team Strays could not quite get things going. A couple of close moments here or there, but largely Clutch Rain held the edge pretty convincingly throughout all 3 rounds. It's back to LCLO control again here for Team Strays.
Yeah, chance for some big redemption on LSilo. It felt like last time they were 0-2 down. They lost a couple of those maps in heartbreaking ways, and they were just really out of it, it felt like, in the Winners Finals. So full chance to come into this one with a fresh mindset, and I think that there's a lot of players that are stepping up in a big way that we normally don't see right now for Team Strays. You're going to need some of that on an LSilo control because Noctum White, this has been one of their game modes that they've been able to rely on pretty heavily, at least with this roster. We've seen it through, a lot of the maps, at least in the control rotation. We'll see if they can do it on LSilo. Allen, huge swing map as we kick it off on LSilo.
And Team Strays will start on the defense. Need to catch fire early, you'd feel. F-Dot for first blood. Roma follows up. Noctum White starting to gain some space to work with here at A. Already on his chunk, stopping the clock at 1:15. Dizzy looking for timing on this pinch play. Just forces it forward. Chunk dealt with. Good assistance over the top as they deal with Aroma as well, who was trying to play towards top tower. And as Maestro came off spawn, he was looking to get over towards B. F-Dot there to help follow up. This could lead to the first tick of progress, but any further efforts would be hard-pressed, you'd think. Not a lot of help around, but Noctum White get 2 big kills as Team Strays are a little bit caught off. And hold on a second, now they've got progress on both zones at the same time.
Yeah, Dizzy is the only one really at the back. There is a fortunate spawn that comes through for Rafi to follow up the play, but F-Dot picking them apart at the moment. Both zones under threat. He might just go over if F-Dot can win the battles, but Rafi finally there to clear the zone, but already 2 ticks of progress, and Team Stray's got to recover quickly.
Yeah. And Pack is trying to deplete the second tick over at A, but he just does not have a lot of help, and that kill from Maestro and Aroma actually combined will surely get them the extra 60 seconds. Dizzy needs to make a decision here. He's got help, but it's Rafi from behind. It's really going to be down to if Dizzy wants to go for this or not. It looks like no. They will not even have a chance really to play for many exits here. I mean, this is as clean as we've seen so far from Noctum White. They're even finding kills on rotation. This could be a quick pounce right over to B.
Yeah, this is what I talked about, man. Noctum White do not mess around in control. Holy. A little bit of stabilization coming through, though. Team Strays ready for the push through up top. F-Dot going to drop. Rafi now up to 5, looking for the streak. Aroma going to spot him out. Doesn't want to take the Chow head on, just needs to more or less play his life, but F-Dot will shut him down. Streak is going to be denied as Noctum White slowly but surely start to clear out mid and push through.
Team Strays reduced the life count down to just a 4 life deficit. Just about to say that the defense is starting to stabilize a touch, but no, not to happen. Noctum White win all 3 of the individual gunfights. Last one left his pack from top AC. He will not be able to contest this. F-Dot is watching him, and yep, there's the kill.
Wow.
Roma dealt with, but F-Dot gets the double. Maestro follows up, and that may just be it right here. Henry's going to have to fly at Maestro. Does he even get here in time to touch? Maestro predicts it. The kill's in, and Noctum White clean, polished, convincing in their opening attack.
Yeah, we saw them play this versus the Falcons there previously, and it's looking like a very similar game with fast offensive attacks. And I mean, like that B play and the wipe that they get right away too is just so insane. They steamroll it, get 2 ticks, and while that was happening, I mean, they were fighting on both fronts, right? Like they had already members on the A point, and they're winning out on B. It took the whole team to have to focus that final tick to finally get the clearance. That is a heck of a way for Noctum White to come into this control. My goodness.
And the thing about it is, just when you thought Team Strays was putting together a defense, everybody loses individual gunfights. So they're trying to stretch the map, but it's just not quite working out. And now you have to all of a sudden kind of work your way in for an offensive attack of your own. Good start here over towards A. Maestro up top, dealt with quickly. That's going to be tower control now for Team Strays, with a little bit of help as Henry's going to be playing a little bit deeper in towards mid. So there's a chance here to get a lot of progress done at A. Noctum White winning a couple again. Gunfights from the front. Chunk goes prone, takes care of another. Still one more player on, but Chunk's going to get the regen and still control top tower. Second tick locked. Chunk looking for the kill, but shut down, and Team Strays a chance to get the extra 60 seconds.
Good support. Team Strays able to get their ARs in play to watch over Henry, and you'll slowly capture the final tick here. And there will be no contest, but Noctum White actually going to lose some numbers. They have to be a little bit careful. This is going to be a lot of pressure coming their way. F-Dot, though, able to relieve a good amount of it. Finds 2. That's going to slow things down. If FDOT doesn't find that double, all of a sudden Team Strays show themselves on the point. Maybe they run away with a tick or 2. But Henry finds 1 down low, just slowly setting up for what will be this inevitable push back over to B. We'll see if Henry can maybe work through the back.
There's a little bit of dead silence left. I think just waiting to see if you can get contact as someone tries to challenge in through lockers, but he will not be graced with the 1v1 that he wants. Knocked him white over towards the front side at B. Getting their ARs in place. Maestro top AC. Trophy systems are all over the point. Henry looks to make his go. Gets 1 around the back, but nothing further. Maestro shuts him down with the help of Aroma. And that is enough for Knocked him white's defense to continue to just envelop this point. Team Strays off spawn, looking to work through mid.
From up top. Oh, almost turns and burns on Pack. Will be able to play his life, but tough read on the Chunk, who might be able to piece them up a little bit, but oh no, it's all down to Chunk at the moment. He's going to be under fire, and he still comes up with 2. My goodness, Chunk going huge. Buys time for Aroma now to maybe get in position at the back of the truck. Trophy systems down, just trying to keep them off the zone.
Roma's got a crossing angle to try to hit this contest spot by the boxes, but he's getting tagged. Follow up, not fully there. FDOT once again saves the day. Goodness. Chunk for the opening double. FDOT follows up. And now we've got a 14 playing up against 10. Live still in favor of Team Strays. Rafi on to stop the clock at 50 seconds. Dizzy trying to contest Aroma. Kills are good. Okay, now a chance here for Team Strays to either win this by capture or the kills, whichever is more convenient. Dizzy now all of a sudden on 4. Stack should be in here, but no, not quite. FDOT gets another double. Gives a lifeline for the defense. Rafi on 3 will keep the clock stopped, and he should be able to get this second tick of progress, but he's not fully on all of a sudden. He does lock it. It's just down to can he hold his life while his teammates are trying to get back to him.
Knocked him white, also down to about 5 lives, playing up against 9. Lots of time to work with for Team Strays, but through the back, Aroma has just picked them apart. What a double up that is. A good route is taken, and Aroma now has a firm position in the back, and he reads another one. Takes out Rafi. Are you kidding me? No lives remaining for Knocked him white, but we're down to 20 seconds left.
It's like a 9v16, now down to a 4v5. Clock. Another opponent here for Team Strays. Keep an eye on pack number 6 in purple. He's working around the back, but Aroma! Oh, what shots are those? Absolutely destroys him. Maestro locking down the B alley. Dizzy, the last one that can touch. And no way! Team Strays had everything going for them. But at the end of it, they only get the 2 ticks of progress, and Aroma tees off to clutch up the defense.
Yeah, I think someone needs to get Aroma a cape because he's looking like a superhero out here. He's saving the day left and right, man. Holy, what a play that is. He goes on a massive spree, flanks all the way through mid, comes around it, and he ends 14-8. FDOT right there with him. I mean, these 2 combined really stopped Team Strays when it came down to making that offensive push on the B point. Wow. I mean, Knocked him white. They do not mess around in control, man. I keep saying it, and they keep proving it.
Ridiculous. Opening Semtex does take down Aroma, though. FDOT working on this AES&D site control, but it's not going to work out. Dizzy actually gets his Semtex to land as well, so first 3 kills. Make it 4. Clean for Knocked him white. Looking to take some control here defensively. Aroma getting 1, but nothing more. And Knocked him white are under threat of being spawn trapped here. Good couple of exit kills will allow him maybe a route to work in towards soccer, but very good opening defense here for Team Strays.
Looking solid. Just trying to keep them away from the point early, I think, is the biggest thing. Try to eliminate more time off the clock. Rafi up top. Just try to find some of the spawners, but meanwhile on the point, there was a chance to get a touch, and it's dealt with for the most part. Rafi is also going to drop in the back as Aroma finds 2, and that might open up this play over to A. There are no AR set up top. This could give a chance for Aroma to get some good map positioning.
Aroma trying to get high ground control. Pack kind of stuck in a weird spot right now. Yeah, he's going to get overwhelmed. Wasn't sure exactly where to go. Maestro getting a follow-up. Aroma tad, but Rafi can't finish the kill. Clock stops, a chunk on the A zone. Aroma just checks.
Hello.
Oh, FDOT, hi. Falls into the lap of Rafi. But with that, double stack still comes through. Team Strays trying to get into position to contest this. They know they need to deal with Aroma. Shots are decent, but Rafi still can't get the kill. Down low, Pack only getting 1. Dizzy trying to work around the outside. Aroma finally dealt with. Rafi makes his move. Rafi gets 3. Chunk, though, still on the zone. Gets another kill actually onto his teammate. Final kill in a pack, though, is good. Extra 60 tech seconds are tallied. 14 plays 18. Live still favoring the defense.
That Chunk just shoots anything that moves, and look at Maestro already threatening the back, trying to find some deep kills here on the Team Strays, and he's just pieced them up again. Looking up top for some kind of a trade to come through for Pack, and Pack struggling to lock down Maestro. The stun might connect. Oh my goodness, the finesse is almost there. The support from Dizzy keeps his teammate alive, but the streak's coming in. I mean, knocked him white. They were on the point. They want to end it here.
Possibility for it. First tick gets locked in. F dot. Big 1v1. Takes down Rafi. Henry's looking for a flank. Dead silence used. He needs to start finding success as well because Roma's still on the B point. It's just taking time. Lots of time. Maestro stays away from the line of sight of Henry, who's trying to get something at range, but he's only got the Vaznev. He at least does take a player off the zone. Defense starts to recover. 11 plays 8. But you still have Noctum White playing forward. They can still try to get on this pending they get a couple of kills.
7 lives, as you mentioned. Just got to be a little bit careful. Going one by one. Have to use the teamwork. Get the trades in play. F-Dot doing some clearance. He's been just so good on the day. Seeing if he can get some info at the back. Stun will actually land for a little bit of information. F-Dot thinking about the touch. Well, there it is. They're going to lock in the second tick. So good news for Noctum White. Now just need to try to get numbers to the zone, but have to worry about almost every single angle the defense holding. But Aroma Maestro, they open up a chance to try to get the last tick.
Yeah, there's a player from behind, but Henry doesn't have a great angle at this. And as Rafi drops, there's a chance for, yep, here we go. Noctum White flooding forward again. Can anyone get here to touch? Oh my goodness. I mean, what? That is unbelievable offensive rounds from Noctum White. Flat out. Plus the defensive recovery in round 2.
Yeah, man.
That is one that breaks your mental, I think, if your Team Strays. You had lives in all 3 rounds. Clock started to become your ally a couple of different times, but man, Noctum White do not know how to say die as they will clean up the control 3-0 in convincing form.
Yeah. Talk about a big rebound after what we saw in the Search and Destroy, right? They have clearly shaken that off and saying, listen, we don't care. We're going to win this through the respawns, apparently, which they're good for so far. 2 for 2. But, I mean, that was clinical. I said it, right? Like, I just think Noctum White is so good when it comes to control. We saw it already, earlier today versus the Falcons. It just feels like they're always in a position to somehow clutch up, but also really just eliminate a lot of time off the clock, especially when you're trying to attack. And there is a lot of opportunities there with lives. I mean, even the positioning, there's 2 members from Team Strays that can come behind the play that are completely nullified and are shut down because it's easily read. It feels like they're constantly keeping track of names, figuring out where these players are. They know where to look. And while they are getting the reads, 2-1 up, Noctum White looking good, and they can get the job done next map.
And you could definitely tell that once they get, just kind of expanding upon your point, like, you get 1 kill. Let's say it's onto an AR player. Okay, cool. If we know we have an AR advantage, let's play towards the outside. If we end up taking down their subs, cool. Let's get in towards the interior of the El Estilo building and then work our way to the 2nd floor, and then we'll take care of the ARs. Like, it's just... It's great flexibility. It's got to be great IGLing, if I'm being honest. Like, I can only imagine their comms are really good when it comes down to, here's who we found, here's where our advantages are, let's make this move happen. Everybody else respects it. They play patient on the opposite side of that spectrum, and then the collapse comes through, and Team Strays just could not recover. Noctum White, impressive from start to finish. You look at the 18 of 21 non-traded under Aroma, who really took over at the end of that 2nd round, too. That's unreal.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the breaking point. Roma just goes on like a 7 spree, earns the streak just in case they need it, and they get the job done 3-0. Man. Team Strays, it's just, they can't catch a break today, can they? It just feels like they got a lot of great setups. They got a lot of great positions. It's just getting the round wins, getting the map wins has been a struggle. And now Hotel Hardpoint coming up here for us, Alan. Man, the AR's firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah.
Aroma playing the best he's played. Feels like that we've seen maybe in a while. He's having a hell of a day here on Championship Sunday. And you got to put it together to get us to an El Estilo control. Or sorry, El Estilo Search and Destroy if your Team Strays.
Yeah, and the thing about this is, you go back to that Fortress Hardpoint. It was tight until it wasn't, right? Like, all the small little advantages that Noctum are able to find really came into play at the very end as we rotated away from Anvil back to P1, back to P2 again. those things live in your mind here if you're Team Strays when it comes down to, okay, these are things that have gone wrong for us in our first 2 hard points of the day. We have to be better on rotation. I think that has to be where they take their mental focus. On top of that, of course, I mean, there is a little bit of a difference here in terms of like the overall slaying between the 2 squads. Noctum White are coming out in these respawns more often than not every single time there's like a 4-on-4, for instance. So, you know, I think there's a lot of things here for Team Strays that they're going to kind of work through. But I think first and foremost, you had to be better in the last 20 and the first 20 of these hard points as we start to look towards the hotel hard point. Because otherwise, Noctum White, with the way that they're shooting, could really take over this map quickly. That's the last thing you want to see if you're a Strays fan.
Yeah, I hard agree. I really think it's the beginning of the game and the end of the game that's just been plaguing them. They lose 30 points off of P1, and then like there's so many moments through all of these hard points where they've actually led probably by about half a hill, right? Like there's been a lot of moments that we've seen in the Fortress where they've been up, and then it really is just like that last minute, last 2 hills where it just falls to pieces. They get put in the spawn trap. They start coming one by one. It's frustrating to see over and over again because, again, we know this team to be really, really good. We've seen Rafi go on that run with Henry and you know, in season 3. So it just we want to see them get there. We want to see the clean hard point. The pressure setting in, and well, it's setting in more than ever. Elimination match here in the losers final. Noctum White. They have been good in all of the respawns here so far. We'll see if they can go 3 for 3 or if Team Strays can finally get a big respawn win.
Have to have it. It's not even just getting themselves back into the series, because you got to remember, you've got a really good Clutch Rain team waiting in the Grands, and they have looked really good on every single respawn they've played so far this weekend. Team Strays in immediately, though. Get the first little bit of time. Maestro working on it. Neutralizes the first. That's good first blood. You also have Chunk taking a long route around the back, and Team Strays are not prepared for this. Chunk gets the first, gets the second. One more to find over towards Bricks. Not going to be able to take down that, and with that, Team Strays back in the hill.
We'll see if Henry can also keep for him. It's a huge factor that map 1. He dropped 35 kills. AR to kick off the break here for him, and he will do a good job of finding Aroma. One more down low in the time, and Chunk might be able to add in the necessary support to lock in some of this P1 time. Noctum White, good for a little bit of it, but Pack breaks it open, and now Team Strays got themselves a decent setup. Just have to worry about F dot in the back.
Really good start here for Team Strays. This is where they're ran into problems, though. These individual 1v1s when you're stretching the map have to have a couple of wins. Henry deals some damage. Noctum White doesn't like the look of the approach through shops. Instead, go towards front desk. That will work out. Chunk for the first blood. Maestro still pinching. Nicely cleared by Henry. Has to turn his attention back towards the front, though, because there's a 3-man stack here from Noctum White. Long-range shots, not good towards Pack. Trade is through. Rafi, key win. Keeps spa side safe, and Team Strays will hold their opening setup.
Yeah, this is incredible so far. I mean, they got some great crossfire setup as well. Rafi and Dizzy just basically looking at each other, ready to take shots at anyone that flies in. And well, they fly in and they just start dropping like flies. As Team Strays have a good opening here to kick off the hotel hardpoint. Might be good for the remaining 20 seconds as everyone from Noctum White looks at the rotation in kitchen.
Nades out. Nothing tagging at the moment. Noctum White have set a very far cushion, though, around this kitchen hardpoint. But the clock, the time, already accrued towards Team Strays. I mean, are you kidding? Be 86-8. Unreal. And they haven't have some success here through mid. What happens to the spawns here for Noctum White? Surely they should be out, and they are. Okay, here comes the hit. Numbers for Team Strays. All of it coming from the front. Chunk gets the first cleanly. Space to work with over towards Freezer, but the player on the back for Team Strays works out for at least a couple of opening trades. Henry by himself, and there we go. Okay, Noctum White start to get their feet underneath them. Good hold here for the first 20.
I mean, you needed it. Team Strays break in right away. All of a sudden, this game is just out of control and out of hand. Good kills are continuing to come through for Noctum White. They're not slowing down. Able to push out, grab a little bit of this space. That's going to make it pretty hard pressed for Team Strays to really contest any of this time. They're going to send a double hit right through Freezer. Maestro flies at both of them. Now a 1v1. F dot will win the challenge. And Noctum White get themselves some critical time to make sure this game is not out of hand.
Rafi tries to actually play it over towards the exit, trying to finesse the scrap time. That's going to leave this Team Stray squad a little short-handed on rotation. Look where Maestro is. All the way deep in the back, he wins a gunfight. Now, this new hardpoint isn't open yet, so Team Strays are moving quickly to try to deal with them. That's well done. Hardpoint open. Spawns should still be good here for Team Strays, and they are. Noctum White try to play off rotation. Still have Chunk working around the back while everyone else hits from the front.
Oh, Dizzy's got a good position as well. He can keep the front safe. Ready for anyone to fly out, and well, the back is also kept safe. So Team Strays, I mean, this is the hard point we wanted to see. Dizzy's able to find another one. 3 in a row. Dead Silence popped. He is ready to go rogue. and try to see if he can build this kill streak up just a little bit further. Shot's going to come through. F-Dot gives him the chow. It will eliminate Dizzy, and now they can look towards the point.
Really good holds here from Team Strays early. Chunk gives it a go. Wait, he gets both? How has he managed to do that? Maestro assists on the play. Roma now trying to reinforce this scrap time. It'll be a 2v2 for the Old Hill. And how critical this time could be. Roma gets one, starts to spam things down, but that will be all he gets. Dizzy will lock in the back 8 seconds or so on rotation. Pack trying to be an influence over towards New. Caught with the trophy system out. F-Dot collects the kill and makes safe the trophy. And with that, the restaurant will open up in favor of Noctum White, down 50 points.
Oh, Henry's in, but he's still able to find one over the top. It looked like they may have saw the dolphin dive, but he's able to get the regen off now, too. Roma gonna give him a chow. Henry gets a second, and he buys time for Dizzy to get there, and Henry finds a third. I mean, that was all him. Buys time for Dizzy. That is a very fast break. Team Stray soaking up more time in restaurant.
Just great patience from Henry. How good has he been in these hard points, just being a nuisance,
Incredible.
surprising, and then coming up with 2 or 3. I mean, it happened so quickly. Dizzy, a little inspiration from him, does get to the 6th kill, so he earns the cruise missile, but the break for the back 20 seconds looks good for Noctum White. Now they're pushing through over towards the kitchen area. F-Dot surprised, doesn't expect Henry to be up close and personal that fast. And with that, a chance for Team Strays to set up their line of scrimmage as we look over towards rooftops.
A lot of rotations have been improved, it feels like, for Team Strays. They've been a little bit quicker, just kind of moving across the map. Did you have to play for exits and watch this push through from Noctum White? They're going to send 2 of their members to try to flip out the spawns. So tough gunfights need to be won. Henry in a good position to stop it, but Pack eats a nade. That's going to stop him from looking at Freezer. He's now forced to reposition. He's getting a bit of a regen. A lot of firepower sent to the back, and meanwhile, F-Dot's also able to get to the front and at least contest.
And the thing about this was, I was going to say, Rafi doesn't actually get any kills from the front, so even though Team Strays had a really nice setup, and they were on the hard point first, they really don't get much time out of that. Maybe, 15 seconds? Dizzy's going to call in the cruise missile to try to clear, and he does, but he unfortunately also takes down his teammate. So now it's just down to who wins these follow-up 1v1s. On the point, Rafi does take care of Aroma, so that should allow an opportunity here for Team Strays to work their way back on, but it's taking a lot of time, and Noctum White have numbers that can get to top bedroom to at least keep this neutral. Honestly, with the cruise missile called in, that's not a terrible hard point for Noctum White. They still will be down 60 points, but it could have been a lot worse.
Oh man, this is also really well done from Team Strays. They know that Noctum White like to push through P6, come around and try to grab control of this side of the map to look over P1. They're not going to be allowed to do that. And that means that Team Strays might be able to soak up some time unless F-Dot flies out and puts together another double kill. Just trying to buy them time to soak up some key points here on the P1 point. Chunk will be able to find one, but Rafi deals with the remaining players. Now a chance for Team Strays to get on the hill.
Stays neutral for the time being. Aroma clears off Rugs. Rafi on the cross at mid. Does well to take care of F-Dot, but with that, still a chance for Team Strays to get a little bit more time here. Up to 180 plus. Aroma caught off guard. Dizzy, Rafi, both collecting kills. Now it's Team Strays moving over to the right side of the minimap. You can see Noctum White trying to deal with this. Maestro, last one to survive, will hold on to this side of the map, but it comes at the cost of a lot of time here. Team Strays will be over 200 points.
Over 200 points. Dizzy up to 24 and 11 with a minute in the hill. He wants to get to that map number 5, and Team Strays could be good for it. They could just about get there if they can lock down a break. Aroma, hearing a lot of sound cues here through the hard point, will be able to actually get some shots off, but doesn't win the battle. He gets cooked in it. Just like that, Team Strays just walk in, break it open on the first attempt, and now there's a lot of pressure for Noctum White to respond.
Yeah, the proactivity from Team Strays is working out on these break attempts. Chunk, though, recovers. Brilliant double from him. You look down to the hard point. Pac playing over towards Spa's side. Spawns for Team Strays will also be here, but Chunk's found himself an AR, and that will work out to neutralize one. Pinch play from Henry again, coming around the back. Of course it is. He gets 2, not quite the 3rd. Aroma going to be tested, though, as Team Strays spawning close. We'll get the scrap time, and every second from here on out for Team Strays is going to feel like a dagger digging deeper into Noctum White. They have to put together essentially a 45-plus second hold here.
Yep. And then have to have a perfect rotation to do. So much to do. Chunk is going to delay things through the back. It's a great Semtex off, and I mean, he's tucked himself away in a good prone position. It'll be a tough read, and Henry not going to check it. Chunk for 2, ready for the 3rd.
Wow.
Oh, Chunk does it all by himself through the back. He's ready to pass through mid. Chunk for 4, ready to pop up for 5. He is dealing with everybody from Team Strays. They are sending nade stuns to finally flush him out through mid, but that buys about 30 seconds for Noctum White to kitchen.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, he softens up not just the first hit, but he also deals with a couple of members trying to work through middle on the second. So now the first 30 seconds are good. Chunk off the spawn, still in place. Chunk continuing to put together kill after kill. That Maestro inside the hard point. Henry, the only one left. No chance he pinches here. Surely not. Gets the first, no worries, though. F-Dot still in his way. 1v1 for scrap time, and F-Dot will take the win. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Noctum White will be over the 200-point mark. Then they've got a player already over towards bar side. Maestro, Aroma, trying to clear things out. Team Stray's in a little bit of trouble, but they do have Dizzy who spawns up in place. Nades start to land, though, and the battle for bar wages on.
Yeah, Maestro's able to grab the reception desk, trophy system down. That's going to allow Noctum White to flood right into the hill. And now all of a sudden, Team Stray's on the back foot, starting to lose this massive lead that they built up for themselves. It's always in the last couple of hills where it falls apart for them, Allen. And it's happening again. Chunk building up another killing spree.
And Maestro has an idea that Rafi's going to be playing off the back, but do they expect a second member to be here? Henry once again coming over the backside of Spa. Couple of shots come through. Chunk aware of it. Gets the kill. 5 in a row for the Chunk Meister. Oh, goodness gracious. 230, 227. Team Strays starting to scramble as they put together this hit from the front. Maestro gets the first. Chunk now called upon. Looking for kill number 6. No! Kills come through and Henry gets the break. Not enough time to win here, but look at the rotation. Team Strays have 3 members already playing towards Restaurant.
Oh, it's all going to be a foot race for new. Battles here determine whether or not Team Stray stay alive. Noctum White could end it in Restaurant. Dizzy over the top, looking for battles. It's a full-on wipe. The only one up is going to be Henry. Can he do it again? He has to get into the hill.
Waits for his teammates, though. It's going to be a 4v3 on this hard point. Time becoming an issue. Nades are landing. Secondary kills are in. Aroma going to be contested. Not able to find the kill. It's just down to Maestro. He's likely going to have to try to push to contest this. Not going to work out. F-Dot around the back, only getting 1. 247 to 247. Oh, Chunk gets in and flat out wins the game. What did we just witness?
We witnessed Chunk changing the game. I mean, his moment at the back of the map, man. Like, how does he get away with that? How does he get away with that? And then they turn it into a full-on break. There's only one moment to fly in. And he gets the job done, dude. I mean, Team Stray just can't get to break. They get to the end of every hard point, and they never get over the final hill. They never get the final points, dude. It happens every single time, Allen.
Do we have that on replay? Oh, my God, dude.
What was that snap?
Dude, Chunk is final.
It's unreal.
Flat out final.
Oh my.
This is unbelievable. I mean, even before this point, Chunk is the only reason that Noctum White get through. As soon as he gets dealt with here, look at the minimap. Full wipe, and the status of the spawns favors Team Strays to new. Henry's on the cross.
Dude.
He's thinking, okay, I'll wait to see if anyone hits me through ult, and then I have a free flank here. But look how quick it happens. F-Dot gets Dizzy down low, he pops up, finds the kill, and you start to think, okay, that should be it right there, but of course Henry's still alive. He clears out Rugs, provides a chance for Team Strays to stack. The nades are in because this trophy system's so deep, and as soon as Aroma drops, you think, okay, that's it. There's no way. Maestro falls. The only players here are F-Dot, and Chunk does this on 1 HP. Stupid.
Dude, what is that snap, man? Oh, what a transfer from Chunk. Oh my God. Oh, are you not entertained? Like, come on, 250, 248, but you got to remind everybody, like, that was an 80-point gap at one point in time.
Correct. Late into that game.
It was an 80-point gap late into the game, and it's Chunk's play in the back that enables the entire comeback. He gets 3 on the rotation. He stops the full-on push through. He weakens up a lot of players through mid to enable his teammates to just collect 30 seconds for free. And then they find a beautiful rotation thanks to Maestro, who opened up with a couple of key kills there behind the reception desk and one also behind D1. I mean, that's how your season ends. Dude.
And think about how many moments there are where you start to look to where we could have found those 2 seconds if your team strays. Henry jumps off bar with like 8 seconds left because he wants to help his team on rotation.
True.
Things to think about. But man, the heroics for Noctum White on Hardpoint continue. They do it on Fortress, not once but twice. They do it again here on Hotel in more dramatic form. And this team is looking like a major threat in the respawn in particular, which is exactly where I think that this grand finals will come down to. Because both teams are going to be good at the search and destroy, but this is all, I think this best of 7 is going to be determined by what happens in the respawns coming up between Noctum White and Clutch Rain, because both teams have shown some dramatic comebacks over the course of the last 48 hours.
Dude. I just can't believe that's how it ends. I really can't. I know we just saw it, but come on, dude. Wow. 3-1 victory in the losers final. Team Strays are eliminated, and that is their final match here for the Modern Warfare 2 season. Those guys fighting tooth and nail through this bracket, but there is so much competition here at the end. Noctum White clearly playing some of their best Call of Duty on the day. They hit the biggest regain I've ever seen after what we saw in that search and destroy, and they just get the job done in the respawns. And now Noctum White, Clutch Rain, grand final winner moves on to Challenger Champs.
Unbelievable. Okay, we have one best of 7. It's gonna be a barn burner based on what we've seen from both of these two squads. I can guarantee you that. Wow. That's some fuego right there for Noctum White. But they're going into a tough opponent. Clutch Rain have been clean throughout the entirety of the weekend. We'll send things off to an extended break. Teams have to go through the veto process. And then we've got the EU Grand Finals for the final spot into Europe to make it the Challengers Champs coming up. Don't go far. More Challengers on the way.
What's up, folks? We're not going to make you wait any longer here for the Call of Duty Challengers LCQ Finals here in Europe. We're about to get underway with Clutch Rain and Noctum White. Before we do, let's talk all the business here between these two teams and everything that's led up to this point. I'm Infinity. This is Proper. We've got a great match on our hands.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, of course it had to come down to this. Clutch Rain versus Noctum White. Insane scenes as far as the LCQ is concerned. Who would have thunk it that the top 3 seeds would have been the top 3 teams? Noctum White just squeaking out the last 2 points required over Team Strays in that map number 4 on Hotel. They find themselves here, a chance for tickets to Vegas on the line.
Yeah, it's been a long run for Noctum White. We'll talk about that run in just a moment here. Just a little quick reminder, though, before we get into this match about what teams have already qualified for the Call of Duty Challengers Championships this year. Before these LCQs, we had 12 of those spots filled up. We filled up the 13th of August over in the APAC region, qualifying earlier today or this morning or last night, depending on where in the world you are situated. For a lot of Europeans, it would have been very early this morning. Now we put our final European team into Challengers Finals, joining the likes of Wobbawobs, Notorious, Deviant, Aphelion Esports, and the Atlas Lions. Who's it going to be, Andy?
I don't know, man. You know I don't do predictions.
I almost had you. Almost.
Yeah, no, you literally never will. Like, in the many years I've been doing commentary, Brody, I never do predictions. Maybe, like, back in, like, year 1. But regardless of the matter, we got a match on our hands here in between Clutch Rain and Noctum White. Safe to say that this one is slated to be an absolute banger. Of course, best of 7 to be able to settle the score, to be able to see which team will be that final team from Europe to make their way over towards champs. Last time these two teams played online, it did go the entire distance, but this Clutch Rain roster has definitely turned a lot of heads as far as what it's all concerned.
Right.
Through Season 4 of the Elite, they were the #1 control team. Nobody ever saw it coming. Nile, Genesis, Cruz, and Twiz. This 4-player roster is definitely something to not bat an eyelash at.
Yeah, it is that Season 4 run, I think, that kind of remains the shining light for this Clutch Rain roster, and one of the biggest reasons that we still, despite maybe their failings at Toronto, did not have them out of our minds for potentially the team to qualify here at LCQs. That deep lower bracket run during Season 4 included names such as Notorious and Aphelion Esports, Deviants Gaming as well. They went through it to make it all the way towards top 3. So Clutch Rain here, I think, you know, again, you look at the composition of the roster, and for a lot of players that previous to Season 4 hadn't had a lot of success, it's just this 4, as a foursome, have been looking pretty fearsome. So Clutch Rain, they're a great roster, but they go head-to-head with Noctum White, that while we were talking about Clutch Rain making the run all the way back in Season 4, well, the bracket run that Noctum White have been making here in this tournament, ooh, it's been tasty.
Has it ever been zesty? A certain amount of spice, maybe a little bit of cumin and some paprika as well. Roma, F. Chunk, and Maestro. If you missed the clip from Gabe's stream of Chunk just absolutely popping off with his teammates at the end of that Hotel Hardpoint, apparently he just wants it more. That has to get proven to the test here. Hotel Hardpoint for map number 1. We'll go ahead and show you what the entire best of 7 map set looks like, but the Hardpoints, exactly what Schiff was talking about, the end of lower finals, might just be the decider when it comes down to who's going to take this series.
Yeah, the last time we saw Noctum White play this hard point, of course, we did see that just the very last map, and it was an incredible comeback. Chunk having something rather loud to say about the way in which he was able to finish that map as well, and even previous to that, Noctum White, they've proven quite formidable here on Hotel Hardpoint. So as far as kind of setting the trend early on in this series, this could be a good one for Noctum White. But Clutch Rain, they've been waiting around for quite some time here. Will they be able to fight back versus Noctum White? That's the question. Right now, immediate early control of this game will be going in favor of Noctum White. As we look over towards P2, immediately you're seeing those Noctum White players. Gabe, now Roma, the last one left alive here towards New. Will win a crucial one-on-one battle against the player on the backline. Finds Twiz as well. The help is here from his players. Noctum White going to touch first on P2.
Twiz is hitting Spa very fast. Spawns will still remain intact for Noctum White, but they were not aware that the spot push was going to be coming through. Chunk has so much to do, finds the trade, snaps to the front, Twiz for the trade. Clutch Rain are in possession of the hill.
And now got to hold it for the back 35 seconds. Noctum White will give this one last look. The coverage, though, from Nile towards the help desk is so annoying to deal with if you're a Noctum White. And again, it's not even like you can't send anything towards this one. You almost have to for the amount of time that's left on this hill. And yet still, it is just getting past Nile, getting past Twiz that's the problem. Those kills come through. Clutch Rain will be happy about that. That is a lot of time going their way. Now over towards the rotation we go. Cruz getting involved in an immediate 1 versus 2 inside the kitchen. Now needs to wait for Twiz to come and help him out.
They're all just anchored up inside of Kitchen at this moment in time. Going to be a crucial 1v1 in between 6 and 3. Nile, very close to Maestro. Well, Nile wasn't aware of it as well. So free kill from Maestro as he's just hunkering things down. Now, that should be immediate communication for Clutch Rain that you're about to walk into this, into what was going to be a 3v3. You're trying to send crews around the flank, unable to find success in doing so. So Noctum White will hold on for the initial time.
Got to hold a little bit longer though. Twiz trying to find their way through. They're going to get shut down now. Next up is going to be Nile down the cut. Crews as well. All of them falling here to Noctum White. He will hold on now for the back 30. Clutch Rain spawning away inside the restaurant. And again, one of those awkward moments where with 30 seconds left, you're probably not going to full send towards the scrap time over towards Kitchen. Twiz will actually look to battle that over in that direction. But while all that's going down, F-Dot on our screens over here, winning crucial gunfights, recognizing that those spawns are coming through from Clutch Rain over towards Jules. And he's let a couple of players pass, but they are just not going to expect him to be here.
One more player behind Felix here. He's actually going to be pinched in between two. Bruce will pick him up over by the lobby side. So spawns in towards the back should remain intact for Clutch Rain, but we're still scuffling over here by the B control zone. 4P4. Nice 7 techs for Nile will at least clean up Maestro from the front of the hard point, so Clutch Rain hold on. Now they're going to entrench themselves in the setup.
Big rotation coming out from Clutch Rain there. If they lost this one, Noctum White would have had themselves a dominable lead. No longer the case now. Clutch Rain relying on the fact that they're going to have to keep Noctum White in towards that bedroom side. Twiz was watching the cross, goes for a little turn at the complete wrong time. It's okay though, because he's not going to find that one kill. Now the floodgates have opened here for Noctum White to start to make their way across those. Still not in dominable numbers just yet. Drew's going to be laying down there, waiting for the support from Nile over the top. And now Aroma might have found a path through. Does get cut down there before he can find his way on towards the hard point. And now F-Dot, really the last player left in any kind of challengeable spot. Chunk will go for the scrap time here in this position, but it is a 1v2. It's a lot to ask out of the man.
God.
And you know what? When you snake your butt off, you can do anything. That's the way Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 works. And Clutch Rain not having any of it. Chunk wastes a little bit of time, but no more than that.
That time is becoming a little bit of an issue. About a 30-point lead that Clutch Rain hold over Noctum White's head. Well, split spawn occurring. See that Aroma just spawned effectively over by the hole. We'll be pushing Chandelier alongside Chunk. On the opposite side, Maestro needs to find value coming through from the pantry. Clutch Rain are all hunkered down here inside the snake pit.
There we go. Genesis able to find one, but getting overwhelmed at the moment. Now the Clutch Rain forced back in towards Connector and towards Kitchen. Twiz looking to move forward. Can only find one again. No more than that. The numbers in favor of Noctum White. Maestro and F-Dot going to fire back. Now Clutch Rain spawning by Jewelry side. This is not a good position for them to be in whatsoever. Yes, they're 30 points up over Noctum White, but they're not on the right side of the map. They have to push through this hill, and they know it. Dude. Maestro ready for that push to happen. Aroma, unfortunately, going to go for the team kill. That'll weaken things here. Maestro, the last one left alive, and that is the back 10 seconds for Clutch Rain. For Noctum White now, this rotation is everything.
You need to be playing for a lot of these exits inside a kitchen. Chunk's going to be the first player up. Gets eviscerated by Twiz. Nice shots out of him. Couple more players still waiting for the exits. Maestro's all the way in towards the back. Aroma playing closer towards the jacuzzi. He is left one shot. No assistance whatsoever. But this is great assistance regardless of the way you look at it, because F-Dot is soaking up some time for free.
Yeah, and Chunk just sitting around the kitchen just being so frustrating to deal with as well. Him just getting those 2 kills alleviates so much pressure around the front. Now Maestro around the backline, though, his job is far from done. There is a couple of players that have gotten past, and yet F-Dot recognizes the Cruise as one of those players will be winning that particular 1v1. And yet still, for Clutch Rain, it is just about exploiting some of these areas that are not being watched at this point in time. Nile from afar will be taking down one from the hard point. Noctum White, though, they have the numbers, they've got the coverage to make sure they continually are able to soak up the time. In terms of doing what they needed to here on this hard point, Andy, they've absolutely done it. They've got the vast majority of time at the back of this hill, and now they're in the lead.
Oh, job's such a good one. I mean, it just felt like that Noctum White were never really uprooted from this final hard point within the first set. Now they were able to find themselves the second win required going into the second set of hills. It's a 20-point lead for Noctum White. Chunk will be inside the hard point first. Clutch Rain are looking to split their cause, but the kills are still bleeding in white. Still have Genesis that's only in the flank over by the cube, but he gets cut down as well. Noctum White looking to find themselves in a certain series of strides coming into the second set, Brody.
30-point lead here for Noctum White going in towards the second set. As it currently stands, they're looking to battle their way through the middle of the map. Genesis of an attempted flank will get shut down, and as more kills come through from Maestro now as well. Noctum White starting to heat up here through the middle of the map. Clutch Rain spawning towards that restaurant side. They're looking to make their way through. Aroma is just at the moment just chilling, waiting the rest of his team to pick up all of these kills. He's still on the 4 spree that he's got off the initial push towards this hard point, but they will take a bit of time away now from Clutch Rain. putting some distance between themselves and the Clutch Rain roster. The roster here, Clutch Rain, they need to hold on towards this rotation. And look at number 2 and number 4, F. and Chunk. They're trying to make this fight happen. F. the first one to challenge Niall. Is he going to push a little bit forward just before Chunk makes that move? He is keeping an eagle eye on it.
I mean, Chunk doesn't push for the trade. Niall's still in towards the back here by the parking lot. And Noct and White are electing to actually still try to hit this from the front. There's assistance here for Chunk. F. is there through the statue, over by Check-In. Niall can do absolutely nothing. Wiz is close by inside a spa looking for a couple trades. Niall trying to get some cheeky shots through the window, but it's Noct and White, the successful break, but Clutch Rainer is still here.
And Cruz will find a double. That will give Niall some room to maneuver at the very least, but there's a lot of time being given away to Noct and White at this point. You have to go right now if you're a Clutch Rain. This is 25 seconds that you do definitely need to fight for. Niall gets shut down by Maestro. Chunk for the kill on towards Genesis, and that is a back 20 guaranteed for Noct and White. It will put them within 30 points of victory here on Hotel Hardpoint. Really blowing this game wide open over the last 2 or 3 hardpoints. Clutch Rain needs to make sure they win this rotation, and the numbers not exactly favoring them. Overwhelming from the backline come Noct and White.
Oh my goodness, I don't know, I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure F. spawned all the way over by Valet. He pushes the issue all the way to the backside of Kitchen, but Twiz shows up when it matters most. Be able to enforce his way inside of the current hardpoint, find the kills required. Make sure that Clutch Rain can at least start to accrue some more time. This second set has not been friendly for Clutch Rain by any stretch of the imagination, Brody. They've only been able to garner about 30 seconds or so, and they are still finding some kills. This is a big moment for Clutch Rain to bring themselves back into the game.
Yeah, you're hitting the 30-second mark now. If you're Noct and White, I would stop investing so much resources into this. At this point, you are just going to be feeding with all the headies that Clutch Rain have, all the positioning that Clutch Rain have. Just don't allow them to get past the 50-yard line. Don't allow them to get past bedroom. Make sure you're rotating towards the next hard point, and those rotations are now happening. They are now coming into effect. You can see Clutch Rain trying to make their way through Trouches, trying to make their way through bedroom. Big one to win here from Cruz. Noct and White will be the first team to touch over here.
Almost feel like that you need to give up a lot of that old time if you are Niall. He's going to be late to this party, but luckily enough, his teammates show up yet again. Cruz on 2. Niall will now be joining through the middle of the map. Genesis nearby as well. Noct and White from the outside looking in.
Here we go. They're going to make their way through. You just cannot get past the threesome of Niall, Genesis, and Twiz, though. They are about to soak up enough time here to take the lead away from Noct and White. And Noct and White, they still have to contest this, by the way. Finally, around the backline here, they're going to come at the right times here. Synchronized hit, but oh my god, Genesis turns and burns on towards Chunk. Noct and White, they still need to challenge for this. Clutch Rain can still win here.
They can still do it. Aroma is close by inside a spot. Niall's more than aware of it on a 3 spree. Each player has a trophy system. Aroma needs to try to pinch this alongside his teammate as well through statue. Trades coming out. Cruz is still here, by the way. Needs to get traded. There's the kills required. Noct and White back inside the contested time.
Yeah, this is fine. This is 10 seconds worth. Going for Genesis will find the double to get that time. But now over towards the rotation. A huge 1v1 about to go down. Chunk actually might get overwhelmed. He needs help from Maestro and F. pretty quickly. Twiz round the corner. Chunk for win the first gunfight. Maestro provides that coverage for the first kill, and F. also picks up another one. So Niall now the last one left alive. Knocked him. They're winning every single gunfight required. F. through the middle of the map picks up 3. And is that going to be enough?
It certainly looks like it. 240 and counting all the way up. Clutch Rain one-dimensionally has to flood through Chandelier.
Here they go. One by one they go. There goes Cruz. There goes Niall. Genesis the last one left alive, but Twiz through the middle of the map. Twiz will find 2, and Clutch Rain with those kills. That will do it here on Hotel. A rotation from kitchen to bar that should not have been theirs. Got them back into the game and back into the lead.
I mean, to be fair, there's a handful of rotations for Noct and White that certainly have not gone their way. The scoreline would have been so different in Clutch Rain's favor. When Noct and White were able to piece together what they looked like from the restaurant going all the way over towards the top patio side, they put themselves in a position to what? Piece together about like 80, closer to 90 points or so. Clutch Rain were nowhere to be found towards the end of the first set. And truly spoken about all the way through the first set until we got to that break over inside of P4. Realistically, even the kitchen hardpoint as well. I mean, Clutch Rain were putting on their back heels, but they absolutely delivered. They took a deep breath. They escaped from their lungs, and they just remained composed, and they put themselves in the driver's seat yet again off of Genesis's wonderful 4 spree that was able to keep everybody from Noct and White at bay. And from that position, it continuously forced all of Noct and White to still spawn over by Chandelier. It just felt like from that P4 going on over towards P5 that the middle of the map was truly Clutch Rain's to lose. Noct and White off of a couple good kills there at the end. You'll see it here in the replay. It's just from a few sporadic sprees that were able to be pieced together, like players like F-Dot, like Chunk, side by side with Maestro. But it simply was not meant to be with the AR prowess there in the final few moments for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, that is insane. Absolutely insane. And there was a point here where I was really concerned for Chunk even just kind of being potentially overwhelmed, but Maestro provides the coverage enough. Then F-Dot does this. This is absolutely huge. He gets a couple of kills through the middle of the map. Oblivion finds a third as well. And that really did feel like that should have been it there for Noct and White, because all you have to do in that scenario, you know that Clutch Rain are going to be spawning over towards the jewelry side, over towards Chandelier. Just make sure they don't get through. And I think, again, Twist provides like a two-piece there. I think there's a bit of a long route being taken by F-Dot that wasn't necessary, I want to say. But in the heat of the moment, again, it's really hard to make those play calls work.
Well, it was like I was saying, I mean, they had to one-dimensionally flood through Chandelier, but Twist makes the veteran call. Instead of funneling along with his three other teammates, he actually comes through the side door leading into Wine. And if you're F-Dot in that situation, you would have loved to be able to re-wrap it, but it was a hell of a read coming through from Twiz to be able to get that second kill on the F-Dot to make sure that the pinch does not come through. You don't find that kill on the F-Dot, and he is able to find those 2 kills required. We have a rinse wash repeat of what Chunk did there versus Team Strays in the map number 4, but the shoe is now on the other foot. It is a close shave for Noct and White, but they lose it by 3 points. The stats are just all over the place. Maestro 23 and 21, 2,800 damage. Chunk had about 3k damage. F-Dot over 3k damage. But you look from top to bottom from Clutch Rain, and the assists really speak for itself. I mean, 12 assists for Nile for 2,500 damage, with dead even, 19 for 19, almost 2 minutes of OBJ time. Your Slayer's definitely showing up when it mattered the most, specifically for Twiz. Yeah, not the sexiest KD ratio in the world, but damn were those 2 pieces definitely felt throughout all of the hotel for that map number 1. So this is the best of 7. This is how we got here. This is where we're going. Noct and want nothing to do with Mercado. Hydro Fortress Hotel will be the vetoes for Clutch Rain. They get the extra taste of that hotel control veto. So the El Asilo is in, and the Expo control will be there at least for the map number 6. But when we move over towards this Embassy Search and Destroy, this is where things get a little interesting. There's a lot of S&D prowess in this lobby. Can Clutch Rain ride the momentum off of that map 1 win?
Yeah, and a lot of the questions I will have going towards this Search and Destroy is what are the sniper presence going to be looking like here for both of these 2 rosters. Generally speaking, Noct and Whites, they've been looking pretty hot, but for Clutch Rain, Genesis, been getting better and better with the sniper rifle as each passing season of Challengers Elite has gone on. At the start of this one, though, F-Dot has already been taken out of the equation here, so mid-map presence looking pretty good for Clutch Rain, and unlike in a number of situations here, Clutch Rain have not pushed themselves all the way back. They're actually pressing the advantage. Crew's getting up close and personal in the parking lot, and he's giving them the parking fine.
Whew, Roma. The hairs on his chinny chin chin just stays alive from the car explosion. A little 1v4 action. For the culture. For the culture game! Oh, able to find the first. He's gonna get pinched regardless. I mean, the culture would have loved it, but it's simply not meant to be. It's early days as far as S&D is concerned on Embassy. You got no utility whatsoever. Clutch Rain are just so adept at making sure that they take the map away from you just as soon as the round pops. When those kills start to come all the way through, you lose hallway control. Your ARs are trapped all the way in the back. Clutch Rain take round 1.
Brilliant start from Clutch Rain. And again, I kind of mentioned it there. A lot of times here on Embassy Search and Destroy, we've been kind of lamenting some of the weird plays that maybe we've seen on Embassy this weekend. And a lot of it comes down to maybe teams getting the advantage and they're not actually pressing it. But Clutch Rain do it there. Right decisions made. Noct and White here on the defense. It's what they believe to be a B push. That is not the case whatsoever. Clutch Rain fast and furious towards A. Aroma was the only one over here, but the backup is on his way.
Genesis with the sniper. F-Dot on the slow peek. Both shots missing. Ooh. Genesis goes for the reach out. F-Dot a little bit more than a shoulder that time. That couples along nicely. 2 quick kills. Bomb planted today.
Chunk and Maestro here again. The Young Guns here on Noct and White. And dastardly, a number of situations. This is a big ask, though. Gonna slyly open the door. Will unsettle Cruz here in the moment, but they should be steadfast ready for this. And yet Cruz is going to peek out for the first versus Chunk. Maestro over the top will slap down onto the ground. His body lifeless, will not be able to do anything.
And it's a great call coming through from Clutch Rain again. You know, especially for your opening offense, why not just try to go over towards A? Just cut across the Xbox side. You got Genesis that's overwatching the entirety of the play with the boomstick in hand. F-Dot and Genesis both missed the opening shot. And F-Dot goes for the reach out. Tough situation to find yourself in. Even if you go 1 for 1 in that regard, Twiz was still able to find first blood. The bomb site control was truly all Clutch Rain's within what? Like the first 10, 15 seconds? What's the adaptations looking like for Noctum White here on the offense? Looking for a B execute here very quickly.
Yeah, they will at least get to the B-bomb site. It's what you do after that. That's the question. Genesis now trying to snipe over the top. Maestro, oh, he almost had that one, but chunked from the ladder. Will be taking him down. Maestro for the kill against Twiz as well. This has been a full encroachment of the B site. Now very quickly finds himself alone in the 1v4 and decimated at that. I love the play from Noctum White. And it's not just because, of course, it works for the round victory, right? But it's kind of the pace at which they set in that round. It's exactly what they needed to come back from the first two.
Yeah, I mean, what's the adaptation? Now you have your utility, you got that silence. Noctum White, make the play call. Hit him hard and fast, boys. That's exactly what happens. Just completely runs him down. I mean, even if you get a player that could read the ladder climb, you would never expect for Chunk to be there as quick as he was. It's completely uproot. Genesis with the sniper. Was a problem in the previous round. The offense now for Clutch Rain, instead of going over towards 8, gonna be going for a 2-2 split. Bomb moving its way towards B rather rapidly.
Was that much the same kind of play? This time without that pace and venom we saw from Noctum White in their offensive effort. Maestro was going to say, you got to be careful, because if you weren't going to get caught by that nade, you probably would have got caught by the sniper rifle of Genesis regardless. Doesn't matter how it happens. It happens. Clutch Rain, that is. It looked slow to begin with. It looked like it was kind of measured, but, I mean, it's still fast enough. It's very quickly does that fall apart for Noctum White.
But it's just how the stun connects from top server across the bridge that stops the bomb carrier from getting on the B bomb site itself over by Sign. That keeps the push over by the B bomb site rather honest. But it was a 2-2 split for Clutch Rain. You had a player that was more or less around admin halls, one player pushing over past P2 close to Xbox, and then that's the flank that really is where the pace started to come from. 2-round lead now for Clutch Rain.
Initial snipes now for F-Dot. Hasn't been able to provide much coverage early on in this search and destroy for Noctum White, and that will continue to be new to tier. Now Clutch Rain looking to press the advantage. Genesis from up top will come down and take Junk and Aroma out of the equation, and now very quickly it's Maestro left up for a 1v4 situation. These rounds, I mean, they seem so decisive time and time again. This one in favor of Clutch Rain.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just what Clutch Rain have been able to develop. This is the conversation that we've had from them in their objective game modes, specifically in Search and Control, but here in the Search and Destroy, it's just how they really play off of what information they're able to get and how quickly they're able to get it as well. And then they dissect the round from soon on after. Genesis puts away the sniper, pulls back out the TAC-56. He's 6-2 now, up on 3 in a row, back to the sniper rifle as well, couples along nicely for a 3-round lead.
Now there's a serious distance between Noctum White and Clutch Rain. F-Dot needs to start winning some of these early snipes, man. A lot of the Search and Destroy prowess for Noctum White comes off the back of that, and these first bloods have just not been going their way. Finally, F-Dot will win one. Genesis has his head taken off over by the trucks, over by the parking lot. That's a lot of real estate now for Noctum White. Again, they have to press the advantage, though. Right now, Chunk is the only one here.
It's just great information. Again, you're not really seeing anything, but Chunk isn't expecting the push to come through the middle of the map. Who's going to be the next player to watch that you would think would have to be Aroma? Twiz, dead silence, finds the trade. Now he's looking to plant the bomb.
He's moving forward as well.
That's dangerous.
Does he get an ladder in time? Yes, he does. Aroma's not going to expect it. Yeah, that's annoying. You'd think that Maestro would have seen it. Twiz now looking for Maestro too. Doesn't matter again. Niall will finish off that kill. And elsewhere, F-Dot has just completely cleaned house over by administration building. This is the worst possible player to be in a 1v1 against. He's got the sniper rifle. Looking for the active back versus Twiz. He will miss. Now Twiz has to be careful. Will tempt fate the escape. Twiz!
Why would you reach Hell then?
Why would you reach out?
Oh, no.
Twiz!
Oh, Twiz makes such a heads-up play off the Deddy. Instead of planting the bomb, he finds one player for free in the middle of the map. Climbs up the ladder, finds the first damage onto the player back server. And then you're in a 1v1 versus F-Dot.
By the way, finds the entire ace, by the way. I mean, that just can't go understated. Finds a Vaznev somewhere off of a corpse. And it just goes to work. But that round was truly decided off of a terrible call to try to re-peek through Sign. I mean, it is a mere pixel that you're giving to Felix to hit that snipe. He don't miss twice, boy, let me tell you. 5 and 4 now for F-Dot. Off of a crucial round is the momentum shift here for Noctum White now as they still trail by 2.
Yeah, and that'll give them some confidence booster as well going in towards this round. It's now 4 in a row. We'll find the ace looking for more. Just the initial snipe for Nile. So the status quo seems to have been restored here. Clutch Rain and aggressive towards the middle of the map. And now again, you're no longer relying on F-Dot in these situations, Andy. You're relying on somebody else from Nocturne White to clear some of that space through the middle. You've got to be cautious about the fact that Genesis is going to be overwatching positions like this as well.
Now a sniper, though. It's with attack 56. And F-Dot got pushed all the way back. But Clutch Rain have conceded that space. Nile's over by the Vance. F-Dot's seen him. I mean, his spidey senses are definitely tingling that there's a player over here. Sees some boots, maybe. Knows that Nile is over here. Even if he clips his foot, it's not going to be good for the kill. Misses a little bit too high. Nile's under a lot of pressure as all 8 players are still alive. 37 seconds remain.
Yeah, again, they're just relying on making sure they do push through parking in this situation. Again, mid-map in full control here for Clutch Rain. Nile, his trophy system, saves him from eating a nade to the face. Yet still, Nile still on his own here. And Twitch to turn around at some point. Nile just doing it all on his lonesome. No, there goes Aroma. Chunk, well, he will eventually go down, but Chunk takes Nile with him. Now towards the middle of the map. Cruz finds a double. Maestro trades things out. Now in a 1v2 from a 1v3. 11 seconds on the clock here. Looking to get Cruz. Cruz just needs to play his life in time. There will not be enough time for Maestro to plant, regardless of how that 1v1 goes. Clutch Rain, again. They just get so much mid-map pressure right off the rip. And Nocturne White, I mean, they just kind of left spinning their wheels for too much of that round.
I mean, you get Twiz mid-map in that little column. You have Genesis up top server, and you see nothing besides Maestro just throwing shoulders top administration. Once you already push F-Dot back off of the Godheady over by P2, it's just patience for Clutch Rain. Nocturne White have to make the play. They push all the way through A, and as you say, Brody, Clutch Rain had mid-map control since yesterday. Map point here for Clutch Rain.
There you go, first blood's very much in favor of Clutch Rain. 5-2, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if that was literally maybe like 4-3 or something like that in favor of Clutch Rain, regardless. Here we go, first blood has already been achieved by Clutch Rain here in this one. Twiz is going to double up on that for a kill on towards Maestro for Aroma and F-Dot here. Looking to do something. Twiz is not allowing it. F-Dot now going to pull off a 1v4. He's done a 1v3, so maybe.
Yeah, just get a second ace. Just do it. Got attack. That's Allen's. It's about to run out. He's going to be in a very forward gunfight versus Nile over by the Vans first.
Gonna be a matter of timing. Yep, let's find the timing on towards Nile. There you go. That's timely as well. Still got 35 seconds to work with here. A sniper rifle too. So whether or not Twiz up top gives him something, that's the question. Surely Twiz doesn't make the same mistake twice. That stun will not connect. Here we go. Twiz will give him a lot. Cruz down low. Oh my god, the snapper from F-Dot. And now this is possible. Twiz has to check this bomb. You've got no choice. F-Dot with the read.
Bait.
The 1v4 for F-Dot.
Are you kidding me?
He's good for not 1, but 2 aces? What? I mean, for one, when Twist just jumps on out, gives him the 1, stays alive just barely. It's that right there. It's that swan dive onto the bomb, Brody. That's the bait because he ran out of dead silence back over by administration halls. Twist thought when he dove onto the bomb, he was just going to stick the defuse. He thought the damage was good, and he was just going to stick the defuse, but that's not the case. Oh, my God. F-Dot, what are you doing? 9-5. Another ace. Are you still trailing by 2? But damn, that was sick.
Oh, man. I don't care if Nocturne White loses Search and Destroy. F-Dot, he's entertaining. Giving us a lot of good moments here. Now wants some more early snipe on towards that top side. Genesis has already opened things up, though. Oh, it's got to be a 1v4 again.
Just do it
F-Dot
again.
landed an 8 on Genesis. Well, you know what? I wouldn't put it past him, but he will have to face Twiz up close and personal soon. Is he going to be ready for it? No, he will not. This time, a 1v4 will be denied. But man, they're giving F-Dot way too many situations. Like, if he didn't have a talent to highlight reel already, just go back to this map.
Yeah, just show him the entirety of the Search and Destroy from Felix's perspective. 2 aces. Had a really good look to maybe try to get in towards that round again, but had the X12 pistol up top, getting flanked immediately, gets caught with the dead silence pad. And that's just all she wrote right there. Again, when Clutch Rain were winning rounds, it truly felt like it was settled with what? Like the first 20 seconds or so, when they were able to find not only just that first blood, but then the second soon to follow. The only thing that was really probably scaring them throughout the entirety of that Embassy map number 2 was if F-Dot was still alive and if he could end up getting the ace. That's really the only thing you had to worry about. I mean, it was truly Clutch Rain's map to lose. You take a look at some of these highlights, you get to relive F-Dot's some of the greatest of what we got to see. Off of that very wide re-peak versus Genesis in the Sniper 1v1, I was ready to write it off that Clutch Rain are truly just the better search and destroy team. And that might still remain to be true. There's still a lot of COD left to be played. But Knocked Them White, I mean, it just felt like that when they were taking gunfights, the team shots just weren't there. The coordination, the reactions just were not as sublime as what Clutch Rain were bringing to the table. This peak right here.
Oh, mate.
That snap.
Stupid.
F-Dot.
The thing that makes it, I mean, I know we're criticizing like one round in the grand scheme of things. I don't think Clutch Rain give anything. I don't think they care. In a not in a safe for work way. I don't think they care. But regardless, like the egregious thing about that particular pick is that you're going up against F-Dot, like, you know, even if he doesn't have attack, even if he hasn't picked up like a Vaznev off the ground from a previous kill, he's gonna have the sniper rifle. Like, of all the players you don't chow in that 1v1, it's F-Dot. You don't do that. Regardless, it works out for Clutch Rain, and I think, you know, the stat that we were bringing up in the middle of that search and destroy, Andy, the first bloods, I think was absolutely kind of the key way to break down why the search and destroy was so successful for Clutch Rain there. How indomitable they were in not just picking up the first bloods, but then following through on that with a second kill in a number of crucial rounds. There's a reason, right? The rounds that we see Knocked Them White winning were F-Dot clutches.
Those 3 first bloods that Nile found, realistically, I want to say we're all across that A-bomb lane, was it not? Like, across the parking lot, it just felt like that Nile was like the parking security almost throughout the entirety of the Embassy search and destroy. The guy was always over by Vans. He was always over by the Xbox side. But yeah, I mean, look, those first blood engagements, we always talk about this for search and destroy in Call of Duty. They're so important to be able to sway numbers in your favor. Clearly, Clutch Rain understood that. They were more than up to the task as they have a 2-0 lead now in this best of 7.
Well, Knocked Them White in their last few series, mate, they've been looking pretty good, but maybe the momentum has finally been put to a halt here as Clutch Rain taking the first couple of maps here in this best of 5, mate. It's been really close. It's been a fun one for sure. We've got more maps coming up, though, in this best of 7 as these teams fight for a spot at Challengers Champs. Don't go far. Alrighty, folks, back here in towards our grand final of the European LCQ. We're getting right into the thick of things here with LSC Low Control, a map in which Knocked Them White have had quite a lot of success recently. We'll see whether it can be their way into this best of 7. Right off the back here, we've got Knocked Them White on the offense, and their initial attempts to get in towards A. Oh, they're still trying for it. You've got to get past Cruz in the middle of the map, though, and what a way to set the tone for this control.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, they only lost 1 life. Cruz still alive on 3. Allen, certainly not out, but hey, no, Twiz just off the respawn, second life. Give him another 2, just enforcing his hand around the administration side of this building, down to 34 seconds.
Time has very quickly been dwindled here in this round. Twiz might well just put a stop to anything that Nocturne White were planning. That killing from behind. Elsewhere, Chunk really the only one of this selection to actually pick up any frags. And I think the biggest problem here for Nocturne White is that any attempt to maybe transition themselves over towards B is being covered. Twiz in behind. Surely he doesn't get a frag here. Somehow gets away with that kill on towards Roma. But there has been a trade. 12.6 seconds on the clock now for them to pull something out of the hat. And it's just down to F-Dot and Chunk on B. F-Dot now taking shots from afar. Crew's going to have to back away here. A lot of the pressure from down low, and Genesis through the fence picks up one. All down to F-Dot now, as Aroma picks up two from afar. Now he has coverage.
Oh, tough gunfight versus Twiz up top. Still yet to find a kill in the round. Aroma will get the better of Cruz. 8.4 seconds. The clock will be stopped again. Twiz through kegs. Is he able to find one more? Clock stalled yet again.
Yet again, we're reliant on these individual plays. Nocturne White spawning out towards that green side. Chunk has to survive. Just waste time for Aroma and Maestro to make their way across the football field, but Clutch Rain cutting this one off at the source. They're not getting towards the point. Chunk is going to be down. Timer now down again. F-Dot on Aroma now. 2 versus 2 players on both sides to contest with. You can't do anything in that scenario. Maybe Chunk can touch over towards A, and that does happen. But these guys are consistently struggling for these individual gunfights, and those are not going to pull through. That early round dominance for Clutch Rain, right, what was it? Coming right off the rip and getting like a 5-for-1 trade? You take that. Their early round control and defense was impeccable.
There was a moment right there when Chunk ends up touching A. On the minimap, I saw that Maestro was really close. He was all the way up through the football field. He was very close to getting towards that B zone. I want to say like maybe 0.2 seconds, a little bit more on the clock. If not, a little hesitation that got exemplified there. Could have ended up maybe trying to shoot that one player that was defensively there in the back and getting that last little bit of segment progression over by B, but wishful thinking. 2 segments are all Nocturne White are going to find. F-Dot yet to find a kill. That is tough to say after he got 2 aces in the previous search.
Yeah. And that is a lot to take in, isn't it? F-Dot, F-Donut. Clutch Rain off the start here, off the back of their momentum, have swung straight into a heavy B offense. I don't know if Aroma's going to catch it. Genesis is going to see the hair on Aroma's head, but that's not enough to grab that frag. At the very least, it will be enough to send Aroma down for a drop shot. Perhaps Twiz now can capitalize that for the kill. Yes, he can, but not before F-Dot has taken down Genesis. It's a little bit of resistance from Nocturne White. It is not enough to garner control at this point, and that's the problem. These guys now are going to be struggling for individual plays. There's a double stack coming through from Clutch Rain. It might not be long before this point is gone. And for Nocturne White, if you want to defend it, you have to go now. That second tick about to come through. Here we go on the defense. Clutch, Chunk, and F-Dot on both sides will pick up some kills, and finally they will defend B. But where did Clutch Rain go? Straight towards A.
Yep. Spawning parallel over towards that side. Nobody towards the top radio tower. Now where do you try to go from here? Chunk getting players weak over inside the spawn. Dead Silence push has so much to shoot at. Not enough kills to speak of. It's Chunk and F-Dot that are at least able to go 2 for 1. But now it's back over towards the B zone. It's going to be a second player here for Genesis. F-Dot's not going to get here in time to stop this from coming through. B zone has been captured. Clutch Rain adds 60 more seconds to the clock.
It's a lot of time for Clutch Rain to get B gone. Of course, A is the easier of the 2 points to take away here. You get somebody in the power position, it will be huge. There's one player to contend with here for Clutch Rain, all the way through to their own spawn. It's Aroma, and he needs to produce quite a lot for Nocturne White as Twiz does pick up the double, and Aroma goes down. And now effectively off all that trades, it comes down to a 2v1. F-Dot, what can you do? In this situation, will not be able to clutch here. Nocturne White, they're spawning out.
Second segment looking to be locked in. 2 players here. Twiz, Genesis, strong. Stuns maybe coming through. Genesis challenges out for some odd reason. Aroma's going to be gifted that free elimination, but you still got Clutch Rain players here.
Chunk and Maestro doing a stellar job. Chunk will actually pick up a second as well. That is a great defense from Nocturne White. All hope might have been lost there, but they will survive. Now for Clutch Rain, at least they don't have anybody to contest with over by green side. Instead, they have to contend with the likes of Chunk and F-Dot through bottom bar. Clutch Rain just got to find a way past those players. Chunk now looking for a route to cause carnage in from behind. Aroma is already doing that, to be fair. He's already making these guys stop and think about what they're doing. But one player has gotten past. It's Cruz, who is now going to be looking to stop the clock by getting on this point. Maestro, he's seen him, though, as Cruz makes his presence known.
Maestro also saw Twiz on the cross. Sun will connect on Twiz. Will keep him rather honest over by this tree. Gonna start moving his way up towards the top radio tower. And yeah, you got a Vaznev in hand here, brother. That's not the right tool to have. You still got players on the A zone. Trades to speak of. Nocturne White need to shut this down.
Yeah, there's the 3 kills. Chunk's the only one to find anything here for Nox and White. F-Dot needs to go huge again, which to be fair here in this round, he has been a lot better. F-Dot does find the double. F-Dot finds the triple. Now just one more. F-Dot fully clears the point. Once again, Felix is gonna fix it. And Clutch Rain now push back to their spawn.
He came into this round 0-8. What?
F-Dot is an absolute freak. 34 seconds remain. Last player alive is Nile. Here comes the challenge, and my God, this holds on. I mean, like, someone make this, but like the bat signal, but instead of that, like, Felix's face being carted off from the airport, and just make that like the bat signal, because that's what it felt like just happened in this round number 2. They should have been captured on both 2 zones, but F-Dot comes back in. And I'm just like, all right, he found 2. Okay, he found 3. Yep, all right, he found all 4. Why the hell not? Goes on a Herculean 6 spree there. Got himself a cruise missile. It's like, hey, he came into that round 0-8. Everybody from Clutch Rain was double positive. Knocked him White, stay alive here in the control.
That's a huge round from Nocturne White. That is a round, at least in my mind, Andy, that Clutch Rain should have won. So Nocturne White will breathe a sigh of relief. This round, though, I've got a little bit of deja vu, mate. Right as we saw it back in round number 1, where Clutch Rain started so strong. This time, they don't even give away a single frag. Nocturne push back all the way back towards green. But in kind, Nocturne White, they do have some kind of venom gear. They completely clear the football field, and now they have a good shot at B.
And they are on B, Brody. You also have F-Dot starting to cause a little bit more space over on the side of Pride Rock. He's going to look at a lot of these players coming up towards top party. Genesis will be flanking him on the side of Cliff. F-Dot's still alive, by the way. This zone is still very much so being captured. Second segment already locked in.
Cruz and Twist, though, will find the triple, and they will actually take those kills away. Cruz is going to double up as well, so that's 4 between the 2 players. Every time, it looks like there might be some resistance from Nocturne White. Clutch Rain will find a way to put a silence to it. Trades back in their favor once again. Chunk the only one on this offense towards A, and he gets shut down. It feels a little bit individualistic from Nocturne White. They are definitely straggling for something here. That something will be a push over towards B. F-Dot on Aroma, making a ton of noise. Maestro also in the football field. Junk going to get taken down. It's players on both sides. A war on 2 fronts for Nocturne White. Can they fight both successfully?
Roman's just going to play over by the middle stairs. He wants more spawn kills. Will completely rip the head off of Twiz. F-Dot takes down Cruz. It's just up to Genesis. He's the only player alive that's pushed up. Everybody from Clutch Rain spawning over by the cliff.
Do they know? That's the question for me, right? Do they know in this situation that Genesis is located here? I mean, you'd imagine so, right? And at the very least, I mean, the amount of time that he's taken there, he maybe thought he could catch player off guard in the middle of the map. That will not be the case. Remember to take him down. Now on the point, we see a trade going down. It's Cruz for the double. Cruz is going to contribute to the 3rd there. Nile will be the one to pick up that final kill. They will save this round. Clutch Rain stabilized here. Nocturne White needs to go again.
Gotta make sure that nobody defensively for Clutch Rain can get all comfy cozy over by the top radio tower. The player that would be able to do it is Genesis. Nice Semtex to come through from F-Dot. That actually opens up the tower. Aroma takes down Nile. Now they're back on the A zone.
Yeah, and they can stack here again. It's got to be players in behind. You're going to be concerned about Twiz just touch the point, though, so they know that somebody's on the flank. Twiz actually manages to catch Roma, so he can no longer come and help, but this was the problem. You cannot allow an AR player to get up top in these power positions. It's F-Dot who finds 3. Maestro on the point with a 1v1 against Cruz, and Cruz will win that one. So it forces F-Dot to get his hands stuck in the mud, and F-Dot, he can do it at any different position. As a matter of fact, you've got to take him down. The only person who can do it is his teammate.
1v1. A lot of numbers here. Genesis for 2. Nile still up towards top barbecue. This zone is not captured yet. Nocturne White still trailing by 3 lives. Clutch Rain have the numbers around the zone.
How does this keep happening? How is this so back and forth? Tug of war here on El Asilo control. Now taking shots across the top. Nocturne White bringing the streak down. Now is the time. F-Dot going to make the play call. This will get a player out of Red Tower at the very least. You might be able to catch Cruz. Yes, you will. Genesis has gone down simultaneously. So they should have the numbers to make this push work. But you have to touch the point. And F-Dot finds another one as well with a jump towel on towards Twiz. But you're well aware of the fact that Niles from up top. If F-Dot gets this kill, it is everything. Aroma will pick that one up. And now the last hope here for Clutch Rain is going to be Cruz. They go down. I don't know if Twiz can touch for this one. No, he cannot. Nocturne White find a way there. A great utilization of the streak from F-Dot. They have to battle so hard. That was a war of attrition.
From 0-8 to 25-19. What is F-Dot? What is him? Like, what is he? Guy's unreal. 2 aces in the search. Comes back from a disastrous round number 1. And as you were saying there, Brody, this guy can just do it all. He was able to get tower control. He was able to find trades. Aroma, unfortunately, finds that team Semtex, but will not be denied. Now up on the 3 spree. Coming into this round, F-Dot got to be feeling himself. He loads in with a Vaznev.
Train, the start of these rounds have generally got a better look of Nocturne White. This round, it seems to be the exact same case again. First couple of frags through. Maestro, the one in the power position to remove from the play here, and Cruz will do exactly that. So Clutch Rain, feeling confident enough now to get a double stack, made that a triple stack through. There's one player on the flank, though. Being all sneaky like, it's Aroma. F-Dot through the front as well, taking those shots. He's providing quite a lot of distraction. Perhaps Aroma to do something on the other side. Aroma does find the double. Chunk now getting on the point for 1 as well. Aroma does enough with that 2-piece to hold onto A.
They had to give up 2 segments for it. Noctum White need to tread lightly over here. That's a great challenge to take if you are Chunk, to completely clear away the A zone. So have Twiz to worry about. He's over by the yellow shack. Clutch Rain are not done assaulting this A zone yet.
It feels like they've got to get this point done now. Clutch Rain. Again, they're not really trying to get somebody up top in that power position. They might be concerned that maybe somebody's up there. I'm not entirely sure. What they do have to be concerned about with is the fact that Nocturne White players haven't scrawled themselves in towards Checkers. Chunk is finding kill after kill after kill, being an absolute nuisance. And in the process as well, Chunk and Maestro, or F-Dot and Maestro, excuse me, are also contributing a lot to the roster. Nocturne White at the moment, 25 seconds on the clock at this point in time. They are controlling such of the map. F-Dot finally goes down here. But again, Clutch Rain have to dig in and find a way on towards A.
Desperation set again. They gotta try to assault this A zone. Big kill for Cruz. He slides over towards Chunk, looking for this 3rd tick. Maestro's up top. He's 1 shot. The 3rd segment will be locked in. Defense secured if it goes to round 5. F-Dot will be playing for a couple exits, but Clutch Rain, they're still finding a lot of space over by B. Brody, you still got Twiz taking long-range shots from the bottom side of Party towards Maestro top cliff. He wants this kill. He'll get it, and now the presence is here for Clutch Rain on B.
Yeah, they should get this point as well. Nocturne White are spawning an absolute Narnia. This has to be thick and fast if you're Clutch Rain. You've already got 3 players on the point here. Aroma looking to try and provide some resistance. F-Dot does take Twiz down, so now they've got the numbers here for this one. Aroma and F-Dot, they pick up kills. Cruz, the only one to find 1. And you say they've got to go, Andy. Indeed they do. Clutch Rain, despite putting 3 players on point, cannot get that capture.
55 seconds with a single life lead is what you're looking at. F-Dot, that silence, half exhausted. He's going to take top house control. Has a double weapon setup as well. This is a powerful position for F-Dot just to play around. Dead Silence might get reset. Everybody else from Clutch Rain now, you can see from the respawns on the minimap, spawning parallel towards the already captured A zone. Nocturne White are more or less set up for this around the backside of Party, but they're not finding the kills. You still have Cruz to worry about on the backside of Garage.
Yeah, Cruz is going to get taken down as well. Nocturne White, they're doing everything right here in this situation. As Nile removes F-Dot from the football field now. That'll enable Clutch Rain to move forward. They've got 1 player pushed all the way through. It's Twiz. He's only able to find 1. So now for Clutch Rain, got to be a lot more honest with this one. Has to be kills right up front around this point. And Genesis going to get taken down. What can Cruz and Nile here do in this situation? Cruz getting peppered up through the tools area. Nile now, he's going to fall too. It feels like Nocturne White might have done this, but Genesis picks up 2. Is that going to be it? Chunk will find 2 of its own. And Nocturne White, they wake up after an early, slow start to this control. The back 3 rounds, they look pretty good.
Brother, this is a marathon. What is going on? It's got to go round 5. Clutch Rain will have defense. But you are messing with a different type of beast. My God, dude, Clutch Rain, even if it went to that round 5, I honestly felt like that they were going to be able to full hold that Nocturne White. You felt like that they were going to run out of gas eventually, man. It's just... Man, it's got to be so exhausting, isn't it? I mean, F-Dot is just doing just about damn near everything. 2 aces. Dude. 2 aces in the search and destroy. He comes through the first round of control, 0-8. Then he goes on a massive spree. Not once, not twice, even 3 times. Drops a 30 bomb in the control. I just don't know what more you could possibly do. And there in the final few moments, again, the setup for everybody around the backside of Party for Nocturne White was all set up for that initial push. You had players top Party. You had players back Garage and over by the cliff. It's just one trade that needed to come all the way through. And you allow players from Clutch Ranges to waltz over towards the B zone for that last segment? Things that should never happen.
I just can't believe this keeps on happening this weekend. It keeps on happening even when we look back over towards Toronto, Andy. The amount of times we've seen a game look just totally different in the second half of the game, and it's one of those moments again where it happens here with Nox and White, where even like the first round and a half, I want to say, it just felt like Clutch Rain were in the driver's seat. They weren't giving Nox and White even a hand on the steering wheel. And a lot of that was down to the fact that F-Dot just started so monumentally slow. Like, he didn't even get a kill in the first round. And towards the end of the second then, I think he went on like a 6 spree. And that was the moment where F-Dot, it was kind of like the robot had activated. 32 and 25 by the end of that control.
Dude.
He went silly. Like, stupid silly. Crazy, stupid fine in the last couple of rounds, mate.
Every single column. Every single column he led. Non-traded kills, KD, damage. What more do you want from this guy? Even look at the damage per round. He went 0-8 in the first round. He still averaged almost 1,000 damage per round across 4. What? I don't know, man. That is just absolutely absurd. And to be fair, the way that Clutch Rain were mostly playing was very fundamentally sound, with even in those final few moments. Yeah, it was F-Dot that you had to be worried about. The pinches from the ARs were absolutely sublime. I mean, Samir Twiz just comes out of the gates like a bat out of hell as well in that opening round. It felt like he never really slowed up. But that is a control that you are absolutely going to lose sleep over. I honestly had to draw a blank right there. That is not true at all. We have a Clutch Rain. They are 3-0 up in this grand finals, in this best of 7, Brody. 1 map away from solidifying their ticket to champs.
Yeah. I mean,
it kind of broke me down a little bit. I was looking at that. I was like, is my journal wrong? What happened here?
No. I mean, it's a good point, right? Because this Search and Destroy, the Embassy Search and Destroy, Clutch Rain, I think that's really been the only map where we're like, that is their map. We go back towards that map to 1 again. Clutch Rain only won because of a clutch rotation. Like, insane stuff right there. From Nox and White. I think, we talk about kind of composure. We talk about that a lot here in Call of Duty Challengers. And for him to come, for Clutch Rain, to lose that one, that's a lot of composure from Nox and White. And we talked a lot about the control for Nox and White, generally speaking, just how good they've been over the last day or so. It wasn't even that much of a conversation, talking point back in Season 4. Like, I don't remember, like, Nox and White were that team in control. They just weren't. They were a top 6 team. They were pretty good across all modes. They didn't really have like standout mode. Here though, this weekend here in LCQs, that is a big victory for them, just because how much we've been talking about control for Nox and White. I was very concerned going into it, and they come out on top with the victory. So big LSELO control there from Nox and White, as they now are just 2-1 down in the series. They seem to have garnered some momentum back into it.
And now we go over to a Fortress Hardpoint. The potential to be the final map here in European Challengers LCQ. The potential for the final map in European Online Call of Duty for the entirety of the season. Barring, of course, scrims ahead of champs. But, regardless of the matter, I think that, how can you not say that all the momentum isn't on the side for Clutch Rain? The way that their SMGs are just frying, the inconsistencies across the entirety of the camp of Nox and White. You got to have a resurgence here. You almost have to... pull a Minnesota Rocker versus Toronto Ultra? I'm sorry, Visions. I had to make the call, and you got a reverse sweep here in a best of 7. Obviously, that was was it a best of 7? I think it was like a best of 9. Regardless, I'm sorry, Toronto Ultra fans, but that's what you need to have happen if you are a fan of this Nox and White roster. It's got to be a full reverse sweep in a best of 7 if Aroma wants to be at champs. If all of Nox and White want to be at champs, they got to get it together.
Didn't they just win the last map?
What?
What do you mean they got a reverse? Am I being blasted right now? Is my brain? Did Nox and White just win that last map? Am I just having a brain fart right now? Maybe I'm just having a brain fart right now.
Oh no, they did.
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah, we don't need any Rocker Toronto antics right now, mate.
I'm just throwing shade now.
That was mean. That was really mean. Austin's like sitting there right now. He's gonna cry himself to sleep tonight about that. Like, he still got nightmares.
I'll see myself out. I'm all over the place because I'm just losing full over this entire series. But hey, man.
Yeah. Regardless, it happens, man. We go back towards that map number 1. I think that's really where we kind of need to position ourselves here moving in towards this next hard point, because, again, I think it's worth saying that ultimately, while Clutch Rain did come out on top, Andy, Nox and White, they should have won that hard point, and the way they came out swinging early on in that hard point, if they can do the same thing again and actually not chuckle it, this time around. I say chuckle, that's really mean. Just not lose it in the way that they did again. Just like make sure you rotate properly, because we discussed again in the break between maps 2 and 3, kind of, we had a little discussion about, you know, hey, Noct and White, they should have won. They should have rotated a little bit better on a couple of key rotations, and that would have been their map. If they can do that again, you know, they'll be right back into this series. They'll be 2-2.
I think that Fortress Hardpoint would be quite favorable, especially for Noct and White. I mean, you talked about the entirety of Season 4 being back into the circumstance that we are back in online Call of Duty as far as a favorable game mode for them. It has been Hardpoint. And I think when you go back and you truly dissect that Hotel Hardpoint, only in this map number 1, albeit losing by 3 points, looked at the end of that Team Strays matchup where they were able to win that Fortress Hardpoint map number 1 in the Hotel Hardpoint map number 4. These guys slay. These guys can absolutely hang with some of the best, and I think that Clutch Rain are going to be put on their heels, to put it lightly, for Noct and White. If FDOT can continue to deliver the goods, very much so might be a tied-up series going into that LSCLO Search and Destroy. It just depends on what Noct and White are we going to get. Is it just going to be the FDOT show? Are we going to get Chunk and Maestro to be able to help things out? Can Aroma stay alive and anchor out all of these different spawns? We'll have to find out and see. Clutch Rain starting off on the favorite side of the map. FDOT already breaking lines.
Yeah, and we often talk about when you go over towards Fortress Hardpoint, you know, just making sure you're on the right side of the map for the rotation towards P2. And that's why Noct and White are here at this point in time. FDOT with a huge kill to kick things off, but he's got a little bit more to do here. Recognizing that Twiz is inside, but Twiz will burn him through munitions. And again, that is a big frag now for Clutch Rain to at least have a stab at controlling these.
Twiz up top boat. Powerful position to have for yourself. FDOT, again, has broken behind enemy lines, whether it was a spawn out to occur off the position that Clutch Rain was having regardless. You got Noct and White in towards the back. Maestro off his second life is now on 3 in a row. Will inevitably be traded out, but job has been done. It sets up Chunk for 2 to make sure that all of Clutch Rain stay trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, if you're Noct and White, you're fine with losing those last few seconds. Now this is a real good opportunity for them to put some distance between themselves and Clutch Rain, but it has to be mid-map pressure, and you will lose that as FDOT does go down at top single. Now a 2v1 on the point until Chunk can go and help on out. Maestro will win the one over towards Streets at the very least. But still, you have to help Chunk in this situation. He hits the reload just as Cruz goes for the challenge, so Cruz does find that 1 kill. But ultimately now a flank through the middle of the map for Aroma, who doesn't just find Nile, also finds Twiz as well in that scenario. That is a huge flank from Aroma to make happen, but nonetheless, a little bit of push through munitions for Clutch Rain. I mean, now they'll be able to get back on the point.
It's a very realistic hard point that you can continuously threaten from the front if you are Clutch Rain, but Cruz down to about 30 HP, has to favor towards the regen. Decent amount of time that Noct and White are able to get off of P2. The majority of Clutch Rain have to chalk it, set themselves up for this P3 rotation. And be looking for the majority of time here in the most money hill that we have here on Fortress. Maestro is still piecing, by the way. Double positive for the kid, now up to 8 and 4. Chunk already past the gate. But it will be Clutch Rain at least with 1 player now in towards the time.
Yeah, all players going down here. Clutch Rain with that massive wave of gunfights now will be able to secure this time over towards P3. Now for Noct and White, got to find a way through. They have that with Nile in the middle of the map at the very least, but Nile now should spawn in with the rest of his teammates, and indeed his will. Clutch Rain gonna have to with the pressure through the middle of the map, through that archway side. Aroma's team kill on towards Maestro will not help the situation there. Clutch Rain doing a really good job at the moment at keeping an eye on all their different entry points. Noct and White will give this one more shake. They're looking to brute force their way through archway. One player just getting past under the nose of Cruz. Cruz now gonna have to get up close and personal, and with that double, that should be the remainder of the time in favor of Clutch Rain here. They did what they needed to do, a full hold of P3.
Brings us right back to about a dead even game. As far as this P4 rotation is concerned, it's a pretty good setup for Noct and White. Maestro going to be locking down the street side. Top rails control is just going to be about everything. The spread is looking pretty good. Where does Clutch Rain try to break from?
Question for me. Clutch Rain looking to do it via that street side. They're right back in here. Aroma are able to pick up the first at the very least. Nile goes down by way of Chunk. So now for Clutch Rain, they are scrambling to regain control of this point. Twiz now the last player left alive, and he gets shut down. That is a very clean wipe coming through from Noct and White. Now back onto it. Our Clutch Rain spawning up around P1, spawning up around stables. Aroma heating up here on 3 in a row, looking to provide the coverage, and Twiz on the back of those first 3 shots will be sent away. Genesis tries to catch Aroma by surprise. You are not catching Aroma by surprise when he's playing like this.
Nile for 2, Cruz there for the 3rd. The break's still in, regardless of what arguments Aroma wanted to make for itself, but it's just 20 seconds. What Clutch Rain are going to be looking like for this P4 at the end of it. In towards P5 we will go, and Genesis has made the heads-up play. Inside of the Stables he will go, but you're going up against the young 18-year-old British phenom of F. That's a tough gunfight to take regardless of who you are. Trade still to speak of. Twiz needs to stay alive here inside of Blacksmith. Clutch Rain looking to string together, scrap into initial.
A big rotation coming out from Clutch Rain. Twiz already providing those initial kills again. AR for OS is where Clutch Rain have thrived before. Right now, Genesis trying to fight some coverage from the stable side. He will finally get shut down by way of an aid from Chunk. So Twiz at the moment, he's had to just chill for the longest time, and that is his job in this position. Just try and sit there, wait for the coverage from your teammates on Clutch Rain, and you are going to be able to soak up all of that time. Finally, some well-placed nades, some well-placed utility, and a little bit of help from Chunk. Mean that Nox and White will be able to break on through, but again, it is only just a moment they're able to find their way through. Clutch Rain fight right back. Cruz now on 5 in a row. The coverage has been stellar, and as Twiz doubles up now, Cruz looking for number 6.
He'd flipped. Looking for kill number 6. Double positive for Cruz. He's gonna get stunned up, stuck in the mud. Down to 8 HP off of the car explosion. Aroma will find that trade, so no Cruz missile for Cruz. But in towards the second set we will go. It's a very small lead that Clutch Rain do hold over Noctum White's head. Been a very back and forth within that first set, and it basically almost feels like where we were at going through the end of P1, the first go of things. Team kill at least force. Clutch Rainer's still here trying to soak up some time. Player inside the truck.
Oh, Chunk looking for kills. Oh, that's despicable. Twiz now isolated and will not be able to do any more damage than that. And now you face that deja vu moment here for Nox and White. They're back in control of P1. They're back in control of the map. They don't currently have anybody watching mid beside F. under this truck. A little bit weak. And that's why they send Chunk over there to make sure nobody gets across. Instead, though, as Cruz and Genesis go down, Clutch Rain want to fight this one through P1. That is a valuable decision. There's still 15 seconds they're fighting for. Now looking to grab that time. And as Aroma goes down now, Noctum White said no more towards this point. You need to hit the rotation.
Maestro, top tree, top boat. This is a very big position to have for yourself. Communicating the information for players down low. Cruz has already gotten behind enemy lines, and yeah, that's going to block the spawns almost immediately. You had Twiz. You already pushed past the open and close archway. It comes down to F. because, of course, it does. Has some assistance from Aroma, some trades to speak of, but Cruz holds the line.
Yep. First kills now for Clutch Rain. This is not good for Nox and White. This is not going to plan. Nox and White in the worst possible position at this point. They've got those back spawns. That's not exactly favorable. They have to break now, and they have to regain control of the spawn system right now as well. Maestro flies through for that first kill. Now players backed away and towards open and closed here. Everybody but Genesis is going to be down. There goes Genesis as well. And this is good now for Nox and White. You've got yourselves back on towards the kill, but you need to make a very fast rotation towards P3. These gunfights have to be in a favor. Twiz has already won the first. Now F. for the second. F. has to go big, and he cannot get it done. Cruz with the double for Clutch Rain to hold on towards the P3 rotations.
Not enough time to be able to favor the regen there. If you are F. had to be able to go big, as you say, could not deliver on the goods. Cruz's 2-piece will remain intact for Clutch Rain to set up initial time here at P3, but you already have players trying to knock at the door up through ring. Maestro needs to be able to find a couple trades, has some assistance from here from Aroma, but the numbers are still holding off for Clutch Rain. Just comes down to Twiz.
And Twiz gets shut down as well. Lovely double from Maestro. So Noctum White off the back of that, not having initial control, off the back of really Maestro's heroics, will be in within 15 seconds. That is a crucial break as we move forward. Clutch Rain now looking to brute force their way through and just overwhelm the trophy system. That is exactly what happens with Nileland and the Semtex for the double. Chunk answers to the double of his own, though. It is so back and forth control of this hill. Now it's going to be Clutch Rain in for the back 25 seconds. Noctum White will get this one last shake through this archway side. F. peppering shots up, but he will not get a clean shot on towards Nileland. As we hit that 15-second mark, for Noctum White, you've got to go. Don't bother with Nileland anymore. Just make sure you get this rotation.
Yeah, just be okay with the lead spot, because it's still a very marginal lead spot at that, as this entire map number 4 has gone back and forth. Noctum White, again, are going to set themselves up over here inside of P4. Let's not forget about the first set of rotations. This was a very good hard point for them. It was Aroma up top. Was able to find a lot of work. He's already under a lot of pressure.
174 to 171. Could not ask for a closer hard point here as we get in towards this munitions hill. Aroma back in the position up top, though. Will contribute to the first gunfight that Chuck finishes off, and now looking for the second as well. Around the backline, will not find that third versus Genesis. So that's a call out to the teammates that, hey, somebody's going to try and make their way around the backline, but there's a lot of players to contend with on pretty much every single side of this hill. Genesis, one of those players, are going to garner control of streets, and the streets will be his. Alongside Niall, flipping now with the control back in their favor as Clutch Rain looking for the last 20 seconds. That final kill with Chunk will finalize it.
It's chalked. Twiz is inside of maps. You have to deal with Twiz first and foremost. You want to guarantee yourself a pretty good P5 setup. Maestro's over by the open stairs. He's at least trying to play that head glitch with Chunk now inside the stables. Twiz with dead silence. F dot, timing, can't flush him out in time. Now Twiz looking to make a play around the back. Good read by Chunk. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, worth saying, of course, that last time around it was Clutch Rain who were able to get the vast majority of time off the back of this kill, so it's really not outside the realms of probability that Nocturne White are able to produce the same kind of result for them. And it is the exact same setup, more or less. Chunk sitting in this position, providing that coverage, but will get cut down by Genesis. And now for Aroma, you're left looking at a multitude of different directions. He finally goes down now. Clutch Rain, is that enough to garner control? You still need a couple more kills, and Cruz will deliver one of them, as the coverage is going to be there. Finally, Clutch Rain going to be in for the back 25 seconds. Nocturne White can afford to give this away, but we are getting eerily close to the 250-point mark.
Yeah, we sure are. 17 seconds has to be conceded now. Cruz is making plays. He is moving through munitions for anybody. Down low, Chunk will take him down. So that's your backline at least secured. So going to be worried about Clutch Rain on this very long cross. It'll be 224 to 206 into the third and final set we go.
And Nocturne White, all the kills right now that they're making have contributed to them again, holding the right side of the map here for this P1 rotation. Maestro going to go down in the middle boat. That'll maybe offer up a half here for Clutch Rain to perhaps send players either straight towards the point or perhaps in behind as well. F dot, his coverage from top doubles will be neutered. Cruz and Genesis picking up those kills now means that Clutch Rain, they're back in here for what could be the final 20 seconds of this game. For Nocturne White, gotta go. You gotta go now. Maestro, can he make his way towards the point? Because Chunk goes down. There goes Maestro. Cruz almost doubles up. Aroma has to be on a very red screen. And Swizz will take advantage of that for what could be the final kill. For Nocturne White, spawns all over the place. Players coming in from both sides, but the coverage looking so good from Clutch Rain. Nile, very weak now, has to re-challenge towards the point as players back in. Cruz, is he on his own? Coverage not that far away. They are just 4 points shy of victory. And Chunk and Maestro, they find the kills.
Gonna have to be a rotation. 2:15 and counting up for Nocturne White. Look at player number 5. Romo's looking to at least hunker things down. Wait a second, they got on. Do they get the tick in time? It's looking likely, and they're gonna be able to lock it in just by the skin of their teeth. That came down so close to the absolute wire when that last few challenges came through. Nocturne White were able to find themselves a couple trades. They also thought, off of those few kills that they found inside of P1, it's the stick to rule them all there at the final few moments. And then the swan dive soon to follow to be able to get the last little segment of that second. They put themselves at 250 points. What a sprint and a marathon that map number 4 was. This series is absolutely delivering on all the goods possible, Brody. I mean, that map number 4, you couldn't have asked for it to go back and forth any which way, even if you tried. The way that we had that first set of hard points being a firm handshake in between breaks, full holds, from P3 to P4, Aroma going big on certain instances of time. Cruz and Twiz hitting flanks continuously, just making the back line and the front line, honestly speaking, for Nocturne White feel rather trapped in the positions that they were holding. Really did feel like that the answers were going to be there. The setup was looking so good, but the Cinderella story for the final few moments, not going to be there for Nocturne White as Clutch Rain will cement themselves the lead here in this best of 7.
And this was such a back and forth hard point. Honestly, if you ask me to kind of pinpoint a single moment where Clutch Rain got the victory, honestly, I probably wouldn't be able to until the very end of the game. There were maybe a couple of crucial holds. I think this one was probably the earliest moment where Clutch Rain at least managed to keep themselves in the game with the back of what was a full hold on the Blacksmith. So back and forth was this game, especially what was the second P3. This was manic. Not very often, I think we'll say, Andy, do we see any kind of P3 like that go back and forth. Not often do we see a team not get full control of the back of this hill. But it came down to the wire. Nocturne White, they were broken in towards P1 and spent so much time trying to garner control of munitions building that Clutch Rain are able to close things out on stable. So they take away the second hard point in this series. They don't have to do it via a manic clutch towards the end just to hold in P1. And look at the amount of contributions we see there from players like Cruz and Twiz.
It's the SMGs, man. Just like I was talking about loading into this Fortress HP, is that these SMGs in between Cruz and Twiz, I think that it was mostly cemented from Twiz in that opening round on the El Asilo control that we had this map previously. He's just running at people, and he is finding a massive amount of success. I mean, to find 3,200 damage on Fortress, Hardpoint, all with the submachine gun for Cruz is just absolutely absurd. 24 of those kills non-traded, by the way, out of the 31. 2 minutes of Hardpoint time shared in between both Twiz and Cruz. The SMGs were a problem to deal with, and it made Nile and Genesis their job was just mostly cemented around these longer lines of sights. So long as they were able to hold those longer lines of sights, you just had all these different avenues and opportunities for the SMGs to just completely maneuver through the inner workings, all the fixtures that are included there for Fortress, especially through that second set and there in the final few moments.
Crazy game number 4, mate. I honestly can't believe it. And as I said, mate, I mean, we compare that to the game number 1. I mean, just incredible. What a great hard point there that we had in game number 4. We talk about how that has affected the game. The best of 7 we've got here. Now it is just Clutch Rain. One more map away from qualifying for Challengers Championships. Again, I'll stress what we've been stressing throughout the entirety of this European LCQ, Andy. We did not know which of the 4 to 6 teams, and I know that seems like quite a large range, which of the 4 to 6 teams would be the team to qualify. And if you would have told me it was Clutch Rain, it's not like I wouldn't have believed you. It's just, again, that it's just their story has been incredible from all the way back in Season 4, that run to top 3. Didn't really manage to do that much at Toronto. To see them here so close to qualification, just one more map.
LSCLO search and destroy. If there's anything to take away from the Embassy, it was all Clutch Rain minus 2 aces that FDOT was able to get for himself. 2v3 here on the offense, and Twiz is more than aware that he has at least one player trapped over by the bar.
Things will slow to a snail's pace here. It's Nocturne White looking to position themselves to even the odds. Twiz, you've got to be careful in that situation. Gives a real wide shoulder to Aroma that he almost takes advantage of, but no. Repositioning back towards the bomb site now. Again, this is round number 1, so there will be no dead silence in play for quite some time. These 2 players, it looks like it's going to be an attempted rotation. Aroma about to come head-to-head with Genesis, and, well, a mid-range snipe. Why not here in round 1?
FDOT with the sniper. He was moving his way all the way up towards the top of tower. 23 seconds remaining. Has so much to clear with the X12 pistol. And no. Genesis for the initial, Genesis for 2 more at the end. Easy reads coming through, honestly speaking, off of Twiz, just narrowly staying alive. I mean, Aroma's truly their only play off of FDOT's confirmation that, hey, this entire open hill lane is more than open. Let's start wrapping this around the backside of party, maybe try to get ourselves over towards B. Kind of forced Aroma's hand, didn't it? That he had to get inside top kitchen. Genesis, he was holding it. Power scoped and all. Just ready for the challenge to come all the way through. And not just give him such easy kills like that. Genesis comes into this round on 3 in a row.
Looking to get some of these early snipes again. We go back towards that game number 2. He was really the only player for Nocturne White in power positions, doing something for the team. Now, Spichung actually inside the site. Twiz going to overwhelm here, and now just brute forcing their way in towards the A-bomb site at Clutch Rain. The door has been closed on Nocturne White.
And again, hey, this is Clutch Rain within its finest. Even with first blood, they would never relent off the pressure. Genesis with the AR finds the second bomb being planted today.
Doc gonna miss quick scope. Has to take some time to hit the regen here. I don't even know if Cruz is gonna give it to him. Actually, will back away. So F-Dot and Maestro now doubling up here in this 2 versus 4. Got to be careful that they don't get skewered. 25 seconds. They're running out of time to locate all of these players again, and it's going to be another quick scope that has been missed. Yeah, Maestro is going to trade things off again, though. You now effectively need to pray that you can line these guys up. At the very least, the bomb is not in a checkable spot. He's going to jump straight on it, but with 15 seconds left again, I don't know if they would have given it to him. Yeah, the timing is just not there. Genesis will take him down. That's right. Win that round, and it is just about that kind of initial trade-off. They get themselves in towards the site, and enough map control for them to get the round.
And Nate a little overcooked, but I mean, Genesis now on 5 in a row. It's just every single round, he's good for at least 1, it may seem. That was a continuation of what we got from that map number 2. The aggression being showcased for Clutch Rain. Looks like Genesis is on score streak, so won't be 1 more kill until he gets that cruise missile. Still a lot more to be done. As long as he continues to find value with the sniper and AR, depending on what he's looking like, might just be an inevitability at this point.
Aggression coming out from Twiz here. Again from behind. Oh, you don't expect Twiz to make that kind of route. They thought they were safe. Safety was very far off. How quickly this round has fallen apart for Nocturne White.
Just crazy that Twiz was even able to find himself in that position in the first place. Comes in, finds the first. You're stuck in the plant. Now it's Aroma. 1v4. He has no dead silence. I mean, you have literally negative plays to make here. He's going to pop open the doors, maybe try to bait out a challenge, finds the first.
Oh my god. I think the best thing about this is just making sure that Genesis stays alive with the streak with the Roma in the 1v1. Yeah, Niall's going to take him down. So, yeah, if you're anything in that situation, just keep Genesis away from the play. Do not let him be part of that stack because he is on 5 in a row at the end of round number 3. Niall will finish things off at 3-1 with that kill against Roma, but Twiz is the playmaker in that one.
Oh, absolutely. Again, the fact that Twiz even finds himself in that position is just insane in the first place. And he just finds the craziest timing just to peek inside of the bomb site, finds the player over by couches. F-Dot was stuck to plant the bomb. And it's just an easy cleanup soon after. Who would have thought? 3 rounds in favor of Clutch Rain and found all the first bloods.
I'll be honest at this point, I want to see that sniper go away from F-Dot. Yep, it is going to go away. He's going to switch over towards the Vastnef here. Change up in strategy from Nocturne White. We saw it in the Embassy Search and Destroy. Getting aggressive here. Cruz the last one left alive, and he does get shut down. Exactly what I just said there, Andy, mate. Aggression coming out from Nocturne White. They are fed up of letting Clutch Rain have control of the narrative.
Yeah, it's really well called, especially for Nocturne White, as you were talking about there, Brody. If F-Dot's not finding value with the sniper rifle, beat the aggression. Try to meet the tempo. Just what could go wrong? Even if you lose the round, at least you know that the aggression's not going to work out. Then you have to take the next adaptation. But it's a good step in the right direction for Nocturne White. At least meet the pace. F-Dot with the SMG in hand, able to walk away with 2. The map pressure soon after. Not to mention how that first blood was on a Genesis, so streaks denied. Nocturne White finally getting on the board.
I was going to say, maybe Rain here on the defense going to be playing much more aggressive for the middle of the map because of the fact they know that's not going to have the sniper rifle, but there is the play change once again. You just cannot beat out the subs of Clutch Rain at this point in time. They have been so indomitable. Cruz now on 4 and 2, Twiz on 5 and 3.
Man.
It's over so quickly. And it's, again, I mean, Nocturne White, they're playing aggressively. They think this is the way that they can really counter what Clutch Rain are bringing to the table. And they just do not have control of that play. Clutch Rain are just doing it better.
Twiz and Cruz are running the Asylum right now. Absolutely insane scenes. Just how quick they are maneuvering to get into these power positions and never going to the same spot twice, realistically. Cruz inside of the bomb site this time around. Gets some early damage. Thought that maybe he got the kill. Rechallenges it. Finds 2 somehow. Now is up on 3 in a row. 3-round lead for Clutch Rain. Inching their way closer towards that Vegas ticket.
Search and Destroy has not been kind to Nocturne White in this series. Rather, Clutch Rain have not been kind to Nocturne White in this series. The way they have taken control time and time again. Been fascinating to watch. And they want to do it again. This time, F-Dot going to go back to the old sniper rifle, back to the boomstick. We'll pick up the first blood versus Niall. Now potential crucial engagement versus Genesis as well. Genesis is going to back away. And then again, they know F-Dot's back in the sniper rifle, so the best thing to do maybe just to try and force their way back in towards A.
Genesis holding this. What's that timing even look like? Did he see Maestro cross back over? 4v3, Chunk still inside of this bomb site. Bomb still being held by Twiz, but look out for F-Dot. Dead silence. He's hitting the flanksy.
Yeah, Genesis, I don't think will expect this. F-Dot, do not with the snipe. There we go. Head off Genesis. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So now numbers. 3v2. Cruz and Twiz. This sub-duo has, as you said, run the Asylum. So far, this Search and Destroy. Now they're going to get the 2v1 perfectly on towards Chunk. He was absolutely confused and dazed there for a moment. And Clutch Rain might have just got the perfect route towards B.
Oh, and F-Dot saw it. Aroma looking for the exits. Cruz is safe inside of Tools. Twiz going to plant the bomb. 2v2, 40 seconds.
He's waiting for an exit. It hasn't happened. And they should know that Cruz, because they saw him in the middle of the map, hasn't actually crossed over towards the site. F-Dot's going to be wary of it regardless. There we go. The call has been made now. Hey, Aroma, somebody has to be dealt with up top. And oh no! Does not able to take Cruz down. And now Aroma for the 1v2. Time very quickly running out here. This has to be won here by Aroma. And he just doesn't have the information. Clutch Rain. Again, Cruz and Twiz. Incredible play.
I mean, it all starts with just the bait and switch in between the 2 different doors inside the A bomb site. And in that moment, from F-Dot being over on the offensive side of the map, still thought maybe the bomb could have gone over towards A. Gives up the scope just for a mere moment.
sees one player cross back over. That was Cruz. He was safe inside of Tools. And the moment he tries to stun inside the garage, Wiz was up top AC. That's the information that you had. Still swings a little bit wide. Championship point for Clutch Rain.
Here we go. Trades. Right off the rip here. Knocked on white again. Got to be cautious. They've lost so many of these initials, and Nile goes huge. Oh my god, it's so fast. Chunk is going to be the last one left alive. He's going to be shut down. And that is absolutely the way to end their run. Clutch Rain with a 6-1 victory. They are going to Vegas.
Oh, they have punched their ticket indeed in an emphatic fashion as well, Brody. You can just pick your poison when you go back and you relook at some of these moments throughout the entirety of this best of 7 across all 5 of these maps. Who do you want to talk about, brother? Honestly speaking, I think it's the consistency in between both Cruz and Twiz. Again, it is not just a joke anymore. It is just the finality of that SMG duo. Running the Asylum on El Asilo there in the Search and Destroy, finding consistency across the hard points as well. It really does say a lot, especially for Cruz and Twiz, the way that they've been playing off of each other. I think that a lot of us had our eyes open through Season 4 of the Elite. It couples along so nicely for Nile with the AR, as well as Genesis kind of slows up his pace a little bit, just understanding where some of these players are located at. And it just goes in tandem across all 3 game modes in this best of 7 series. Yeah, barring the LSULO control, whatever may have you, how are you ever going to expect that F-Dot goes from 0-8 to drop a 30 bomb on your forehead? But nonetheless, this Clutch Rain roster definitely looking to make some waves at champs. 6-2 for Genesis. Didn't find any of the first bloods with the sniper, but man, Cruz and Twiz were undeniable as far as an SMG duo is concerned in this final map.
Yeah, I mean, that is just insane, isn't it, from Clutch Rain? Just talk storylines here for the moment while we look over towards the scoreboard, because Twiz and Cruz, as you said, I mean, we've pretty much already covered it, mate. Just, if it's not the snipes from Genesis, it's the SMG and dominance from Cruz and Twiz. But this is a roster that, by the way, until Season 4 of European Challengers Elite, were not in the conversation. They were not in our minds. I mean, there were points at which Twiz on the old Clutch Rain roster had, you know, they'd done something, right? They'd been in the conversation to at least maybe take a series or 2 of some top teams. They were capable of surprises. But prior to that, Revived Gaming for Nile and Genesis, eFuse for Genesis, for Cruz, Noctem Esports, like, they were not on any good teams this season. And just to kind of put this roster together for Season 4, to make the run they did all the way towards top 3, and then to qualify for Challengers Champs following Toronto, they've got to be on cloud 9 at the moment. A 4-1 victory here in the Grand Finals will send them to Challengers Championships.
Celebrate now. It was a hell of a run for Clutch Rain. You can see their entire route, their avenue to success. Taking down Falcons in that winners round 3. Taking down Strays the way that they did as well. I mean, they never gave up a single control round. They also convincingly won the Search and Destroy there as well. A 3-0 to Team Strays. And then the 4-1 here in Grand Finals versus this Noctem White roster who went on a massive lower bracket run off of the Revenge versus Falcons, but Clutch Rain will not be denied. Again, celebrate now. Get some scrims in tomorrow because Champs is right around the corner.
And here's what it looks like as they join the rest of the ensemble for Challengers Champs. Of course, we already talked about the European teams attending Champs via auto qualification or via Toronto. In the case of Weberbobs, of course, the Toronto Open champions. Notorious, the Texas Open champions, Deviants Gaming, Aphelion Esports, and the Atlas Lions. They are joined by Clutch Rain from Europe, representing the region to see what they can do at Challengers Champs, man. And looking at the lineup for Clutch Rain, how do you feel, man? Are they how do you think they're going to fit in with everybody else?
Oh man, I'm not too sure, man, because the way that they looked against TGE back in Toronto, not the Clutch Rain that we got through Season 4 of the Elite, not the same Clutch Rain that we got here in the LCQs. Again, it just feels like that this team is constantly finding new levels as the more that they play together. I'm just excited to see what their final form is going to look like there at the end of the road in Vegas for Challengers Champs in just a few weeks' time, Brody. I think that they can honestly hang with some of the best so long as Twiz and Cruz can find that consistency and that level of what they've been able to exemplify in this previous series and throughout the entirety of this final run. I think that they can honestly do it. I think that they can make a pretty deep run.
Well, that's a big call there from Proper Guys. We finally got a prediction out of him. It's lovely. Lovely to see, man. Clutch Rain, we're really excited to see what they can do at Champs alongside the rest of the European team. So that is Europe solidified, Asia Pacific solidified, but now we turn our attention to the Americas. We've got North America and Latin America coming up next, folks, as we get some teams from those regions and fill out the remainder of our Challengers Championship set. Welcome everybody here to Call of Duty Challengers. We're here with the champs LCQs. We're now moving over towards the North American region, in which just 4 teams remain. You know what that means? It means we're going to turn our attention towards the lower bracket first and foremost to get a team out of here. They're going to be gone. It's, one more match and one of these guys is going to be gone. I don't know why I'm saying it so harshly, but that's where we're at right now.
It really kind of exclaims how there can truly only be one at the end of the LCQ. You really just kind of made this feel like an episode of Survivor almost, like the way it's just like, hey, it is what it is. That's facts you're spinning over there, Brody. One of these teams will not be making it further along into the lower bracket. HiveX Street Mob taking on We Out Here.
Yep, those are the teams that we got to talk about. Here is the lower bracket as it currently stands. Yesterday, we lost fan favorites Boston Breach Academy to the We Out Here roster. That was a Game 5 victory for the We Out Here team. They now go head-to-head with a HiveX SMG who beat the Orange ORNG team. Also 3-1 for them. Of course, they did end up losing their earlier winners bracket matches to the likes of Nola Flight and Orbit, who do await them in that upper bracket final. We'll give you guys a little preview of how that looks right now. I think Nola Flight have had the story so far in North America. I don't think that's deniable, not just here, but at Toronto as well.
Yeah, and you and I actually had a good time to be able to really look at what Nola Flight were able to piece together even versus this HiveX SMG roster just yesterday, Brody. It went the distance all the way to a map number 5, but that Nola Flight team, even through Toronto, hell, even before that, I want to say back in Boston is where Big Head really started to make some heads turned. That team is truly coming into their own. It's unfortunate to say that they have to be able to win here in LCQs against some of the greats. Former pros in and out of the CDL in this very year, and also Challengers Elite Team to boot.
Yeah, for sure. Nola Flight have been a real surprise. Orbit, of course, with their roster changes, currently sitting in that winners bracket final as well. So it's going to be interesting to look at how that winners bracket final does go down. We'll have that matchup after this one. Let's get ahead then and talk about our teams, HiveX Street Mob and We Out Here. Let's start with the team on our left, HiveX Street Mob. This is the 3rd composition of this team in 3 competitions we've had. We had the Season 3 one, then back in Season 4 in Toronto, we had that kind of tournament as well with that brand new look roster. Now in towards post-roster mania, LCQs, HiveX Street Mob, they're looking pretty hot.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, when you think about this Hive roster, you're going to see some pretty known faces, specifically for that player number 2, Vivid. On the bench for Boston Breach, dropped for Snoopy, called up from the Boston Breach Academy. Major Maniac is a household name as well, dating all the way back to like Gen G at the end of BO4, has been in and out of the Pro League continuously. Rupert and Mock are the 2 players surrounding these 2 former Pro and CDL players for Vivid and Major Maniac. Rupert, of course, running that secondary sub. You'll see Major Maniac also pull it out as well in Search and Destroy, depending on the strategies. But I gotta say, for Mock, has really come into his own, hasn't he? Side-by-side ARs alongside Major Maniac. He was absolutely frying yesterday. It just comes down to what this team's able to produce as a cohesive 4-player team.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of different ways you can talk about this team. As you said, you've got kind of that CDL angle of Vivid and Major Maniac trying to fight their way back in towards the CDL once again. And then you've got Mock and Rupert, who are trying to make a good enough impression that maybe CDL teams will consider picking them up in the offseason. Certainly, I think for Rupert, at the very least, one of those players from the original all-Mexican lineup of HiveX Street Mob. I don't think teams should be underestimating him. He's been looking pretty good on this foursome. That said, they do go head-to-head here with the We Out Here roster. We've had a chance to talk about these quite a lot. Again, we had Nero joining the lineup for Season 4. They've been working slowly but surely to kind of get back to that Season 3 form. Are they there, Andy?
We Out Here lost to Orbit just yesterday. Number 2 going up against the number 3 seed, Gunless Persini, Rex Nero, formerly known as TGE at Toronto, formerly known as Convoy, back in Season 4 of Challengers Elite. Lots of woes to be had. Championships, MVP trophies, you name it, this team's got it. Even one of the highest statistical players on this roster, player number 3 there in the list, is Dylan Rex. Definitely watch out for what this team's able to produce on the map. But I honestly got to say that their road becomes so much more treacherous that they find themselves down here in the LCQ, especially with some household names that surround this roster.
Yeah, for sure. It's still a weird thing for me seeing Gunless and Bristini in challenges, even Nero. I know obviously Nero was in challenges. I'll say not that long ago, but it was quite a long time ago now. It's still, it's weird. As someone who's kind of grown up watching Call of Duty, seeing these big names, even Sensor as well on Boston Breach Academy, it's weird to see them be playing in challenges. Regardless, We Out Here, they're working off the back of that kind of veteranship. Rex has been a real young gun as well, and we know what Nero is able to accomplish on this team. So We Out Here, a threat, a formidable one at that, and it's going to be an interesting matchup to see how they do face off against Hive X SMG in this lower bracket semi-final. I believe we have a map set to talk about as well between these two teams. Let's get right into it to see where we're going to be going. It's going to be a double Mikado to kick us off, an Expo Control, which, are we still in Europe? And a Fortress Harpoon and Alasila Search and Destroy to close out the series.
Are we still in Europe? I was honestly sitting here even looking at the best of 5 maps, and I was like, yeah, I know I'm truly in North America when I get this much Mercado in my best of 5 map set. The Expo Control is definitely what things are going to be looked at specifically for both of these two teams of what they're going to be able to look like, especially for what could potentially be a big swing map mode combination. My eyes are just glued to that Mercado Search and Destroy. That was the map 5 yesterday for Hive X SMG when they lost to Nola Flight. I know that it's been a pretty consistent pick, especially for this We Out Here roster. Definitely have what it takes to potentially either go either way. But this Mercado Hardpoint map number 1, again, I always feel like I talk about this ever since back in Season 1 of the Elite. This is a good feel them out map. You get a lot of good 2-2. You'll be able to see what these SMGs look like stacked up against each other, ARs for the rotation. And also, I mean, you got 7 hard points to be able to pick and choose in between. So fundamentals need to be on point. The gunny's soon to follow. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two teams stack up against each other here.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned the SMG prowess here of these rosters, and I think this is where, for We Out Here, that conversation point of the difference in roles, and I know it's been a long time since the current composition of We Out Here roster have come together, but the difference in roles that Nero and Classic play, there is kind of, again, that difference of, like, Nero is a much more aggressive SMG, and that can work out in their favor a lot of the time, right? It still has to be talked about that Nero can definitely slay out, especially here in Challengers, and that can really help out the roster, of course. And then you've got Rex, another player that is just so fast-paced, so aggressive, so annoying to handle. There's a reason that Rex is one of the highest-rated players this season in North American Challengers. So when you've got kind of that duo ship going on here on Mikado Hardpoint, that's really, I think, going to be the players, at least from my perspective, that you're going to want to shut down if you're Hive.
I mean, how can you not try to take an immediate focus if you are Hive to try to take down Dylan Rex? I mean, there's been so many different elites where this guy's putting up like past 1.31 overall KDs, and that's across all 3 game modes. That's a tough stun out of Mock. Nero will open up with 2 loads and with an AR to start things off on this side of the map. Can't blame him. It seems to be the meta as it may stand. We out here soaking up the time first.
I'll be looking to touch first here, but got to be careful because Hive X Street Mob already starting to get aggressive. Vivid winning that gunfight versus Pacini will give him a shot at breaking towards Cantina. They're going to lose that gunfight against Gunless. Now, We Out Here looking for more frags, looking to push around the back line. It's going to be Major Maniac. Gunless going to have hit fire there. They're trying to take Major Maniac down. He will survive that engagement. Down towards 30 HP he goes, but we'll be able to hit the regen here before taking down at least one of these players. Unfortunately, not able to get that one done. And for a moment there, it looked like Hive X Street Mob might well be able to break through towards P2. They are going to be denied that opportunity, though.
So holding on to that Cantina side, 18 seconds. We out here able to soak up off of a fantastic rip for Nero. Gunless also sitting up on 3 in a row. This is a very good position to have for yourself if you are Nero. Going to have his work cut out for him on the back alley.
Here we go. Nero's going to get shut down there. So Major Maniac picking up that frag now. An opportunity here for Hive X Street Mob to try and flood through the back line. But look at the double up from We Out Here. Both Rex and Gunless just keeping their eyes dead set on that back alley. And you just don't know where to look. Mock most certainly did not. Was not able to put any shots whatsoever. And the thing is, for Hive X Street Mob here in this situation, you have no choice but to continue to flood down this lane, to continue to try and get past that duology. Finally, they're able to break through as Rupert just to activates his inner frog. I don't know, some kind of jumpy animal, whatever, to outplay Nero in that position. Finally, Hive are able to break in for the back 20 seconds. And crucially, we see it happen over by the next hill. Mock will find a double that should, at least for the moment, secure the time for Hive.
Well, I guess that's what you get when you get the team with Snoopy. As long as Rupert did, you gotta adopt the frog mentality, just jumping all around all sorts. 43 plays up against 17 is the current scoreline ahead of this Elephant Room rotation. Major Maniac down to 39 HP. He is coexisting inside of Tin at the moment. Gunless probably unaware of it, has to take an immediate focus towards the front. Major Maniac should have a free kill, not required as Mock shuts it down. 3-for-1 trade. 5x Street Mob soaking up the time.
Pacini on his lonesome here. It's whether or not he can do anything, just again, when he's on his lonesome like that. You cannot pivot, providing the coverage required here for Hive X Street Mob to get a wealth of time. So We Out Here will give this one good shake. Gunner's going to be the first to try and engage Mock through the middle of the map. Rex should be there to close up that gunfight. And now towards the hill itself. Nero going to fly in a little bit prematurely there. Christina now will have to be the player to trade things out. Not going to be able to. Major Maniac really starting to streak out here on the Elephant Room. And if you're Gunless here in this situation with 15 seconds left, you're just hoping you can maybe grab one of these players on the exit. But those shots in towards Rupert will just keep them at bay here momentarily as we turn our attention towards the next kill. It is going to be a We Out Here touching first.
Nero's positioning is just about everything, but the timing is not favorable. Former teammate, Vivid, will see Nero. Nero smokes him over by the clothing truck, and now Nero's position could be held over inside a small. Even Rex, top Cantina. Are you going to expect that Rex will be in here? It seems that 2 players more than aware that they have to clear this building, but We Out Here still in for the initial time.
Now challenging around the back line. You do not have an AR in that normal position, just watching it from the back. So We Out Here going to double up inside. It will be a 2 versus 2 here momentarily. Pristini going to get overwhelmed. Now Gunless up to him. He will find the first. Has the backup now from Nero as well. Gunless down. Can Nero survive as well? Unfortunately, Nero takes out his teammate before falling himself. So Hive, they've brute forced their way in for the back 25. One last hit coming through. And well, Vivid will completely neuter it. This is huge from Hive because not only do they get those kills in the scrap time, but Mop once again finds a double over towards Elephant Room.
Oh, the stick from Rupert. Oh my, see you later, Rex. See you in the respawn. And as you were saying there, Brody, I mean, in transition again, like what we saw from 2 to 3, but this time from 4 over towards 5. 5x Street Mob, soaking up the scrap time. They're going to be able to win the gunfights, transitioning over towards B5. A spawn out did occur. Dylan Rex did spawn over inside of lockers. Not necessarily going to expect it. 2 for 1 goes the trade. Major Maniac's going to try to pinch it from behind, but Rupert has so much to do over inside of dark, can only produce 1 kill.
Maniac getting aggressive. Major Maniac, what is that? His umpteenth 2-piece hit on this map. Once again, will just clear so much space and create some distance between themselves and We Out Here. And We Out Here have no choice but to continue to hit this one, despite the fact the Hive will be able-triggering at every single entrance possible. Maybe not the middle of the map, actually. Nero basically able to enter on towards the hard point, completely uncontested. Does open up at least a chance here for We Out Here to grab this scrap time. Rex is in a 1v1 for it, but Major Maniac on yet another spree. Now on 5 in a row for him. And it's the ability that Hive X Street Mob have to not just get the scrap time to win those crucial engagements, but they're also winning every single rotation as well.
What is this, the 3rd time?
Yep.
That they're able to turn scrap into initial, winning transitional gunfights? Towards top Cantina we go. You have back alley control if you are We Out Here. It's 3 players strong, pinching along with Pristini through the tunnel. He gets cut down first.
Rex up top. We'll find one. Drop kill feed. It is enough to give We Out Here a chance to break, but Rex has so much to do and gets double challenged by Vivid and Major Maniac. Overwhelmed is they. Pristini, can they do anything again? The first kill is good, but the numbers just too strong for Hive X Street Mob. Major Maniac now on 7 in a row. Has that cruise missile, I believe actually from the earlier spree, to be fair, sitting in the back pocket. Hive X Street Mob have taken a commanding lead here on Cantina, here on this Mikado hardpoint, and for We Out Here, you've got to be very careful about how much you put in towards this one, because Major Maniac and Vivid picking up those frags. Vivid, especially over towards Warehouse, is giving them a lot of map control.
Mike ain't missing right now. He is barely losing gunfights, 17-5, now up on an 8 spree, as you were talking about. Just so many sprees back and forth. The transition from P6 over towards P7 might just be one. It's a big 1v1, does force out the team kill. So now Pristini is only alone. Over by the parking lot. Major Maniac trying to flush out that positioning and gets the better of Pristini. He was holding his irons. Hive, again, turns scrap into initial.
That is the worst case scenario as Hive X Street Mob now. Major Maniac still, by the way, on that bloody 11 spree. What on earth is going on here? 20-5. Is Major Maniac going to bring this streak down to bring himself into the 12th spree? This should get gunless. Yes, it will. I mean, you might as well just use your streak. You might not have to do it later on down the line. They just continue to find every single kill. Pristini next up to be served up for Major Maniac. Nero as well. Major Maniac going to run out of blitz, switching over to Basnev. And finally, he'll be shut down, but that was 13 for Major Maniac. Unlucky for some, definitely unlucky for We Out Here.
It surely is, isn't it, Brody? They're over 200 points. They can do no wrong. Where Major Maniac falls, Rupert picks it back up for the scrap time here at 7. It's going to be 219-81. Going in towards the second set of hard points. It is Mercado, and the ability to string together hard points is there. I think Five were able to exemplify that ever so wonderfully in the first set of hard points. But, I mean, We Out Here, we talked about their hard point woes throughout Season 4 of the Elite. Is that a continuation here in their first series in the day?
This is just such a tough position to be in if you're We Out Here. The path to come back in towards this one is so narrow. You have to be perfect. Everything has to be right, and as far as step number 1 is concerned, is getting control of P1, at least keeping Hive X Street Mob off this hill, looking the spawns for P2. None of that is happening. Vivid will double up. Ivex Street Mob just making sure that we out here do not cross that 50-yard line. Nero does pick up one. Trade is pretty good, and that will continue to be the case here. Gunnis does take down one, and as Pristini looks to approach from the alleyway, Major Maniac is all alone inside New. Mock will come forward, but has been shut down, and now Major Maniac, can he go big? He's done it so far this game, time and time again at 23-6, looking to get this one in a 1v3. The shot's good, but will not be good enough for the kill versus Pristini. We out here, they touch for time.
Over 100 points. And they turn this into a full 60. I mean, it's almost required that you have to shave away Hive Street Mob in their initial push and potentially for a second. Major Maniac will open for the first. That's rushing through the back alleyway is Mock. Positioning advantage coming through from We Out Here is mostly around the hedges. The assistance inside the hardpoint itself not required. Just Major Maniac left for the initial break.
Hive Street Mob, you can tell how tenuous this entire situation is for We Out Here, because they're already making sure they do garner control of the rotation. It was been earlier, I think, spawned by Major Maniac over towards New or Reaper Skywalker. Either way, those players are just going to give up all of that time. The leader's advantage gives them so much room to breathe, so much room to maneuver. Here in this one, We Out Here, this break has to be perfect. Gunner's going to open things up with the first kill. Pristini needed one over by the Elephant Room, and he does get shut down. And now everything on Rex. Will he survive? No, he won't.
In for the initial time will be Hive. Look at the spawns. They're going to force Nero to go all the way through back banana. Vivid reads it, checks him out like a book. Now We Out Here have to break through the big door. Through the back they go.
Yeah, gotta be through this forklift side. There's not even really a chance to coming through the middle of the map, come through any other direction but the one that they spawned in. Rex and Gunners will find some kills though, so now all down to just two inside this hill. Major Maniac, Rupert, what can they do? They pick up individual gunfights. I don't even know why we ever bother asking the question. Hive X Street Mob come out like that? Was that like a 3 KD or something silly from Major Maniac at the end? I mean, we'll find out the stats. Goodness me. Talk about full control here in Hardpoint.
It was definitely closer to 3 than it was further away, I'll tell you that much. Oh my. I mean, I was just sitting there just ready to go ahead and sing the praise of Major Maniac after the first 5 spree. And then he goes on another 5 spree. He turns that in with 13. He didn't even die. His deaths aren't even double digits. Like, what? And this is why we highlight Major Maniac coming into this series. Again, yes, he's going to be that AR flex, at least from a role perspective. We've seen it through countless times when Major Maniac gets knocked down at challengers, hell, even dating all the way back to Call of Duty's history. You give this guy even a Maddox back in Black Ops 4, give it an SMG, it may not matter. I can get mixy with some of the best, and that was showcased so wonderfully there in the Mercado Hardpoint map #1. Talk about setting the pace as far as a series is concerned. How many times at the highest level of challengers, and even Call of Duty included, Brody, do you see Mercado Salmas unfold like that? That's about 3, maybe even 4 times transitioning from hardpoints that Hive turned scrap into initial.
And that was the key thing for me, right? I think just early on in this hardpoint, it is just a case of they win like one crucial one-on-one towards the scrap time for 15 seconds. And at that point, We Out Here have no choice but to abandon ship and go towards the rotation. Problem being, they've also lost that rotation. And Hive X Street Mob just looked so good on pretty much every single hardpoint. And I can't even say, like, with Major Maniac going 28-8 to close out the game, that it was just down to him. Because it wasn't. Like,
no.
Everybody else was doing their part. Everybody else was covering all their lanes. Everybody else was doing their job, whether it be soaking up heal time, whether it be kind of being that roaming sub-role for a couple of players in the roster. Like, man, Hive just showed everybody how to play Mikado Hardpoint.
Yeah, for sure. Rupert goes dead even, +2 for Mock, 21 and 26 for Vivid, with 3,500 damage. Wait, hold on a second. Reese was beaming. That's insane, but nonetheless, it's like you were talking about. It's not just a one-man show. Major Maniac, yes, he did lead the lobby in just about every single different stat line that we have on our screen here, but it's what the other 3 for Hive were able to produce off of We Out Here trying to find where Major Maniac was located at. Nero was a non-benefactor at 14 and 21. The SMGs duo of Nero and Pristini could barely produce a single wave of gunfights that were that favorable for the ARs to get in a better position. Yeah, we saw a couple good pieces together from Gunless off of the initial 5 spree. I think he honestly went on a second one as well. But the rotational gunfights, every single time that we were rotating in between hill to hill, it just always felt like that Hive were that much further along. They were one step ahead of where We Out Here were located at. They never lost numbers. They always maintained positional advantage. Hive X Street Mob, what a commanding map #1.
I still can't believe we just had Major Maniac dying only 8 times.
Only 8 times.
That's just insane. That's an insane stat line. What a performance from Major Maniac again. It should be reminded that this is not an easy team. Like, this is North America. This is the hardest region of the lot. This is certainly the most densely packed with talent, and we out here are not easy roster to do that against. So props to Major Maniac, man, and props to Hivex Street Mob for that insatiable map number 1 victory there. 250 to 150 was certainly a more kind scoreline. If it wasn't for that P2 Cantina hold from we out here, it would have been a lot more nasty than that. What a way to set the stage here for this best of 5. We return to Mikado for the search and destroy up next. And we out here, man, they have to get something going. You have to come out of this one swinging.
Well, they certainly weren't there in the Mercado, but they need to get there in the Mercado search and destroy. I'll tell you that much, man. Because if there's one thing we know for certain when it comes down to a lot that is this Hivex Street Mob roster, especially through search and destroy, well, there's a jack of all trades. And again, I hate to continuously put the media focus towards Major Maniac, but he really is that guy for this team. Sniper rifle, can SMG it up, can also run an AR. Got to be on the lookout for where Major Maniac's going to be located at. Isolate him, do not give him 1v1s. The same could be said for so many different players on this map. Let's not forget what Vivid was also able to do on Boston Breach, in search and destroy included. Whether it's with the objective in his hand or playing the roaming SMG, can really do it all. You just all have to quite literally regain. If you are this we out here roster, you got slapped around the map number 1. Now you got to showcase some of that S&D strength that we know these 4 players have.
And if I'm like we out here, like who do you turn to at this point to like just turn up? Because to me the answer would be Rex. Like, it sounds silly, but like Rex has been such a North Star for this team in search and destroy, like just a real force in season 4 of Challengers Elite, over at Toronto as well. I don't want to put everything on him though, because it's not just him. Like, everybody needs to turn up. You need to really see the teamwork come out and play here.
Well, Pristini is also one to be talking about, right? I mean, when you and I were casting Season 4, Season 3 Challengers Elite, honestly, if Pristini was on the map, it almost always felt like the conversation really did come around. Is Pristini back in championship form? We have seen semblance of him returning to such form, being able to piece together multi-kill after multi-kill, finding first bloods, opening up space for players like Gunless and Rex to get in positions where they find these really crazy kill feeds in these very, very high damage numbers. I think you're almost looking for Pristini and Nero to, again, wipe the slate clean after getting smacked around in that map number 1 and come into this Mercado S&D with a certain pep in their step and just try to set the pace that much higher of what Hive are going to bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're just waiting for game number 2 to get underway, folks. So we'll give you guys a reminder about the context right now. If you're just tuning into Call of Duty Challenges, hi, how you doing, guys? We're here with our champs LCQs. We've really got 1 team from each region qualifying. Of course, we've had 12 previous to that via a couple of different methods of qualification. We had the top 2 teams at the Toronto Open qualifying, and then we had the top 4 teams from North America and Europe, respectively, as well as the top 1 team from Latin America and Asia Pacific qualifying. So that made up the first 12 teams auto qualifying for Call of Duty Challenges Finals here in 2023. This weekend is about getting our final team from each region to qualify. We've had August, we've had Clutch Rain from APAC and Europe, respectively. Now we just got to get a team from North America and from Latin America in.
Latin America is, of course, still going on. I believe they're in their lower finals right now at We Are Clutch GG. If you want to see what second LATAM team will be making it through, we got 1 more spot open for North America. Very much so could be one of these 2 teams on your screen.
Sure. Hivex Street Mob. In towards this round number 1 we go. They want to have just as good of a Mikado as they did in map number 1. Different game mode, mind you. And Nero might have just got himself in behind enemy lines. Anyway, no, yeah, Mockbo certainly did not know in that scenario. Nero will almost single-handedly flip the script here as Rupert left up last alive in the 1v2.
He's playing this so patiently, isn't he? Just waiting for the challenge. Rex will give it to him. Nero, still top Cantina, by the way. Rupert has the bomb. Gonna plant this at B, looking like Nero. Gonna have to play for a retake here. Where does Rupert go here in the 1v1 post plant?
They made the right call. About to collide. Nero activates Dead Silence. Did Rupert just see him? That's the question. Did Rupert see him? I don't think the way that Rupert is acting, he did. He most certainly is going to go check. And now it's a matter of whether Nero instinctively is going to check from behind, jumping on the bomb. Rupert, the urgency has to be faster than this. Nero's got this play call coming out from Nero to come out on top in that round. They will take round number 1. We out here off the back of Nero's heroics and balls, frankly.
I mean, that's just the right call, isn't it? I mean, whether or not the information came through from a teammate, saw like the ankle poke through a dark. That's the call for Nero. No information to speak of. Get out of here, lunacy. I don't even know who you are.
Who was that?
I don't know. Some forehead trying to ruin this fantastic search and destroy. Offense now for we out here. Bro thinks he's a part of the squad. Gunless for first blood via the nade.
Nate over the top. Trophy system will not save early on in this. A lot of real estate for we out here to garner as well. Especially as now that's mocked down for the count 2. Rooper and Major Maniac, they played hero so many times on Mikado hardpoint and over the top. Well, they might do it again. Major Maniac lands a nade for Nero. They're going to have to go retrieve that bomb.
Major Maniac Rupert. 2v3 action Rupert. Down to 69 HP. He's trying to at least bait it for Major Maniac, who swung wide for at least the sniper shot. Rupert, so much to do. What a snap on the gunless. 1v2.
He's picked for the sniper rifle as well, I believe that. He's getting killed that early on in this 1v3. It's so important. Stini and Rex do have to be careful how much of a peek they make into that. They might have got bad timing on towards Rupert, but now they will not. As Rupert's moved forward. Rupert should be able to get the kill versus Rex and mostly untraded, but is he going to predict the fact they've moved in towards the tunnel? No, he's not. Again, it's one of those super unconventional positions for the last 2 remaining players. That is just, again, a really great heads-up call made in those moments.
Yeah, it really was. And I think that it truly all starts with the unfortunate push that came through from your bomb carrier. And as you were talking about, that bomb needs to get collected. But what we out here were able to produce that worked out so well for them in that round was the trade game. Those trades was the inevitability of that round count now bumping itself up to 2-0. Major Maniac up to 3-2. Still trying to find value with the sniper rifle. Yet to produce a round win as Vivid and Mox still searching for that first kill.
Street mob. Gonna break the mold here. This is the play call you need. 3 rounds deep, 2-0 down. Straight over towards you they go. You do some kind of venom to make this kind of play work. You need to be aggressive and fast with it. You're going to follow the bomb site to flip right back out here's favor. Nero has completely blown this Major Maniac for the 1v4. That's not going to happen, and that's not fast enough. If you're going for B, you can't beat us.
Yeah, because, again, I mean, it's Mercado Los Almas, right? I mean, it's a Michael Bay film normally over by the A bomb site, and even if you throw, what, like 2 throwables, 1 tack, 1 nade across the A lane, that is all the information that you just need if you are we out here, just to completely cut back through the middle of the map, hold over by the cuts, just expect the angles to be gifted to you. Nero opens up with a fantastic 2. It allows we out here to collapse on the play around 10, never allowing Hive an inch to breathe.
All right. Out here. Now looking to garner control of this A site. Utility being thrown out towards the hedge side here, and Hivex Street Mob, they're peppering up towards the side, looking for the first kill.
They're on top dumpster. That nade actually kind of shrugs Hive back, and Nero just pounces on top of it. Gunlets get traded in return, but it's Nero who delivers on the goods. 1v2 for Rupert.
Rupert for the first! Now makes it a 1v1. We'll hit the regen here in this moment. That's the question. Does he stop the bomb? He's going for it. The 1v3 from Rupert. What a play.
Where's the strong with this one, Brody? For the 1v3. It's isolating player after player. I honestly thought with Nero pushing the advantage over by Hedges was truly going to be the nail in the coffin, but Rupert, just the heads-up play. Being able to at least find not only the first isolated, finds the second, and then he knew damn well where the clock was located at. Rex had to favor towards the plant. Boy, did he make that read ever so wonderfully. 3 from that round from Rupert brings him up to 5-2.
Everyone up. Are we out here? And aggressive now towards this one. Nero gonna lose the first blood versus Rupert. Thrown out here by Highbeck Street Mob. With that initial blood around it, they have control of sight.
Yeah, they sure do. Anthel, let's play retake if you are. We out here. Nice shots from Persini, favoring his life. Semtex just swings a little bit too wide. Bach will be able to take him down, but it's the pinch from the opposite side that answers back. Now we're in a 2v2.
One will be planted here from Rupert. I will get stopped by Gunless, but now the 1v1, Major Maniac being for the top. Shots towards Gunless. Major Maniac makes that gunfight happen. What a play.
Mostly Mock just being able to keep players at bay. Or by the Cantina balcony through the tunnel side, all off that first blood. Knew from Major Maniac's position up top Cantina that there was no other point of aggression coming through from the hedges over by the dumpster. The majority of that had to be coming through the middle of the map. But it's all just about Cantina control, isn't it? When it comes down to a lot of these A executes, we out here, whether or not they had a trophy system or not, could not get themselves across that A lane and try to contest it. It's meant that Hive had the superior positioning. Bring this within one.
We'll see whether or not we out continue to extend their lead once again. Aggression coming out through the middle of the map. It was prepared for by Ruba. He will pick up that first blood, and that will force We Out Here to kind of reconsider how they want this entire play to go down. They still want A. And they don't have anybody to contest with just yet. You've got to be careful about number 3 in the middle of that mode. Major Maniac has not been spotted out.
Tex gonna push Persini back. No damage, though. Major Maniac is just forced to throw so many shoulders. Vivid with the SMG back alleyway. Definitely not the tool for that cause. And now the pinch, 2v3 post-plant.
Behind Major Maniac for the first. Shots out to Pristini. Not enough for a fag. And if you're Rex and Pristini here in this particular, just got to wait them to come to you. Nero going to pick up that first spot. And now it's all down to the Major Maniac. They know where he is.
You know exactly where he's located at. Major Maniac needs to fly. No dead silence. Time is not on his side. Down to 18 seconds. Expecting Nero to fly out from Barbershop. And the timing wasn't favorable, but Major Maniac still pieces it together. Down to 28 HP. Not much more he can do. And the moment that Major Maniac is in that shoulder toss versus Persini, gets him weak, does not get the kill. That's all the information you needed to have from yourself for some previous shots that were thrown by Mock over across the middle of the map. Once you know that those two players are isolated from itself, you have Cantina control. Rex just has to watch the hedge push. If that's where Mock wanted to come from, Nero was already laying prone inside the tunnel as the bomb was being planted by Pristini. And just presses the issue, finds that kill on a Mock. He wraps around back alleyway. Yeah, lost his life, but the damage was already done. Vivid 0-6 now. Definitely not what you love to see.
Utility over the... Oh. Out here. Looking to go on already control Cantina. Gun laying in and around this one. We're going to get shut down. There's going to be trades mostly in favor of Hive, though. For the top, we'll trade things out. So
Bomb still in the hands of Vivid. He's all by his lonesome. Nero see him exit, swaps the Vaznev at the wrong time. Now that bomb is in no man's land. Major Maniac, he's playing with the trophy this round, Brody. Has to 1v2 the hard way.
Not to ask for. We've seen Rupert with the 1v3 in previous rounds, so 1v2 is possible. Especially for a player that was doing what he did previous hard points, but no, just gets sniped out of the plate.
Yeah, no, it's just a great situational awareness coming through from Rex just to hold this angle. It's so tough, especially from Major Maniac's peak right here. I mean, I'm not even too sure if you even get a nameplate in that regard. You barely even see, like, what, like the hip of Rex's player model in that moment of time. Gets that last snipe. You called for it, right? You wanted to see Rex kind of step up for this team. He's delivering in a massive way. Now up on a 3 spree, 8-3. The sniper has been very friendly for Rex. He swapped back to an AR for this round as we out here looking for the B execute.
Is he ready for it? That's the question for me. Gets immediately shut down by Gunless, so we out here now, full control over B. And we talked about this. It's about how quickly you can get on towards a bomb site. We out here. It's convincing.
Bomb planted. Major Maniac, again, no dead silence, has to push up through the middle of the market. He will be butting heads against Nero. The iron sights, the shots, that much better. 3v3. And now the players trying to surround this B site. The retake mostly coming through this back tin alley.
Rupert for the first blood. This traded out by Rick. Time very quickly running out here for Hivex Street Mob to get this defuse and this retake. You have to take the top side, snaking galore. Gunless with a shot towards Rupert. That's a headshot for the frag. Now, Major Maniac, you've just got no time to make this one happen. It feels like it's over.
Oh, not when two players have the high ground like that, Brody. Not like that at all. And hey, we honestly talked about it in the fumble that was Hivex Street Mob when we saw them attempt that B execute, right? Is that when they were trying to get their way over towards 10, it was way too slow, way too hesitant. This time we out here completely call the audible. Instead of going through the middle of the map, instead of trying to brute force their way over towards A, they hit B so fast, and there was nobody for Hive that was even ready for it. 10 and 3 for Rex there in the search and destroy. Popped off with the sniper rifle and the AR. Didn't matter what weapon he honestly had in his hand. He was finding value across a multitude of rounds.
Absolutely he was, mate. Well, look, that was a great search and destroy coming out here from the roster. They look pretty good. A dominant one and exactly what they needed. We said they need to come out strong and make the series 1-1. That's what they did.
Yeah. And honestly, ask for more. I mean, for this Hive roster, I think that was the immediate response that you were kind of alarmed for at the end of it. Take a look at some of the stats right there. Vivid, I mean, had a really tough go of things. 1 and 8 overall, simply not going to be good enough. That does not look too good when it's a combined 3 and 16 between both Vivid and Mock. Major Maniac and Rupert tried their hearts out. Rupert got the 1v3. A lot of clutch situations that Rupert almost clawed his way back from. But it's the teamwork, the cohesion throughout the entirety of the Season 4 of the Elite. We out here really made a staple name for themselves as far as their S&D prowess. Their objective gameplay is absolutely sublime, and that got cemented here as they tie up the series 1 apiece.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Well, look, Hive here, they are able to, they lose the search and destroy. Brilliant performance coming up from We Out here as they tie the series up at 1-1. We're going to go to a very quick break. On the other side, we've got a control between these two teams to see which one will take the lead. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challenges. Apologize for that very quick delay. Apparently, I'm still blurry. I don't know why I look like this. It's okay. I'm here. You're here, Andy. That's the main thing. We're still a pond apart, but it's okay. We have a matchup here between Hive and We Out Here to talk about.
God, it just feels like yesterday I was embracing you in my arms. I miss you. Expo Control up on the docket next. Hotel was the veto, of course, for Hive. Did not want to play against this We Out Here roster on Hotel Control. Can't necessarily blame them, honestly speaking, but I guess it's the lesser of the two evils. Did not want to go to LSCLO. Did not want to take a look at that triple AR setup. To be completely candid with you, I wouldn't either. Not when you have to go up against Rupert with his mainstay weapon that he's been running all year long in that third AR. But Expo Control is going to be an interesting one. We got a really good look as far as what this Hive roster looks like in a respawn game mode, like on that hard point. Beating this We Out Here roster by 100 points. Realistically, beating them in the first set of hard points, already over 200 points. It was Major Maniac that stepped up to the plate and delivered. Mach and Vivid obviously came up a little bit short after that Mercado Search and Destroy. Can they bounce back here in a big swing map mode combo?
And that's the question, isn't it? I think going back towards Season 4 again, which, again, it's like the only, tournament that we have stats from, if anything. We can always talk about how kind of, again, we go back to that and the then Convoy roster, the TG roster that went to Toronto, We Out Here, they looked really good in Control. It was a very strong look for them, regardless, across the board. So we should expect more or less the same kind of thing again out of them. It's whether or not they can do it against a hyped-up Hive roster with players like Rupert on board. That's the question for me, because Rupert on Control recently been looking pretty good.
He's definitely been a problem for a lot of different players, right? Because is Rupert going to load him with a sub? Is he going to have an AR in hand? I don't think it really matters, because you get to see a lot from what Rupert has to offer alongside his SMG duo now, which is Vivid, and learned a lot, of course, playing as an AR. Watching what Snoopy was doing across the map. So just do what Snoopy does, just a little bit better, I guess, if you are Rupert. Yeah, just be Snoopy forehead. But, like, I think it's just one of those things that for this Hive roster that you just have to try to lean on what you can possibly find in some coordination when it comes down to your executes. Opening rips on Expo or just about everything to be able to open up whatever two zones are I guess, open for yourself. That B zone, obviously the easier of the two to get. If you can get a couple segments off the A from a very good opening break, that's great. But honestly speaking, it's all about pace here as far as Expo is concerned.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we apologize, guys. We brought us back on broadcast. We got our own situation sorted. And then I think we need a situation to sort ourselves out. We've got a technical issue in game. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to go to a very quick break again. On the other side, we've got the Expo Control. I promise it will be there soon. We'll be back with that after this. What's up, people? It's time here for the Expo Control between Yemi out here and Hive X Street Mob. We're about to get into it. We are wasting no more time again. We apologize to all the delays due to technical difficulties from various angles. Off the start, it is going to be we out here on the offense. We'll see if they can get on their way on towards the A zone. I think Nero might have just direct impacted somebody.
It's never not funny to see it in the kill feed, Brody. Direct impact kills just make me chuckle a little bit on the inside. Offense first, though. At least for we out here. Taking a lot of their attention over towards that A control zone. They don't even get that first segment locked, and even spawning in on the backside of Globe cannot get themselves closer towards B. Hive X Street Mob with the response. They're all hunkered down around that site. We out here more than aware of it. Back over towards A.
And we out here. Want to get control. Nero and Rex opening things up with the kills. Hero gunless down. Rex now the last one left alive on this initial push over towards A. There's not exactly a stable push over towards B as an option either. So as far as Hive X Street Mob are concerned here for this defensive effort, Andy, this is great off the rip. You're in a great spot. We out here do not look stable whatsoever. Rupert trying to enact that spawn trap towards that top side. At the very least for we out here, they remove them from that position. So a shot at an A push, especially as Nero picks up another frag.
Massive gunfights coming through again. Hive honestly thought that we out here were going to start transitioning over towards B, and well, I couldn't blame them after getting stuffed over by A countless amounts of times, but the trades are still on the cards. Now trailing by 2 lives. Rupert has Persini dead to rights. Snaps over towards Gunless. Surely the trade will be there for Vivid. Sure will. Second segment was not locked.
And they want it to be 20 seconds left now. We out here gonna have to revert back towards B.
God.
The way that Vivid are flying across the map, that was a disgusting kill versus Nero, by the way. But the path in towards this B zone, I don't think he's gonna really have it, to be honest. Rupert will be the only player on the Hive roster to do anything about it. And well, very quickly here with that 3 stack, we out here should be able to capture B. I don't think Hive are gonna be able to stop it. So really, I would be more cautious about X's frags. But Major Maniac not gonna be expecting Nero to be sat up there like Spider-Man.
Vivid looking for a couple exits, making sure these players do not leave. Vivid is beaming in this map number 3. He's shooting like that. Gonna be very difficult for we out here to try to transition out from their spawn. Player number 5, I mean, Vivid is just in their base, just making them super uncomfortable. That's gonna open up the spawns off of Nero's previous position on the 3 spree for Gunless to spawn right behind them. They deal with Vivid. Numbers through the middle of the map favoring we out here.
Here we go. We out here now. They've got 3 down. That's Rex for the double. That's Rex for the triple. We out here now. A chance to stack this point. Again, we out here in control. The exact type of roster to not give Hive a chance to defensively save this round. The right call is made, and we out here. I mean, that was a struggle at the start of that round. I'm not going to lie. They had a fight to even get towards B, but they make it work.
I mean, they were always out there, weren't they? And by being out there, I mean in this specific part of the map over by Pool, because the opening engagements were all around the middle of the map. And you saw it twice on over. Once Hive stopped the initial A push, we out here went back over towards A continuously until what? There was like 27 seconds, probably a little bit less than that on the game clock. And then they finally transitioned over towards B because Hive honestly thought that they were probably going to go for A again. Cannot fault them for that. Numbers never really escaping too far for we out here to stay in the offensive round. Now, if you're Hive, got to respond with one of your own here on Expo.
Immediately, again, that's the right call from we out here to kick things off, just putting a lot of defensive effort into making sure they do hold on to B early on. It's not entirely the case, as Rex and Gunless do pick up frags. There is one player that was over towards A. That's Pristini. He will get shut down. So for Hive now, we've got a couple of options as to how they want to play this one. Major Maniac looking to distract the rest of we out here while they make their way over towards B. The problem, of course, is that we out here have actually picked up a couple of frags. Rex on point now, looking to hype things up, and only picks up one. Pristini should be there to trade things out, and indeed he will. So things will stabilize for we out here, but the end goal was achieved by Hive. They have cleared the space over towards B, and now they can start hopping on that point.
Yep, starting to work up that first segment of aggression. Got 2 players on it, both Vivid and Mock. Somebody needs to start clearing a little bit more space, though. There's an opportunity for re-entry if you are we out here, mostly through the globe. Major Maniac off the respawn. Might have some timing to get behind enemy lines as far as this retake is concerned. Yeah, he's going to find that free kill on the Gunless. Mostly on the Rex. I mean, that point is just so far gone. It's mostly just about resetting yourself through the middle of the map and defending the Z zone, which, by the way, you already have players trying to cause a little bit of ruckus inside the lobby.
You've always got to be careful about players coming from behind. That's a good clear from Gunless, though, to make sure that Vivid does get shut down. There goes Mock as well. Now things will actually calm down somewhat for We Are Here on the defense, especially as Rex continues to clear space. 12 and 7, by the way. That double should allow Nero to come through now and start to install this spawn trap. Vivid next up on the cards here. Reaper as well, perhaps Mock from afar. A lot of different players that you could potentially take down, but as Nero does fall, Rex would do well to back away here for the moment. Try and play his life. Rex will get shut down. Now for We Out Here. Gotta make sure none of these players manage to filter through. Pristini with that two-piece again. Just so good. We Out Here in all the power positions.
On a force spree, Pristini looking to hold. He's an angle. But Vivid will flush him out. Take him off of that force spree. Where Pristini falls, Nero picks it back up through Globe. Even going 1-for-1 is fine. It's so often that you see a player like Gunless just hold that position. You gotta somehow filter him out. But Rupert is able to slip the net. He goes all the way over towards the A zone, gets collapsed on. Major Maniac, as late as this flank may be, can still force a lot of damage into the We Out Here roster.
Gunner's getting shut down. Major Maniac, as you said, he could do damage. Indeed, that is exactly what he's doing, just clearing space like that. Rupert for the second as well. Major Maniac might well finally go down, but the space has been cleared now. Now for Hive, it's about capturing off the back of it. First tick will be through. It won't be long before they're met with a challenge from We Out Here, and Rex kicking off that challenge with the first kill versus Major Maniac. A big head to take off the board. Mock gonna answer back though. It's a 12v3 Hive. They're running out of lives to make this one work. Vivid can only pick up one. This needed to be a lot more assured than it has been. And now for Rupert and Major Maniac. I mean, Rupert will not help the situation by taking out his teammate, but We Out Here, with a staunch defensive play, will win the round.
4 segments is what Hive are going to be able to get for themselves at the bare minimum. But I mean, just off the transition after losing the B control zone, Gunless was never leaving that blue tent, that top bus area that it took Major Maniac to literally go all around the world here on Expo. You wrap all the way through the spa huts and to take Gunless out from that positioning. But by then, I mean, you were already down by 10 lives. You are Hive. Very tough situation to find yourself in here as you trail now by both rounds being played so far. We Out Here. Very good on the Expo control.
Alrighty. We Out Here. Gonna go for a 4-stack right off the start of this one. This is gonna really
I love this.
up the urgency for Hive Extreme. Oh yeah, this is a brilliant play coming out from the roster, but you do have to win the gunfights off the back of it. Now it's just gonna be Pristini and Rex left alive. Rex goes down. Pristini, what can you pull out the hat? Rupert instead will double up to remove that play. And here's the big risk with making something like that happen. We Out Here have nothing in terms of presence towards B, and Hive Extreme Mob in a great position for spawn trap.
I mean, talk about the trust, right? I mean, Vivid off the initial break, he never left backstage over by B, that he had the trust that Rupert, Major Maniac, and Mock were going to take that in a 3v4 to stop that A push from coming through, and they deliver on such a cause. Major Maniac flushed out via the nade, 3 quick kills come through over towards the B zone. We Out Here are on the zone.
Yeah, but they're not entirely committing to B just yet. They're actually going to go fully towards A. They want to get this point out of the way. Pristini with that kill on towards Rupert, as well as Rex on towards Mock. They're clearing a lot of space here around it. Around the front is a problem that got to be dealt with, and as is Major Maniac, all the kills coming through. This should be A done.
Should be. Got 2 players on here, both Gunless and Nero. Gonna stack that A zone. Players trying to create a little bit more space. Hive have to chalk it, try to go all the way over towards the studio, and try to hold down over towards this B control zone. Now, luckily enough for We Out Here that made that decision to go over towards A when they found that wave of gunfights. There's no segment so far here at B.
That's completely the right call there from Highbeck Street Mob. They recognized that going towards that point would have done more damage than good. We Out Here, though, with a couple more kills. Animate, this looks like a really dominant Expo control coming out from the Voids. They're looking to take a 2-1 series advantage. Bassini and Gunner's going to combine for 3. Rupert, the only one with any kill, and he gets outgunned and outmatched by Rex. Now just 1 player on the point. Hivex Street Mob, they're looking to swarm from behind.
No way.
To shut down one of those players from up top. It is technically numbers in favor of Hive, but they've got to go now.
Well, they have to, and Rex is just on top of the forklift, letting everybody have it. Second segment already locked.
I'm not going to catch Rex off guard, to be fair. He gets a bottom shot in the back, and we'll get the second as well. Now just Nero left to deal with, and Mock is using the coverage of the chairs. That is great help from Vivid. I have no... I mean, I was going to say I have no idea how they managed that. I mean, they managed it via Mock, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Mock just brute forces his way back in there, snaps for a nice little 2-piece, but you're still trailing by 5 lives. You need this next wave of gunfights to be convincing for Hive. We Out Here just need a single tick.
That's tenuous for sure on the defense for Hive. 8 versus 12. Shots in towards Nero. If you're Nero here, just got to try and sit, wait for teammates to come and help. Gunnos has already taken Major Maniac out of the play here. Rupo with a nade on the return, though. It is a pinstripe kill feed. This is favoring Hive in this position. Prasini, the only one to do anything. Does he catch either Mock or Major Maniac off guard? That is the question for me. Does he even push this at this point in time in the 5v8?
More respawns remaining. Prasini, good damage to take down Major Maniac. The trade is in. 3v7.
Major Maniac will not be backing towards this round, but with 30 seconds left, this is a winnable spot here for Hive, even with just Vivid and Mock on the board now as Rupert goes down. Just got to contest. Just got to pull a 2v4 out of Yoderia. Mock has been peppered up. Vivid on the other side will actually find one. He might be able to get a second as well. Not covered by Rex there was Gunless. So Vivid does pick up the second, but a Mock 1v5 from Mock. This would be incredible.
Oh,
Mock finds two. There is surely no way. He's all the way down to just a shred of HP. Had no choice to go for the reach out. And we out here 3-0 in the control. I'll tell you what though, mate, that third and final round, I've almost had it.
Oh man, Mock just gave him the business over here on the B zone, though, I'll tell you that much. And it's unfortunate to say again, in that situation, what? You think maybe 3 more lives into the live bank there for Hive would allow Mock to be able to complete that 7 spree that he just went on, get himself the cruise missile, then they can maybe reset the entirety of the map by way of the gunfights. I mean, that is just insane offense when you're thinking about it from the We Out Here perspective. Through 2 different offenses, they were able to showcase some very unique opening rips, right? I mean, Hive honestly thought being down 0-2 going in towards the final offense in that round number 3, that We Out Here weren't going to play with their food, that they were just going to go over towards B, get 60 seconds out onto the board. Very fundamental play, might I add to you, but man, did they absolutely throw a wrench into the system. That 4-player stack immediately off the rip over towards A even caught us by surprise. Hive, at least they react accordingly. They were able to at least get themselves over there in time to stop that second segment, but We Out Here are not exactly a team to relent off the pressure that is being formulated across the map. The ARs show up in a massive way. A 46 kill game in between both Gunless and Rex with a fantastic KD ratio to boot at that. Both of them dropping around 2,800 damage, is opening up so many different opportunities for success for the SMGs of Nero and Prasini to completely go unnoticed. Make sure that the life lead was always in the favor of We Out Here.
I mean, that was the key thing for me, right? Just how aggressive We Out Here were getting and just continuing to force that life advantage time and time again. The likes of, as you say, Gunless and Rex just coming out to play. Nero and Prasini also had their moments. Man, oh man, what a control from We Out Here there. And, you know, what was that? We're really fast controlled, just generally speaking as well, with 3-0 coming on through. You can really feel the momentum swinging back in their favor now as they win the Search and Destroy in dominable fashion. They win the Expo Control in dominable fashion. And now we move over towards a Fortress hardpoint. Again, though, and this, I don't know how many times we've had this conversation about this We Out Here roster this season, whether it be under TG, whether it be under Convoy Gaming, whether it be under Iron Blood Gaming, all the way back in like season 2. It has always been the hard points. It has always been the hard points that has been the conversation, whether it be from a positive point of view or a negative one. Recently, it has been the latter. Can they win the hard point to stop us going to a game 5?
Even Shift and Visions were talking about this last night, right? You can bring yourself even back to Raleigh when Prasini was playing alongside Ghosty, right? I mean, hardpoint has always been a bread and butter for the majority of this roster for We Out Here, but obviously some woes. I think that Mercado hardpoint might be looming in the back of their heads, but I don't think you're necessarily too worried about it off of the 6-2 Mercado Search win, off of a emphatic 3-0 on the Expo Control, just never giving up the pressure that the opening rip had suggested for We Out Here. And I think that Fortress hardpoint, again, is going to continuously pander into the strengths that is this We Out Here roster, and that is one of Dylan Rex. That guy has been frying in the past 2 map mode combinations here in this lower semifinal match. Still absurd for me to think that one of these 2 rosters will not be at Challengers Champs, but that is just the cards that you are dealt. I think that Rex and Gunless continue to find value, continue to open up a lot of that room, whether it's maps, whether you're looking into towards munitions. You just got to shut them down if you're Hive. Just, you know, reprise what you did on that Mercado hardpoint, Major Maniac. Easy clap. He dropped a 3.5 hardpoint KD in that map number 1.
Right.
Do it again.
Just do it again, Forehead. You know, just crazy. Yeah. I mean, like, again, I do go back towards that map number 1. I do go back to what we saw from Hive, and they look so good. It wasn't just Major Maniac. Like, I know that he was the one that came out of that hard point with a 3 KD, but everyone was doing their part. The team play was incredible. The rotational play, I think, was probably the biggest problem for We Out Here against Hive in that particular engagement. Was just like pretty much every single kill for the first 4 or 5 Hive were able to, as you said, mate, just turn that scrap into initial. It happened time and time again. And it can't happen here as we go in towards this next map. We out here need to figure out a way to, at the very least, if you've lost the scrap, if you've lost the fast movement time of the last hill, just rotate, just give it up, stop putting so much stock into it. It's minute things where we out here, if they were to fix them, because this is the big thing for me, right? We out here as a roster, again, and this was the same thing in Season 4, it's the same thing in Toronto. If we out here as a roster were to find a way to fix their hardpoint, to be one of the better hardpoint teams, just like they had been in the past all the way back in Season 2 and Season 3, they would be one of the best teams here in North America, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's their S&D in control that has been winning them the majority of the series through Season 4. You're not wrong to bring that 1 point up, Rody, that we, as commentators, analysts, COD enthusiasts all together, sitting here looking at this roster, again, champions, former CDL pros within their own right, and one of the top statistical players in Dylan Rex on this roster, which is like, you should be nasty at hardpoint, right? You should be able to slay with some of the best, but it's the fundamentals that they obviously fall short on. Now, I will say this much, obviously, when it comes down to Fortress hardpoint, there's a handful of hardpoints you might be able to string together. 4 to 5 obviously comes to mind. 1 to 2 could also be there as well. It just mostly comes down to what you talked about. We out here just cannot over-encumber themselves to try to fight for scrap here.
We'll see whether or not the fortune would change for we out here to stop us going towards a game number 5. That's the question I have, at least moving forward. For Hive Extreme Mob, though, have a good start towards this hard point, and it is going pretty well. Right off the rip, we see Vivid going a very long flank towards that street side to flip the spawns. Unfortunately, as he is the only player move forward towards that side of the map, they will not be able to. So going to have to settle for P1 control. Are they even going to get that, though? That's the question. Nero and Gunless going for the chow. The former down for the count. Gunless activates the trophy system at the complete wrong time, so we'll get cut short. Regardless, though, as we get the last 15 seconds of this time, we out here in the right position for the rotation. They do have to be careful because Hive's starting to challenge through munitions.
I mean, look at Maki is flying through munitions all the way through bottom secret. Rupert will pop on out, take down Persini, so the spawns are going to be under threat. You can see where player number 4, Persini, spawns all the way over by Blacksmith. Gunless is here by his lonesome. And Persini, he might get his trainers on. He will not get here in time. Gun where he was standing. Hive breaking on in before P2 truly did become pop.
And not great from we out here, especially considering they only got 8 seconds off P1, so they're going to want a fast break back. Don't know if they're going to get that. Mock just lasering down towards open. Both Rex and Gunless down for the count. Now Pristine trying to find an unconventional route in from behind. Nero able to take down Rupert in the middle of the map, so that's 2 players down. With 25 seconds left now, they're trying to brute force their way through the front. Are we out here? Would be nice if they could get this time. They don't want to put everything into it. Rex last hurrah against Vivid, and you will not win that. So Hive get the vast majority of the time, not just off the back of P1, but also off of P2. This rotation is everything.
Yeah, again, we out here, we were talking about how they cannot afford to try to continuously go in for some scrap time, but look at the positioning on the minimap as well. It's actually going to force Rex to spawn effectively in the backside of munitions. Nero, that's a big one to have for yourself over by the gate. Persini answers back with one inside of maps, and now Rex's positioning, albeit read by Mock, will be traded out. The damage is done. We out here in for the initial time.
It's always so annoying. Finding your way in towards P3, just brute forcing your way through. Nero gonna pick the corner. Reaper down for the count. There goes Major Maniac as well. SMG dominance from Nero. And, well, we're getting him involved in the gunfight. Didn't really know where to go there against Mock. You will be able to double, actually. Surely not Mock for 3. Hello! Mock just hammers these players all the way home. And Gunless now very quickly is the last one left alive for the back 30 seconds. I thought that was a secure hard point for we out here, but Mock just completely blows it up.
Oh, you needed it to be a full 60, really, for we out here. Again, off of what P1 looked like, they chalk the majority of the time to make sure that they get a P2 rotation. Mock just pushes the issue all the way through munitions. Continues on with that crazy spree that we saw at the end of that Expo control, albeit in a loss. Mock is up to 11-4. Up on a 4 spree, looking for more. Can't get the better of Gunless through top single window, drops down, finds the second as well. We out here fighting transitional gunfights, trailing by 70 points. Need a good hard point here at 4.
The problem is this is one of those hard points where things can really feel 50-50. Pristine needs to keep these guys away. You'll be able to get 2 of some nicely placed headshots, but the third will be denied by Mock, who has been on fire this game thus far. Either on their way. Here they go. Vivid through the front. Nero waiting with a pre-aim. Vivid just comes through and eviscerates him. Now looking for more on the back line. Vivid just knows exactly where these players are located. Rupert up top. Gets the coverage around the railings. And Gunless, the last around the back line. It takes 20 seconds or so. Hive, they're in.
I mean, every single break going on now for Hive is another dagger into the back of we out here as they are still trailing down. Wallbang shots coming through. It's actually Nero that takes down Vivid inside the hard point. 15 seconds to soak up here for we out here. Big battle going on over by the P1 Trex. Persini was not expecting Mock to be in that position, who's double positive, by the way. Looking pretty stellar here in this map number 4. Also hitting the old time, just about 2 seconds. Wants this kill on the gunless, and he will get it. Still have one more player to worry about if you are We Out Here. As far as P5 is concerned, is Major Maniac inside the stables. Gets flushed out. We Out Here hold on for the initial setup.
That's unfortunate Call of Duty time in there from Major Maniac. Just turns away from the archway at the complete wrong time to challenge the hard point. Will be shut down. So We Out Here going to touch first, as you said, mate. Now, looking to hold coverage from both open and closed. Rex has just got to hug this corner as tightly as possible and hope that the coverage is good enough. Now we'll have to get involved himself as Major Maniac looking to approach from close. Christini, though, will pick up both that kill and another one. Hive trying to get their way through now. Archway and Maps. Mock is going to be that guy, and Mock, once again, is the guy to blow open this kill. We Out Here still might be able to get a handle on it, depending on what Rupert is able to produce. He finds one. Will be traded on out, but Mock, again, will unsettle some time away from We Out Here.
Mock is snapping right now, albeit weak. He had a really good look to potentially find that third on Nero inside the open archway. But again, another break comes through. We Out Here off of a handful of hard points at the end of the first set. Well, at least bring this back within about 30 points or so. Second set needs to be a little bit better when it comes down to cleaning up to the middle of the map and holding superior map positioning, specifically for We Out Here. High Veg Street Mob with the setup initially here at P1.
Here we go. High Veg Street Mob to enlarging their lead once again, and they're covering all the right angles. There was a very long flank occurring there from Rex. He is going to get shut down. Now Vivid just keeping his eye on pretty much a multitude of different directions here. They know where We Out Here are going to be spawning. A real opportunity to really put this game away, to be honest, at this point in time. Vivid just ready for it. There's number one. Snaps on towards Nero as well. I mean, you can only laugh at this point, can't you? The way that Vivid has been playing. He has got the snapperoonie on at this point in time, and now Major Maniac back to his devious ways as well. 5 in a row will be stopped shy of that 6, but again, that was crucial time for Hive.
Dude, Mock is 23 and 12. I mean, how are you not inspired if you're playing on Hive just to continuously up the ante? It was Major Maniac in the map number 1. Mock says, don't worry, brother, I got you in the map number 4. 175 to 98 off of a decent amount of time off of P1 to set up here at P2. Quite a strong one.
Making an absolute mockery of it.
Ew.
Hive, looking to put this... I'm here all day, mate. Don't worry about it. About to cross that 200-point barrier as We Out Here have no choice but to flood through open. They do actually pick up the kills. Nicely timed from Gunless and Nero to force their way through the front. Rex finds another one as well. And that is a swift bit of action coming out from We Out Here to find their way through. But now the next step as we hit the back 25, as they look for this scrap time, is to make sure they get this rotation. Last time it was Mock who blew it open within 30 seconds. They now need to win the first engagement, and they don't even get that. Rupert, he's in.
He's just flying across the map, and you also had a player in a previous position over by Maps that forced all of We Out Here to effectively spawn on P1. Numbers still to battle here over by P3 for the rotation. 2 players strong. Nero, gotta find this kill. Is able to lock it down. Rex answers one on the opposite end. Needs to get someone inside the time going into 1v1 versus Mock. Now it's just down to Dylan Rex. He's the only player alive on this side of the map. Gets Nero to spawn in right beside him.
Now We Out Here fighting for survival here in this hard point now. Rex will find 2. That's 4 in a row for him now. Rupert really starting to challenge over by the double doors. We Out Here, I don't think Rex should be the player if anybody to go to chow that. And yeah, he just kind of contributes to us some shots over the top. It is in fact Christini to finish that gunfight. So back 30 seconds. We Out Here still fighting for it. Hive will get this one last look before rotating away towards munitions. Christini looking for it, will be shut down. As 2 kills do come through, that might give Hive some kind of movement towards this kill. Major Maniac is going to find 2, and that will remove players from the kill for a couple of seconds. But, I mean, for Hive, this is about just bullying these guys in towards P3. You have the rotation.
Yeah, now you can just keep them trapped. On this side of the map, you got Vivid lurking inside of Maps down low. Rex, not going to expect it. Goes 1 for 1. Nero there for the trade on his former teammate. Now the space has opened up. Nero needs to start flying, especially through the bottom single of this art building. Every single second that Hive keep adding to their bank is a dagger in the back of We Out Here.
You're right. I see Dumb. That's first blood for him, going through top single. They need to break fast though. Hive just 20 seconds shy of victory or so. Rupert will pick up the first. Nero flows in for a double. Nicely done for Nero. Now on 4 in a row. The coverage from Rex is there. We Out Here, they have broken it.
Now the setup is a good one, too. I mean, there's one player in from behind, down low. Player number 6, Major Maniac, needs to get traded out. Challenge is in for the time. Gunless will find it, but had to give up top rails. Luckily enough, Rex is in that position to overwatch his teammate inside the time.
Overwatch from Rex is crucial. You've got so much to do. You've got to look over towards the right. Proceeding will pick up that kill. Now just players in bottom up. Mock and Vivid are just trying to keep players away from this time, and they're doing exactly that, right? Rex has to just keep Overwatch. He can't jump in for the couple of seconds, and that's time that we out here would have light. Now over towards New, and we saw Major Maniac there. We can see it on the map. This time around, he does actually win that crucial one to kick off this hill.
And Nero actually spawned over by Ring, so he's able to at least clean up one kill, but doesn't expect Major Maniac to be inside stables again. Hive are soaking up more time.
You gotta go now. Major Maniac watching over the top. Gunless will gun him. Now a 2 versus 2 until Vivid can come and join the ensemble. Mock fires off for the first. Hive just 10 seconds shy of victory. Gunless, Nero, you gotta go now. Gunless towards the point for 1. Can Nero do anything? Nero picks up 1, switches to the knife for the second, runs out of ammunition. Major Maniac finds 2. Hive should have had it off the back of that. Can anybody touch towards the end of this game? No, they cannot. It is AR dominance once again. Almost the exact same story as we saw in McCuddle or Solmus Hardpoint as we're going to Game 5.
Except it's this time that it is Mock that shows up in a massive way. And I constantly talk about this no matter the Hive roster that we get. When Rupert swapped over towards the sub, this guy spawns in with an AR in hand. And you're effectively looking at a triple AR setup there inside P5. Good luck. Have fun. You got to deal with Mock in the hardpoint. You got to deal with Rupert on the cross that is working on that crossfire alongside Major Maniac. And it just opens up the floodgates continuously throughout the multitude of hardpoints that we had at our disposal in that map number 4 for Vivid to seemingly go unnoticed. When we take a look at the stats, the amount of engagements that Vivid got was absurd. The guy was just about everywhere, shooting everybody in the back. And there it is, 27 and 27. He was just about everywhere that he needed to be at the right time, just collecting off of the 3,400 damage that Mock laid down on We Out Here's face. Goodness me, is Mock on one, albeit even at the end of that expo control.
Yeah.
He was really starting to fire off on all cylinders on that 7th spree. That continues on here in this map number 4. Everybody from Hive working so wonderfully off of one another in Hardpoint alone in this best of 5 series. They'll force the map 5.
Indeed they will. As you said, mate, I mean, it is a team effort, to be fair. Mock, as you say, he is the standout player on that hard point, but everybody is contributing something one way or another. Everybody is having those insane moments. Hive are going to come out on top. It is the hard point once again that is the problem here for We Out Here as we're going to a Game 5 in this series, folks. We've got to search and destroy to decide which of these 2 teams will have their 2023 season end right here, right now, in the North American region. We'll be back with that after this. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challengers LCQs for the final event of the year at Las Vegas. Getting into the game 5 between We Out Here and Hivex Streetball in the North American LCQ bracket. This is, of course, the lower bracket semi-final. And, well, to kick off round number 1, Rupert Skywalker coming out with that first blood, as he is ever before.
Immediately traded up. Where that bomb gets dropped, over by the fence line. You also lost Persini in the middle of the building. Major Maniac still laying down shots over by the cliff. These players are just trapped. Now it's Rex in a 1v3.
Yeah, he's just got no movement on the map as well. It'll be not long before he finds himself in a 1v1 against Rupert around the backline. The shots are actually good enough to send Rupert away. The problem is if Rupert doesn't finish this kill, you have to imagine that Major Maniac getting aggressive, he's probably going to get it done. And yeah, there is just not much that you can do there. You're in that wide open space in the football field. There's like no coverage.
Yeah, hey, there's only one person that's going to have fun in a gunfight when Major Maniac is on a head glitch like this. And you guessed it, it's Major Maniac on that very good head glitch. Just overwatching Dylan Rex lane prone, waiting for the regen. That push that comes across the football field side, right? I mean, if Persini is able to at least double up through the middle of the map inside of the building, might have a different look as far as how many defenders you actually have to be concerned with over by bricks, over by the cliff path. But Hive, they hold strong. Rupert off of that push. Fine to open things up coming to their offense.
Hive off the back of that victory early on, ready from Rupert and Major Maniac. I wanted to garner control of the middle of the map. This is a very aggressive defensive setup coming out from We Out Here. They've got players on both sides of the Asylum. Cini and Nero sitting inside that A site or thereabouts. So Hive will have their work cut out for them in terms of garnering that mid-map control.
If it is realistically looking to maybe drop down, not going to find any information. There's a trophy system. Keep those two players company inside of the A bomb. I've not find a single lick of information where We Out Here are located at.
The best thing you can do in this situation is just try and overwhelm Pristini and Nero. That's the play call from Vivid, who does get tagged up here, running all the way through, but he gets tagged up by stuns and nades galore. Has he got through? Unknown. Yes, he has. Rex was not ready for the play. Now Vivid could still blow this up in from behind. He's not going to be the one to pick up the second kill. Rupert will be. Pristini now trying to clutch up this round, can only find one.
Gunless, 1v3, bomb being planted today. Lock up top, gets eviscerated. Gunless drops down, finds a second 1v1, the flank coming around the back. Major Maniac's up top. Dead Silence about to run out. 35 seconds till the bomb detonates.
It's coming up. It's coming up behind. Gunless doesn't
Gunless look down!
He's below the
Gunless!
Gunless!
No!
Gunless!
Oh, no! Oh, God! Oh!
No!
Oh, no. Brody.
Oh, no!
Oh, we gotta see this from Major's perspective. Just get stepped on. Oh, my God.
Oh, dude, we were so close to, oh, baby, a triple. Oh, I need a rest. Oh, man. That's terrifying. That's a horror story. That is like, Gunless has got to be so confused off the back of that one because of there. What just happened?
Either Gunless is laughing that off or he is just absolutely pissed.
I would definitely be close to the ladder, mate. You know me. Major Maniac off the back of that, 3-0 in towards this ramp. Vivid early shots in towards these players. He's been turned up. Cini's still going to go and lose that gunfight, though, and the trade is not there. Vivid going to get a second too.
I mean, Vivid, that's now back-to-back rounds where he's just making heads-up plays. Rex and Gunless now in a 2v4. Rex, gunfight versus Rupert. I mean, even if he finds that kill on a Rupert, there was going to be a player right there, at least for the immediate trade from Mock. Now Gunless needs the entire ace. He is nowhere near Dead Silence, has so much of the map to clear.
Oh, shots in towards Major Maniac, cannot even win that first gunfight. That is very clean, and it is right from the rip, mate. As soon as Vivid does what he does, win in a situation where he was already stunned up. Like, to win that, to win one kill, that's egregious enough. To get a second, yeah, that put your head well in the bin.
Yeah, it surely does. And again, even being stunned up, the round previous to that too, just jumping over with Dead Silence, going completely unnoticed, gets inside of Kegs, the stun comes through like you were talking about, Persini just slides right into him, and Vivid still walks away with the kill. Major Maniac yet to die, by the way, up on 4 in a row. Out here still searching for an answer for what Hive have brought to the table here in this map 5.
Yeah, it is once again Major Maniac and Rooper, isn't it? 4-0 and 4-1 respectively. These guys have just been running it up for Hive X Street Mob. This matchup versus We Out Here. And now it feels like a situation very similar to that round number 1, where Hive X Street Mob are looking away in towards the middle of the map. This time, though, Stini is a little bit further pushed back.
Nade cooked up a little bit too much. Major Maniac's nade will explode right over towards the football field. Not going to get shrugged away from Gunless, who is playing over by the rock path. Nade for Vivid. Doesn't find anything at all. So Hive, still searching for some information. All 8 players still alive.
Yeah, maybe just trying to open up that door with a nade. Regardless, Vivid might still be able to brute force his way through. And surely, Vivid, how is he finding these routes in this S&D?
I don't know.
How is he getting away with it time and time again? Rustini's the one to fall foul to him this time around. It sends these players on a witch hunt for Vivid. Nero not quite ready for Vivid in that position. He's completely done it again. 4v2 now. Gunless and Rex looking at clutch, and Gunless cannot get it done. If anybody but Vivid gets this kill, these guys need sensitivity training.
It's up top kitchen. Rooper's gonna find the kill, and well, you heard it here from Brody. Sensitivity training, here we go. Right, but I mean, like, dude, like, Vivid, I mean, he's just that guy right now, isn't he, pal? Like, it's just insane how that is now back-to-back offenses where he rips that silence and finds immediate value with it. Untradeable off the initial kill. And then gets the better of the timing to be able to find a second in lockers. He's on a 5 spree now. A combined 11 between Rooper, Vivid, and Major Maniac. We out here. Rex, Nero, yet to find a kill. They've yet to find a round.
It's Vivid, man. It's just Vivid every single round. He just knows the map like the back of his hand. And now Rupert starting to feel that little Vivid in him as well. Getting aggressive with the sub on towards Pristini. Vivid, oh man, how many times is Vivid going to open things up with the first blood? That's a cruise missile now for Vivid, it should be, as long as he's not running those dastardly score streaks. And off the back of that first blood again, it sends We Out Here reeling. They have no map control.
Vivid's calling in the cruise missile immediately. I love this call. Put them on the back burner. Never give them an inch to breathe. It gave Major Maniac the information where players are located at, but he doesn't walk away with a kill. Cruise missile also comes up flat. 3v3.
And you know where these guys are right now. Just a matter of acting off that information. Gunless has been tagged up pretty heavily, down to 28 HP. Gonna have to get away here, or get some support pretty soon, and that support would only come by way of Rex, who now has a lot to deal with. Can pick up one, will not get any more than that. And Hive just continue to press the advantage. They even utilize the streak in that round.
And of course it's Vivid to get the final kill. I mean, he's got to be up to, like, what would you reckon? Like, maybe like 4 first bloods at bare minimum, at least 3. Just getting away with highway robbery. And again, this is what we were talking about and what we were missing on the Mercado Search and Destroy from Vivid. He is an absolute phenom, unleashed. The rooftop here in El Asilo has become unglued as Hive X Street Mod now up on series point.
Vivid and 8 in a row. It's just insatiable. It's not a surprise. He wasn't a CDL player that long ago. Vivid has been playing his heart out. We Out Here just looking for something. One round against his former teammate. Vivid taking shots against Nero. Nero going to go down from Major Maniac. That's first blood for Hive.
Vivid cooking up the nade. Rex off the backboard, barely stays alive. And here we go. Dead silence. Pristini's behind the couch. Vivid didn't see it, but Vivid's running routes yet again.
Has he done it? Yep, he's caught Rex off guard. Now the TV4 once again. Gunless and Pristini. Vivid is just bouncing from wall to wall. Pristini for the 1v4. This would be a magical moment to stave off a 6-0. It's not gonna happen. We Out Here, more like we out of here. They are done. Hive X Street Mob take this game 5 in indomitable fashion.
Yeah. I mean, that's putting it lightly. But if Vivid just said on a 10-11 spree? Like, what? It's just absurd. 4 first bloods. 10 non-traded kills for the 11 that he found. Like, besides that first kill that he found in the opening round, that was the only time he got traded. Just think about that for a second. We were in there for 6 rounds. The only time that Vivid got traded was in round number 1. But ever since then, he goes on a 10 spree through the rest of the rounds. through so many first bloods, gets that spree, calls it in immediately. Major Maniac can't collect all the information, but who delivers on it? It's Vivid. Because of course it is in the map number 5. Like, come on. That is a big-time moment for Vivid. Again, as you were talking about, not the CDL too long ago. That is something that you can absolutely rally behind. Rupert 6-2. Mock, I mean, he was the sole defender over by the B bomb site more often than not. He didn't have to do a single thing. He only had 3 engagements. 2-1, 5-2 for Major Maniac. I'm inspired by what Vivid just did on this map number 5. We out here, nowhere to be found in this map number 5. Good heavens, we out here will not be at champs. Hive looking pretty damn good on the day.
Man, this new Hive roster, again, one of the rosters that formulated as part of the turbulent roster mania post-Toronto. Really, I mean, I say post-Toronto, it was really pre-Challengers champs, right? Just to kind of get those auto-qualification spots. Hive x Street Mob looking pretty good off the back of it. This is maybe I want to say the best iteration we've seen maybe so far. Maybe that like season 3 iteration was pretty good as well, but still, I can't get over Vid, mate. I actually can't get over it. 11-2, a 10 spree. It was just the way he was confidently bouncing around the map. It's like he'd like tanked like 4 Lucasades before he'd got in. I don't know if you guys know what Lucasades are.
I have no idea what that is.
Regionalize it for you, like
okay.
Just energy drinks. I'll just say energy drinks. I don't know what you guys have. Like, what would be the Lucasade equivalent?
Red Bulls,
like, just tanked like 4 Red Bulls before he got into the map. He was bouncing around the map, mate, and every single kill that he was getting was just, again, more and more of an assistance for them winning that map. 6-0. What a way to close out this series.
I mean, hey, look, Monster is that drink for the CDL, right? I mean, that is that is exactly what Reese became in that map number 5. You look at this best of 5 map series off of a 100-point difference in the Mercado Hardpoint. Again, Major Maniac dropped a 3.5. He didn't even drop double-digit deaths in that map number 1. And then we go through the Mercado search in the Expo Control. And both you and I, we're sitting here, we're like, all right, well, here we go. That's the We Out Here roster with these 4-player rosters that we've almost come to expect. And then the Fortress Hardpoint from Mock, as well as Vivid, was just the opener, the foot in the door, if you will, for what Vivid just put together in that map number 5. Not even a single round on the board. Heavens me. 5 punching their ticket to lower finals.
Yeah, they got to do it via a game 5, but they get it done. Yet another Titanic roster are out of the 2023 Challengers season. Shout out to We Out Here. They've been a consistent challenger, whether it be under Convoy, whether it be under TGE, all the way back from like season 2, whether it be under Iron Blood. These guys have been a consistent presence in Challengers Elite, so shout out to them for doing what they managed to do. But for Hive, they are moving forward now. They are in the lower bracket final following their victories against ORNG and We Out Here. Now they await the loser of the upper bracket final we've got coming up next. And Andy, I was saying it, look, I don't make predictions that often, but this Nola Fight roster, I was saying it, I would not be surprised if they come out swinging versus Orbit. They are looking so good.
It's the conversation that both Visage and Shift had earlier in the day when they were casting over Strays, right? I mean, that's a team that did not show up continuously through the end of the run over by Toronto, albeit a massive stint. My question marks are still remaining. I'm not here to deny that Nola Flight at the end of the year are the absolute truth, but what do they look like now coming into this championship Sunday, going up against Orbit? You got Classic, Jimbo on that roster. Come on, man. Like, that's a tough matchup regardless. And let's not forget, that is the run back from that lower round match at Toronto where Orbit got everybody's trade, taking down Nola Flight in the tournament alone. I know Nola Flight are going to be feeling that in the back of their minds. Orbit also going to be thinking about it as well. Woo, buddy. This NA bracket is absolutely shaping up to be a crazy one.
Well, we've got a David versus Goliath situation on our hands here, folks. As Nola Flight about to go head-to-head with Orbit again. We should clarify a new-look Orbit as well with all the post-roster mania madness. They've got Classic on side. We'll see whether or not that will help them in this upper bracket final. We've got that matchup, the winners bracket final. We're going to have I Hold Shift and Visions on the cast for it. It's going to be a banger. Don't go far, folks. We've got the winners bracket final after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the winners finals now in the North American LCQ. And whoa, who would have expected these two guys to get here? Not this guy. I don't know about that guy. That's Austin Vision's Neil. He likes to predict things, and he's usually pretty right because he's just as handsome as he is smart. Maybe opposite. Hard to say. Brother, this is going to be a fun one here, dude. Nola Flight, Orbit, both teams coming in with just what? I don't even know what.
Yeah, I mean, how about the story, right? Like, I mean, Nola Flight have went through a couple of pretty solid teams. I mean, they've got themselves to the winners final. It feels like this is something that you couldn't really predict coming into the LCQ for North America. They've been showing up, they've been delivering, and well, on the opposite end, they have a very tough challenge, but we'll see what they can do. Of course, Shoxy, Craze, Big Head coming on through in Dimensions. Man, these guys, they've been putting it together, Alan.
And out of where? I mean,
I don't know.
This hasn't even been a team in a conversation through like elite qualifiers. They show up in Toronto. Apparently, word on the street is they just love a good underdog story. They provided us that in Toronto. They were like the 29th seed, and they still finished at the top. And then here, yeah, like you mentioned, upper finals, making it through the top side of the bracket with some pretty convincing results, mind you. So for Shoxy, Craze, and Big Head, you know, we've seen at least those names in some form over the last couple of years, but Dimensions, this has by far been his best year to date. It's a wild story nonetheless, and Nola Flight are in a position to possibly somehow make it to champs. On the other side for Orbit, we know the story a bit better because we saw them, of course, in Challengers Elite. Now, this is another team that was a bit subject to potential roster moves that were going on with all the math that was above them. They were kind of on the bubble as potentially being into the leaderboard, but weren't quite able to crack the code. So Gravity, Classic, Jimbo, and Geo make up this four-man roster trying to get it done here.
Yeah, that's right. A little bit of vets kind of mixed with some newer blood. Geo, of course, coming in. Jimbo as well. Been competing now for a couple years, I guess, at this point. But I think you're looking at this squad as, you know, one of the favorites currently. They've been playing some really clean Call of Duty. I think specifically their hardpoint has gotten a lot better. Maybe, again, learning a lot probably from being in Toronto, playing a lot of top squads. And they had a great run in Toronto as well. So these guys are probably the favorites at the moment for the entire tournament. But, I mean, at this point, who knows if they're going to be able to take down Nola Flight? We're going to have to find out.
And you got to keep in mind that this is Classic being inserted in because GodRX was the belle of the ball. Everybody wanted him for his 90,000 pro points. Classic was on that team, and now he finds himself filling in for what Wiz was actually on the roster for when they finished off Season 4. Wiz, of course, also picked up by NRK to make sure that they could find their way by points into the champs. So with that in mind, let's take a look at this best of 5 to see where exactly we're going to be fighting out this winners finals. Hotel, Mercado, Hotel to start. Man, lots of Hotel on the board across the entirety of the day today. Hard to really give a read as far as what Nola Flight prefers. But I mean, I think the biggest thing about it was they didn't just get it done on one map or another through Toronto or yesterday. They were pretty flexible.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and watching over at least some of their games throughout yesterday, it feels like maps where some of their SMGs get to, like, pick routes and roam a little bit. It feels like that's what they favor, because something they were doing just a really good job of was just getting a roaming sub into a great position, finding kills, and then just kind of playing really sneaky, hiding in a corner, and, you know, just waiting, and just kind of always keeping their opponents guessing. So have to imagine, you know, maps like Mercado, where you can get a little mixy in Cantina, maps like Hotel, where you can take some routes, could potentially be favorsome for them, but you're going up against a lot of vets. I think this is going to be their biggest challenge yet. And coming into a Hotel hardpoint, I think you have to be on point to make sure these guys aren't rotating ahead of you. You know, you have to be a step ahead of them, which is very difficult to do versus this Orbit roster.
Agreed. I mean, again, the veterancy says itself, I think, a lot. But the thing about it is, we talked about that across a number of different opponents that Nola Flight has played up against, and still the quote-unquote underdog names on the paper have provided those upsets that they apparently love to try to battle for. So let's not rule them out. I don't think we should. I mean, it is winners finals after all. It's not winners round 2 or anything like that. I mean, they've proven themselves to this point. Got to give the respect that they deserve. Just comes down to trying to get to a point where you're not just kind of the underdog Cinderella here overall. You're in a position to now dominate the conversation because, you know, Toronto, sure, they did it through Saturday. Yesterday, sure, same thing through Saturday. But Sunday is what matters. And that's what we really need to start seeing from these guys, you know, missing out on things like league qualifiers. Maybe they've been close to trying to get to those qualifier rounds in the past, but we haven't seen them at all on broadcast until the last week and a half. So we need to be convinced. That's the biggest thing because we know what waits for us on the other side with Orbit.
Yeah, that's a great shout. And I mean, these guys have been playing together now for at least a good amount of time. I think at least the last month. And then they also got like a top 3 in one of the more recent cups as well. So it feels like they've been putting the success together. But like you said, you know, to win the entire LCQ, we need to see something convincing, or we need to see some standout game modes where we can say, okay, this is where you have your strength. This is where you have a chance to take a series. So we'll see if they can try to get away with it up against an Orbit. Again, this is going to be a great matchup, man. I mean, it's just a story that would only ever happen during an LCQ, right? Like, so it's just incredible, I think, to see them get this far and still have a chance maybe to send it the distance and get top 2 guaranteed.
Yeah, should be a really good battle here. And I think on top of that, talking more about the Orbit side of things, where their success stories have been, talk about Jimbo. He has been on a rampage over the last couple of days. Now, the thing about it is, there have been certain maps that Jimbo has started off unbelievably hot, but then will cool off, and Orbit will be beat. So we've seen kind of both sides of the sword here when it comes down to what Orbit lives and dies by. This is another team that I would say, again, with Classic now in the mix instead of Wiz, who's going to be able to follow up outside of just Jimbo? Because there have been dramatic questions about the presence that Tom Gravity has, the presence that Classic has had, and there's still a lot of people who are still looking at Geo saying, we need to see this little bit extra for you to be a major CDL prospect. Of course, he's still on the radar, but it feels like the blip is getting weaker than it was during the middle of the year. So that's a lot for us to consider. Also, things to keep in mind, we find ourselves also in the Latin American Grand Finals. That is happening over on the We Are Clutch GG channel. We'll take look into it as we go. This Team Smog squad should win this pretty convincingly. They dominated the winners finals against a team called World Cup. The World Cup got beat in the lower finals by this clan roster that did beat them earlier. So all intents and purposes, Team Smog should be cruising through this, and my assumption would be that they're 1-0 up in the map count.
Yeah, that would probably be a safe bet for sure. These guys, I think, you know, have at least been kind of known, especially throughout some of last year as well. Some of the players on the roster, but we'll see what ends up happening here. Chance, of course, to always maybe sneak a couple maps away and potentially get a snowball going for yourself. A little bit of top control going to come through, just watching for the double push through or top single. And now working to the site. We'll see a challenge come on in. Have to get yourself out. The Semtex is good, but is it good enough? Yes. Still in there for first blood.
Team Smog still trying to approach from the middle of the map here. Death in a awkward position to where he needs to kind of be the playmaker, you'd think. Hash and Blessed watching over the top of the archway. Good prediction here from Death. Okay, gets one, gets out. We go 3v3. No immediate follow-up here from Team Smog. And as they actually try to get a little bit of a follow-up, it's Dylan who gets caught on the cross. So now we go from a 4v3 to a 2v3.
Yeah, a little bit tougher. A little bit low on time as well, down to about 30 seconds, and yeah, you can feel the need to try to make a play, at least clear out the site. That will be the case. It's going to be planted for inner ammunition, so we'll see how they decide to position off of this. Hash taking the Chow, doesn't want to fully commit, waiting for his teammates to get with him on the retake, and they do find Corsa in the back.
Yeah, now it's just down to Cody. Cody? Corsa?
Cody?
Cody has so many names that are pretty much the exact same. Cody, though, on 3. Blessed through the door. Shot at. Dealt with. Doesn't get away, though. Death tallies the kill, and with that, Clan M-Fam put themselves to a 2-2 tie.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just use the numbers correctly, right? Just do not give them a whole lot to work with. You know exactly where it's planted for. I mean, as soon as you plant for the side of ammunition, close the doors, force the gunfight, that's exactly what happens. A quick trade comes on in. A lot of patience, though, being shown at the beginning of the round. And despite maybe some early setups, top double, top boat, not enough to maybe find the kill initially, but still enough to make sure there was no clutch.
All right, so there's a small look into what's going on at the Grand Finals for Latin America. Again, winner of that will also join D1 Gaming out of the Latin American region at Vegas. But our North American region has started up. We're right on into the Hotel Hardpoint. Nola Flight looking to kind of keep this going with the potential of them still being major upsets on the way. Orbit, though, in a really nice spot to kind of counter the opening 7 seconds, and Nola Flight will try to have to play for rotation here.
Talked about Jimbo. He's already off to a solid 3-0 start. Big Head looking to try to put him down as well as push through some of this old time. Classic has been soaking it. Gravity also going to watch over him. And this is going to be a big rotation for Dimensions in the back. He's able to find Gravity. Will he be able to turn? Nate is going to be good. He does manage to get through, but he's still under fire, and they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Dimensions to try to hold on to, but he's getting a little bit of help from the middle of the map. It allows the regen to come through. Big gunfight win for Dimensions. That should allow them to rotate into the hard point here with a little bit of number advantage going the way of Nola Flight. Spawns are good. Line of scrimmage going to be tested here as Jimbo and the rest of Orbit are making a play around the backside of Spa, but Crazes holds a kind of a cruddy corner and it works out for the kill. Contest only short-lived. Gravity the last one left. Tries the finesse, but eventually dealt with. And how about this for Nola Flight?
Yeah, it's a great moment, right? They control the back quite well. They make sure they're able to push Orbit back, force them now push right through main, which they do quite quickly, but Dimensions now up to 4. So the kills are coming on through. Geo looking for heads, looking for angles, but having a tough go of things as Gravity from the side is working for kills, and there's Geo. He flies out, gets himself a great double up. Spawn still coming to the back for some of the members, but that will be time at least fought for from Orbit.
Not bad overall. Nola Flight will see their lead and potential snowball dwindled, but on rotation, goodness, these gunfights are just, they're rapid. I love it. Shoxy trying to finesse the old time after he gets an elimination on his move over. That keeps Orbit a bit more in place. Big Head also shuts down the initial threat from Jimbo around the back. So Kitchen will open up. Nola Flight looking good for their hold here. Dimensions trusted to watch the side door. Craze working with them, and Craze gets a double. Should be a chance here for Dimensions to follow up, and yeah, he sure does. Great trade coming through, and with that, Nola Flight take their lead.
Dimensions can also maybe work for Gravity in the back. Yep, that's the case. Gravity was slowly working that flank, and now that you've eliminated him, you can turn all your attention to the front, where the push is coming in. Orbit looking just to get a toe inside to contest, and well, they are just being cut down. Big Head there for 2, Shoxy there for 1. One more player gonna have to back down, and well, this has been an excellent hold. Nola Flight might be looking good for another 20 seconds, pending they can hold this, and well, a team kill is not gonna help, and this is gonna also hurt them quite a bit on rotation. Now, Jimbo, the last one up, does win the scrap time. That will just be a small reward here for Orbit.
Yeah, I'll say, and that's really been the moniker of the last 2 hardpoints, right? Small rewards, and that's not bad overall for Nola Flight. Kind of winning rotation, getting the initial, and putting the pressure onto Orbit. Yeah, the game is nearly tied, but you have to think the mental stress for Orbit is a little bit more escalated than it is for Nola Flight to this point. Nice gunfight win from Geo, shuts down Shoxy, but that is all just a play for space and time here for Nola Flight. Stuns land. Oh no, boy, Jimbo just runs right on in. He's gonna take that into 5. Oh, Jimbo! 6 in a row. How about that for a cruise missile and a break?
Yeah, that's one way to break a hill. Just find every single player and just continue to slay on out. Jimbo, my goodness, off to an electric start here in the map 1. Builds himself up a streak and will set his team up for success, you would think. But Shoxy able to get himself in for 2. Classic now under threat, just trying to get whatever time he can from the side. But the close spawns in the back from Nola Flight should be good to get the scrap time and make sure they still have a marginal lead.
Yeah, wow, that is unbelievable. And again, bounce back from Nola Flight just mitigates it almost completely, doesn't it? Jimbo still on his usual nonsense. 17-9, and he's going to break the TV and use the scrap metal of it as a chance to get high. Elevated, I should mention. Full clarity. Jimbo over the high ground. Nola Flight looking to find a way to come in through rugs. And well, Shoxy is going to get the opening. 2 Dimensions helps out, and Jimbo's little tricky position gets read, and Nola Flight secure their break.
I mean, they're pretty quick with their break attempts, right? Like, it just feels like everyone's getting together. They're waiting for each other. Some great hard point being displayed from Nola Flight. Are they going to be able to hold? Craze, unfortunately, does take out his teammate. Dimensions maybe stunned up. Classic. Good moves. Able to jump off the top. Will piece together a couple kills. Shoxy now has to come to a hold as his teammates are struggling to get through Kitchen.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, this has been really as good as it gets when it comes to the back and forth. Craze, well received, takes down the big boss of Jimbo, who's at 18-12. This guy's all over the map. He's flying.
Yeah.
With that said, Nola Flight in a good position here to try to wrap this rotation over towards roofs. Classic with the AR getting 1 on the long cross. Now back to the more traditional sub for him. Tries to pop through, nearly gets the turn up, and Dimension surprises him just a bit too quickly. Gravity stuck over towards Kitchen side. Geo, the only other one for Orbit that could potentially influence the hard point, and he's dealt with. So Nola Flight clean on their hold. Classic, the last one standing, just waits for help.
And all the spawns are now going to be from the front here. Classic will just actually fly right forward. They know exactly where he is. He's the only one that was pushed up and forward here for Orbit. He's going to be under a lot of fire. Big Hit just looking for an angle, and he will get it. Meanwhile, a huge battle from Craze will eliminate the push through mid. And once again, they can turn their attention back to the bedroom as there's 20 seconds up for grabs.
Here comes Jimbo. Nope, not just kidding. Big Head just laying underneath the chairs. That will work out for the scrap time going their way. 138 to 126. Rotation back over towards the atrium. Jimbo long-range shots decent, but Craze bests him. Gravity over towards the outside of Chandelier, looking for a different route to make their way back towards middle. Takes care of the first. Does he expect Shoxy behind him? No. And Shoxy wins a key elimination to try to control this archway while the rest of his team comes off spawn.
Yeah, and I want to come back to that point that you made, setting this match up with Jimbo having really hot starts, but does it continue, right? He's at 20 kills right now. I think it's going to be important to note if someone else steps up here for Orbit, or if he continues just to pour on the hurt here on the Nola Flight. It will be a good, solid P1 for Orbit so far. It looks like they might be able to regain the lead. Dimensions trying to get a read on the push, and well, he gets great help from Big Head, trying to lock down the P2 spawn. But this is a lot of time that you're gifting over to Orbit right now. They're soaking it up.
Yeah, we see this pretty regularly in tight games or blowouts. The team that can find a way to control this atrium position in the second rotation often either grows their lead or mitigates one that's building against them, and that's exactly what has happened to this point. That all told, though, Nola Flight is got numbers on rotation. 4 men all around this Chandelier side. Little battle is going to be happening just down towards the spa position, but Nola Flight's got trophy systems in place, and they're ready to battle. Here we go. Let's get to work.
Pinch also being watched. Everyone from Orbit funneling up through spots, funneling up to the middle of the map. Shots good there initially for Big Head, but Shoxy, he is under threat, under pressure in the back. This would be for the Spawns Classic waiting, but he will not find the gunfight. Now it's up to Geo to do it all by himself. Geo going to drop. The trade's looking solid. Nola Flight able to hold on.
Yeah, this is big. And again, I'm really impressed by what Nola Flight's been able to do from their holds. Sure, Orbit have found ways to drag back in the last like 25 seconds or so, but largely speaking, Nola Flight has one rotation and has been providing some really good initial break attempts, or holding off initial break attempts, I should say. Even on the second attempt, Laborious is the play from Orbit. It's just down to Gravity again. That's going to feel familiar, but Tom nearly doubles down. Not quite going to work out. Spawns will be in for Orbit, but that's fine for Nola Flight. They're focused on rotation, and there's only one player in their way. It's Geo.
Yeah, Geo has no information as well. Plus, he has an AR, so not always the easiest to hold, but maybe Geo can get some good work done. One more player to chow. That's Big Head. He's now under threat. Trying to get the job done himself was Classic. Looks to try to get himself into the point. Good read from Big Head. Oh my goodness. All 3 kills come by way of him. That will shut down Orbit and maybe set them up for a lot of time inside of Kitchen.
Yeah, Big Head, bigger brain from Big Head. 23 and 15, 3 in a row. Gets the read, allows Craze to do what he does best with the sub out. Stun's also going to land. Geo still takes down the trade. Shoxy in a little bit of trouble. Just tosses the Semtex towards the back door. Over 200 points and beyond for Nola Flight. Shoxy still getting the work done inside the cooking line. One more down low. Classic gets red. Dimensions in the corner. Last one to get is Geo. It's a fall team wipe. Nola Flight still holding.
I mean, they had plenty of opportunities to break that open, but Orbit could never utilize their numbers. They could never effectively trade inside of Kitchen, and it desperately hurts them. It also is going to force them to rotate early. Classic, we got a read on this, finds the first, ready for the second. Gravity with some great help over the top will make sure that the rotation is safe for now, but they need some critical time, and they got to lock in 40 plus here.
Have to have the hold. Orbit has not been in a position to even set themselves up for a hold, largely throughout this map. So with one of their first chances to do that, if they're good on it, we've got ourselves a tie game, and you've guessed it, Austin, we'll be heading back to Restaurant. It feels like that's exactly where this map has ended every single time we've seen it. Looking possibly good for that as Jimbo takes down a couple, softens up this break attempt from Nola Flight. Classic, though, denied. Craze trying to get more than just the first, but he gets traded out. Gravity and Geo hold, and now Orbit back in position with numbers.
Oh, Dimensions trying to just do what he can here. A big 20 seconds to grab Nola Flight. Might be looking to try to at least play exits, and well, some of the players even now rotating. So this is the hold that we asked for. Orbit able to deliver. Shoxy forced to rotate to do. Restaurant will be safe. Nobody from Orbit has made their way over as of just yet, but some of the players now spawning a little bit deep. There is a chance to utilize numbers and break open Restaurant.
The early timing could be great here. Jimbo trying to collect some kills around the back, but he's given up his position. Now Gravity stunned. He's on 5. Craze helping assist on this hold. Looking good right now for Nola Flight. Oh, a desperate attempt comes out of Classic. Didn't wait for help, and now all of a sudden, it's a 4v2. Gravity gets the trophy system down. He's got to help on this break attempt, though. You can't be playing for the streaks anymore. You got to get in. Not going to work out. The kills for Nola Flight are decent. Semtex is able to get 2 off, but not enough. And Nola Flight will strike first on Hotel Hardpoint. 250 to 230.
Wow. Well, I mean, what a great map, number one, first off. But, I mean, what a hold it was inside of Kitchen. That's the difference maker, isn't it?
Agreed.
I mean, the 2v3s, I want to say, at one point in time, where they were able to defend off Orbit from getting any kind of a touch inside the point. The trades just were never there, unfortunately, for Orbit. But clutch moments happening for Nola Flight. If you were sleeping on this roster, well, don't sleep on them anymore. Their hardpoint game is for real, and they have a really tight one where they clutch up big in the map number 1 to kick off this best of 5.
There's so much trust built into how they're playing around the map. So many moments where you've got one player just trying to do what they can at ult, whether that's finessing the scrap time or just making life difficult on exits. But the thing is, they're not like committing into like, oh, I know I have a 1v3, so I'm just going to run in and see if I can convert. No, it's like, hey, I'm going to take a couple of shots at you, maybe get a kill, then run away, force you to chase me a little bit. On the other side, when they get themselves set up in rotation, one of the high-level things that I was able to note kind of when they were playing on their setups was they always had somebody playing super far forward, get into a position to, again, make life difficult on the break attempts. That is why, largely speaking, Nola Flight came, I won't say untested when Orbit was setting up their first break attempt, but the attempts were softer than you would normally expect because of those pesky little plays. You got to give credit to Orbit. They fought back through. They were able to get a lot of great individual breaks on their second attempts, but Nola Flight winning on rotation and holding their first setups is massive towards that 20-point gap. All it takes is a couple of seconds here and there, and that's where you get that 20-point difference. So, big opening from Nola Flight, and now we start to learn about what they have to offer on the search.
Yeah, the search is interesting too because it's a Mercado, right? So it feels like we've seen a lot of Mercado sometimes get away from some of our squads on the day. Couple of rounds starting to snowball, streaks sometimes even come into play, and it's difficult to work yourself back in because you have to take a lot of tough gunfights when you're trying to battle out into a site, whether it's A or B. So have to see what's in store for us right now, but at the moment, everything looking very solid for Nola Flight. And as I said, I mean, they have just a lot of playmakers on this roster, right? I feel like the big difference maybe with this team compared to a lot of others is that I don't really see like slower ARs, right? Like it feels like they're ready to play the tempo just as much as their subs are ready to go. So when you have that kind of a mix and a blend, it really does create a great factor on Search and Destroy, especially in these mixy maps where there's just a lot of back and forth trades right away. So we'll see if they can shut them down. Orbit have been at least solid here and there in Search and Destroy. We'll see if they can bring it and try to step it up and tie up the series here.
And just to kind of keep telling you the same story, singing the same song, we've seen Jimbo on this map mode combo just completely take over rounds. The thing about it is, you also now have Classic, who often just gets labeled as a much better Search and Destroy player than he is a Respawn player. Don't want to throw any shade towards Nicky D. He's improved, of course, over the course of the last handful of years, but there still is this level of notoriety that comes with Classic loading into a Search and Destroy. You look to him to be a playmaker and possibly take up the mantle of IGLing a little bit more, reading the play, getting the right adjustment in. That's where you have to look towards Orbit and say you hold an advantage. The veterancy, the experience, and the well-rehearsed nature of this squad as largely a core group of at least 3, going up against a Nola Flight squad that, sure, they've stuck together, but haven't seen the same level of competition that Orbit has throughout the year. That's where I think you look to Orbit and say, this is how you bounce back. This is why we kind of favor you in the Search and Destroy, generally speaking.
I like that. I mean, Nicky D is like the classic S&D star, right? Like way back in COD 4, like when they were like just barely getting private lobbies back then. So yeah, he's been doing it for a very, very long time, man. So I think that's a fair shout. You know, you call on Nicky D to try to come alive. And I mean, how big has he been in moments like this in the past? When you even go back to like Challenger Finals last year, where it felt like a lot of people were sleeping on Nicky D and he was able to step up big, right? So it was those S&Ds that we look to him often enough to try to make the play. He's usually the objective guy to let Jimbo fly. We'll see if they can mesh and they can get back into a flow of things. Map number 2, kicking it off from Mercado S&D.
Just to kind of hit it, when Classic plays well in Respawn, nobody touches the teams that he finds himself on.
True.
So Classic bomb carrier clears out the back elbow. Good patience here from Nola Flight just to give away a little bit of space, but mid-map, there is an exchange of kills. So we go 3v3 post-plant situation. Jimbo is up top. Dimensions is checking to see if someone will get there. And yeah, he's got the intel that Jimbo's playing up top. Now it's just down to getting these nades into the windows to make him a non-factor.
That's right. No trophy systems just yet. What? First kill was good for Jimbo. Dude. And of course he takes the second chow. Even pre-fires for the third. Dimensions is like, well, I lost my subs. Nothing left I can really do. Last challenge comes through. Very swift route here for Orbit.
I mean, that's just, again, to toot our own horn there. That's what we're talking about. Jimbo has the ability just to take over. And we've seen it over the course of his career. Obviously, there's still, I think, a lot of people who kind of have the dark clouds of that Paris team still lurking over his current situation. But it doesn't take away from the fact that Jimbo has always been a playmaker. Just never quite, it felt like, fit into the system that, if there was a system on that Paris team last year. So great first round out of Jimbo and Orbit. Clean on their first B approach. That is something that will live in Nola Flight's heads. But as we have trophy systems down, it's going to be a hard hit for both teams right over towards the A side. Jimbo looking to go up top. Stun comes through. Jimbo tries to predict the left side. Not the case. Classic follows up. He'll trade. That's the bomb carrier down 3v3.
That's something I talked about. Just so pivotal to play off of each other. Nicky D still able to keep some kind of presence in Cantina. Bomb's also going to drop. But Classic goes a little too deep. Will be punished. Nate's coming back and forth. This is what I talked about. A lot of trades coming into play. Big head. Eyes on Geo. Forced the Dolphin dive away. Has to reset, but they're running right into Gravity. And Gravity's got a sub. Stun's going to land, and he'll finish off the first. Now just needs to lock down Shoxy, who's now at a 1v2.
Shoxy's got the dead silence. Plenty of time. I'm actually kind of surprised that he wants to try to play for the timing of the kill here, not just wrap all the way to B. Of course, you don't know if Geo, who was previously at Hedges, had wrapped back over towards mid or not, so it's a tough prediction either way. And with the commitment to try to make their play back over towards back alley, Shoxy does get taken down. Good team shots in the mix. Orbit go out 2 up early. And again, the mental chess that starts to develop when you've seen a B hit with 3 members large, and then a 3 hit over towards the A side defensively. Nola Flight need to give something for Orbit to think about here in round 3, you'd think.
How are they going to change up their defense? They're going to send some more members over to B. Doesn't look to be the case. They're fully prepared for an A hit and might be able to actually push through tunnel here. This is going to be a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
Bit of a double stack setup. Geo is already under pressure with some of those great nades coming out. Jimbo's also able to connect with his. So Shoxy down for first blood, but still a chance maybe to answer back.
Oh, whoa! Dimensions just deletes Gravity. Had to have been some team shots with it. Again, this high-low stack so deadly, and there's no bait and switch there. Geo gets collected and tallied for free, and all of a sudden we've got a 2v2. I thought for sure that Classic was going to chow that with him. But now you've got Big Head holding the dark alley, and the tunnel being watched by Dimensions. Just enough space here for Classic to plant, and Orbit will set up their post-plant 2v2.
Jimbo and Classic, both of the subs too. Maybe even picked up attack in the meantime. But you're looking at 2 ARs to retake Cantina. You're going to have to open up with some clean shots, try to bang out one, then bait and switch the other. A lot of shots coming through. Nicky D takes the chow. Big Head ready for the secondary chow, but it's Dimensions that opens up on the Jimbo, and now Classic in a 1v2 himself.
He knows he needs to check. He sees Dimensions. He gets just enough regen to stay alive. Has to go check it, though, and that's where Big Head watches over the top. Huge round for Nola Flight. And you mentioned the setup. 2 deep on A, 2 on that high-low cross right through tunnel. And initially, it looked like Orbit were going to get a really good read on it. Yeah, I mean, Gravity just got absolutely Control-Alt-Deleted from that cross. But the thing was, as soon as that trade started to come out, I thought for sure Classic was going to help peak that, and they were just going to take that 3v2 and out-trade it to get to a 3v1 or a 2v1. That didn't happen, though, and Nola Flight punished. 3 kills for Dimensions in the round, and they find themselves on the board here as we head into round 4.
And Dimensions has just been great. His shot is on point. He's a fun AR to watch, too. Gonna throw a trophy at his teammate, but Nate should keep everyone safe. Big Head gets a great hit over the top, and this one also stops Jimbo, and oh no, the trophy system! It betrays Jimbo, doesn't keep him safe, takes him out, and well, Geo, he is left out the dry, and all of a sudden, this round has just completely gone wrong.
Yeah, great opening utility from Nola Flight. Obviously, the opening frag, that had to have been a forward spawn because that thing landed before anyone even got around the corner, it looked like. And then, like you mentioned, the trophy system for Orbit, I think Jimbo was, like, right in front and underneath it. So every time I went to go delete a piece of utility, it was connecting onto Jimbo. But Gravity's gotten one here. Bomb planted, 25 seconds. Dead silence if he maybe finds another kill. But no, it doesn't look like there's going to be much of a chance here to do much more work. So Dimensions will hold on 3. Big Head up to a double. And we'll be tied up here at 2 early. Big response here from Nola Flight. And now, like we mentioned, Orbit's going to have some things to think about here when they get to their next attack.
Yeah, I think so. I honestly, if you can just keep Jimbo and Classic just out of Cantina, right? Like, that's... That feels like a great way to start a lot of your offensive rounds.
Yeah, good call.
But it's difficult to hit those nades continuously. And well, we might even see them change up the perks potentially as well, just to try to get themselves across. Either way, good responses coming on through. Nola Flight do give up a couple lives there to Gravity, so maybe a chance to work towards a killing spree. But at the moment, you'll take the round 2-2 now the tally.
Okay. What do you do here if you're Orbit? A lot of success on their first offense towards B, but you don't want to have that be your only option. So Gravity will get the trophy system down. It's deep, too, so there's going to be no defensive nades that connect. A couple of offensive stuns will land, but Craze still up top. Breaks the glass, tries to get in, but no, that's been heard. Classic was important yesterday. Gets the kill, no worries. Shoxy, though. How about this? No, Red. Orbit delete him from the back doors. Now it's just down to Dimensions and Big Head for the 2v3. Actually, technically, this would be a 2v4 with Big Head's kill on the cross-through tunnel, but Dimensions is stuck, and he's going to have to get a blessed piece of timing here if he's going to have a chance versus Classic.
Oh, he's maybe hearing a lot of this. I think they thought Dimensions is probably rotated out. So could he surprise them? Big Head good for a second? And oh no, Dimensions now able to get eyes on Jimbo, but Jimbo actually wins that battle. And Gravity doesn't see him. Gravity doesn't see him. Dimensions knows where Jimbo is, and he chows and smokes him. What a 2v4 for Nola Flight.
Give me this in slow-mo, game. Are you kidding? This is brilliant because he doesn't ever get seen, but these shots, oh mercy. That is clean from Dimensions. And if you would have said the name Dimensions at the beginning of the year, I'd been like, who? But boy, now it's more like, who? Give me a break.
Yeah, exclamation mark. Yeah, man, this guy. I'm telling you, man, he's fun to watch. Just his shot is so electric. He gets mixy, and he's not afraid to take the chow head on. And well, neither is Jimbo, but what a win that is versus Jimbo. 2v4. Really hurt after that if you're Orbit. Grace will still struggle with some of these opening engagements, and well, Classic, I mean, he just continues to run on through. Puts together a couple kills. Orbit now have themselves another man advantage.
Have to be able to take this one through the finish line. Orbit have had numbers in the vast majority of these 6 rounds to this point. But Dimensions is still alive, and so is Big Head. They just 2v4, so they're thinking 2v3. We like those odds. Maybe a little bit less so here. Dimensions now for the 1v3, sees both. Oh my, a little snap down to Gravity, doesn't quite connect through the wall. Does pick up a Vaznev though. Does have a little bit extra time to play with as well. 35 seconds in the clock, he reloads everything. Problem here is going to be how do you get past Gravity, who's just throwing these little headies to collect the bomb and get a plant where you don't know where Classic is.
Oh, good shots. Maybe he gives him a little time to work for Classic here, but like you said, it's a tough read right behind the bomb. Does he read it? Oh, he snaps. Shots are good. If maybe Gravity's not there watching over him, there's a chance to bring home the gunfight. But finally, Orbit actually able to hold on to their numbers, work that 3v2, and isolate Dimensions and stop the killing spree.
Yeah, really good, but still stressful. Kind of like we were talking about in the hard point. It's like the map's close, but you have to think the mental stress on Orbit is a little bit higher than it is right now for Nola Flight, and that does tax on you a touch. Classic on 4, though, is starting to build towards potential streaks. See what Orbit wants to do to see if they maybe can help earn Classic those extra 2 kills. But no, Classic will take the bomb, says, don't worry about it, boys. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. Trophy down, nades over the top. Frags coming out late here on both sides. Oh, but the first blood actually gets tallied and exchanged up top. So bomb carrier down. This Classic got traded out, but shouldn't have a worry here for Orbit to collect this and stay in an even 3v3.
Ray's going to stay on the site, and Dimension's going to reposition. Meanwhile, you also have Geo, who's got a chance to cut up mid or at least watch for any kind of a push through. And well, how about that, Shell? Ray's not really in the best position. And now a man advantage for Orbit. Might have an opportunity to drop the bomb. Geo's going to get some great info on Big Head, but Big Head sees him. Geo doesn't shoot fast enough, apparently. Now we go 2v2 with 40 seconds left.
Gravity will go for the plant this time. Jimbo watching close towards the defensive side of the map. Big Head taking a long route, just making sure there was no late wrap over towards B. You don't know what's watching on the flank, and it looks like they're going to come together here at mid-tunnel. Tough retake, but some space here. Stun doesn't land on anything. That clears out the front side of the bomb. But at what point does either Jimbo or Gravity check this? Because you know they're going to need to here in the near future. But they're calling out the bluff at the moment, saying, no, there's surely nobody on it right now. Gravity comes out for one. Jimbo gets the other on the other side. And it's a clean 2v2 post-plant hold for Orbit. Right back in the lead 4-3 up.
Yeah, this time they don't break it down. And like you said, no one really calls the bluff. No one goes for the early peek. I'm sure A lot of sound cues being heard. Dimensions definitely did not have dead sounds. He's the trophy player, so had to slowly inch his way up and maybe made some noise on the way. This time it will hold. Great engagements. Finding Craze in the back was really the opening. And shrugging Dimensions off and forcing him into the middle of the map. Funnel through tunnel. Gave him enough time to get the bomb down, get out safely. So Orbit now starting to get back in control, we'll say. 4-3 up. Still, though, Nola Flight, they've been showing us a lot of great looks, especially on some of their attacks.
Yeah. This time, no forward pressure from Orbit. They were going to hold back just a touch, but Craze sneaks in towards this jump up, and he's got both nades. That stun does, I think, land on the Classic, but there are still so many members around. Yeah, that's the problem. Craze tries to make a play. Classic was watching it the whole way through. We've got an early 4v3. Utility now largely out of the pockets of Nola Flight, so just to win some really tough gunfights. Classic holding the angle, gets one. Shoxy tested, and, well, you kind of look over to Big Head to see what play he may be able to make, because Shoxy's kind of up creek without a paddle at the moment from that position.
Big Head about to run into a lot of members, so if you're finding one, you're going to have to almost pre-fire and predict the second. Classic throws a shoulder. Position now. Going to be known. Secondary shot comes out.
What?
What the? Classic tries to get to Cantina, and while that happens, Shoxy finds another. No way, there's another 2v4, right, Alan?
Why does Orbit even want Cantina? There's no bomb plant. Big Head's going to be able to get another. It's just down to the 1v1 with Shoxy. Geo over the top. Oh, it was tight. But it's one of those things that I think we're both scratching our heads like, Orbit, why? You're on defense. You've got good looks at the bomb. But, boy, they almost get fully punished. But nonetheless, Orbit will still get to map point.
Woo. He'll take it, but holy, you would have liked it a lot cleaner than that.
I'll say.
Man, oh man. And I think the big factor right now is Craze has been very, very aggressive, it feels like, in a lot of these rounds, and Orbit have been getting a lot of first bloods on him. You know, he wants to be the guy to go in first, get a kill at least, but that really has not been happening. So will that change? It's going to need to if Nola Flight plan on bringing this one back. Headed back to round one with the aggressive push over to B. Dimensions able to hold, try to get a read on the secondary player, but he will be traded out officially. Geo able to get the trade himself, but Big Head, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, and the thing is, Nola Flight don't necessarily have to force this. You've got a long flank on the way, but Shoxy still gets one, keeps his life. Gravity also denied. Classic now the last one standing. He's gotten one in the round, and he's given himself some separation from where these Nola Flight defenders are. But he gets caught. Tough scenes. Tries to pop the Deddy to clear out his close corners. Then maybe there was an idea to wrap over, but not going to quite work out. And Nola Flight stay alive, bring it back to within one, of which this one of three in a row that they're going to have to get.
A lot of props to Dimensions. I mean, he was stunned up. Didn't really have a whole lot to work with there, but he was still able to come away with at least one. I think that really was everything. If you find that kill cleanly, well, from that point on, Orbit might be able to efficiently trade you on out, use that additional number to maybe even get aggressive outside the site, but that first kill was great. Not enough time. Full flank also came through, so a lot of options for Nola Flight to play that retake correctly, and they do so. Now we'll see if they can try to put it together again. Going to be attacking this A site on the offense, seeing if they can just try to get some good first bloods. There it is. Craze finally gets involved, but Classic looking to make a big play.
Oh, and as Big Head and Craze both drop, Classic stays alive a little longer than you may have thought. But, ooh, a little snap down towards Geo, who must have been at low HP. So into a 2v3, now to the 2v1. Gravity does see Dimensions fly out of the window. Spam shots won't connect. Frag being cooked, but that's to an empty position. And with that, the bomb will be planted here at A. Gravity moving rapidly over towards tunnel, hoping he can catch someone on rotation. Dimensions up top has seen all he needs to see. You figure Shoxy will just hold over the top. Yeah, he's on top of the little hut here to the right. An off angle that Gravity would really have to just flat out predict. Waiting for the second challenge from Dimensions. Sees the top of the head. Damage dealt. Here comes the prediction, but no. Tough position to win a gunfight from, and how about it? We got a round 11.
Round 11. I know you don't believe in curses, Alan, but it was 5-3. Now we're heading to round 11. So a chance to bring it all the way back and go 2-0 up over Orbit. I called on Craze for having some better engagements at the start of the rounds, especially when he's contesting Cantina right away. That was a much better job from him, able to grab that first kill and just give a slight advantage there. They also do a good job of shutting down Nicky D. Make sure he doesn't come away with that double, because he was pretty close to being able to blow that round wide open and likely secure the win.
Geo, the sole defender towards B. All four members for Nola headed over towards A. Quick play on the way forward. A couple of spam shots come out. And oh, how about Craze? Just jumps out, takes down Jimbo. There was no help nearby because Gravity's playing mid-tunnel. So now Classic's caught on the site. Craze gets a second. And you can see he's feeling it. Pops over the top, he gets 3. Could he get the full ace? He wants to go for it. Gravity stuck behind hedges. He'll take down 1. Craze not gonna get to the 4th kill. It's Shoxy who beats him there. But from 5-3 to 6-5, Nola Flight continuing on the Cinderella story. Whether that's on a macro level or a micro level does not make a difference. They're 2-0 up.
Why not both?
Why not both?
Why not both, man? Wow. I mean, what a regain from Craze. I touched on, him not finding a lot of value, losing a huge amount of those first bloods, and he's able to come alive in those last couple rounds. You can even see it there. He died, 4 times up until about those last 3 rounds, and then he's the one with the engagements first. He's the one even piecing them up. I mean, he found 3 in that round 11.
Yeah.
So if there was ever a time to go big, I mean, it is that round. I don't care if you're 2-8 before that. You just won your team the round 11. I mean, let's go, baby. That's what we want to see. And well, because of it, like you said, Alan, no flight 2-0 up over Orbit. I mean, we were wondering if it ends here. This is the big test. We're getting the job done right now, man.
I'll say, what a map. What a map.
Yeah.
I mean, Classic goes 11-9 with 1,300 damage for the L. And look, it's again kind of the same circumstances that we're talking about with the hard point, where Orbit, even though they're winning rounds, they're winning them really stressed out. I mean, they had, what is that, 6 of the 11 first bloods? And 4 first deaths just from Jimbo. So, I mean, they're stressed because their Slayer is usually dropping pretty darn quick. And, man, not being able to hold on to, what, 2 different 2v4s?
Yep.
Another 2v3. It's just one of those, it just feels like there's a couple of critical errors that are being made by Orbit right now.
Agreed.
And before we go on, I need to ask the question here, Austin.
Oh, hit me.
This 5-3 curse that you talk about. Now, is that something that, like, it has to be the offense or whoever, like, it has to be 4-3 and then it gets to 5-3? Because you can't be 5-2 and then 5-3 and call it as a 5-3 curse. It would have to be 4-3 first, right? Because then it would be a 5-2 course. It's not really,
Yeah, I guess. No, I don't know. The way it's been explained, or that I understand it at least as a reason, is as long as it's 5-3, apparently that's the curse, right? If the scoreline hits 5-3,
I don't like that.
It's going round 11 somehow. I don't know. And well,
I don't
guess,
like that.
right?
It needs to be 4-3 first. It can't be 5-2 and then 5-3 and then you call 5-3 curse. That doesn't work. That math doesn't check out, because then it's a 5-2 curse. You don't make the rules. I just proceed over them. Wow, what a map that is. But with that, Nola Fight find themselves 2-0 up. We'll consult the lab and see what exactly the 5-3 curse conditions are as we step away for just a brief break. We got Control coming up. Don't you go anywhere. It's been a fun one. We're going to have more fun right at the backside of the break. The lab results came back inconclusive. We'll get back to you on more later. But we go on into the hotel control as Nola Flight enjoy the 2-0 up stance in this best of 5. Classic trying to work over towards this A zone. And, well, he does eventually get put down. So a slower start here, so to speak, for Nola Flight as they just take the easier route, quote-unquote, towards this A zone.
Yep, we'll be able to push out through the front, but it is going to weaken up the setup maybe through mid, potentially, if you can find a clean kill in Dimensions. But I guess easier said than done. 3 players going to channel him, and he's able to get 2. Joxy now under a lot of pressure. His teammates are spawning all the way in Narnia. So he's going to have to win this 1v1 for the second tick, and well, he delivers for it. First kill for Shoxy and working towards this third tick as well.
Oh, and Jimbo heard the word one shot from the other side of the map, and he was quick to try to follow up, but Shoxy gets just enough regen to secure the kill, and with that, there goes an extra 60 seconds as the A zone is completed. Orbit's defense, though, in a nice solid position, I will say, although that's starting to change. Gravity dropping down low underneath bedroom. That leads to an opportunity for this little 2-2 split. It actually deals some damage. Gravity trying to get farmed off spawn, but he denies the play. And with that, the back is made safe as Nola Flight work on for this B zone early.
Yeah, I think a little bit of ambition coming through there for Craze, just trying to see if we can get something done. Will be cleaned up, so a lot of split spawns kind of happening throughout the map now for Nola Flight as they're going to have to regain. The good news is they are getting a lot of time to try to get over to the B point. And the 40 on the clock. Shoxy, oh, good read. Able to shut down Classic, and now maybe some bedroom control. Starting to go the way of Nola Flight. They're also going to hit the back. Geo is under so much pressure here. Has a trophy system to assist, but needs to win the battle in Dimensions.
Wow.
Will shut him down. This might also force some deep response if Craze can stay alive, but Jimbo comes up big again.
Yeah, massive elimination right there from Jimbo, shutting down Craze and allowing his defenders to start moving pretty rapidly forward. That's, I think, a team stun that comes out. Gravity affected by whichever hand it came out of. And that leads us to a 14 playing 14. Jimbo turned away up top, and now the middle of the map becomes an avenue as well, so Nola Flight can really flood on in. Gravity trying to work his way with his utility, but a trophy system denies all of it. It's a heavy stack. First tick of progress in. Craze watching over the middle of the map gets one. More on the way, though. Craze so good for it. Trade, though, out of Gravity. Geo also clears out the zone, and Craze will drop. Second tick not quite locked in.
Yeah, good moment from the ARs. Geo, Gravity come together with 3 kills to make sure they keep everything safe, reception desk included. Craze was in a position to just about end the round if he found the third. But Orbit able to hold on and stop the second tick. Big head, though, right off of spawn. Moves right to couches, finds himself an easy kill. Shoxy, be thinking otherwise about that shell, and Jimbo's also going to read on Craze in the back. If Craze can stay alive, though, he might be able to block spawns if kills come through.
That's the biggest thing about it, because you're just playing for trades at this point on really both sides. Dimensions getting Jimbo over the middle. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Craze is playing right up that main staircase. Where does Jimbo spawn? He spawns all the way up top. This would be the time for Nola Flight to try to go. But watch out, Jimbo's already here. He may get you pinched all this whole play up. And yeah, him and Classic together getting a couple of kills. Now to the 6v6. Over the top of the bar. Gravity trying to find some vacancy. He gets out. Big Head trying to step in towards this bar position. 12 seconds on the clock. Big Head would have to get both, but only gets one. The last hit coming around through mid. Shoxy, can he get there? Can he find this kill? No, not gonna happen. Gravity watching over the top. Can anyone touch? No. Orbit will hold. Hell of a round, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it just felt like they kept coming, right? Like they'd all go down, and then it felt like they get like a fast enough spawn to hit it all over again. So much of the fight really happening right here on your screen in front of the reception desk, just fighting for that power position, because you know it. If you can get control of it, find a couple kills, you can really watch that cross, stop the ARs from getting to D1 and D2, and allows a much easier stack on the point. But man, oh man, Orbit, they are being tested today. Jimbo and Gravity, though, they deliver 18 kills combined coming out of that first round.
Yeah, massive stuff. And again, the heroics of where those kills came from in the first place. I mean, come on, give me a break.
Sure.
So now they're on the offensive side. What can they put together here? Opportunities to start moving pretty rapidly over towards this B zone, especially the first 2 kills coming their way. This could lead to an early stack. Dimension's the only one in the way, and he drops. Yeah, 2 players will jump on, and now the B zone is under steep threat of being captured early.
See if Craze can try to upset something from behind. Double stack, working for the second tick. Craze now attacking from behind. Good shots coming through. Craze able to get the read on Gravity. 3 down, but Jimbo, how is he still alive? Almost puts together 3 himself, but Craze says, I'll do it all by myself. He gets the full wipe.
Yeah, unreal stuff. Just when you thought that it was going to be pretty much a golden zone. It changes that quickly. 13-5 from Craze. 13-9 from Jimbo on the other side. It's a Vaznev dreamboat right now between the 2 of them. Well, it'll double stack over towards A. The only person in the way is Craze. Could he do it twice in a row? Oh, goodness. Nearly did, but Jimbo was watching just enough to take the kill, and that will be the extra 60 seconds added. Orbit just need the 1 tick at B.
Had to back up right there for a split second. I think both teammates thought maybe the last one had it, but we'll see now what happens over at B. Just 1 single wipe, and you can stack this zone. Bighead able to find himself at least one kill. Shoxy also delivers on a second, so trying to slow down this push and looking pretty good for it. Just need to make the back safe. It's Jimbo trying to do it by himself, and he will get all the way through.
Shoxy around the back. Okay, makes safe the spawn. Lives are not out of the world of possibility to stay at an even level here. So yeah, there's still a minute 30 on the clock. But you've got Dimensions behind over towards bedroom side. Bighead from the front working on middle. Goodness, could not quite lock in onto Jimbo, but it was close. Classic also denies Dimensions and Craze drops. Okay, here we go. Orbit can flood. Only player in their way is Shoxy. He gets the first for free. Follow-up, good for the trade, but Bighead now in position to try to get his AR to sing a song, and oh, he just holds down the trigger, gets one on the corner. Now he's got help from Craze. It's just Classic on the zone for now, but you have to chail him out. He's still holding here for free. Craze trying to work his way in, and there's the kills needed. 12 plays 11, 70 seconds on the clock, and the third tick getting depleted.
Those lives starting to get lower and lower, too. 12 playing up against 10. Gravity gonna have to slow all the way down, but because of that full wipe coming through, Nola Flight able to take away a lot of space. Bighead specifically gets all the way pushed up bottom luggage. Will be quickly traded from Jimbo. You're looking at Craze to play spoiler yet again. Good for the first. Has to deal with some more. And while he gets a snapper, I mean, Craze is just not losing gun battles right now.
Bro, this guy sees shadows in 5 dimensions. Both of those kills were just a little knee that pops through the shadow on the wall, and he just snaps to it both times. Casual stuff from Craze, apparently. Now an opportunity to line up more.
Yeah,
but
send 3.
Yeah, send them all. Send the army. Oh, man. From an 11v11 to 10 playing up against 5. How fast it turns when Craze is alive. 19 and 10 for him. 13 seconds on the clock. Last effort here for Orbit. They're not finding anybody. Classic will get on the zone. Dimensions checks from Sofa. No worries. Gravity. Last one left with Geo. They both find the first 2 kills. Wait a second. They can actually still do this. Craze is the only one here at the moment. Craze gets one. Shoxy gets the other. Last one to deal with would be Jimbo, and he will not be allowed to touch the zone. It got close, though, but Nola Flight respond with the defense of their own.
Yeah, I've been impressed with both teams on their defensive side. I mean, coming through with what was, I think, 2 minutes just about to work with there. I mean, and it's just 1 tick as well. So, I mean, you talk about having, you know, the B point on offense, just needing to get 1 good stack in, just need to get 1 good wipe. They could never fully find it. But again, a lot of heroics coming through from not just Craze, but it felt like from multiple members just finding kills at the right time, playing their lives very well through couches, playing their life through mid, whatever it might be, enough to keep Orbit at bay and make sure that they get a defensive round themselves. Now we head into round number 3.
Nola Flight back over to what they did their first offense. Hit through mid. Head on over to A. Classic. Hiding in position. Only gets 1, though. Dimensions also gets 1 kill mid-map. That will allow an opportunity for Nola Flight to safely stop the clock at a minute 14. Also hold a small life edge. But the biggest problem here for Orbit is how do you decide on getting over toward this aid zone? It's just 1 member on, so it's going to feel like you're just sitting around for forever. Dimensions mid-map. Uh-oh, this could lead to a transition. 3 kills down here. Come Nola Flight flooding over towards B. Only one in their way is Jimbo. He gets the first and second. Got this, Jimbo. How about that? 1 more kill for Craze, but he gets denied. That all told, though, A-zone still being held by Shoxy. Extra 60 seconds going to get added.
Yeah, the extra 60 seconds is added, but Jimbo makes sure it's not a lot worse than it could have been. Could have had a chance, really, just like you said, just fly right over there, get on the point, put pressure on both. But now, starting to play for exits. Kills coming on through. Dimensions actually pieces up Jimbo and Gravity. Craze is just shooting different right now. 26 and 11. Nade's also going to keep him weak. He's going to chow right back out. And Jimbo will finally deal with him. Bighead has been able to regain some control, though, around bedroom as they hold on.
That's unreal. 26 and 12. Jimbo 24-19 as he gets taken down. Classic moving forward. Stunned. No follow-up at the moment. Shoxy getting a couple long-range shots, but he's still pretty darn healthy. Bighead on the cross. Classic trying to fight back, but Dimensions gets the kill. Now it's down to the fight right over the top of the B zone. Shoxy could look, try to step on in towards bar position, and Geo was shooting at somebody else. Shoxy gets the kill. Now they're on for the zone. Double stack in. Nice shots from Shoxy. Gets himself a double. Tagged up down below half HP, but Craze saves his life. First tick gets locked. Here we go.
Oh, the sub's doing it all at the moment, but the nades coming through means that there's no trophy set up. Craze is also weak, down to about half HP. Gravity now back in position, but waiting to get that regen. AR is watching over the top on both sides. Big Head shrugged off. He's taken down. Craze hits the go button.
Bro.
And Craze, he gets 2. Can Jimbo respond with 2 himself? He might have to. Shoxy's hitting the pinch, and Classic, he's the one that delivers. And Orbit again, able to keep them off the zone.
Craze's timing is unbelievable, though. I'll tell you that much. He picks the perfect moments every single time he's needed. So Big Head up top at Bedroom. Shoxy, Dimension, first 2 kills. Classic would have to put together a steep hold, and he's been seen red, but still gets 1. Not terrible, considering that Geo's behind this play. He gets a tally on towards Dimensions, but here comes Craze on the pinch again. Shoxy getting into the hill, because why not? He'd been doing it pretty much the entirety of the game. Gravity Jimbo getting a couple eliminations. We go to a 9v5, 30 seconds on the clock.
Those gunfights coming through for Orbit are bigger than you think. They only had 5 lives. So now, a chance to likely close it out, because this might just be Nola Flight's last hit here in round number 3.
Yep.
Nade's coming on out. Trophies ready to set them up for a potential objective play. Gravity, though, he's able to play his life down low beautifully, and now there is not a lot of time to work with. You're going to have to go, going to have to fly. Orbit's in position to shut this down.
Yeah.
Dimensions will drop, and Orbit again able to get the job done in the final couple moments.
That is super tippable from Orbit. Tough position to be in, but like you'd already mentioned, the clock was their biggest ally, and nobody peeks nothing. Really well done. Really, really well done. So 2-1 the count. Orbit back onto their offense. Last time out, they came out heavy towards the B zone and nearly captured on their first go, until Craze had something to say about it. So what's the effort now for Orbit on their next attack? Do you try it again? Try to get those first 2 ticks, then default back over to A? Looks like the answer's going to be yes. Everyone's focused on either mid or down low towards this B point.
Feels like if they can just stop Craze from putting together a 2-piece every single life, that they'll probably have a better time too.
I agree.
But that's just been a problem. It's just been everywhere at once, it feels like. But Geo going to be able to push all the way up. Rico for the door. Does see the gun from Shoxy. That will be great first kill. Big Head over the top. He'll give a repeat to Geo and say, nah,
Wow.
There is no look here on the B point. 3 players going to drop down, and they actually all spawn luggage.
Oh, the Big Head, he gets a Vaznev, gets the read, still holds down the corner. He's by himself at the moment, but Big Head is doing it all. Geo finally puts him down, and the spawns are still at the bottom of the map. So Gravity will make safe a trophy. Shoxy has to rotate over with Dimensions just to try to keep this B zone clear, and they will be successful in their endeavors. Last one over is Geo, but he gets team-shotted, and that is as clean as you'd like for Nola Flight. Big Head did earn the cruise missile off that previous life, but this is problematic from Orbit's stand, not just because of the resource, but you have 23 seconds and no ticks of progress anywhere.
Only died 3 times. It's 27 playing up against 14 right now. Like, they haven't been able to get to a zone whatsoever outside of that first break-off. There might be an opportunity to still try to get that minute. They have to get through Shoxy, and they do so fairly successfully, only giving up 1 life here. And, well, looks like everyone going to simply set up for B, slowly trying to capture this, but, I mean, you are down so many lives right now.
Yeah, exactly. Stun's also landing Classic in major trouble. Second tick is locked. Nola Flight, I think they may have made the call here saying, let's give him the extra 60. Just deny any exits. Craze is playing a corner to make sure no one gets in through shops. Shoxy watching through Archway. He's got help just to his left by Big Head. And, well, everyone that I've mentioned gets a kill. I mean, what? These guys are ruthless. They're rude. Who in the hell gave them permission? That's what I want to know. Because it's looking like this is going to go round 5 with Nola Flight on defense.
Yeah, it's looking like it for sure. Man, oh man. 24 playing up against 7. Like, that is a slaughter of a round 4 right here. Craze is now building himself up a bit of a streak. He's feeling it too. Runs right at Classic. Classic will get the kill. Only 6 lives remaining, and well, this would be the only push they really have left. Need some big plays out of Nicky D if anything's going to happen.
And outside of the fact that his teammates get all the kills, I mean, Craze was 2 eliminations away from averaging 10 kills a round, bro.
That's all.
Still not done yet. Jimbo, careful. Craze wants it, but no, does get the elimination, but it's a moot point. We're going round 5. Holy smokes, bro. I mean, ugh. What do you... This is filthy.
This is filthy, right? Like from this squad that, for anyone that is tuning in, like this has not been a team that we've seen in the elites. This has not been a team that we've really seen much of outside of maybe some solid placings in some of the cups, making a pretty nice run near the end of the year. But other than that, it just feels like this squad has just put it together. There's a lot of trust and chemistry built in, and they are one round away, specifically one defense away from advancing to a grand final to have NA's last LCQ spot?
Yeah.
No way.
I mean, dude. Here we go. Let's find out. Orbit say, we're not interested in B anymore. But the thing is, the sole defender here today is Craze. He's just holding his life. Just, oh gosh, just on the other side. Trying to wiggle his way in. Toe taps for one. Oh my goodness. How does he get that double? Big Head has a chance to still fight off Geo. A tough gunfight though. And even though Craze continues to be a walking double kill, Orbit will get an early 60 seconds. They hold the life lead.
Yeah, Craze is also pushed all the way back up. So X's coming through. Craze almost looking for another double up. But he is dealt with pretty smoothly. Big Head has to really hold on to his life. Big gunfight there on the Jimbo. If Jimbo gets control of D1, all of a sudden things maybe go very, very wrong. But gunfight's not being lost right now for Nola Flight. Some of that bedroom control is being contested. Orbit able to get up top. But can Dimensions make a big play?
Oh, lots of damage, but doesn't finish off Jimbo, and Shoxy drops. So now Craze trying to follow up. A lot of low health pools in front of him, though. Brother, this kid is a freaking wrecking ball. Oh, man. Just like I was saying with Jimbo, it's like if someone says one shot, even if it's across the map, Jimbo's like, I'm on the way. Same could be said for Craze, dude. Unbelievable, but still, minute 30 on the clock. 19 playing, 18 Nola Flight have gained the lead, and the problem here is you've got Big Head in a powerful position. Geo, Jimbo getting a couple of kills, but not enough pressure to get onto the zone with any sort of force.
He is on par for 50. Holy. And I mean, Big Head's having a hell of a game himself at 36, but being outshined from the SMG. SMG is dealt with here. A good moment maybe for Orbit to try to get something done if they can find the kills. Jossie over the top, clean shots. Finds the head of gravity, but Geo gonna keep the play alive, and Big Head forced to use the cruise missile. What does it find? It finds absolutely nothing. Orbit now with a huge chance to win the round.
Dude, talk about having a fireworks ceremony and with a fizzle right now. Orbit have on for the second, and they've got a stack here. 3 members large. Dimensions can't get the nade off. That's gonna do it.
Wow.
Craze is gonna go 46 and 26 for the L. I mean, holy smokes. That was like a round 4 encore where all the fireworks are earned and used, and the song is still going, that, that overture. And it's like all we have left are sizzlers, like little sparklers. And it just kind of ends there. Orbit just flood through. Jimbo goes 35 and 36. The damage numbers are off the freaking chart. And Orbit find their way into the series with a surprise map 3 win in the face of a Crazed domination.
Yeah, I mean, holy, that one's got to feel a little frustrating, right? I mean, you were doing everything right, especially defensively up until that point as well, right? Like, I think that was the first offensive round that went through the entire time was the very last one. So everything was locked out, and there was no real mistakes happening, but it really started with those first couple of entries up top in bedroom, and then Dimensions also dying cleanly on the staircase. Once you eliminate 2 of those members, you just have to worry about the players to mid and the members in the back. And well, they were dealt with as Orbit are not out just yet. Have a lot of work to do in this best of 5 series, but it all starts with that map number 1, and they get the job done.
Dude, I really, I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, but like I really wanted that whole round to just be like Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture with the big cannons. You know what I mean? Like, the song I'm talking about? It's the one that plays for V for Vendetta, or at the end when all the fireworks are all going off.
Yeah, okay,
like,
yes.
It's like that song goes off and like round 4 happens, and then like, wait a second, there's another round. Like all we have left are little sparklers. Like I could see it in my head. It's hilarious. Trust me. But wow, that is a scoreboard right there. I'll tell you that much.
That is a scoreboard.
Holy cow. Too many things to look at. Nearly 5,000 damage, I think, definitely takes the cake, though.
Oh, so does it ever.
That's unreal. So with that, Orbit get on the board, and we will jump off Hotel and see the hard point go to Fortress. I don't know about you, Austin, but I'm expecting the SMGs to steal the show here.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Craze and Jimbo, it's almost framing up to be a bit of a head-to-head matchup between those two based off how they've been performing and the numbers that they've been putting up so far in this series. It has been exceptional, but this series in whole has been. I mean, it doesn't get closer than this, right? 20 points in the hard point, round 11, round 5, coming down to the absolute wire. So big regain coming on through after a couple heartbreaks and a bit of a comeback after the map too. You were kind of thinking, oh no, like
yes,
flight,
sir.
they're just going to run away with it, right? But
Yeah.
there is still a chance, still a fight, and you mentioned the fact that it's Fortress. It feels like a lot can happen on this map with the way that you can start a snowball, start to chain some of those hills together as well.
There we go. Okay. Also, small update as I just took a look over to our second broadcast. The Latin American LCQs have concluded, and if you've been even remotely following along with that, it was a very small tournament. Team Smog were the heavy favorites, and they showed that they won 7 maps, 3 in the winners bracket, 4 in the grand finals. None of them were close. So smooth sailing. So Latin America will be represented by D1 Gaming, who had it by Pro Points, and Team Smog through the LCQ. APAC represented by Mind Freak based on Pro Points. And I will say, I'm expecting that Mind Freak team to come out and surprise some people during champs. They had a really cool look in the early stages of Saturday, just did not quite handle the tougher opponents later in the day. And then Orglis won the LCQ last night. They came out of the lower bracket and got revenge versus Point Blank, who was also in Toronto. The rest of the teams kind of across the board as you see it. North America, Rocker ESG, Millennium 7, Omit, and NRK by Pro Points. EU, Team Notorious, Deviants, Affiliate Esports, and Atlas Lions by Pro Points. We saw Clutch Rain. Whoa, bro. They looked real clean just a little bit ago in their grand final. So they're looking improved and hopefully going to use those improvements as a chance to boost their position when they get to champs again.
Yeah, it's filling out quite nicely, isn't it? One final spot to be collected for North America in the bottom right. Other than that, Challenger Finals is just about set. We were almost at that point, getting closer and closer to Vegas, Alan. I mean,
oh yeah,
it's getting more and more intense, but you still got to figure out who's going to be the last NA team to make it on through, and it could be one of the biggest surprises I think that we could have ever expected in North America if Nola Flight can still get the job done here. But this is one of their first real big tests where they're going up against an experienced roster, up against Orbit. They're heading into a map 4 after having a really solid chance to close it. Now, are we going to see some of those struggles come through, or will they be able to get the job done? I think is really the big question heading into the hard point.
Absolutely the case. And just for what it's worth, a little bit of history here. We haven't mentioned it yet, but this Orbit team was the team to eliminate Nola Flight from Toronto. And I know, and I kind of tuned in for a second because I was keeping an eye on the We Are Clutch GG stream. I see you guys in chat saying these guys are going to get exposed on LAN. Do your freaking homework. I almost dropped an S-bomb. They absolutely pooped on people at Toronto, okay? So do a little bit of your diligence here. These guys are for real here at the end of the year, and they beat some really solid teams, including teams like Rocker ESG and Detroit Deviants. So they're no strangers to beating good squads. Just comes down to, can they get over the hurdle of this Orbit team? If they don't, they'll still drop down to play against Hive Street Mob, who they just previously had beaten before this. So some experience with playing up against the teams that they're facing right now, but still, it's one of those things that it's not an easy Orbit team to beat, and I would not sit there and rule out this Orbit team for pulling together a reverse sweep, especially considering how close these maps have been.
Exactly, right? That's the most important factor, is that we've just had very, very small margins on every single map here so far. So, yeah, you can't count them out whatsoever, and Orbit is one of those teams, again, that just have so much experience packed into it. They might be down 0-2, they might be up 2-1. They're always going to treat the map, I think, the same heading into it. So, by no means are these guys out, and well, they still have a second life, even if so. So it's not like the pressure is completely on just yet, but you'd certainly love to do it through the upper bracket and just secure top 2, get the job done. But we need to see at least some improvements in hardpoint. Need to shut down Craze, apparently. That's like the number one thing you have to do. It's like, where's Craze? Trade that man. Like, stun nade him. Send 3 people like they were doing when he was top bedroom. You got to find a way to make sure he is not just completely taking over a map like Fortress.
Yep, absolutely agree with you. So we'll take a look here. We're getting close to loading on in. Thanks for your patience there, friends. We have some electric COD for you to watch. We're just happy to be here to provide at least some sort of narrative for it. It's been real fun this weekend, I'll tell you. It's going to be hard, though. Only one of the final 3 teams here in North America can make it to champs. And boy, do they all feel like they deserve it right now. Jimbo, good first blood. Craze. Nade on the response, but no, Classic, we'll see him just over the corner. Good kills. Orbit right on in from the unfavored side. Already in P1.
Already on P1. Soaking up a good amount of it so far. Gio just trying to get a read on where the hits coming from and where the rest of Nola Flight are going to be trying to retake from. And well, the kills are as clean as they could ever be. 3 players going to drop. Big Head's going to do his job back all the way up, make sure he is blocking and also try to stop that push through. But Orbit might be looking for as far as this rotation now into P2 and might give up a lot of the P1 time, but a great nade over the top from Classic will actually keep the hill neutral.
Yeah, and a chance here for numbers to flood right into Dimensions, who's going to be really stressed out because he has to make sure he holds his life back here if they want to have a chance at spawns. Couple of trades over the old time Dimensions, try to get around the back. He's got help. It's in the form of Big Head. There's the trade. Okay, so that should secure the spawns as the hard point opens up. Orbit, nice job on the first hill, but still required to break.
We'll take a look at where Shoxy is as well. He's going to get so much information to say, listen, they're all coming open, they're all coming close, so you should only have to look in really one direction, but Jimbo getting some good shots there, makes a couple of the players weak. Gravity, can he follow up? No, he cannot. And well, so far, the hold looking solid here for Nola Flight. First 30 seconds has been collected, and kills just keep on coming.
How about Shoxy? A nice little force spree from him. Wants 5, but Jimbo pops in, takes down 2. Not enough to change the color of the hard point, though, so time still being accrued here from Nola Flight. 20 seconds of the clock. They're already on rotation. Big Head's going to try to play for old, while the rest of the squad set up their line of scrimmage, and it's gunfights everywhere. Not good news here for Orbit. It's kind of the same story in a different font. Losing on rotation, not getting successful breaks early, and Nola Flight have a chance to blow the lid wide open on this game.
Yeah, that is a full 60 that was just collected, and they might be able to, like you said, blow the lid off the game with another full 60. So, a huge moment to try to find a break and to try to influence the spawns. 3-man hit through the front. Dimensions, not really sure where to look, and he's now under fire. McCrae's for the side. He shuts it down himself. He finds 2. Big Head assists for the 3rd. McCrae's working for a streak.
He's going to take, well, I was going to say, that's a very dangerous challenge up top. Nades will start to land. McCrae's trying to back up and not allowed to. Dimensions, Shoxy trying to hold, doing a good job of it for now, and they still find the kills. Oh my goodness, Shoxy is told to stay in the hard point. He says, oh, okay, sounds good there, friends. Big Head nearly transfers for a double. Craze is I mean, stop! Just stop it! There are ladies present. Unreal. 106-22 and Orbit are missing out on rotation to new.
Oh, mercy. Oh my goodness. Big Head is stunned up. Have to imagine he gets traded, but Classic has to really dig deep for that gunfight. In Orbit, I mean, this is their moment to really get some time and try to bring it back. Nola Flight, they just feel like they are not stopping. And Big Head ready with the sub to try to break open the hill. Top rails slowly being cleared. 3 players going to drop down, and the breaks are just so clinical out of Nola Flight.
I mean, think of the children. It's literally 3-on-1s that are coming through. It's like every time there's an exchange in the kill feed, Orbit maybe get a kill or 2. Unbelievable stuff. Craze, not going to even bother for the regen in Orbit. They stop the bleeding for a moment. But that is a Band-Aid on a head wound that's leaking out of 3 orifices. Orbit need to do something here on rotation because it's still not looking pretty.
Shoxy's going to give it another look. Why wouldn't he, right? Surprise. Classic not going to get that scrap time. just these little annoying plays. And look what this does. It draws Gravity back. Sure, they deal with the kill, but he eliminates, a solid 9 seconds. That doesn't go the way of Orbit. So it's these little things that add up here in the hard point. Ray's even going to give another big chow to Gravity, but he's starting to put together a solid spree himself. He's up to 5 Dimensions also on 4.
It'd be a battle of who gets this streak, and how about Jimbo just dives on into the hard point. Shoxy only getting 1 in the response. Craze feeling like, again, everyone's one shot, so he'll dischow it all. And Big Head will turn the tides. Hard point stays neutral. 90-point game. Orbit in trouble again. Not quite able to stay in the hill, nor get a good look at it at the moment. Shoxy's just trying to find a way on, dude. I don't know if Shoxy knows a bad condition to jump into the hill. He is just so quick to get on the OBJ. Craze trying to follow up behind him. In a little bit of trouble here. Predicts incorrectly. Still almost transfers, but Orbit will have a chance at the scrap time.
Yeah, scrap time. That's really all they're allowed to get. A lot of that hill going neutral, or at least some of it going the way of Nola Flight. P1 now being fought for, and kills looking pretty good for Orbit to maybe finally try to stabilize and shut down some of these players from Nola Flight. That's the goal, but Craze has an opportunity to get on through. Dead Silence is active, and he can come around the back and try to flip out the spawns, or just deal with the player on P1. Maybe let his teammates push through.
Orbit's still in the hard point, though. This is decent. Geo off the regen, holds tops, double windows. Long rotation from Nola seems to be read by Orbit. Doesn't make much of a difference. Shoxy still gets one, and again, he's got eyes for the hill. Is already trying to make a play back towards it. Gravity up top, well received. Getting an elimination trophy will keep him largely safe. Dimensions on the corner, doesn't matter. Good team fire coming through. Orbit just now need to clear off the final member inside the hill. Gravity says, I'll do it myself. Gets on in. Jimbo follows up, and Orbit will get the scrap again.
All that happens, Dimensions is able to get all the way to the back here. Need to play for this flip, need to win this battle onto Classic, and well, Classic shuts him down. Good moment from Nicky D to make sure the spawns will stay safe. And while that happens, a lot of P1 time secured. So Orbit now just down by about 50. There's a great moment to get themselves back into the game, and they are now here for the initial time on P2.
And Jimbo could work for a second streak here for the side of Orbit. Could be huge on finalizing the potential of this comeback to get it back to level terms, but Big Head shuts him down. Now the break attempt from Nola, coming from multiple points of entry, and no one's winning a single gunfight. Classic.
Wow.
Not able to do much. If anything, it's Shoxy for 3, says, get out of my hill. Get me to 2 minutes early. He's almost at it. 162, 117. In Orbit, if they're not going to break this, they're essentially putting their backs voluntarily up against the wall.
That's right. Yeah, you don't want to send too many of your numbers because you can't afford a spawn flip, but Gravity does invest a streak. They want to fight for some of this time. And Classic's going to be one of the few players left to try to give this a hit. He'll be also taken out from Craze, so Nola Flight going to grab some very, very nice time. Has been hard fought, but they're able to win out on the majority of the trades. And now Craze, ready to fly, ready to go to New, but the exit's being held quite nicely from Orbit. Oh, yeah. Jimbo!
Really, really well done right here for Orbit. Jimbo just trying to get Classic and Geo involved here. 23 and 19 from Jimbo. He's got more kills than those two combined. Have to see something here for Orbit right here, right now. They've got the setup that they want, but nades are starting to land. Geo will spawn in. Surely Jimbo will not. He does spawn relatively close, though. The hit from the front getting dwindled. Gravity on 3 Dimensions. Does hold on to this main archway play. Jimbo tried to play for a pinch. So for a moment here, Nola Flight will have a chance to reaggress. Spawns are in, though, again for the side of Orbit. Can they hold off another hit? Seems good for it. Last one alive is Dimensions. He gets the first. Gravity looking for the trade. He locks it in. Orbit's going to get close to 170. We got ourselves a game again.
Yes, we do. Down by 100 points, but Orbit bringing all the way back, being really led by Jimbo and Gravity. Again, the duo from last year putting up some huge numbers to keep their team in the game. Noah Flight now the ones that have to try to put up a response. On P4, Jimbo working for the back will be dealt with. Spree shut down. Craze ready for the entries. Down low, and he's got no problem to find the second. Should give a bit of time for Nola Flight to lock in some time.
Geo up top. Takes down Dimensions from the side. That opens up a pathway here for Dimensions and Geo to get going against one another here. Pardon me, that's Big Head on the other side. Tough gunfight, stuck on the box. But Gravity and the rest of the crew get inside towards top rail. Shoxy down low, takes down one. Big Head, another. Orbit miss out on their first break attempt, at least largely speaking so. Jimbo trying to change that, just forcing the gunfights. Nearly gets it done himself. Geo looking for his trade, confirms it. Gravity down low, looking good. Craze also taken down. 214 is where it stops. Orbit get the break, and they'll be close to giving us about a 20-point game.
I mean, what a moment there from Geo. It feels like we have not been talking about him a whole lot throughout this series, but that three-piece could be the difference maker for Orbit to get back into it and grab control. Jimbo fighting for time. Geo now up to 5. Another streak could come in the map if he's able to grab and collect that 6th kill. 214 to 191. Geo looking for the rotation and, again, looking for this big kill to see if he can get it. There it is. Cruise missile secured. Almost finds number 7, but Craze shuts him down.
Be a big one, Jimbo, looking for more. Ball pushes right on through, takes a double. And Gravity, major Tom to ground control. Jimbo stays safe, Gravity watching over the top of him. But still, the break attempt's looking good. Nola have the numbers to try to still push through this. 214, 206. Dimensions tries to jump in. 1v1 with Gravity, who wins it 24 and 15. Tom staying feisty. We've got ourselves a tie game.
He's refusing to lose here on Fortress Hardpoint. And, well, there is the lead swap. Orbit down by 100 at one point in time, but might be able to put it away going into this next hill. A huge 17 seconds, and Nola Flight now are the ones that are on the back foot. They're getting some wild spawns coming through. Shoxy, stop shooting. Jimbo there to finish him off. Fight for P1, coming through for Dimension, struggling to try to finalize the kill. And oh no, the teammates coming in. Nola Flight might be slowly breaking here. Orbit, they have control.
Looking good for it. 35 and 25 from Jimbo. Classic starting to heat up a little bit through mid-map, and Dimension shuts him down. 238, 214. Nola Flight have to find a way to break on in. Craze takes down one. Geo's cruise missile comes up empty, but did he get enough time just to win the game right here? The double from Gravity looks good. No one's gonna touch, and somehow, some way, Orbit battle back down 90 plus points to win 250 to 214 and keep their hopes at a grand finals alive. What are we witnessing?
Witnessing one of the best series of the tournament right now. This has just been incredible watching these two fight head to head, but again, a moment where Nola Flight in control, very similar to what we saw in the previous map in round number 5. Good positions, good setups, but not always finding the kills near the end of the game. That Blacksmith Hill was played perfectly. Gravity just went absolutely God mode and found just so many kills to open up space for Jimbo to fly, get the crossfires they want to, and that is enough to lock it in and chain it into P1. Man, I mean, they brought that all the way back. It was looking like it was honestly done and dusted. I do not know how they turned that around, but I guess it started with that great P3 hold.
Oh, it absolutely did. And I mean, Classic and Geo were just not a part of the conversation until those final moments. Just 14 and 26 out of Classic, but Jimbo again just picks his teammates up essentially by the back of the collar and says, come with me. 4,200 damage, 35 and 26, 27 non-traded. Oh boy. And maybe we have to start asking the question here. Does Nola Flight only perform when they're down and they have to be the underdog? Because that's how they won map 1 and map 2. Like, you put them up, they just kind of squander and fizzle out. I don't know, but man, what a series this has been, and we're going to get graced with another map between these two heavyweights at the moment.
I mean, look at the time from Shoxy. He had 2 minutes and 41 seconds in the hill.
He had 2 minutes like before the first rotation was done.
Yeah, like the man was soaking up time, but that's when a lot of the players were going rogue and there was just so much control. I think you saw a massive shift in gameplay and just maybe, again, you know, trying to clutch up, trying to end in those final moments coming into effect there for some of these younger guys who haven't always been in a situation like this, haven't always been in front of an audience like this, but have had a lot of opportunities so far, right? They've had a lot of chances to get the job done, haven't been able to get over it just yet, and now we go the distance to see what happens in a second search and destroy out.
And it goes back to Hotel. Who knows what that's going to look like. We'll take just a brief break, just a small one. As soon as the players are ready and loading in, we'll jump back in with them. But we'll take a little bit of a moment to catch our breaths here as we head on to map number 5 in the winners finals for the North American LCQ. Holy cow. Buckle up, friends. We've got a map 5 in the winners finals here in the North American LCQ. 3 teams left. 1 will make it to Vegas, and like we've already said a million times, all 3 of them you can make a really good argument for just earning a chance to be in there. But the road is not done yet. Here is how we got to where we are. Tight maps through and through. Comeback efforts, though, for Nola Flight in the Hotel Hardpoint and the Mercado Surge leads to what was a pretty significant lead for them in the Hotel Control, just based on the fact that Craze was doing Craze things. But the bounce back for Orbit, win the round 5 offense, and then in the Fortress, down at 1.90 plus.
Yeah.
And, well, they find a way to bounce back in, and I'll send it to a map 5 Hotel Search. Gloves, well, they're already off, but we're bare-knuckle boxing here, brother.
Yeah, it's been bare-knuckling for a while, it feels like, in this series, man. These guys have been so fun. It has been a treat in this winner's final, but it's all decided here in the map number 5. Initial hit right over to the ace site, and 1-for-1 trades come away, as we'll see if Craze can maybe look for a little bit more.
That's just a bold spot saying, if they challenge me low or high, I can respond to it. Jimbo, lots of damage towards Big Head, who does get away. Nice help from Dimensions. Huge elimination. Jimbo was about to win the round right there, it felt like. So now Craze with the bomb. 3v2 situation. Classic. Feeling antsy about this check. Gets shot at by a multitude of members, but Gravity responds with some shots of his own. But all that told, the defense gets pushed off, and Craze could decide to plant.
I like it. Oh, big battle from Big Head right through mid. Gravity gets eyes on bomb, but the bomb goes down just in the nick of time. So Gravity has to think about where he wants to try to reposition, and they also do not know where Big Head just went.
No idea, yeah. Timing for Big Head here is going to be everything, and likely he waits until contact is made in front of the bomb site. Gravity clears out the desk. Double hit, Dimensions. He gets the information. Here comes Big Head off the play from the pinch. They know Craze is up top, but look at the delay. I mean, Nola's just playing with their food right now, just saying the clock is how we win this round. Classic has to force this gunfight versus Craze. Takes the high ground. What a win from Classic. Big Head in trouble. Wins the first shot. He's got an angle at the bomb. Classic will go for the defuse, but Big Head will deny it. What an effort, though, for the 2v3.
Yeah, it was a great effort. I mean, they figured out where Dimensions was. Dimensions, you know, from that position, he can't really run away. He has to just try to buy time. That's exactly what he does. But the big problem is that Big Head was the second player with the AR, so he can't watch over Dimensions when they're making that back D1, D2 push. But luckily enough, the bomb planted for Big Head to come and pop right out through connector and find the 1v2 clutch. But if he loses that battle versus Gravity, that is a hell of a round to kick off the map 5 for Orbit.
100%. What an effort. 3 kills for Classic, but it's a mere consolation prize if you even want to consider it to be a prize. Orbit moving quickly through rugs. Defense double stacked over this direction. On Shocks, he surely has heard some of this, but he gets overwhelmed. Big Head not in a position to try to challenge this, but Classic delays the plant for a little while longer. Shots of Big Head come through. Not quite able to get a kill, but he does shrug off the plant for now. Help is now here. Dimension has arrived.
Oh, kill comes through, though, for Geo. Now things much harder for Dimensions and Craze through the back. See if the push comes through. Dimensions reads it well. Jimbo's been throwing his life away a couple times so far in this S&D. And now Craze has Gravity isolated. You can win this 1v1, and he does. All of a sudden, we drop into a 2v2.
And Craze still has a frag. They could use this as a chance to open things up. At least clear an angle. Oh, and the shots through kegs! Oh my goodness, it's cheesy, but it works. Geo now for the 1v2. Craze on for the defuse. There's the check. He sees the shoulder, gets the first, but the pop-up from Dimensions is good. Geo didn't expect Bolt to be here. And Nola Flight take an early 2-0 lead. What a fight back, though. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's an incredible round out of these two, but, I mean, you have to ask, like, what was Jimbo doing, right?
Exactly.
It's a situation where you had a 2v4, you have a stack inside of the kitchen, you could even, you know, send numbers outside of restaurant if you want to, but Jimbo just gets a little bit antsy, decides to hit the back, and just gives a freebie to Dimensions, who's able to then play his life a little bit longer, and then Gravity's also isolated through couches, so very, very puzzling. A round that certainly should have went over to Orbit is now lost, and because of it, they're staring down the barrel of 0-2 to kick off this S&D.
Saw a couple of those on Mercado as well, where we were like,
we did.
Why? You've got the numbers, you've got the favor. But a 2-0 start for Nola. Trophy system down over towards the backside of Bar. Shoxy gonna get tagged up by Classics nades, but stays alive. Geo also watching this cross, so Shoxy's a bit pinned up at the moment as there are also members watching him through mid. But still, Shoxy dives on in towards Staircase. Dimensions nades will free him to go a little bit further, and Shoxy gets first blood. Huge setup from Nola Flight. They have a 4v3.
Yeah, Geo's now the only one that actually has some kind of possession of the bedroom, and he's sitting at the back of luggage, so it's not even up top or down low. A lot of information to work with. Nade stuns being thrown out, and now a secondary player also able to push inside of bottom bedroom. Dimensions doesn't feel safe enough to go for the plant just yet. Jimbo has a great cross right through mid to see if they can try to keep him off the bomb.
And Jimbo's in a much needed spot here for Orbit because Geo's a bit trapped back here at the moment. Door shuts on him, so he'll start to move a little bit further forward, but Gravity actually gets one on the cross. Here comes Geo, pops up, sees Shoxy, doesn't get the kill. Bomb still being planted. What a commitment for Dimensions to still plant behind that. He doesn't get away, though. Shoxy goes down low, and he's able to take care of Geo. That's so good. 1v2 now, though, for Tom. Dead silence used. I think he may have just caught a piece of Shoxy on that cross. Big head tag, but now Gravity's position's known. And once again, Nola Flight will say, whatever. We'll play the clock. Shoxy stuck in a corner. Oh, just does not expect that. He's going to still be there, though. Oh, man. 3-0 up. Nola Flight up big.
Man, I just love how everyone's kind of taking turns, going off, having big moments right now. Shoxy, he is the man to talk about in this round. I mean, that first blood onto Classic. He completely blows open the top control there. And then follows up with a second. Crazy stuff coming on through. I mean, Orbit just, they're getting down to these 1v2s. They're finding trades sometimes, but it feels like there's almost always been a numbers advantage outside of that round number 2 that they threw away. And now thinking back on it, I'm sure they're not happy that they did, because 3-0, it keeps on building, and Nola Flight have a chance to see if they can shut it down on defense.
Aggressive trophy here, though, for Orbit. They're looking to push through this. There was a high-low stack here. Dimensions is trying to rapidly get back over towards Staircase. He knows the threat is coming, and very wisely just holds his ground here. Bomb gets planted. Tough retake, though. Classic's deep in towards luggage. Jimbo also needs to be figured out up top at bedroom. Plus, you've got Gravity watching the flank. This is a great tempo change from Orbit. Oh, beautiful.
Very well done. Corners were not checked. And that means that Orbit will be able to grab their first round here. Big Head's just too much to do. No time to do it. And Orbit finally put something together. That time they're sick and tired of playing slow, methodical, looking for gunfights. Let's just hit them. Let's just get right into bedroom right away.
Yeah, I love that curveball, too. It comes at the proper timing, because as mentioned, Dimensions was down low on that corner cross, kind of in a high-low stack. And as soon as you get the read that they're hitting across, he has to back all the way up. And it's just so hard to clear those forward positions, especially with 2 players making their way up through Staircase. So well done there by Orbit. A clean, convincing round, exactly what you need to get yourself back into the swing of things, especially mentally. What do you do defensively here? Nola Flight has gotten away with a lot of plays towards A. That will once again be the focus early. Shoxy on the cross, but he gets denied. Bomb is actually flipping very early back over towards B. Craze hasn't made any contact yet. This is kind of a weird call. This is all about Nola Flight just throwing their utility and then try to catch Orbit on rotation as fast as possible. Here they come.
Jimbo's got an AR to try to hold this. Gonna reposition. Challenges out. Wants to finish off Craze. Does he get baited into the kill? No. He does finish it off. Now has a Vazdev. Big Head not ready for that. And well, all comes down to one. Dimensions. He's pulled off some pretty crazy things so far, but this time not even given an opportunity on the first Orbit. Starting to find some rounds. 3-2.
Yeah, big movement diff right there from Jimbo. And I like the idea from Nola Flight. Again, it's a 3-1 split off the rip. 3 players moving towards A. Same nades are thrown as normal. Shoxy hits the Staircase as normal. But the thing that's different this time is the fact that the defense is playing forward at bedroom, takes care of Shoxy, and then all you gotta do is throw a shoulder and say, well, nobody's here. So they make the quick rotation back over towards B. In Orbit, kind of beat Nola Flight to the punch, especially with Jimbo getting to the high ground like that, if you want to call it ground. I mean, gets to the high AV wire. So 2 rounds in a row here for Orbit. Quick play once again on the way towards A. Geo with the bomb. Contact over through mid. Nades being exchanged over towards Sofa, and Classic knows he's got a player nearby, but Shoxy gets the gun up and touch quicker. First blood for Nola.
I mean, this is a battle we've seen now 3 times between Shoxy and Classic, and well, they've been going back and forth, but this time Jimbo follows it up. And well, he's going to keep on flying. Jimbo just doesn't know when to stop, but has to be a little bit careful here. multiple players to look at. Craze also eliminates Gravity. Jimbo just trying to chase down the members. Able to get another 5 in a row. Looking for number 6. And wow, 6 is there for Jimbo. This would be for a 1v3.
He's got no idea where Big Head's at, though. Looking to bait out shots. Dead silence is going to expire here soon. Big Head still watching this cross down low. Gives up a little bit of space. Jimbo going to collect the bomb. Thinking about the plant. Has Big Head checked this at the exact right moment? He's looking for it. Doesn't see him now, though, and backs off the corner. Jimbo should have an exit here. Oh, wait, he didn't finish the plant. I don't know if Big Head saw him, though. Doesn't seem to have, so Jimbo will get the plant off. Big Head on the corner, but Jimbo goes to the drop shot. Whoa, 7 kills in a row, and give him the 1v3 on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy play from Jimbo. I talked about him, throwing away his life maybe back in that round number 2, having a couple of questionable chows. But then you get reminded of moments like that and why Jimbo loves the chow out, loves to fly at people. A big 1v3, and not just the 1v3 for the round, but also now a cruise missile to work with, as it's been 3 rounds in a row for Orbit.
Yeah, that's the big difference maker here is you kind of, I mean, again, not the biggest in terms of kill potential, but it does give you a lot of open vacant space to work with. Stun through mid. Big Head gets a couple of tags. Lots of information here for Nola Flight that there is going to be a play through mid. Follow-up nades are on the way. Craze looking to back up maybe for a quick plant, and yeah, that's indeed the case. They're going to set this up for a post plant towards bar side. Look at Big Head. He is deep. He knows he's going to get pressured. And, well, he gets the first one cleanly. This is a tough isolation for Orbit. They may have to give up on this player on the back, well, especially now that Dimensions gets a second.
Jimbo, again, no way. 8 in a row for Jimbo. They know Big Head is isolated at the back. It's difficult for him to try to help this play, especially as the stuns come through. Jimbo going to give it another chow. Big Head just buying time, but Geo finally there to deal with him. Now we drop into a 2v2, but there's not a lot of time left.
That's the problem. I mean, is how do you clear these players out? Shoxy's the one watching the cross. They have nades left too. Jimbo eats one. Craze gets the kill. That will win it by the way of the clock. Here comes Shoxy just to check. Geo gets the kill, but Nola Flight will get to 4. And Jimbo's spree finally comes to an end. But boy, I'll tell you, that's a huge, I mean, again, like, you want to talk about just general awareness.
Yes.
The stun lands, the hit markers connect through the wall. And
Exactly.
Big Head says, I'm in trouble, get me out of here. That is so big from Big Head.
Yeah, and then he goes all the way back to literally his spawn point. Look, this is where he was, right here. This is where the defenders are spawning, or the attackers, excuse me. So he goes all the way back, and I mean, you're just almost never going to read that. So caught off guard, was Gravity initially, and well, he just bought so much time before they worked him out. Nola Flight back on the board, back in control. Up by a rounds, going to get a lot of attention brought over to the B site. And Big Head might be responsible again to try to shut it down. Vazdev in hand.
Yeah. Early nades get called out. I believe that was a cruise missile that was just called in as well from Jimbo. So now Big Head stunned, but still in a position to try to defend. If he can get one, that would be incredible. But no, not going to happen. Craze has an AR. Shoxy on the corner. Here comes the check. Bomb being planted. Classic will get it down successfully. Does he get out with his life? Yes, he does. Craze not able to get any shots in Dimension. Shut down off the flank. 4v2. Jimbo says, my time to go. And oh boy, did he ever. Orbit bounce back. Flawless round. Ties at 4.
That was clean. Very, very clean. The biggest factor, that you framed up there was just not finding the first kill, right? If Big Head gets one, then it's a little bit more manageable. You can maybe threaten the flank. You have a little bit more time to work with potentially as well. Maybe Classic doesn't hop on the bomb right away. But that first kill happening cleanly. Grabbing control of the kitchen. Playing for the bomb plant. Very, very good. Out of Orbit. Keeping this one tight. Jimbo up to 12-4 now. This man has been flying.
Yep. Flying and frying. Pretty par for the course, it feels like, over the last 48 hours from Jimbo. Nola Flight, offense, heading towards A. There's that same pre-fire spam from Big Head. This time it's not going to connect. Orbit will actually look at maybe to actually challenge this early. Geo's going to have some cover fire. And take a look at Classic. Whoa, what a little knuckleball that is. So well designed. Both kills come through. A is no longer an option, and Craze, he's got to go nutso.
And it's not going to be easy with a Vazdev. He's going to follow it up. Craze going to have to just play his life. Well, this just feels like it's so much work to do. Big Head's the one with the AR. Might have a chance to potentially cut something through mid. But the setup is just so good, man. He had to get back to the bomb. Geo finds one. Quick trade does come through. Big Head gets a look at a second. Whoa. And now Classic actually gonna fly out for 3. Big Head gets 3 of the 4. Almost a 1v4 clutch, but just barely. I believe Jimbo, the last one, gets there for the trade.
Brother, I started melting in my chair. I lost all structure. It's just like, I was like, there's no way this happens. Holy cow. All right, 5-4, map point for Orbit for the reverse sweep. Jimbo back on another 4 spree. Cruise missile had been spent, though. Can Nola Flight do it again? Have the defense in front of them. Orbit. Heavy right down the middle towards A. Trophy system up. Semtex through. Nades over the cross, but Craze still gets first blood. That was Classic trying to get over towards Staircase. Jimbo's popped a Deddy, and if you know anything, it means he wants to go somewhere quickly.
Yeah. The green light, ready to go, ready to fly. That's at the top of the stairs. Geo able to work for
Huge.
one back. Gravity, unfortunately, lines up his teammate, but Jimbo does manage to make good on that push. Big Head down. Shoxy for a 1 versus 2 to keep his team alive.
Jimbo's the one making contact with Gravity here on the side. He's been seen. There's a stun, there's a Semtex. You got to push through this. Damage tallied, but he goes high. No dead silence yet. About to have it. Still stacked up our Jimbo and Gravity. Right in the corner. First contact made, and the team shot's too good. Orbit. Haha. How about it? They take it 6-4. The reverse sweep is in. That has to be one of the fiercest series of Call of Duty we've seen in a minute.
Absolute battle. A battle we might even see again. But holy Jimbo, he just takes over the map number 5 with 16 kills.
Unreal.
I mean, 13 non-traded. That's a wild non-traded number to look at in Search and Destroy. Like sometimes players don't even get that many in respawns. So the fact that he's getting that many in this game mode, just out of this world, man. Crazy stuff from Jimbo to lock it in. But altogether, that is a crazy comeback. The composure, it was there, Alan, from 2-1 down, I believe it was, in the control.
3-0 down.
A couple of comebacks.
Sorry, control.
Yeah.
Sorry.
3-0 down. You were ready for that. You were ready for that. Like, it choked it.
I'm telling you, man, maybe Nola Flight just needs that, it's their plot armor. They need to be on the team to come back.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's hard to say, man. These are 2 incredible teams. All you can say is GG's flat out.
Yeah,
that is
man.
Unreal. 1,600 damage from Jimbo. Geo, 9-5 with 5 assists, gets 1,400 damage, so he puts in a lot of work as well. And Nola Flight, who looked real solid to start. It's Orbit who get the adjustments. They make the adaptations. And with a couple of flawless rounds in the midst of, what was that, 6 out of 7, they take the map 5 for the reverse sweep. They make it to the grand final. Still a lifeline here. Still a second life for Nola Flight, as they'll be heading down to the lower bracket to play up against Hive Street Mob, a team they've already played and bested. But, man, that is an exhausting series. I mean, that is 5 emotional maps right there.
The score lines, I mean, they just can't get any tighter. Wow, man. What a battle it was. But you just think back to that round number 5, honestly. Just some of those small little moments where you have opportunities. Even the Fortress, again, up by about 90 to 100 points. It felt like they were in firm control, but the veteranship really coming in clutch for Orbit. As they get there, we take a look at the bracket, see where we are at. Orbit, 3-2 victory. They are now guaranteed top 2, but that job is not done. Still need to get through one more series, but they do get to take a bit of a break, Alan, as this loser's final is now time to play out.
And that may be bigger than we've ever really talked about before, the fact that you get a chance to kind of mentally reset yourself, maybe get some dinner in.
Sure.
Just take a breath, because I'm telling you, that was probably the tightest best of 5 series we've had in a while. Maybe since Toronto, where we had a bunch of reverse sweeps in round 5 or round 11 map 5s. But so far, this LCQ, that one takes the cake. And the lower side of the bracket, though, it's Hive Street Mob Gaming that we saw take the map 5 winner versus We Out Here. They have a chance for revenge, and you know that they're going to want it after being knocked down to the lower bracket against this Nola Flight team. Oh, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
It will be. And, dude, Major Maniac's become a little bit different today, hasn't he? Like,
He's
so
been
far,
well,
it feels like, he took a lot of criticism, from me specifically after what we saw, throughout some of day one, but something at the end of day two clicked. And well, he is carrying that right into today. They're going to need it because that one's going to be another big battle.
Indeed the case. We have to let the teams do the vetoes, though. So it's going to be a minute. You guys need to take a second to refresh yourselves. I know you guys are all stinky and being nasty out there. Give yourself a little bit of love. Pamper up a little bit. We've got 2 more series worth of COD to be played here in North America before we send our final team to champs in Vegas. We'll step away. Vetoes will go through. We'll come back with the lower finals after this.
Welcome back here, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers. We've got just 2 more matches remaining here in the North American LCQ before we decide which is the final team out of our 16 to make it into Challengers Finals for the 2023 season. God, mate, it's been a long road to get to this point. Feeling pretty emotional about it, mate, because, again, we're just 2 series away from deciding which team will be making it, and we'll have all 16 of our Challengers teams.
It's just crazy to think, isn't it? I mean, how the season not only has flashed before our very eyes, so many different seasons of the Elite. Come into this with 16 teams. We're down to top 3. 2 more matches of online Call of Duty, and we are on the final straight to champs. Here is that losers bracket. Where have we gone? Here we are, Hive on the warpath, taking down Orange, then taking down We Out Here in a crazy Map 5 thriller. Now they have a date with the Reapers of the end of the year of Nola Flight.
Yeah, this Hive roster is on a run through the lower bracket for their last couple of matches. As we've said, though, in the past, Nola Flight, they are a roster that is not to be taken lightly under any circumstances. These guys have been shredding through team after team after team, whether it be at Toronto or whether it be over at the upper bracket of this very tournament, until that last match versus Orbit. And honestly, like, I think just talking about this team on the whole here for a second before we kind of zone in on what went wrong in that matchup, Andy, it is lovely to see new talent, or new, because I know some people, you've seen these names before. It is lovely to see these guys come out and really put a name for themselves out there in challenges.
Big Head was a part of that roster actually back at the Boston Open that took down Team War. That was a roster consisting of Parasite and Johnny, funnily enough. Shoxy's been around for a hot minute and was able to find himself a fantastic team. Dimensions is a name that's been floating around. This is Craze's first year competing in challengers, and I think he's made quite an emphatic statement about what Craze has to offer on the map, albeit for the loss. This guy almost dropped 50 kills into Control.
Absolutely, just the talent on side here for this Nola Flight roster. Again, we've seen everything, as you say. I mean, Craze dropping that 46 for the loss. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? I think it was Austin at the time was like, he's on course to get 50 bomb, and then Orbit just close out the Control. Look, things went wrong for them there in that upper bracket final. They'll have learned from their mistakes. Hopefully, they'll have taken a little bit of time between that series and this one to rethink how they want to approach Hive X Street Mob, because this roster, again, the third iteration of Hive X Street Mob in recent times. You're bringing a number of new names on the roster, namely Vivid and Major Maniac, and that is not Major Maniac. Again, I don't know why.
Jimbo has infiltrated the Hive.
Yeah, dude, Jimbo is just like, he's haunting these guys still. It's like, yo, you guys just had to face Jimbo, you're going to play him again. No, that's not Major Maniac, that is Jimbo. Major Maniac is actually a lot smaller. But Hive X Street Mob here in the lower bracket final, these guys have been shredding. And the thing is, they've got kind of that, again, that talent on side where any one of these players at any one point can go off.
And I think that was showcased so wonderfully in the lower semifinals versus We Out Here, because we got to see Major Maniac drop a 3.5 KD in the Mercado Hardpoint map number 1. They fell short in that map number 2. Mike was still going off alongside Rupert with a handful of 1v3 good looks. And then towards the tail end, like, Mock just became a freaking beast. But then you got to look at player number 2 right there of Vivid. Again, got dropped for Boston Breach. Or Snoopy, here for champs, still wants to compete in Vegas, surrounding around for this roster. He goes on, what was it, like a 10-11 spree? I'm not too sure. I kind of lost track. I kind of blacked out, as I'm sure so did Reese, as he just went and had his way for a 6-0 win on that LSD Low Surge versus We Out Here.
Yeah, sure. Hive X Street Mob, mate. I mean, look, this is the amount of talent they've got on side. Again, just bringing Vivid and Major Maniac on side. Vivid, especially, as you said, during that game number 5, I think he was probably the reason that they won that 1-6-1 against the formidable We Out Here roster. Regardless, here is our map set. Oh, we do love the creative map sets, don't we, Annie? Double Fortress and a Triple Hotel. I think they might just be the best maps we have here in Modern Warfare 2.
It's almost like a Hotel Tostada going on right here. I mean, if we go the distance, we're guaranteed to at least see 2 fortresses. And we'll at least get the one night stay at Brainberg Hotel. And the way that these 2 teams have been playing on this wonderful championship Sunday of LCQ here for challengers, who's to say that it won't go the distance? I'm not going to say it. I would love to be able to see what these 2 teams have to offer across both that Hotel Hardpoint and the Hotel Search and Destroy. But we got to get there first. Taking an immediate focus on this map number 1 is what jumps off the page for me, Brody. Is the fact remains that Nola Flight got rid of the Mercado Hardpoint. I've got rid of the Embassy. So Fortress is the immediate pick. They just got done playing this as the map number 4 versus Orbit, where they had themselves about a 100-point lead, and then Jimbo just came alive, and Nola Flight then unfortunately found themselves at the tail end of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I think as we get further on into this Fortress Hardpoint and further onto this series on the whole, for Nola Flight, the story is going to be just learning from their mistakes from that last best of 5, because we've got a number of reprisals in which they lost. So it has to be better. And then that's just the bottom line for us here for Nola Flight. Again, they've got a lot of young talent on side, and with that comes, of course, that risk of maybe not having the consistency. Got to have it here, though, versus Hive X Street Mob as we get in towards this Fortress Hardpoint, and the first hill, it is going to be Hive that hold early on. Joxy will go for a bit of a late hit. Craze also wants a piece of that P1 pie, but I'll be better served here just moving through towards munitions. Still, though, outnumbered today as Rupa wants this 1v1.
Hey, this is a great setup. Looking at Hive's setup initially, Bach has not given things up over towards the back stairs here at Gallows. It just opens up the floodgates for both Vivid and Major Maniac to keep P1 contested. I mean, Mach has gotten in 2 engagements. He's won it. The spawns have been anchored out, and Hive will be in for the initial time.
This has been a great start here from Hive. Reaper, Vivid, Mock. And what is a combined 9 spree between them? Vivid wants to make it 10, but unfortunately will be shut down there. A little bit of bad timing versus Dimensions. And now, Lay and Shoxy can start to envelop around the backside of this hard point. Shoxy flying through for a double. Nicely done. Venomous is they. And that's a big back 30 seconds here for Nola Flight to grab if they can. For Hive here, they might well just chalk this move to next.
Yeah, I mean, it's just early days, right? I mean, if you give up the 20 seconds, you can set yourself up for a full 60 here at P3, so long as you don't get broken up. Dimensions with that 1 kill around the back was enough to couple along for Shotzzy to flip out the spawn, so that will absolutely be the case. Vivid's going to throw his life to at least maybe try to contest for some scrap time, but some more kills come through. Bach gets caught on the overextension. 2-player spawn out for Hive.
Here we go. Couple of players here through at max and through double doors. One of them's got all the way through towards that top side. It's Dimensions. I think they will know about as well. Yeah, shots over the top from Major Maniac, and Vivid goes to finish that gunfight. So nice bit of pest control going on here in and around this hard point for Hive as they clear that space. Have to fight early on for control of P3. Now starting to heat up here as a player like Vivid on 4 in a row. Rupert also on the hunt for kills. Both of those players, they will go down. And now perhaps an opportunity for Nola Flight to bully their way through. Mark will deny, though, with 2 off the backboard. Nola Flight still looking to fight their way through of Shoxy and Craze. But, well, if Mock doesn't do it, Major Maniac and Vivid will. They will clear that space. Looking pretty good to take every single second off P3.
Oh, it's a continuation of what we got to see a little bit in that map number 1 versus we out here. The ARs in between Mock and Major Maniac are absolutely having their way. 13 and 5 between the 2 ARs. Rupert's looking to pick things back up outside of maps. Does find 2 kills, quickly traded out with 2 of Nola Flight's own. That full 60 just about arrives here for Hive inside of P3. That's going to set up Nola Flight wonderfully. Through the middle of the map will be Shoxy trying to keep these players trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, for sure. Big gap between these 2 teams at this point in time. Nola Flight want to have a good hold here to really have something to say here in this game. Hive now on the way. Reaper up top. First kill versus Shoxy is good. Coverage from Streets from Mock as well. Also looking pretty good. Reaper will give a look in towards munitions, but Mentions will remove them from the kill. Now Hive looking to envelop around the back line. Mock goes down. So all on Vivid, who again is able to produce yet another 2-piece. Major Maniac here on an elongated 1v1 alongside Craze. And Major Maniac, again, just even extending that 1v1 gives Hive an in to potentially deal with Craze. But Craze on 3 in a row, maybe looking for number 4. He doesn't get it, but regardless, Craze goes absolutely huge inside. That triple will hand the back 20 to Nola Flight.
And that's a massive hard point coming back through for Nola Flight. If you got broken up, what Hive was suggesting to find for themselves, this game would have been blown open wide in the first set of hills. But not going to be the case. Still trailing by about 50. I don't try to recontest P5 just as soon as it pops. Shoxy's going to be that first player, just getting rid of trophy systems. Try as you might, that trophy system will finally be taken down, but not before Mock and Vivid combine for 2. Craze answers back with 1 of their own, but Hive's setup still remains.
This is a good setup from Hive, just generally speaking. Not playing Overwatch in the moment, keeping an eye on maps. Knew that Shoxy was going to challenge from there. Will very quickly dispatch with them. Flight at the moment cannot find their way through. The coverage is just so intense from Hive on all sides. You hit the back 30 seconds here for Nola Flight. You have to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious about how much you put into this one. You need to make sure you stay on the side of the map they currently are, but here they go. Big Head and Craze flying out towards the middle of that. They remove Vivid and Major Maniac from time, and while Craze finds another, and Dimension closes out that full 4K. Nola Flight, they will be in, and now we're in an okay spot. They're down by 70 points or so. They can hold this, though. They will be back in.
You gotta get yourself set up here inside P1. Inside of maps, Big Head will be cut down. Comes down to Craze on the 4 spree. To his left is 1 player out from maps. As yet another somehow stays alive. No assistance to speak of. Major Maniac will shoot Craze in the back, so Streaks will be denied. 91 against 155. Hive still finding kills, spawning closer over towards maps. Nola Flight still maintain those closer P2 spawns with a lot of time to fight for here at 1.
Yeah, they'll continue to replenish their lives here off the rip to keep Hive Street Mob out of this hill. They're not doing a successful job of that at that point in the time, though. Finally now going to envelop themselves towards the high point dimensions, and Shoxy win the trade-off. Still not full control over this hard point just yet, though. Still looking for more kills, and as Kraze goes down now, Shoxy sitting inside, needs assistance from his team. Big Head will provide that with the double. Shoxy now able to soak up a little bit of time, but for Hivex Street Mob, you are effectively just protecting this side of the map. You do not need to go too crazy about this back 20 seconds. Shoxy, regardless if you can pick it up in this situation, it would be 15 seconds you're taking away from Hive. He's been peppered up down at 20 HP. Rupert for the challenge, and that will be him done and dusted. But again, for Nola Flight, their objective now is to try to get players through. One of those players will be Kraze. Again, 46 kills back towards that hotel control. He can go off. Now is the time you need him to do so. Will find one, but finds himself overwhelmed.
The space is here. Big Head is inside of the closed archway, but he's being pinched on 2 different sides. No shot! He just gets away with highway robbery like that versus Mox. Still alive. On the hard point itself, someone trade this man. He's buying so much time and space for his team to come back through.
Single-handedly at the moment, Big Head forces their way in towards the hard point. The rest of Nola Flight hanging around as well, watching all these lanes. Big Head is the guy watching this backline, gets overwhelmed there as unfortunately Dimensions looks away for one player to move through towards the cut. Mock gonna trade things out now, and ultimately Shoxy will have the final say here for the back 20 seconds. Still a 1v1 going on for it as a little peek will come through from Rupert. That is a big kill to earn. But even bigger from Hive Street Mob is again, these rotational battles being won by the players from Hive. They're over here, but Kraze, he's still threatening.
Possession in P2. Yeah, the spawns will remain intact for Hive over by Ring. So Nola Flight have the information. Still a player over at Hold. That's going to be Rupert. Still trying to contest a single file line all the way into Mox. Iron sights through the gate. It's going to garner you absolutely negative control. Rupert gets gotten towards the back. Hive, again, with this setup here at P3, threatening 200 points.
Off for the first. Again, it's really hard to just get through these lanes when you've got the ARs of Hive staring you down. If you remember last time around on the rotation, Hive managed to get a ton of time. And perhaps you're egregious as well. It's just a simple play like this. Look at Rupert. Look at the amount of white arrows that are just coming in his direction to try and deal with him. It shreds about 10 to 15 seconds of time on the clock. Shoxy, though, has somehow managed to slip the net here. Will find the first, but Mock outplays him. And again, that's huge because now Mock is on 5 in a row. You've got Major Maniac on 4 in a row as well. These streaks starting to be built up by Hive. Time starting to be built up as well. And now, once again, you're starting to see that indomitable lead here between these two teams.
And you have to chalk the back 20 seconds if you're Nola Flight. You are forced to chalk that back 20 seconds because if you try to break P3 once again, you will effectively spawn in towards the old hard point. Now you got to set yourself up for a full 60 here at P4. Hive still over on this side of the map, over past Blacksmith. Major Maniac on 4 in a row. Kraze is playing through the middle of the map, trying to cut down reinforcements before they can even cross to get inside the hard point. Will find 2. 23rd kill there for Krazen. Somehow just gets gifted. Rupert ran right past him. Well, all right. Nola Flight get the initial time and the setup here at New.
Yeah, still needs to be perfect, though. Nola Flight can't let Hive even have a peek at this hard point, and Hive will take their damn fine time in breaking this one. Close spawn from Mock now, so should be able to help out alongside his teammates on this push. Major Maniac is already through. Kraze up top. Now's the time to go crazy. He's already picked up the first. Swings wide for the second. Shoxy is down, and they will remove Major Maniac from the hill, but Rupert comes through for the double. Can Dimensions perhaps close out this hard point? Can he save this one for Nola Flight? That's the question. Big Head will also be there, still looking for all these kills. Close spawns are through for a Hive. Now Kraze, the 1v2. Rupert will have his name. He'll have his number. Will that be it? As Big Head comes through the back line, he'll get shut down as well. Hive Street Mob come out swinging in map number 1 as they will take this one in pretty fair fashion. So.
Pretty fair fashion. That's pretty damn convincing if you ask me, Brody. But by the end of the first set, I mean, it was close. And then that's what? Both P3s went towards Hive. That's closer to 120 seconds combined between 2 P3s that Hive were able to get for themselves than it was further away. And again, what we were talking about, even towards the end of P2, it was the AR show, baby. Mock, Major Maniac. I mean, say what you will about their playstyle, their speed. I don't care. They are playing their roles to damn perfection. And it allows players like Rupert, an SMG duo of Vivid, just to continuously fight for pressure inside of munitions, inside of maps, and in these very annoying positions to where you're forced to look for them if you're in Nola Flight. And by the time that you finally flush out some of these players, you're probably being shot in the derriere by our AR at that point in time. 24 and 17 with 3,200 damage out of Mock. 16 of those kills were not traded, by the way. Almost everybody for HiveX Street Mob had themselves about a minute plus of hardpoint time as well. When they got themselves set up inside of the hill, Brody, it just seemed damn near impossible for Nullify to break it up.
Yeah, the question I think we had coming in towards this game is, would it be a kind of a situation here of Nullify coming out and playing like they did in the first half of the game versus Orbit on Fortress Hardpoint? Or were we going to see HiveX Street Mob in the same kind of fashion in which they were able to beat down We Out Here on this very map mode combination earlier on today? We saw the ladder. That's just the bottom line here. We saw the exact ladder. Once again, we saw that AR control that you were talking about. HiveX Street Mob coming out with some fury in this series, in that map number 1, to kick off the best of the 5 in the way that they wanted. And again, a reminder that when Nullify have got themselves in these advantageous, these positive situations in the past, it has been because they've started the series in a positive manner. That's not the way they wanted this series to go to begin with. Next up, it's Fortress Search and Destroy. Oh boy, and this is where HiveX SMG, again, they're actually going to be pretty comfortable here on this map.
Hey, maybe it could be plot armor, right? I mean, Null Flight, they were able to beat Orbit in their opening map 1, and then they got reverse swept. So I don't know. I'm not the prophet. I don't even write the scripts. That's Vision's job. Fortress Search and Destroy is going to be an interesting one for me because, again, when you look at Fortress Search and Destroy, I know it's a very memeable map mode combination because everyone's just like, oh, it's just a one bomb site map. Not necessarily. Not when you have ARs on both different sides, right? Looking at Mamba Big Head versus Major Maniac or even Mock on the opposite side for HiveX Street Mob. Be able to really enforce their hand when it comes down to defense, playing those head glitches over by the open staircase, watching that very long mid lane cross, and even offensively as well. This might honestly be a search and destroy with the S&D prowess that is inside this lobby, that we might see some very unique hits from both sides.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the thing, at least from my perspective, right? I know Fortress doesn't really offer that much aggression sometimes. Like, it really does just come down to who can draw out that first blood in a number of these situations. Can you get somebody up and towards that top boat, that top doubles area? And then kind of from there, it all snowballs out of control. But I would like to see Nullify get aggressive, because that's what we've been talking about, right? For any kind of young gun roster where they're filled with all this kind of fresh talent, it's when they really start to get themselves aggressive, start to get themselves rolling, start to work with the momentum in any given search and destroy game. That's when they really start to shine. So if they can do that, if they can earn some momentum early on here versus HiveX Street Mob, and I think more crucially, shut down some of those big AR players, just make them feel uncomfortable. That's, I think, where really Nullify will find a way in towards this search and destroy. But who knows, man? Again, HiveX Street Mob, they've been looking pretty good in search and destroy in previous series today and over the course of the weekend as well. And we said it yesterday, I think it was, but for HiveX Street Mob in search and destroy, often we talk about these teams coming together off the back of Rostermania, and search and destroy is more often not like the last thing that comes together, because it is the game mode of the 3 that requires the most strategy. It just doesn't feel like that's the case at all. Like, HiveX Street Mob just seem to have hit it immediately with search and destroy. They seem to be like just connected.
Well, barring that Mercado S&D that happened versus We Out Here earlier in their map number 2, where they got completely blown out of the water. But we'll go ahead and wipe that one off of the cards, because I mean, that 6-0 that they got on that LSELO search and destroy was anything but competitive. Yeah, and it was all really thanks to Vivid. Again, you know, when you think about what Vivid's able to do across the, I want to say, what is it? He's at now like 4 different CDL teams that he's played in the CDL era at this point. Yeah. He is always picked up and always highly regarded for his search and destroy play. If you missed what Reese did on that map number 5, do yourself a favor after this series, while we're preparing ourselves for grand finals, after this lower finals, go back and watch that LSELO, because damn, it was cool. But that then tour guides the conversation into how fundamentally sound, or how fundamental, I would say, that Fortress Search and Destroy is played out. It's always an SMG to try to combat an in and out of the munitions, and also over inside of maps. If you can get an SMG, say a Vivid's caliber, or say Craze's caliber, that's what's going to make this map mode combination very fun. You're going to get a lot of AR battles, a lot of spam shots through the door and through that mid lane. Main focus you got to be looking at to be able to sway either first blood, or to get yourself that numbers advantage, or bring yourself back, mostly those SMGs in and around munitions. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, mate. It's taking out Vivid for me. Yeah, I gotta stop saying that, man. Every time I say that, it just makes me feel like I'm dirty. I feel like I've done something wrong in my life. Anyway, yeah, Vivid is the guy. I think you got to take him out if you can win those ones, those first bloods, because again, we go back to that LSELO search and destroy, as you said, mate. That was where they were finding a lot of the firepower, is just Vivid getting through. To be frank, I think if you actually went back and watched that LSELO search and destroy, like, Vivid was finding routes that he should never find, like, ever. Like, he was just walking through the maps. Exactly, he was just walking through the map like I'm one with the Force and the Force is with me. Like, it just didn't care at all. And I don't know if Nola Flight will allow that to happen here. That's really the question for me, is does Vivid play that same kind of strategy, and do Nola Flight have a way to put a stop to it? We are just waiting on game number 2 to get underway. No idea what's going on at the moment. We'll try and get an update for you guys as to where this game number 2 is. We'll get into it. Don't worry, I actually have I've been working on it over the course of this year. I know that obviously as casters, we have the power to start the game, and I'm working on it, guys. One day, I'll get us into a position where maybe us casters here on the desk, we could just press a button and start the game. Nice. Maybe. One day.
I don't like this anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Just kidding. I'd rather be nowhere else. How are you not entertained? Hope everybody is having a fantastic Sunday. It's probably a whole lot less stress-free than these 3 teams that are still alive in this LCQ. Because, Brody, there can only be one. Stuns and nades need to be on point here if you want to shut down Vivid. And same can be said on the opposite side for Hive, specifically for Craze. But Dimensions also has to be, well, mentioned. There's been so many different times, even in that Mercado S&D versus Orbit in that winner's final, where Dimensions was just aloof. He was just a ghost. Nobody was looking for him. He was clutching up a lot of rounds.
We'll see. We talked up Hive Street Mob for their aggression in the SMG department, and would you believe, I have no idea how Vivid has even got here completely unchecked this fast into the round. He's done it again. And now, for me, it's a question of how quickly did Nola Flight realize that Vivid has got in this position, and can he get anything from it?
Nobody was in a position to try to deny that space. Vivid is just going to play patiently. Nice nade. Where did that even come from? Doesn't matter. Shoxy's down to 20 HP. That's good information for Hive that there's, in fact, a player top boat.
Gotta imagine that's Major Maniac throwing that nade over. He has the information. They're not actually wary of it. He could peek out of top single, perhaps pick up one of these frags. Yet still, Vivid is the primary threat here for Nola Flight on this offensive effort. Big Head might be aware of the fact there's maybe someone sitting in that corner. Yep, the peek from Craze, definitely emblematic of knowing there's somebody there, but the kill's not going in your favor. Rooper and Mock will combine for 3 and very quickly. Big Head now the last one standing.
I have questions. I need answers. Mock's going to find the final kill. I mean, if you find that first kill on the Vivid, and you're able to at least get yourself further forward. Let's start at the beginning, right? If Nola Flight's play is to get the 2 trophy systems online, you get them there to deny the nades on the backside of the gallows, and you find the first blood on a Vivid, you clear the rest of the site. If you're Shoxy, why do you go flying into close like that? You just sit there in between the 2 arches. I don't know. I have questions. I need answers. Hive, though, they deliver on the opening round here on Fortress. Craze was the one to be able to find that kill on a Vivid that was playing that very close and aggressive corner. What is Hive going to do on their offense?
Hive. On a great aggressive in towards A. Mentions with the player watching the cross. He has just seen Vivid make that jump over. Will not be dissuaded by all this incoming utility. Down to 53 HP. Despite that, going to try and take some shots over the bomb. Again, the top of the bomb is paper mache, but Rooper is laying down. So the bomb punt will go down, and Dimensions can't even get an exit frag.
Dimensions is down to his last mag. Off the spam. Shoxy will find first blood. We're down to 33 seconds, and this post plan is all the way in the back.
Oh, Major Maniac! Oh, Shoxy goes for the drop shot! Shoxy will pick up that frag, and elsewhere, Big Head has also removed Roofer from the situation.
Wow.
Mock overwhelmed. Wow, what a retake. That is venomous.
I mean, even in a 3v4 fashion, playing all the way in the backside of the site, Nola Flight understood the task at hand is that they didn't exactly have time on their side to clear legitimately everything. So in a 4v3, from the retake of the perspective of Nola Flight, you have to enforce your numbers going all the way through. You have 2 players on each side of rails. You isolate Major Maniac. Shoxy gets away with highway robbery. Honestly speaking, he probably should have won that gunfight, but it was looking a little weird. And then everybody just continues to funnel all the way past the back gallows staircase to find where the last player was located at was Mock, all the way to the back on the pallet truck. A brilliant retake, all off of that first blood. Nola Flight answered back with the defense of the round.
Huge. That is a huge round. Stop to any early game momentum here from Hive. And this time there's that adaptation coming right off the rip. I think Vivid does actually still get in towards the site. Stun check. They so certainly know that something's up. Nevertheless, Vivid is able to pop off inside sight. Dimensions and Craze fall foul to him. And that's knowing that he's probably going to be there.
How does he still find 2? Gonna force Big Head's hand. Gonna rip Dead Silence. And Mock is late towards his peak. Big Head is aware that there could be a player top maps. He wants this kill, Brody.
you've also got a crossover. Even if you want to get closer to Mock, though, get that kill versus Major Maniac. So any attempt at garnering mid-map control is probably going to go all right, short of something spectacular. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past Shoxy. That said, it's still a big gamble to even try it. So Nola Flight, instead going to take the even bigger gamble, getting the bomb down here in a much better position to try and defend it from. Big Head now going to get away. So the bomb is down now. They have escaped. They're also giving up sight, though, in an attempt to try and bewilder these last 3 remaining players. Big B 1v1 around the backline. Rupert taking shots in. Big Head has to turn around and gets the headshot multiplier onto a Major Maniac. Now the 1v2.
Shoxy, no dead silence. Has to go. Nobody's on the defuse quite yet. It would have to be Mock. Did Rupert just hear Shoxy drop from top rails? And he is playing this as bold as possibly can be. Playing against the clock. Mock hops the bomb. Now you gotta chase the kill. Rupert doesn't have enough time for both. Has to hop on the defuse. Is electing to find the kill. And Shoxy is gotta get the job done with the knife.
I said it, buddy. I wouldn't put it past him. I did say, didn't I? In the TV3, they go for the nuclear option. They recognize that, hey, there is no chance that we're getting any modicum of mid-map control. I mean, Big Head, he looked at it. He was looking, he was like, hey, maybe I can get something here. Did not. They plant the bomb on the other side of the conventional planting spot. It's much easier to check from the inside of munitions, and they get it done. Shoxy, off the back of that round, now on 4 in a row coming into this.
Casual 2v4 never hurt nobody. Place there for Shoxy. 5 though, offensively, just electing for munitions control. Shoxy is inside of top boat. Vivid's playing for the kill. Major Maniac will find that first blood, and they flush out Shoxy. Wonderfully done.
Yeah, they knew. Straight off the rip, Major Maniac made that call that, hey, Shoxy got the jump up towards doubles. Actionable intel. Now, very quickly, it is another 2 versus 4 here. This time for Dimensions and Big Head and Hive. They've got the autonomy in the round. Now, this is a free kill for Dimensions onto Major Maniac at the very least. There's nobody to trade that one either, so that's okay. Makes this a bit more palatable of a situation, but nonetheless, Big Head needs to win one more along the street side, and as Mock takes them down, this is a lot to ask for Dimensions here in the 1v3.
Oh, the force is strong with that snake. He's just going to push a little bit further forward. Dimensions favoring the reload. I mean, he's got utility, but I mean, realistically, even if you use both of your throwables, you're just going to sprint inside a bottom art. Doesn't matter if Vivid's holding it. Goodness me. I mean, the understanding of how the previous round might garner some massive utility for Shoxy to get inside top boat, whether there was an audio cue, spidey senses, whatever may have you. Hive understand the task at hand, that they have to make sure that they clear all of munitions before they get on towards that A bomb site. They walk away with the 2 kills, flush out the 3rd, forces Dimension's hand. And look, the kid's done some crazy things, not only at the Toronto Open, but also throughout the entirety of this LCQ. But to deliver on that 1v3 would have been crazy stuff. Tied up in round 5.
Yeah, big last couple of rounds coming out from Nola Flight. Look at the aggression coming out from Hive. What do you do after you lose that round? Well, you go straight towards the site, and this time, Vivid in a very different spot, going all the way forward towards a spot where they could watch the double doors from, but unfortunately for him, will not win that initial. And now for what bomb site control you had on the defense, you've got nothing.
But the information that you do have is that Kraze has an AR. This is a single SMG, triple AR offense coming through. The way that Hive are going to respond to this is just play across the double doors, try to play for the crosses here. Shoxy's up close. Dimension should be able to get this bomb planted. Shoxy needs to be careful with his positioning.
Trade's going down. Not going to find 2. Reaper with another one as well. And now the 2v1. Big Head at the very least has the bomb plant to work with. But the doors have been closed on him here in this situation, so he kind of has to take the gamble. Do you want to shoot through, or do you want to open the doors? There's the shots through. They're clean enough for Rupert. Going for the knife for the second kill as well. The door is slammed in his face, so he can't get the reach. Trying to escape as well. And Big Head will not win the 1v1. It was literally that door slam that prevented it from happening.
But it got away with it, too, awarding for that dang door and that meddling Mock. Oh, my goodness. That was such a big brain play. When you think about it, right? He runs out of bullets, finds the first, is down to low HP. He just hugged the door, but that door was as neutral as it can be. It was on nobody's team until Mock touched it. Like, don't worry, Mock, I got you, buddy. Here's some space. 7-2 now for Mock. Hive X Street Mob will go ahead and take the lead. Previously, Nola were able to get themselves inside of munitions top boat very quickly. This time they're taking a very passive setup around maps.
Normally in a situation like this, you'd be like, hey, somebody's got to have a sniper rifle. Right? I don't necessarily know if that's the case. I think through the X-ray, from what you can see, Dimensions and Shoxy are not running sniper rifle between them. So it looks like the attack setup at the moment very much reliant on the fact that they would be able to stop this bomb plant from going down. This is a big risk for any given team. Raze is going to be that first player to push through here. And Nate, you saw that coming in his direction. He's lucky to survive.
I dodged. IRL. Hold that. Ray stays alive, though. Bomb gets planted because of it, and Kraze just overextends. Gets cut down, 3v4.
At the very least, they do trade things out. Still, though, you haven't actually got any real estate. Buyer's market. Come on, guys. Get yourselves on towards the site. Step number 1, getting past Rupert, and Rupert does go down. And so now, this is actually kind of precarious here for Hive. Yes, they're towards the back of the map, but all Nola Fight need to do is chow this with the numbers. Do not go one by one. Mock just sitting in the corner. Shoxy chows him. Now it's the 1v3 here. Mock able to pick up the first and the second, has enough time. Mock has won this round out. Big Head has no time to make that defuse happen. And Nola Flight apprehensiveness, I think, will bite them in the end.
Well, it is a little bit of hesitation in a way, but in that 3v4, albeit still fighting that first kill, you still have no idea what is lurking for you inside of munitions. I mean, there's so many different rat spots that you have to be worried about, even when you start to encroach, even inside of Gallows. And the moment that you recognize the players that are still alive, it's mostly going to be all the way to the backside of the site. That's now a handful of times when Hive do get the bomb planted at A, Brody, that the ARs that are still alive are all the way to the back of the pallet trucks. Hive with a 2-round lead.
Yeah, look at Mock as well, by the way. We haven't talked about him nearly enough in this Search and Destroy at 10 and bloody 3.
Casual.
Just casual. It's just Mock at this point, mate. This is, again, one of his best performances this season. Shoxy with the stick from long. See you in the next round, Major Maniac. Now Hive have to get aggressive here in response. Vivid waiting patiently. Sessile on the other side of the door. Shoxy will take them down. And now, well, 2v3? Manageable. 2v4, that's a much bigger ask. He does bring it down to a 2v3, though, does Mock.
Stops the bomb from being planted. Big Head needs to push up now. The Overwatch is going to be Shoxy, who's still close towards this double archway. Mock has the cruise missile should he want it, and that's a lot of trust. Ripper on his lonesome clears all the munitions, and look at the post play. Kraze is nowhere near a part of this play. It's just Big Head on the side.
Yeah, waiting patiently. We'll pick up the first. Now Rupert for the 1v2. The lack of knowledge here help him in this situation. Tries to take the shots on towards Big Head, and he just stops the bomb. There's no way this isn't checked. Yeah, absolutely not. Nola Flight, find a way back.
I mean, that is just brass stones out of Kraze. Again, he was just waiting for the push through to come all the way through streets, and by the time he got the information from his teammate that he was in fact getting shot in the rear end from Rupert, who was chasing him across the Gallows, misses the, I want to say either the opening or the closed shots, just was not enough bullets to be able to get the job done, to be able to find that kill. And you saw right there that Rupert at least had an inkling of understanding. If I haven't seen Kraze inside of munitions, there's no way he was around the arches. That's where Mock just came from. He's surely got to be across the street side, and he was right. Just time was not on his side. 7-4 now for Big Head on a 3 spree.
Yeah, if he can translate that into more of a spree coming on towards this round, it would be huge. However, more noticeably, Nola Flight here getting aggressive. Shoxy is running a riot in and around munitions. Major Maniac really the only player that can stop this, and Shoxy, he will not be stopped by anybody. Shoxy is flying! Mock will finally take him down, but you got a feeling the damage is done.
That is now 2 rounds in a row. And Nola Flight have been able to win. Brought to you by Shoxy.
Dude.
I'm coming to a library near you. I mean, like, it's just insane because, I will join with a lot of individuals, like, watching Shoxy through many different years. Like, he's always had this very aggressive, twitchy play style. It's just about surrounding himself with the team that can enable such a cause. 8-6 now. Through Dead Silence or not, the SMG presence is definitely being felt. And it's something that's certainly lacking on the opposite side. Vivid just at 3-7. Major Maniac at 1-7. Tied up in around 9 we go.
So back and forth again, the Search and Destroy, trading rounds for rounds. One consistent through line has been this AR presence for Hivex Street Mob. Now Rupert going back to his roots. Made over. will not tag Dimensions. That trophy system is not long for this world. That will no longer protect these guys on Nullify as they look to traverse their way on towards the site. And Rooper will either be damaged by that nade. So utility, not that great on either side at this point in time, but finally Nullify going to go for the bomb plant. Streak.
Also gets called in. Finds nothing. It's information. 1-for-1 goes the trade. Vivid for Rooper. Dimensions goes down. Bomb being planted on the back end of it. And you can see Vivid, Major Maniac, they're playing off the post plant. The moment that gets planted, they're going to push through.
Yep, it's fast from Hivex Street Mob. Fast action is the way to go about this because you will not have much time. 45 seconds will dissipate right before your very eyes. Crazy in the backline, though, able to take down one. This needs to be a very quick response from Major Maniac. And again, it's not quick enough because Big Head should have the coverage and the trade. Indeed, that is exactly the case. And now Mock. A spectacular search and destroy thus far. A 1v2. Is it a bridge too far? With 15 seconds left now, these guys, they've spread themselves correctly. If Mock gets one kill, I don't necessarily believe that the other player would peek him in time, and that's just not going to happen. The last check goes through from Shoxy, and now can he get the kill with it? That's really the question. They will overwhelm him on sight. Nola Flight now, 3 rounds on the bounce through the last few. They are starting to warm up.
The wind is truly in their sails through the past few rounds. It's this guy right here on your screen that has been showing up in such a massive way. Shoxy is just playing with his food on offense, just jumping back and forth like a jackrabbit over by the closed archway. It just got to be so annoying. The trophy system, yeah, it got immediately blown up, but at that point, how many more throwables do you honestly think that Hive even had for themselves? Their play off the post, after the initial trade went through, was just to push through the open archway. Nola Flight have brought themselves back from the depths, now up on map point.
And this is just insane. The propensity of this Nola Flight team to come out of nowhere and explode. Wonderful to watch. For Hive, it's more of a horror show. Looking to force a round 11. Our Hive here in this situation, and at the moment you can feel the testiness in their play. They are waiting for somebody from Nola Flight to jump. Somebody to make that first move. Vivid would have been the victim, but he has escaped.
Yeah, he wanted nothing to do with that. Some spam shots coming through bottom single. I would also be hightailing the hell out of there. Trophy system yeeted from Rupert. Early, the cross soon to follow. Major Maniac will be scouted out, diving across, and, well, that nade is just unfortunate timing. Rupert, even the jumping shot across, confirms that there's a fact 2 players watching this angle.
Yeah, they still don't have that advantage that they want to get the bomb down, and the thing is they've wasted so much time off the clock to do it. Gotta go now. Rupert, no more chances to just sit here and wait for a kill. You have to trust your teammates so they can do something. Instead, though, perhaps maybe this flank from Major Maniac might be able to provide some fruit. Elsewhere on site, the trade's going down. Major Maniac almost transitioned for the second against Big Head, but the thing is that information is enough. Big Head is not going to get close here to stop this bomb from going down.
On a 5 spree, 1 more kill. Gonna get himself a cruise missile in this 1v2. The post plant again with Rupert, AR in hand, all the way to the back stairs. Vivid playing all the way back towards the back pallets as well. Big Head has so much space to clear.
Just get a kill. Yeah, you can still get the 1v2 as well, but make sure you get the kill first and foremost. He's looking. Every single crevice. Hasn't spotted out Rupert towards the back line. There's the challenge, and Rupert gets the kill. Hivex SMG force us into a round 11, and crucially, do not allow Big Head to get that safe kill.
Wouldn't have it any other way between these 2 juggernauts here in the NALCQ. Round 11 in a map number 2, a crucial map at that for Nola Flight after getting shut down in the opening hardpoint. What is the round 11 going to bestow upon for us? It will be Nola Flight on defense, Hive on offense, 12-7 for Mock. Their previous execute, slow roll through munitions. Major Maniacs flank, albeit finding 1. First Bloods, Praise have 4, Vivid for 2. And how about this for a push? Going down for the street sides. What a round 11 call is this?
And it's forcing them away as well. Look at number 3. Big Head has made his journey all the way over towards B. And if Hive are fast enough, they might be able to capitalize on this by getting a fast plant down over towards A. Nola Flight also have to react. They push Craze right back into position towards Hay. So Hive's still not comfortable enough to get this bomb down, and you could hear a pin drop in this lobby at this point.
Mentions is watching it, though. He's all the way by the side stairs. Ball's going to be for Craze to get inside this angle. Long-range shots, wall bangs as well. Shoxy's getting up close and personal.
Oh, no!
Forces out the team kill. That's not what you want to see.
Oh no, the miscommunication. Craze was just dead set, single-minded on taking Mock down around the backline, then he takes out his teammate. And now the best hope is stopping this bomb from going down. It's all falling apart at the seams. Crazy's down for the count. Dimensions, the shots are not good enough for Vivid. And there goes Big Head as well. The 1v4 for Dimensions. Is he about to get taken out from behind? Dispatched by Major Maniac. Yes, he will. Hivex SMG, after some back and forth play here on Fortress S&D, will take it.
Woo, man, that was fun. Map number 2, brother. I'm gonna bottle that up and I'm gonna drink it later. That was delicious. Unbelievable. Coming through from so many different individuals in so many crucial moments of time. Black was a consistent factor. 12 and 7 is where he'll finish. Shoxy was just about doing everything he possibly could to set up his teammates for success, whether it's in a post plant, whether it's in a retake, whether it's just the opening rip. Dead Silence SMG, Shoxy was absolutely having his way, but when it came down to it, those final 2 rounds, that was just all teamwork and cohesion for that Hive X SMG roster. To your point, Brody, when you think about pickup teams, Search and Destroy isn't exactly something that you feel like that they have as a bread and butter. Not this roster, not at all. They look like they've been playing for years together with the amount of trust these boys have off one another.
I think it is worth saying at the end of the day, like, that could have been a round 11 victory to Nola Flight. Like, we gotta say it. Like, I know it's only 1 team kill, and there's a lot of, like, kind of like Raven Simone, like, what happens next moments there. Like, you kind of look into the future to see what's going on. But, like, that team kill doesn't help at round 11. And again, it kind of feels like we've got this consistent through line for Nola Flight where they get so close to victory and they end up tripping themselves up at the final hurdle. That's going to hurt. That's going to really annoy them moving forward. Ivex SMG going to win it out. And it is worth saying again, like, we saw like a back 3 rounds there from Nola Flight to even force us to the point where they were 5-4 up. Impressive play from them. Impressive plays from, again, the SMGs on side. Craze and Shoxy were going crazy. For Hivex SMG, though, again, that AR presence, a player like Mock, he went pretty hard during the first 5 to 6 rounds. Gave them a lot of early advantage.
3 first bloods for Vivid, 7 and 9. 4 first bloods for Craze. But all the way the distance to around 11. And fair shake, I mean, look, as much as Vivid was trying to boast his opening duel win percentage, he went 3 for 4 in opening duels in this Fortress S&D. All 11 rounds. That is absurd. That is why we highlight Vivid. That's why we talk about munitions control and SMGs on Fortress Search and Destroy. But when it comes down to it, again, as far as Fortress is said and done, that 3 AR setup continuously seems to be a massive problem. Again, Rupert moves over to the SMG when it's required. He gets an AR in his hand. Boy, it looks pretty comfy.
Absolutely. Well, things looking pretty good here for Hivex SMG. Just one more map, and they will make it towards a matchup versus Orbit for the grand finals here in the NALCQs. Things are heating up. Will they get it done? Find out after the break. All right, folks, here, what could be the final time for your looks at Nola Flight in the 2023 Challengers season. They are 2-0 down in this series, but hey, it is worth saying as we get towards this hotel control, Andy. Look, mate, they got reverse swept in the upper bracket final. Hey, maybe, just maybe, logic, you know, maybe they pull off a reverse sweep there.
This is the map mode combination that Craze did, in fact, almost drop a 50 bomb. Are the stars aligned? Is Mercury in retrograde? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe they are. A lot to see. Hive up on offense first. Not necessarily playing with their food. It's Atrium control, looking for a first. Segment's already locked in place. Craze potentially looking for a couple exits.
We can get something off this. It's nice enough just to kind of establish some mid-map dominance for Craze, but they are clearing space. Losing a slowly but surely. That point is gone. Craze is doing a stellar job at just keeping this hold of this area. The first kill, bouncing around from wall to wall. We'll find a second versus Major Maniac, but the trade is good from Mob. So now Hivex Street Mob on the way here. Looking to install some players on the flank. The reads are pretty good, though, from Nola Flight. They will not go quietly here. They're making sure they have an eye on it, but never mind. Rupert just comes through and blows the entire defense up.
Oh, that is such a tight positioning. Major Maniac, should he be a little bit closer? I'm not too sure where those players would have spawned. They're spawning all the way over inside of Jewelry. You got Nola Flight, still players in and around top and bottom bedroom. Players trying to touch the zone for Hive. Well, Nola Flight are here to at least defend it for now.
Two players hanging around. Major Maniac needs to be careful here. They will stick Craze there, I believe. Yep, that is going to result in a frag. Or a Semtex, rather. And Hivex Street Mob now, an opportunity to get on towards this point. Big Head knows that the first thing he needs to do is remove Major Maniac from this position. Dimensions is going to make the call that now Major Maniac has retreated towards the point, but even with them down, Rupert and Vivid are still here. The triple stack is about to be through. As long as they deal with the threat through the middle of the map, they should be okay. But Craze, we talked about him. He's able to double up here, and now towards the point itself, Dimensions finds a double of his own. Just a sliver away from getting that capture through, and Dimensions and Craze will save the day.
That is a sack and a half that gets blown open by Craze through couches. Long-range shots from the SMG. Every single time he respawns, he goes back to work. 12 total engagements, 6 and 6 overall. Vivid, off the dead silence push. All the way back behind enemy lines through the lobby. Hey, Shoxy, how's it going? Free kill from behind. Now it's going to touch that zone. It's going to flush some players out.
And the thing is, even this individual play is going to be enough to send these guys haywire. They know they need to deal with him because, of course, how precarious this point is. There's only one more tick required. Craze, though, trying to defend the point. The numbers not in their favor. It's a 10 versus 6. Shoxy will jump on the point, but his feet do not touch the ground in time. That contest will not come through. And Hivex Street Mob, they make that transition work. And even from the very first push, where Ruby picks up that double on the transition from A to B, you kind of know how this is going to go.
That push right there from Vivid is equivalent to almost like a cruise missile not finding any kills. It flushes so many players out from where they were hiding at, over by bedroom, through couches, in the atrium, wherever it may have you. You even had a player over by statue that had to double back over past check-in. And by that time, that allowed Hivex Street Mob to be able to quite literally waltz out of their spawn and help out after Vivid got cut down. Offensive push by way of segments. Nola Flight looking to answer with one of their own.
It was a 3-1 split off the start of this one on the offense for Nola Flight. They want to overwhelm Ornate to kick things off, and indeed that is exactly what happens as Vivid gets shut down. Over by B, though, Big Head is causing... Oh, okay. I was going to be like, Big Head is causing a lot of problems, and he'll be perfectly fine. And then he gets trophy system. So, you know, what can you do? Hey, sometimes it happens. That's all that progress that they could have had over by B. Perspective, it is down in the drain. Now they're just going to have to settle for a good old push over towards A and maybe some map control to boot. Mock is a gunfight that he could have in the middle of the map, and he will take down Dimensions. And now, to be fair, as Craze goes down as well, Shoxy will feel a whole lot more isolated.
Major Maniac, though. Shoxy reads it. That
Yeah.
should be the A zone captured. Last player to maybe try to make an argument for it was Vivid. Shoxy will shut him down as well. Big Head looking for more space all the way through Statue. Look at the positioning on the map as well. Hive off of that last push through the atrium. Couldn't get anybody inside a bedroom. Nola Flight locking in the first segment of B.
Yeah, Major Maniac, though. He's already picked up 2 kills. Maybe he can completely clear the point. Yeah, Major Maniac will do exactly that. Now Vivid will fly forward to try and clear space in the middle of the map. Big Head down. Switches to the knife. Unfortunately, that will not help. And the switch back over towards the Vast left for the kill versus Craze. So Hivex Street Mob now. Still looking a little precarious here on the defensive setup. They have sent Nola Flight away, but they do not have anybody in bedroom at this point in time. They'll try and store somebody in there, ideally, to really get them set up well on the defense. Also have to be careful about potential players coming on the flank. Shoxy with that kill versus Mock now will start the threat, and here we go. Craze forward. Shoxy looking for another one in the middle map. Rooper will deny. Elsewhere, Vivid to take down Big Head as well. So Craze needs to go huge. And once again, Craze and Dimensions, they are finding these kills where arguably they shouldn't be. Craze tries to do a 360 for a snazzy frag. He will be denied. And Hivex Street Mob, they survived that wave.
Had no idea where to look. Lack of assistance off of Craze's pushes. Shoxy, though, has dead silence. He's already past Hole. He's not here alone, by the way. Dimension's going to find one on the mock. So that's information for Rupert, who's playing outside of Spa. These players are on the flank are going to be coming very quickly, but Shoxy's footsteps are muffled. Rupert expecting it. Shoxy gets the better of him.
Oh my god, the snapperoo. Shoxy gets Rupert. And then again, that creates space for Big Head and Dimensions to pick up kills of their own. It's still not certified just yet, but the life advantage is ever so slightly tipping in Nullified's favor, and with 60 seconds on the clock, that is absolutely a pertinent stat line to keep an eye on. Ivex Street Mob has to be perfect here on the defensive setup. Dimensions will win one on D2 as well. Vivid should be good for the trade, and indeed he is, but hits the reload for the fight versus Craze. Now a 9v5. Hive versus Street Mob still need to be strong on this defense, and I think a lot of this is reliant on Rupert push forward towards bedroom.
You have to be careful with your positioning here. Ripper inside a bedroom is the ace up your sleeve. With the door open, there's two players in here. Gets the first, he's gonna get traded for sure. Mock now as a sole defender. Oh, look at 3 and 4. Major Maniac and Vivid are so disjointed from this play. And now Hive out of respawns. Mock needs help.
Yeah, they're relying on long-range AR fights, just watching the cross. The problem is if they do cross, they will be in a whole new world of danger. Craze does make that cross happen. Wants to hit the regen here before he goes for the challenge against either Vivid or Mock in this situation. He will do so. 12 seconds on the clock. Wasted quite a lot of time here in this situation. Here we go. Craze gets shut down. And wow, oh wow. Hivex Street Mob completely clear the point. 4 seconds now. Tagged up is that player in the form of Dimensions. Shoxy tries to make the flank happen. And Hivex Street Mob, they dig in and win a defensive setup, which I did not think they were going to. Again, you pointed it out. The AR's in the middle of the map. That is a tough setup to try and hold on to.
But that's the conversation is where it starts and stops. When they were down to what, like 5-6 lives remaining, the call had to have been made. Everybody loaded in with ARs. Major Maniac was already over there watching the long cross as if it's like a post plant there here on Hotel Search and Destroy, but they're just watching the crosses. Everybody for Hive in their final life for the respawn. Everybody had an AR, Brody. I cannot tell you just how big that actually is to be able to make such a play call happen and just to keep Nullified at bay. Hivex Street Mob looking to close it here on the offense.
One round away. This time, we're not seeing any crazy Craze plays, any 46 bombs from Nullified. Again, it is worth saying that the context for that match, Nullified, they lost the control that started that reverse sweep in a round number 5. So just looking to push that kind of same situation here. Gonna defend A off the rip. This is a big risk coming out from both crews and Big Head. Big Head goes with a little bit of a delayed hit. It does actually do enough here to kind of knock Mock off balance. Perhaps Shoxy on the flank also could cause some damage, but I think the trophy system reveals his positioning. And that's jump across towards Connector most certainly will. A is gone.
Oh, it is done and dusted. 2 for 3 trade off the rip. And Hive are gonna get 60 seconds for it. Big Head, 2 magazines left here. Just playing the Godheady here at the display case. Back P4. Craze is under a lot of pressure, whether he knows it or not. He's got 2 players to deal with on the long flank.
They haven't turned around for these kills just yet. They surely should know. I think the positioning of Shoxy implies that they are going for it. Oh my god! Did somebody call pest control? Shoxy has just eviscerated 2 players on the flank. And that's an entire wealth of pressure on that flank completely eliminated. Back towards square one. Hive go.
Bedroom control here. Defensively up top. Will be Dimensions. Viv doesn't have that silence, so doesn't necessarily want to make this climb happen. Down low, though. Catches Craze off guard. Major Maniac elsewhere finds Shoxy. Comes down to Dimensions up top. Is able to at least find one. Vivid off the dead silence. Needs to find the straight. Checks the corner and takes him down. Last player up is Big Head inside of luggage.
Yeah, do they know? That's the question for me. The way they're looking around at this point in time, they don't necessarily look like they know, and yet Big Head's able to surprise at the very least Rupert. Now looking for Vivid as well. The shot's not great for the wall, but it is enough for the frag. Now Mock and Major Maniac fight back. They've got 2 kills. And starting to make this progress on the point. With those shots over the top here, Craze now might have to take this gunfight at disadvantage, but never mind. Shoxy is there through the middle of the map to provide the coverage. And once again, Nullified brace themselves for Hivex Street Mob. They're doing such a good job at the moment on the defense.
First segment locked in over at B. Bedroom control again for Craze. He's up top. Major Maniac aware. Doesn't have dead silence. Has 2 pieces of utility if he wants to use it. That's a big gunfight to keep your eyes out for here on the minimap. Shoxy over by couches. Looking to cause a little bit more space, but it's these routes again. there's always at least one, if not two players for Hivex Street Mob trying to flank all the way around the back.
It's just slow from those players as well. I know that has to be right when they go off. Perfectly timed with the players coming off the spawn. Will those players actually get there, though? That's my kind of primary question here in the scenario. Will they let Shoxy and Dimensions are pushing position through the middle of the map? Those players have a task to even get towards the point, but Major Maniac does find a route through the middle. Picks up Shoxy. Fight do not move here on the defense to deal with it. Big Head picks up the first. Now those players in on the flank. You've got a player such as Major Maniac in a power position. Rupert looking to deal some damage towards Dimensions and Crazed. Neither shot's good enough for the frag. And with 12 seconds left here, it looks like this round is done.
11v15, running out of time, 5 seconds. Vivid needs to clear bedroom and then fly towards the zone. Crazed will deny him said space. And Rupert's not in a position not only to be able to find a couple kills, not able to contest the zone. I know what a lot of people are probably thinking. When you got players on the flank like that, just try to fly, but they have to clear so much space. I mean, that check-in desk we even saw there in the winners finals in between Nola Flight and Orbit, just how godlike that head glitch honestly is for both defense and offensive players alike. They have to clear all of lobby, all of spa, just to make sure that they can maybe try to find a couple of spawn kills, but by then, exhausted, what, about a minute and 30 before that entire play ended up happening? 10 segments to the fort for Nola. I mean, there is a route that they're able to get a round 5 defense, and they're just going to have to slay the hell out of this round. Get all segments required.
Yeah, to be fair, there is that kind of question about... I mean, they will actually have to get it either by that or the kills, but there's always that question of, like, do you actually want defense round number 5 here on control?
Yeah, do you, honestly?
It's weird sometimes. I will say, obviously, when we go back towards that last control here between Nola Flight and Orbit, it was basically all defenses up and towards that round number 5, so that is worth noting. Still, though, for Nola Flight here on the offense, got to get past step number 4 before we even start considering a round number 5. The first kill looking pretty good. Vivid allowed to fly through, though, and Major Maniac finds a double. Rupert for the 4th. They completely wipe A, and that was a full commitment of A as well from Nola Flight. They go straight back to square one. They have to rely on individual efforts now.
Second segment not depleted because more space needs to be denied. They're going to leave Vivid behind to lurk outside of Kitchen off the split spawn. Craze will be there. Eventually try to push all the way through over by the A zone. 3 players defensively for Hive. Still lurking around B. The rest of the players for Nola Flight spawning parallel to B. Rupert off the dead silence is on 5 in a row. 1 more kill. Gonna get himself a cruise missile.
This would be big. Well, the side of the round, especially with Nola Flight being on the offense, and there it is. Just snaps on the dimensions for that final kill for the chain. Big head down as well. Nola Flight, the wheels are turning. You can see it. The wheels are spinning. Vivid finally picks up a double. Major Maniac picks up his 2nd double of this round to clear space. And it's horrible when you're facing down a player like Major Maniac with the AR. Dimensions down for the count. Big head, go on. Chalmy says Major Maniac, who picks up that kill. More on the way. It's more from Major Maniac and Mock to chew through with 10 seconds left. They want to close things here. They're gonna close things here, short of something spectacular from Shoxy. Can they touch the point in time? No, they cannot. Hive get it done. 3-1 here in the control. 3-0 in the series. They are going back towards Orbit for the grand finals.
This team is looking unfreaking real on Championship Sunday. I mean, you could pick any one of these 4 players, brother. Which one do you want to talk about? Because they all popped off in different points in time across all 3 maps being played. Even in this map number 3, all 4 players were very, very forceful. Every position that was being held, maintained, and then retaken across all 4 rounds, of play there at the very end. The ARs just locking things down inside the snake pit, inside of restaurant. Just an absolute nuisance to deal with. And you even saw there at the end for Major Maniac. You called it so wonderfully, Brody. He didn't have any more throwables. He saw the trophy system come down. He's not going to waste any bullets on the trophy system at all. That was the bait play that Big Head wanted. Chalmy, I dare you. You come swan diving out because he had to try to force out an engagement and maybe try to get the trade denied. You had an AR duo there of Mock, and my word, is this Hive roster playing with some fuego today. The SMG in the hands of Rupert and Vivid is something to sight to behold. Their decision-making, going back in their last defensive round, when they were running out of lives, Brody, they all make the call to play long-range shots. They all pull out ARs from their last spawn, and it works out so wonderfully being down in lives. They were never truly counted out. It's never chalked, word to Major Maniac.
It's never chalked, yeah. And we've been talking about motivations quite a lot for this Hive X Street Mob roster. Again, you look at kind of across the board what these guys are working towards as we hit the very end of the season. If they can make Challengers Championships, they'll be able to really make a name for themselves over in Las Vegas. Look at players like Major Maniac and Vivid Aussie trying to fight their way back in towards the CDL. For Vivid, that's a very recent scar that he has attained. From Mock and Rooper, players that are looking to make their very first appearance in the CDL, perhaps in the 2024 season, they are showing exactly why they deserve to be considered for that kind of role, for that kind of title. But this final round from Hive X Street Mob was really just a dissection of everything that Nullified had been putting on the table over the last couple of rounds. They came out swinging straight on towards A to kick things off. It was a full force stack on A, which is not something you very often see. You always see like maybe somebody going through the middle of the map, somebody making their way over towards B. That was not the case for Nullified and Hive. I think as soon as they got that clearance, we've talked about it. That when you get the ARs on the headies for Hive, it's over. It is just game over.
Rooper, 3,300 damage, 28 kills. And he got the job done on both offense and defense, brother. 14 kills on the offense, 14 kills on the defense. 25 of those 28 kills non-traded on that 7 spree as well. What is Rooper Skywalker? Someone give me the dictionary term, because this guy is just becoming unhinged at the end of the season. Commiserations to Noel Flight as the crowd favorite. And again, as far as the underdog story, you got to at least hold your head high off of the run that they had in Toronto. Then also the run that they had here in the LCQ. Top 3 is where they will unfortunately fall to this Hive X Street Mob Gaming roster. That Search and Destroy was close. It came down to an unfortunate team kill.
Yeah.
The control and the Fortress Hardpoint, maybe not so much. Just the slaying prowess, the teamwork, and everything else in between was just so beautiful coming out of this Hive roster.
Yeah, you know what, I'll say this much, mate. You know, you hit the nail on the head there with Nola Flight. They've impressed us here on the casting desk. They did something that was really hard to do over at Toronto. They made a very deep bracket run through a number of top teams in the Toronto bracket. They surprised a lot of people there, and then they kind of transitioned that in towards this LCQ where they took down, again, a number of top names in the upper side of the bracket. They just ran out the steam right at the end. And as far as like a first season is concerned, again, I'm not entirely sure that this is the first season for all of those players, if any of them at all. But at the very least, I think for a first season where you're really making a name for yourselves, what a great opener. What a great debut for these guys at the very upper echelons of European, or North American challenges, excuse me. Just a really great showing all around. So Nola Flight, if you're listening, you should be proud of yourselves. You won't be making champs, but at the very least, you have made a name for yourselves here between all of us casters. And I'm sure everybody at home as well. On the other side, though, we have our grand finals, mate. Hive, they go up to face Orbit, a roster, again, that had to make changes. Both of these rosters had to make changes off the back of all the roster mania post-Toronto. So really, which one of these two teams is going to make it through with their brand new roster?
Hive were able to get their own trade after losing to this Nola Flight roster there. You saw there in the previous winners round in a map number 5. They come in, get it done scot-free in a 3-0 fashion. Search and Destroy a little bit close, a lot closer than I'm sure what they wanted, but regardless of the matter, look, it's a best-of-7 grand finals. Lock yourself in at home. One of those two teams in between Orbit and this Hive roster will not be making it to Vegas. I can't believe I'm saying that. That match is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? When we talk about this, just generally speaking, with the amount of teams that we've already said, like, hey, we're not going to see them in grand finals. I think the names I always look at, specifically Boston Breach Academy, We Out Here, names that have been consistently the upper echelon of North American challenges for the entirety of the year. It's going to be weird to see them not at finals. It's going to be weird to see one of these two teams, Orbit and Hive x SMG, not in grand finals as well. I don't know, man, which one it's going to be, which one is not going to make it to Challengers Championships. I'm sure everybody in the chat has their opinions as well. You won't have to wait long. We've just got one more break between us and an epic grand finals. One last standoff to decide which team we're making it into the 2023 Challengers Finals. The last spot from North America will be given away after this.
One more spot. 2 teams. Best of 7 is all that separates us from figuring out who our 16 squads are going to be in Vegas for Challengers Finals. Ooh, it's going to be a saucy one. It's going to be a good one. Orbit out of the winner's bracket. Hive Street Mob taking a 3-0 in the lower finals. Looking like they're picking up where they had left off to start the day. Just comes down to how do they match up versus this Orbit team, because we have not seen these 2 teams play really since the Challengers League Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit, right? So coming into this matchup, it's going to be intense, man. I mean, these guys have been playing some lights out Call of Duty on the day. You have Hive Street Mob that have been going through this lower bracket. They've been beating a lot of teams, but they're building up a lot of momentum while doing it. But you also have Orbit just coming off a reverse sweep, getting the job done in map number 5. So who knows what we're in for? We know it's going to be 7 maps long, but we'll take a look at the Orbit roster here first, who did go through the upper bracket.
Yeah, and Gravity, Jimbo, they were the ones that really kind of spark the reverse sweep, right? I mean, both of them were in takeover mode. Jimbo in particular had some choice words to say on Twitter after their reverse sweep come through. And I will say, you know, that's always great news to see major star potential pop-off moments from 2 guys that fell victim of the Paris experiment in years previous. But Classic and Geo, they need to really turn up in this grand finals, because it's not going to be a cakewalk, and you do not want to go down early to this Hive team.
No, I like that call. Geo, I think, you know, specifically because we were highlighting him, you know, throughout some of the other elite seasons. It felt like he was really in almost like MVP form, right? With some of the stats he was putting up through those elites. So we need to see that Geo, I think, absolutely coming into this. And like you say, Classic, a little bit more than just the objective work. If Classic's frying, typically this team is also frying as a whole when it comes down to the respawns.
Yeah, Classic good in the respawns usually leads to wins, just flat out. Not to put a lot on him, but it's just when he's just an extra addition, you know, to the already high slaying potential this roster has. On the other side, though, Hive, how about this? Coming off, getting the revenge. You've got Mock, Vivid, Major Maniac, and Rooper in the mix here. And for Major Maniac and Vivid, you know, this is kind of a huge proving point for them. But on the other side, how about Rooper, my man? I mean, we talked about him a lot when he was on the Smog Alpha roster. Same thing with the initial iteration of this Hive Street Mob team. But this would be a hell of a story to see him make it to champs as well.
It would be, with the sub in hand, right? The Vaznev's been looking great with Rooper, I think, as he's been running it here and there. So I think this is a great roster for as far as what they've been able to do. A lot of experience packed in with a lot of speed, too, I will say. I think that, you know, the overall flow really does mesh well with kind of Major Maniac playing a lot slower, Mock getting aggressive when he needs to. Feels like it fits well. And Mock's also a good shout, too. A lot of people forget that he was, you know, on that Decimate roster way back in the Pro-Am at the beginning of the year, right? Where they were putting on a bit of a show, had a really hot start, was learning the game pretty quickly. Here he is splitting up from his duo Hollow at the end of it with a chance to get through the LCQ.
Yep. Lots of cool stories out of that initial roster. But let's take a look to see how this best of 7 will square off. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the format, I don't know what you're doing. Have you not watched any COD this year? Best of 7, which means that for Orbit coming out of the upper bracket, they will have the veto advantage. And it also means that, of course, they get to kind of at least dictate some of the order of how these maps are going to be played. Hydro Hardpoint to start us off. Boy, you and I have only had Hotels and Asilos, it feels like, for the entirety of the day.
Yeah.
We'll have a Hydro to start us off, double El Asilo to finish off the search and the control, and then eventually we'll get to the Mercado Hardpoint. You know, I will say, I don't think we've seen Hive play Hydro yet. I think we've seen Orbit play it once, but this is going to be a really interesting kind of feel-out first map for this series.
It will be, Alan. Man, oh man. So much coming into this matchup, all coming down to what happens in the best of 7 as you're framed up right at the top of the grand finals. Man, I am so amped up for this. Orbit, Ivex Street Mob. Let's get into Hydro Hardpoint.
Already Rooper all getting all wet and willy with it. Swimming down through the cave system. Orbit will have the favor of getting onto the hardpoint first. And actually, that set nade from Gravity will allow them to actually get over towards dome control. This has not been a good start right here for Hive. Nice little recovery moment as Rooper nearly gets the double. And fortunately, with a couple of the kills, Hive will still spawn on the right side of the map. But boy, that was nearly a total collapse as Orbit were just right off to the races and still earning some time.
Vivid looking to try to surprise some of the members on P1. Jimbo going to drop down into the water, but Vivid easily collects the second. Gets some good shots there onto Geo, which is going to force him back. Have to start looking at the spawns here for Orbit, but they are still spawning fairly deep. This means there's a chance to maybe soak up a little bit of scrap time, but at least get yourself set up for new.
Yeah, nice little lockdown here for Major Maniac on 3 in a row. Does get peeled off the bridge heady, though. Vivid, the next one up, just kind of caught in the middle of no man's land. And Geo will turn that into a double. Here we go. They are running forward. Second hardpoint, though, opens up. Just enough space for Hive to still spawn behind the hardpoint. They jump on. Here comes the break attempt, though, with some speed from Orbit. Gravity looking for first contact. It's Mock at range. Wow, okay, huge double from him. Rupert follows up. It's just down to try to lock down Jimbo, who has gotten around the back. Classic's going to spawn nearby. That means it should be a pretty easy follow-up here from Orbit, as Classic will clear things out. It's just Major Maniac last one up, and as he's taken down, Orbit secure the break.
Yeah, good stuff from Jimbo. He finds the route right through Ruins, able to open things up, grabs the close spawn. Orbit able to maybe come away with the remaining 20, 30 seconds or so. Geo trying to work his way out of Dome. He will be shut down, and now there's a chance maybe to press forward, see if he can continuously keep them spawning in the back and maybe even fight for some of this time. This is great work for at least HiveX Street Mob to slow things down, but Jimbo, he's again making the cross-map movement.
Yeah, a mixy moment right here with Hive still having to commit a couple of numbers to make sure they get this scrap time, but they're also pressured on rotation. Huge gunfight win for Major Maniac. That will lead to, wow, look at the spread across the map. Hive Street Mob have Orbit completely pinned out over towards Old. They're watching the cross with Mock on 5. Gets number 6. Cruise Missile earned. Keeps his life. Bounces away. And Hive Street Mob now controlling this map.
Early Cruise Missile here for Mock. And oh man, he's on 7. He's on 8. Looking for 9. Mock almost puts them all down. Jimbo finally able to have a bit of recovery and a chance maybe to set up the break. But a quick trade does come through for Rupert. Unfortunate teammate followed by Vivid. Up by about 30 seconds or so as HiveX Street Mob, but the pressure now coming in from Orbit.
That teammate is actually pretty critical here. You've got a lot of neutral time in Orbit with a couple of kills. Could actually pounce in for this scrap time, so mitigating the damage right now. Our Orbit, 3 for 1 goes the trade. Rupert's already into the water, so Orbit will see this time largely go neutral. Geo trying to earn whatever he can, but he realizes, of course, that Hive are still spawning in the back. So mostly it's the game clock that takes the back 30 seconds of that hill. SMG on the rotation over towards New. They've got Rupert already diving on into the water, and he is deep down there. Geo trying to watch it, does find the first kill. Orbit good for the early time.
Important moment there. Coming through for Geo. Try to slow it down. Mock's going to invest the streak. This is the hill to do it on. Geo's going to spawn out. Kills need to come through. The streak's not going to find anything, but Vivid gets to the back. And oh, that's a big double up coming through for Vivid. Geo also trying to work through the side lanes to see if he can maybe influence the back as well, but he's got to wait for his teammates and try to set up the break attempt.
Yeah, the cruise missile used so deep that Hive just kind of pushed right through it as soon as it makes contact. That flips the spawns immediately. Now the gunfight's from the front being won. Okay, Hive Street Mob are really dominating this map at the moment. It's really just the 30 seconds at the previous hardpoint that were kind of a miss, so to speak. What? Okay, there's a little bit of a bar down there. Vivid was just stuck against it. Tries to pop up. Dealt with. Okay, decent kills here for Orbit, but boy, we need to start seeing some holds out of this Orbit squad, because right now it's all Hive.
That's right. Fast breaks coming through right now. And, well, a huge part of it's because of Mock, right? He's 15-5. He is slaying out. Rupert, gonna get a spawn in the back. Will it be red? Surprises Jimbo. Wow. And, oh, what a transfer from Rupert. We talk about him with that SMG and how big of an impact he has on the map itself. Hill is still neutral, but a chance to at least flood on in. HiveX Street Mob also know exactly where Geo is, and they'll also deal with him. That is a full wipe.
Wow. Look how clean this is. Vivid is on rotation, trying to just get kills right through Ruins. He was on a handful in a row, and Orbit have not had a good look at breaking this hard point yet. Now there's only 20 seconds left. They're still playing around the back of this hill, and Hive will read it perfectly. Oh, no. Not good news here for Orbit. Vivid still putting the pressure on, pushes forward, catches a kill over towards the new hill. And in the meantime, Rupert doesn't really let a single second get missed out on. Eventually does get dealt with, but man, Orbit, they are really feeling the pain here through the first rotation to hills.
I mean, they are. It feels like Orbit's never really getting the spawn that they want. They're always having to, attack at that 30-second mark, so they're not maybe even having all of their numbers with them, thinking about a rotation ahead of time, too. A lot of problems to deal with, and once again, the wrong side of the map will be Orbit. Mock trying to add some more pressure to P1 over the top of Dome. Shots coming through, but Geo will be able to find the wall bang, and maybe that can enable the play forward. Some of the spawns finally flipping out. Major Maniac, the last one up, and does win a tough gunfight.
Well, there is still a chance here for Orbit to hold on to the right side of the minimap, but they need to make sure they're neutralizing some time here at 1. And that's not going all that well. Rupert, woo! Just slides up the rock face. Clean shots the whole way. He's now on 3, looking to play for rotation. It's Jimbo at range that may have seen him dive into the pools. He's looking to try to meet him on the backside of this hard point, but it's an SMG versus attack, and Rupert's in close quarters positions. Not taking the threat yet. Trying to move around the back end. Yeah, Jimbo was just completely untallied. So Orbit We'll have a couple of members on the backside of this hill, but the pressure already from Hive is going to force the spawns out. Gravity doesn't spawn in, and oh no, Orbit spent so much time working for P2, and they don't even catch it.
Oh, but Jimbo's holding onto the back quite well. He's waiting for his teammates to get there, and Mock finally there. Finish him on off. Orbit now making their way into the point. Classic with a great entry. Waiting for the follow-up to come through. Spawns at the back once again.
Nade.
Very, very wonky. Major Maniac trying to help and assist on the point. Nades over the top, good for one. But finally, it feels like there was a chance to lock down some critical time here if you're Orbit.
But it's still under contest. I mean, Orbit still haven't even gotten more than maybe 10 seconds in a row. They're going to get this scrap time, and boy, do they need it. But even still, considering Orbit had the rotation, Hive was able to, what, contest or neutralize probably half of that hard point, which is really, really solid. Now we go back over towards P3. Classic, already making some noise on the second floor. Mock doesn't like the look of that gunfight, just wants to keep his tack on a close angle. Rest of Hive still spawned behind this hill, but here comes Orbit. They have to have this break. Jimbo, dead silence, making the play around the back. Classic from the front, doing some work. Can Jimbo find anybody, though? He hasn't seen anyone yet. Here's a sound cue, but Vivid puts him down. Spawn still good for Hive. Nades on the way out. Major Maniac gets one with the stick. Rupert gets finished off, and now it's just down to finding the last one. It's Geo up top, but Hive have the numbers. They're in the hill for now.
Scrappy, but Hive Extreme Mob have been able to hold on to the close spawn, so they keep sending the reinforcements in, but it'd be a moment for Orbit to actually slay on out and keep them pinned at the back of the map. Give them a fast track to do, unless Vivid has something to say about it. From the side, he's been able to get himself two. Looking for the third. Classic says no. 20 seconds again here for both teams. And, well, Major Maniac able to keep them off the time, but now you have to start to look to new. Rupert again on the rotation.
Whoa. Big shots from Rupert. Finishes the kill. Gets across bridge. Classic wasn't there to get the trade, but just as he tries to hop over the wall, he does get shut down. So the first one to get to behind the new hardpoint will be Geo, but there are more numbers here for Hive. What does that mean for the spawns as the hardpoint opens up? And we'll get our answer here in a moment. You figure that the next player up actually spawns over towards P2, so this is numbers now convincingly for Hive. They get a kill around the back. Vivid's working on from the front for 4 in a row, and it's just all Hive all the time. Last player to catch its gravity, he gets scouted out, and now Hive can put this game out of reach.
Yeah, Vivid's also one off in the streak. Like you said, chance to put it out of reach right here. Any kills out front are good kills. Slowing down, damaging up this push. Making it difficult to get a clean look if you're Orbit. 25 seconds up for grabs. If you're going to go, you're going to have to go now. And there it is. Vivid finds number 6. Wants to get the knife kill in, but a little bit far away is going to be Gravity. But still, the damage is already done, and Rupert's finding some more kills.
I mean, it went from a 30-point cushion back and forth to all of a sudden 100 points in the lead for Hive Street Mob. And the simple fact of the matter is Orbit, even on some of the setups that they were able to win, they never were able to hold. And that will be likely what is going to be the major storyline over this map number 1. Unless they could get it done right here, right now. But cruise missile on the way in. That will force everybody from Orbit into this hard point. Player on the back will also drop, so that will lead to an opportunity for Major Maniac to hit her out. Kills from the front also still looking pretty good. Mock getting one, bounces away, gets back in, finds Jimbo. Now down to the lower ground, has an idea where Classic is. But Vivid will beat him to the punch. And with that, once again, Hive secure their break.
Wow, I mean, the break attempts have just been perfect. They've been beautiful. Orbit have not been able to trade out effectively in and around the objective, and it's costed them. Down 100 points. Need to find a swift break into the P5 hill. Vivid the last one up alongside Major Maniac up top. And it looks like the trades could be good pending this engagement. Geo finally there to clear things off for a moment. So rewarded with scrap time, but that's all Orbit have really been allowed to have. Street Mob 25 seconds away from getting the dub in map 1.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that is just, I mean, the lead is just way too significant. 100 points, and you only need 20. It's one of those that, again, feels weird to that first rotation and a half. You look at the scoreboard, and you're probably listening to us saying, this game's really tight. Why are the casters making this sound like it's so one-sided? The trends and the patterns were established really early. Orbit is not able to hold at any point throughout this map. And you got to give a lot of credit to this guy right here. Vivid getting 2, as Semtex also gets another double. And that will be the winning play for Hive Street Mob here in map number 1. They strike first in this grand finals.
Do they ever? Vivid, 31 kills to his name, and there's something to be said about an SMG player having those stats on Hydro, right? I mean, it stops the ARs from ever getting to top dome, from ever getting to some of these key power positions that we always highlight, and the importance of getting it to then enable your subs. But when Vivid's just up in your face, piecing you up and putting up 50 engagements in 10 minutes, I mean, it is a different story. Gravity never really there, 15 to 25. certainly struggling, but a statement game to kick off the best of 7 for Hivex Street Mob.
And look, here's the thing. I think for all those of you guys that have been watching, since the beginning of North America at least, if you think back to what the winners finals looked like, what the lower finals just looked like, and then here in this first map, what Hive is doing really, really well is being able to move around the map and actually get an idea as far as where are our advantages. Let's not overextend too much. That's something that we've seen at different moments and times that had kind of hurt them, I think, in, weeks or elites in the past. Not the case in this map in particular, which is really, really good news, I think, if you're a Hive fan. On the other side for Orbit, you're sitting here saying, what went wrong? We actually defaulted to playing for rotation a number of different times in which they were actually successful on rotation, getting convincing kills and putting themselves in the right positions. But then when you're in the power setups, gunfights just simply were not being won. A 1v1 here or there, Rupert for 1v2s, Vivid for 1v2s. It's just like, can someone buy a trade? Because Orbit should not have been pushed around the map this easily, considering how many of these hard points they were actually in pretty solid spots in.
Yeah, fully agree. This is that takeover moment right here where it just gets out of hand, out of control. Streaks coming into play. Spawns constantly being played for as well. And well, on top of it, a lot of flashy plays through the replay package here for Hivex Street Mob. But it's a heck of a game. And I mean, these guys have been on a roll through this lower bracket. They are getting so good, it feels like, when it comes down to their hard point off everything you just highlighted and some here, Alan. 250, 131, man. Orbit, never really even there.
No. 15 and 25 from Gravity. Not a great game for him. Only 2,100 damage. Classic just could not quite get a feel for it either. 2,200 total damage. And Major Maniac was just saying, all right, boys, thanks very much. Because 3,700 damage came out of Vivid for 31 and 23. Holy cow. Rupert 28 and 20 with a minute 48 in the hard point. I mean, yeah, those two were really just kind of running and flying with Mock watching over the top, just covering everything. He gets 24 with 8 assists. So great map out of those three. Major Maniac just kind of playing the rotation, man. Probably feels like Modern Warfare 2019 all over again for him.
Yeah. The Tiny Terrors just running around the map while you just set up and say, oh, I'm anchoring, I'm chilling.
What's that? Is your cave? Somebody run through the cave system? Gotcha.
Yeah, it feels really good. It's actually crazy that Rupert had like a minute 48 in the hill, because I felt like he was almost always like making some kind of a route play, right? Like he was always threatening the spawn. So doing so much on the map. Great news here, but have to chalk that up if you're Orbit. I mean, we saw them really hit the regain after going 0-2 down. So just because you lose a map or two doesn't mean it's by any means over here for them, but they do have to try to come into El Asilo, little gusto, see if they can try to get a big bounce back, tie things up early, because S&D has been looking really good for Hivex Street Mob.
Yeah, that is the big call, especially coming off of what we just had in that lower final. But on top of that, though, I mean, I think all the three teams that we had here in our final three were just all really, really categorically great search and destroy squads. The difference here is where the success comes from. Hive has been, I think, just the more complete squad, being able to play kind of as a good four-man group, getting a good read, making a good call, and everyone follows through with it. We saw Orbit in their winners final matchup, a couple of moments versus like, ooh, we're overchalling this, like Mercado Surge, Hotel Search. This is like, why are we getting so aggressive? We've got numbers, just play out the round, kind of like the same way that, you know, we just saw from Nola Flight. Just use the clock as your biggest ally, especially on the defensive side. So I think this is going to be a really interesting test here to see if Orbit can kind of just come collectively together, say, all right, let's pause, let's play smart, let's play heads up, let's not make too many critical errors, and we should be okay to at least be competitive with these guys, if not just be overall better than them, especially if a player like Jimbo can find ways to pop off. Yeah,
I mean, for everyone that missed it in that winners final, 16 kills to end that map number 5. And then, as you said, I mean, had a pretty interesting tweet to follow up that series afterwards after feeling himself a little bit. So to be expected, it feels like, from Jimbo on the day. He's just been moving a little bit different. And there's times where you look at Jimbo and he's challenging certain gunfights. You're like, oh, okay, it's one of those days. Got you. Okay there, Lau. He's definitely in his bag, but you're looking at him again to be that guy in El Asilo. How impactful are subs? They can be everything. But Vivid, he also had a pretty nutty game a little bit earlier on El Asilo where it felt like he was flying around the map doing whatever he wants. So that battle between him and Lau, I think, is going to be a great one.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call. It just comes down to who pops up and who shows up. Because the other X factor that we haven't mentioned yet, but we have to, Classic's in the game. And he's always going to put together, he's usually always good for double digits, it almost feels like, when it comes down to search and destroys. It's very rare, I feel like, we find him in a long search, not getting up to 10 plus kills. He's just always the guy that can get the OBJ done and also get the kills done on top of that. So, yeah, definitely some things to kind of look out for as far as kind of the who's guarding who, if you want to call it that. Shout out to NBA Finals, Game 2 tonight, don't miss it. But I think the thing here is, will there be an early tone set just by tempo and speed? Because we've seen that from both teams as well, where it's like, we're just going to control the game by just running at you. And that is usually the case for a team like Orbit. They want to just establish their dominance and make you make adjustments. So I'll be curious to see if they try to go down something along those lines in their playbook here to start off this map too.
That's a fair shout. When you start doing that to a team on LSELO, like all of a sudden they have to play a little bit more back, maybe like they're expecting the challenges to come through, so they're not taking as much space away, and then they're playing for, you know, a little bit of a movement later into the round where there's more to clear. Maybe they've used a lot of their attacks and nades at the beginning of the round. So I'm with you there. I mean, LSELO could be a very punishing map, especially when things aren't going right for the first couple rounds. They pick up some deadies, they start hitting flanks, and all of a sudden it's like, how are they behind us, right? It leaves you with a lot of question marks with the amount of levels that you have in this game mode, especially on this map mode combos. So we'll have to see, man. But a lot of it, of course, led by what's going to happen through the SNGs. Rupert having that in hand as well. It'll be interesting to see that duo ship with Vivid, because Vivid, more of like a solo kind of, I'm going to do it myself, like very similar, I guess, to maybe what we get to Jimbo, right?
Yeah.
Let's just run at them. Let's just try to get through. So we'll see how that, again, comes together coming into the map number 2.
Looks like we're still waiting on the lobby, but we have been kind of perusing through the TL lately. Lots of thoughts on what Jimbo's been doing. From Cruz, he's going to be at champs. It's Lau's world, and we're just living it. That came right after what he was able to do in those last 3 maps in the upper finals for Orbit. And yeah, like we said, he had some very specific words to share Lau himself about how he was feeling, like we mentioned. But that's the kind of pop-off player that he has the potential to be. It just comes down to the consistency. You know, that was, I think, the biggest question. You know, I think the CDL analysts and casters talked about it a lot. Is like, yeah, we see what he has to offer, but like, you can't have it happen one map every 10 or something like that. You have to be consistent. You have to make sure you're fitting in part of a system, and that's always been kind of, I think, the problem for Jimbo over the course of the last 3 years, maybe in particular. You know, dating back to like when he was on Atlanta FaZe Academy and Modern Warfare, that was probably the last like set solid squad that he was able to kind of play with and really kind of form into the he's going to go rogue, play around him, because you got 4 other players instead of just 3 other players.
Yeah, I mean, he took a lot of flack, too. He's playing from Quebec, so, like, he's very far from, like, a lot of the servers. Like, how many pro players have we ever had come out of Quebec? Like, he's got to be, like, the only one. I think Archives, maybe, is from Quebec, too, in Challenger scene,
maybe.
I think, if I remember correctly. So, there's not too many of them. You're pretty far away, probably, from a lot of the servers. So, when he's dropping, you know, those tough numbers to look at the end of the maps throughout last year, it's easy to criticize. But, hey, man, he's looking good online right now. That's for sure. He's playing great today. And, well, Orbit going to need him coming into the map number 2. Hivex Street Mob basically wipe the floor with Orbit in the map number 1 on the Hydro, but Orbit may be known for starting a little bit slow on the day and then rebounding and getting themselves back into the series.
All right, here we go. It doesn't matter what you call him. Player to watch out for is Lau or Jimbo. I'm not sure what his first name is, but I was going to use it. Let's find out what it is. Offense for Hive Street Mob. Playing patient. Just do not want to get caught by nades. Neither team actually throwing a lot at the get-go here. So Vivid up top is going to give a shoulder. Sees one. That's a sniper rifle. Don't want to peek that again. Geo does catch first blood over towards the B side of the map. Gravity follows up on the A courtyard side. So right off the rip, 2v4, and Hive Street Mob already have a threat down low where it's like, okay, well, how do we deal with this? Maybe you nade it. Frag out. Does tag. Do you expect this player on kegs, though? No, you don't. Easy win for Classic. And Mock will be left in the 1v4.
Mock. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do from this position. There's going to be 3 players all mid. Maybe if you found this kill on the Geo, there'd be a chance, but nothing going to come of it. No kills come through, and it's kind of interesting, right? It's like you see the scope in mid. It's like, hey, guys, the sniper's playing mid. Let's hit the outskirts. And then you hit the outskirts, and everyone's watching the outskirts on either side of the lane. So never really able to get off the ground for the initial play, but just kind of testing the waters here in round 1. And it is going to be responded quite well here from Orbit.
Yeah, it's the double ARs, sniper inside. No one expects that. I mean, that's one of the things about this Orbit team that keeps them so versatile and hard to predict. Because there are also rounds where they'll run 3 subs and just run right up the gut at you. So you kind of got to get a feel for it. And sometimes when you try to find that information, you end up just getting picked off the scope. So Definitely something to think about when we move forward. Orbit on their offense. Nate's coming out early for Hive, right down middle. Nothing tagged, though. Jimbo looking for an entry. Opens the door, stuns out. Semtex to follow. Vivid in a little bit of trouble here. Tries to get behind the couch, but he's just completely locked into place. Rupert at least gets one kill before the bomb can get planted. Pops the door. Rupert gets a second. Mock on the follow-up, and now it's just down to Classic 1v2. He does get outside the site, though, and hold on. I don't think Hive had any idea that he's made it this far forward this quickly.
Yeah, he caught some timing, and he's gonna catch timing. He
no.
doesn't finish it. If he finds Major Maniac, it's for sure another potential kill. But Major Maniac with the reach out doesn't give him time to reset. That is a moment that looked great, then looked bad, then looked great, then looked bad.
Holy smokes, dude. I thought Classic had absolutely played that perfectly. And technically he does. It's just a single bullet. Either doesn't connect or he stopped shooting it just a second too early. Wow. Almost a chance to set us to a 1v1 early here, but the numbers prevail, and we'll go 1-1 tied up. Classic on the first 4 kills for his team. And now the question will be, will there be a scope out for Jimbo again? Because again, they love to change up these defensive looks. Sometimes it's just Jimbo with the sniper rifle. Sometimes he's running a sub, and this time it will be the scope. I lost our mini-map for a moment. We'll try to bring that back. There it is. Yeah, same defensive setup. The only thing different is Classic's position. He is not sitting inside or around A this time.
Yeah, I have to imagine this time they might just try to work for the bomb plant. Other than working through the outskirts, once they get info on Jimbo, though, I could all change in an instant. Jimbo gonna throw a nade up top. Rupert won't catch it. And Vivid's also ready to make a play, but they've spotted Gravity here. Gio's also gonna have some protection. Potentially, you think a trade would come through, but Gio doesn't react fast enough. Major Maniac finds the clean kill, and Gio drops as well.
I love that from Hive Street Mob. They get the read on the player on the outside. They isolate. They just full flood it over through a courtyard where they catch another. Classic's now caught over towards the opposite side of the map. Jimbo just with the pistol. Does a little bit of damage, but yeah, that's a brilliant read from Hive Street Mob. And there may have been a bit of a prediction here saying, okay, if we know Jimbo wants to snipe inside bottom mid, let's not even bother peeking it. Let's put a little bit of extra pressure on these ARs outside. So it's a great call. It's a great kind of change up. And it works out beautifully because, like you mentioned, Gio was nearby, but he was being held by the 2 players through courtyard side at A. So really good stuff.
Yeah, good distraction. Good timing as well. Works out for Major Maniac. Gravity just never sees over the top. And well, you almost always know Gravity likes to play in the tower too. Doesn't matter if it's control or search and destroy.
Yeah, it's very true.
Probably a good bet that Gravity might be top tower if you had to guess. The 2-1 up. Hive Street Mob starting to put it together. Will they have a response here on the defense? Great nade. That's going to slow things down. Jimbo's forced to throw a stun out of his own and just kind of wait patiently to see if a push is coming.
Well, Vivid, once again, stunned in that same position, trying to get behind the couch. This time he's got a little bit of help from Mock. Frag grenade damages, but ultimately, both teams will be fine. 60 seconds on the clock, 4v4. All the opening set ideas have largely come up a bit empty here. So how do you adjust? There goes Gravity. Whoop, there goes Gravity. Back to top tower. And then how about it? He gets one. Classic Jimbo. They're going to follow up. Major Maniac in trouble. How have we not used that reference before?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's a pretty clean round, I would say. They also hold the nades, right? Which is something that we haven't seen on LSU, though, because something I talked about yesterday was teams kind of using double frags and actually throwing the frags over the top so that they would double nade middle skylight. So that way, if you had an SMG running inside of the site, they were basically tagged for information or they were straight up dead to grab your first blood. We had a lot of those happen throughout yesterday. So this time around, saving a lot more of the nades to almost retake mid, throw them at the ARs that are watching over the top. And it's good enough to really do some of that dirty work as well as some great kills happening through the outskirts again to open up the first blood.
How about this route for Major Maniac? He's going to get aggressive right off the rip with no nades being thrown to control over towards Soccer. But the same could be said for Orbit. Double stack of SMGs up top again, just changing their look completely. Gravity's just behind on the A window, and Gio takes a long